Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Boom! Darkness surged across the sky like a rolling tide. Thunderclouds gathered in unnatural density, cloaking the world in ominous gloom. The air thickened, and people below could feel it, an apocalyptic pressure settling over the land. Lightning split the sky, jagged streaks tearing through the clouds as if the heavens themselves were fracturing. The empty streets of the town echoed with silence, broken only by distant rumblings. High above, 7 golden orbs floated upward, gleaming with radiant energy. They shimmered in sync, resonating with each other before merging into a blinding pillar of light. Then, through the storm, a colossal green eastern dragon coiled into view, wreathed in divine radiance. Its massive form hovered in the clouds, casting a shadow that stretched across the horizon. Its deep, ancient voice echoed like thunder through the sky. "You who have gathered the Dragon Balls, state your wish." The dragon's crimson eyes swept across the gathered group, then locked onto a single figure. And for the first time in recorded memory, the mighty Shenron visibly trembled. You. The dragon stuttered. Below, L lifted his head calmly, brushed the dust from his coat, and gave a polite bow. "Good evening, Mr. Shenron. Long time no see. I'm here to renegotiate." Everyone stared. Renegotiate? Normally, when Shenron was summoned, the deal was simple: make a wish, and if it was within the dragon's power, it would be granted. If not, the wish would be denied. End of story. But ever since L met the Ancient One, things had changed, drastically. To Shenron's eternal regret, Carrot had discovered a loophole. If a wish exceeded Shenron's divine limits, Carrot didn't take no for an answer. Too much. Carrot would ask with a grin. Then he'd raise his fist. Step 1, intimidation. Step 2, persistence. Step 3, time warping insanity. Carrot had learned from Doctor Strange and others how to manipulate time. He'd collect the Dragon Balls again, toss them into the hyperbolic time chamber, and keep summoning Shenron, over and over. Every single day. For Shenron, one moment of peace was always followed by a familiar, soul-crushing phrase. "Shenron, I'm here to renegotiate. Shenron, I'm here to renegotiate. Shenron, I'm here to renegotiate." Shenron's nightmare had a name. And it was L. Even the dragon's beard trembled. Cold sweat dripped from his celestial brow. "Why don't you torment Salama instead?" Shenron once begged, referring to the divine dragon god of legend. But there was no escape. Eventually, Carrot even introduced an installment wish system, like a cosmic loan. "You grant the wish now," he'd say, "and fulfill it in parts. Monthly. With interest. You dragons have a whole realm. Just borrow from each other. Why should that be my problem?" And if Shenron ever refused? Back to the time chamber. Eternal negotiations. Eternal Carrot. Down below, Batman stepped forward, unflinching. "What is that thing?" he asked, eyeing the massive dragon in the sky. Despite its size, it radiated more fear than malice, mostly fear. The others observed the 7 Dragon Balls now inert in Carrot's bag, stunned that such small orbs had summoned something so grand. Tony Stark tilted his head. "Is it just me, or does that dragon look traumatized?" Bruce Banner frowned. "Maybe it's sick? The trembling, sweating, that's not normal." Diana slowly sheathed her sword. "From the look of it, it resembles dragons from ancient Eastern myth. But I've never seen one with PTSD." Carrot raised a hand cheerfully. "This, dear friends, is Shenron. And he grants wishes. The Dragon Balls didn't originate on Earth. They're from a planet called Namek." All eyes turned to Piccolo. As Carrot spoke, the ancient legend of the Dragon Balls unfolded. In the beginning, when the universe was still forming, the dragon god Salama created 7 great wishing orbs and scattered them across the stars. Over time, they transformed into 7 enormous planets, indistinguishable from stars in the galaxy. No one could distinguish them, needles in a cosmic haystack. Stark held up a hand, as if comparing size. "Wait, you're telling me those little beads came from planets?" Carrot nodded. "Exactly. The Namekians polished fragments from one of those great orbs and made the Dragon Balls. In return, they signed a contract with the Dragon Realm, gaining the right to summon dragons like Shenron. Tony muttered, and cursed one of their dragons to a lifetime of dealing with L. Batman narrowed his eyes, processing everything like a machine. Then he turned to Piccolo, his voice calm but edged with suspicion. "So, you made this thing?" Piccolo snorted, a look of disdain twisting his features. The distaste for gods ran deep in both halves of his being, whether from his time as the Demon King or the Reformed Guardian. "TCH. Do I look like I play with glowing beads? Fighting's my domain." L raised an eyebrow at that. He knew better. Piccolo's divine predecessor wasn't lacking in martial ability. But time, priesthood, and age had dulled that once sharp edge. "It wasn't him," Carrot clarified, nodding toward the still hovering dragon. "The one who crafted the Dragon Balls was another Namekian, one of his kind, but with a very different path." Then he turned back to Shenron, eyes sharp. "I summoned you to restore this place." That made Stark and Bruce simultaneously ask the same question. "At what cost?" L's voice dropped into a more measured tone. "The cost," he said slowly, "is bending reality. Forcing it, even." He turned to the others. "Each time a wish is made, it generates negative energy, resistance from the natural order. And that resistance builds." "Builds into what?" Bruce asked. "Entities. Aberrations. Things that shouldn't exist, born from the imbalance." Batman's eyes narrowed. "Like dark matter given form?" Carrot nodded thoughtfully. "Something like that. The problem is, if that imbalance reaches a tipping point, even I might not be able to handle what emerges." The thought made his Saiyan blood hum with anticipation. A challenge. A threat worthy of fear. He smiled briefly. But then reason kicked in, and he forced the grin away. If a real dragon, like Salama, were involved, and that kind of power got out of control. His expression darkened. It wouldn't just be a catastrophe. It would be a universal collapse. The air went heavy. Stark and Bruce, earlier intrigued by the wish-granting relics, now looked like they wanted to bury them in the Mariana Trench. Batman, ever the tactician, was already tracing worst-case scenarios in his mind. "If what you say is true," he said, folding his arms, "then the Dragon Realm must be an isolated dimension. These wish dragons can't cross over directly. They project their influence through these summoned manifestations. The more influence they exert," Stark added, catching on quickly, "the more of reality they shape, and the more risk they carry. Salama could be using this as a backdoor into our world." Carrot blinked. He had only briefly touched on the evil dragon concept, yet here they were, building an entire end-of-days conspiracy. And honestly, it made a disturbing amount of sense. "You two are paranoid," he said. Then paused. "But you're not wrong. The gift of wishes without consequence was too perfect. Nothing in the universe worked that way. Even the divine wishing orbs," Carrot explained, "require the language of the gods. Only beings of a certain stature can use them." "But why would a god need to make a wish?" Stark asked, genuinely puzzled. Carrot shrugged. "Exactly. If you're omnipotent, what do you need Shenron for?" He thought of Zamasu's idiotic wish for immortality and nearly laughed. A real divine wish would be on a scale that affects entire multiverses. Not petty desires like power or revenge. Batman's frown deepened, and Carrot could feel the shift in the group's energy. "It's fine if you only use it once or twice," Carrot said, downplaying the threat. "This version of Shenron is weak, created by a weaker god. It's manageable." He stepped closer to the dragon. "Besides, if anything went wrong, I have the time chamber. Worst case? Smash the Dragon Balls before anything crawls out." He turned to Shenron and said bluntly, "I've made a wish. Time to repay the interest." Shenron groaned internally. Of all the beings in existence, this man, L, was his personal hell. And now, yet again, he was collecting on his loan. "Fine," Shenron said miserably. "This year's interest: 1. Restore the land. 2. Resurrect the nearby dead." There was a flash of golden light, and with the speed of someone desperate to escape, Shenron added, "Wish granted. Now please don't call me again. I hope my creator gets eaten by a space worm." In an instant, the dragon split into 7 shooting stars, streaking across the sky, only for Carrot to lazily catch them mid-air. The Dragon Balls dropped to the ground at his feet, now dull and gray, inert for another year. The clouds dissolved. Blue sky returned. Then, with a soft yellow light, the world changed. The Kent farmhouse, charred to ruins, reformed in a flash, pristine and untouched. The fields were lush again, no longer scorched and barren. Blood-stained dirt was replaced with fresh grass. And from the ground, the dead began to rise. People blinked in disbelief, glancing at their bodies, at their families, and embraced with cries that echoed like hymns. "It's restored?" Stark murmured, eyes wide. They stepped outside. The scene was surreal. Like nothing had happened. But Batman didn't relax. In fact, his unease grew stronger. "We can't rely on this," he said quietly to Carrot. "Power like this makes things too easy. Too tempting. Too dangerous." Carrot gave him a solemn nod. "I understand, Bruce." At the rear of the group, Wanda stayed quiet. She stared at her hands, hands that could reshape reality. A thought settled into her mind like a whisper. Maybe I don't just destroy things. Maybe I could do what Shenron does. She looked at Carrot, a curious gleam in her eye, and said nothing.
Everything went on in an orderly manner. The official statement for the miracles in Kansas was that they were written by Superman. This also made Carrot gain a lot of reputation. The symbol of S, which symbolizes hope, finally engraved its mark in the Anchor universe, and the wish made in the name of Shenlong also added a strange color to this symbol. Although people's prejudices are always more difficult to shake than mountains, if you have the power to explode a star with one hand, you will feel that the mountain is light and floating, because you can break it if you can't move it. The dinner after the battle, on the top floor of the Universal Technology Building, was a luxurious gluttonous feast, which really let everyone see how the dowdy thing eats. Carrot L's amazing appetite would scare children if it was put outside. He just picked up the huge plate in the last second, poured fried rice into his mouth, and swallowed a large bowl of noodles in the next second. What's more, before they could see what the dish looked like, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Oh my god, is his stomach a black hole? Diana's eyes widened when she saw this, and she felt a stomachache for no reason when she saw Carrot eating like crazy. She thought she was a person with a big appetite, but compared with Carrot, it was like the difference between a plastic bag that can hold a lot of food and a black hole. Wanda, Quicksilver, and Stark, who had already seen it, were no longer surprised by it, including Bruce Banner, who had lived here for such a long time and had also seen Carrot's famous eating scene of being the world's #1 eating broadcast. How did he live to this age? Batman narrowed his eyes in surprise, and such a doubt emerged in his heart. Judging from the living conditions of his farm, it doesn't seem like he can afford to support such a big eater, right? Thinking in his heart, Bruce also secretly converted it in his heart. If the price of the world's top caviar is $5,000 per gram, then if Carrot lets go and eats a full meal, it is estimated that Wayne Group will go bankrupt overnight. Yes, Bruce was also kept by Carrot, and his pointed ear mask was forcibly taken off. Originally, Batman did not intend to attend the dinner party with his personality, and he did not even think about exposing himself in front of so many people. But because his Batfighter was not repaired by Shenlong, he could not run away and could only be forcibly grabbed by Carrot L's collar and stayed at Kent Farm, and then followed everyone to the Universal Technology Building. Carrot, who knew his habits well, replaced the ginger juice in his cup with wine, then took off his headphones and told Alfred about it. This was considered to keep this unsocial little bat and invite him to attend the banquet as Bruce Wayne. But this also made Batman write him down in his little notebook, but it didn't matter. Anyway, he had to be on the list of persecution delusions anyway, so one more entry was enough. After the battle, Carrot L also brought his adoptive parents, the Kents, here. Although the house had been repaired, their current situation was almost like a tourist attraction, surrounded by the residents of the town and the political army. At least before the storm gradually subsided, the two could not go back, but Carrot L also brought them good news. Bulma is pregnant, and they will soon have a grandson. This news made Martha and Jonathan overjoyed, and Kara L was naturally integrated into their family. Carrot L's home was becoming more and more stable. The banquet was full of guests and the sight was dazzling. Stark drank wine and ate hamburgers while repeatedly watching the replay of the battle on his mobile phone. Bruce Wayne pretended to be a playboy. He had no love in his heart, but his actions were always honest. He found a partner from somewhere and was dancing to the music in the hall, his eyes always observing everyone's movements. Banner was happily mixing drinks on the side, Diana and Bulma were chatting, and the two women had bright smiles on their faces from time to time. Kara L was like discovering a new world. She was completely crazy. She wandered around various meals and wanted to put everything she saw into her mouth to taste. This thing is delicious, and that thing is delicious. Hope was greeting guests, and Wanda and Pietro were teasing Krypton. Carrot L, who had already eaten and drunk enough, was on a video call with Natasha, but after being scolded by her as a perverted torturer, she was warned not to disturb her because a stupid demon was about to take the bait. In the jungle at the center of the earth, Yuan Daegyu, who was covered in blood at the moment, sat on a wooden stake with an expressionless face, chewing a piece of raw meat. Beside him, there were animal remains, and it was not an exaggeration to say that the surroundings were full of corpses. The era will eventually become an era of heroes. The scale of the entire banquet was larger than expected, and more people came. Not only the few people who participated in the battle were present, but also Dr. Otto, General Swan, Louise Lane, TPC Victory Team, and even Director Sawai, all those who were familiar with L, and various celebrities, all came. This incident caused a huge uproar, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it caused an uproar around the world. The celebratory banquet, while putting an end to the sudden alien incident, also opened the curtain of a new era around the world. At this moment, people all over the world were forced into a kind of inevitability of accepting the truth. The identity of Superman, the identity of the giant Tiga, the existence of the Titans, the existence of aliens, and the identities of various superheroes, all came into the public's eyes inadvertently. The heroes of the world made their debut, and as the curtain opened, the whole world seemed to be entering an explosive era again. The presence of the Speaker of the Parliament, on behalf of the co-governance of the Dawn, gave a symbolic commendation to Carrot and his party. After soliciting everyone's opinions, L decided to establish an unofficial organization, and the symbol of the Justice League was Z. As soon as the organization was announced, Tony Stark also saved trouble and directly announced the identity of Iron Man at the press conference and joined the Justice League. The organization also issued a relevant statement to the outside world. Stark Industries, Universal Capsule Company, and Wayne Group, the three major shareholders, will invest in the construction of the headquarters base. The jurisdiction will be equipped with 16 satellite monitoring and a legal department will be established. In addition to defending against foreign enemies, it is also responsible for reconciling internal conflicts among extraordinary people, including social placement, public relations, ability training, and other related matters. The heavy night blew away the silent wind, and the sudden press conference disrupted the world's destiny. The Universal Technology Building tonight did not seem to be as brightly lit as before. Instead, it was more like a steel giant sleeping in the dark, closing its eyes peacefully in this empty world. The establishment of the Justice League was expected by many smart people. Some outstanding geniuses could easily judge that what L had done before was gradually converging into such a line. However, no one expected that L would act so quickly. Just after a war, the public had not even gotten out of this extraordinary public opinion, and they fell into a new wave of uncertainty again. But unlike the Sokovia Act that the Avengers in Marvel were forced to sign, L already had enough rights to talk at this time, and he did not mind fighting for more benefits for everyone. For example, the anti-UK discrimination law and the treatment guarantee FANA will also be implemented soon with the emergence of the Justice League. At this moment, 5 hours after the press conference ended, Iron Man and Batman, who had left in public view, turned back quietly. In the dark parking lot, two luxurious Lamborghinis arrived almost at the same time. Stark and Bruce looked at each other as they got out of the car, looked at each other, and nodded to each other. It was strange that although they were completely opposite in character and had different focuses as geniuses, there seemed to be an invisible tacit understanding between the two. Did you notice it too? Well, let's go. Batman looked at the Universal Capsule building in front of him and confirmed his guess. At this moment, the scientific research Holy Land and superhero place that should have been the focus of the world's attention now seemed to be deserted. This was obviously the work of Carrot. He and Stark could see that what L did was not the mentality of a person who had won a battle. The two took the elevator up. On the top floor of the building, the messy scene after the party replaced the previous glory of singing and dancing. The company's cleaning staff had not had time to clean up here. In the dim world, a few lights were faintly lit. L sat on the rooftop of the building, alone in a daze. No one knew how long he had been sitting there. There were only hundreds of empty bottles around him, scattered on the ground. He rubbed his ears from time to time. Alas, the ubiquitous noise made it impossible for him to find a quiet place on the earth. Bulma was also trying to build a room for him to block noise and rest well, but it was said that it was under development. So Carrot often went to the Spirit Time House to stay up for the dragon before, and the purpose was not purely to stay up for the dragon. After all, it was really quiet there for Superman. You have something to say during the day, but you have to come to me in the middle of the night. Hearing the footsteps of the two, L opened a bottle of wine without raising his head. Batman and Iron Man stood there, looking at him for a while without saying a word. Sure enough, they saw him here. Tony Stark is not the kind of person who hides things. Now that there are no outsiders around, he has nothing to worry about. It's not your way to announce the establishment of an alliance so quickly. Although I agree with this matter, I think you are a bit too hasty. You haven't even discussed the real specific implementation with us, which will only make our foundation unstable. Bruce Wayne added, that's why you let the three major groups move in. Once an accident occurs, it will be convenient for us to directly control the situation. Is there anything you can't discuss with us? Tony Stark looked at him like a drunkard and slowly squatted down. Although his eyes were still quite serious, the smile at the corner of his mouth did not prevent him from retaliating and mocking. Yo, I didn't expect you to be like this now. Remember the first time we met? Look at you, you are so arrogant, as if you are invincible in the world, but now you are like an eggplant hit by frost. Hearing this, L raised his head suddenly, his eyes red, and scared Stark so much that he jumped up. Oh my god, look how scared you are. Glazing at him coldly, L didn't continue playing, and the red light in his eyes slowly dissipated. In fact, I was planning to lay out slowly. But this battle, although it seems to be over, has unexpectedly buried a bigger hidden danger, which may make us face a catastrophe at any time, so I have to speed up the original action. What? Batman narrowed his eyes. Just as he guessed, L would not do things for no reason. The two high-ranking officials of the Frieza army who were killed by Piccolo. L answered seriously, Sabo and Dodoria are both Frieza's right-hand men. In fact, Carrot was a little surprised that the two could find him at this time. But they were originally the backup plan he left for the Earth, so he didn't mind telling them all his plans. And even if he didn't say it, with the wisdom of the two of them, it was only a matter of time to guess. Seeing that he was getting down to business, Tony Stark regained his dignity when talking. Are you worried that the Emperor of the Universe named Frieza will chase you? L shook his head and sighed solemnly. I will definitely chase you. The reason why the extinction event occurred on planet Vegeta was because there is a legend among the Saiyans called Super Saiyan. It is said that it takes 1,000 years for an absolutely genius warrior to be born. And Frieza destroyed the Saiyan clan precisely because he was afraid of this legend. Vegeta was called the elite in his race, but he died on Earth. Sabo and Dodoria came after them to silence them because of the code, and they also died on Earth. At this point, Batman understood what L said. Are you saying that because you killed Vegeta, he will think you are the legendary Saiyan? L, yes. Batman, so you are. If it's that legend, I'm not. L stood up and drank a bottle of wine, but the point is, Frieza will never let the Saiyan family be resurrected again, and now the genetic data of the entire Saiyan family has entered the Earth. So, no matter what the purpose is, he will definitely come to Earth to find me. Whether it's racial hatred or anything else, there can only be one life between me and him. So you want to organize us as soon as possible and then fight against Frieza's army? Tony's rhetorical question triggered Bruce's denial. Batman's view of Al's behavior was completely opposite to Iron Man's. No, on the contrary, Carrot wants us to organize ourselves as soon as possible to face other dangers. Tony Stark looked at Bruce with a suspicious look on his face. Seeing that L did not deny it, Bruce then looked at him and said, your behavior is more like explaining your affairs than organizing preparations for the next war. Especially regarding the rapid signing of the bill, it only compulsorily protects the basic rights and interests of our people, but does not plan for the support deployment and combat plans given by Gensho when foreign enemies attack. Although he was not wearing the bat suit, at this moment, Bruce's voice was still unusually cold, and he looked at Carrot with unquestionable determination. A smile appeared on L's lips, because that's what you have to consider, Mr. Detective Batman. But you were right. L crossed his arms and stood up silently. Facing Frieza, I do not intend to plan the battlefield on Earth. The reason why we signed the Rights and Interests Protection Act as quickly as possible is because I don't think you will do it at all. Bruce wants to restrain us, and so do you, Stark. However, you all don't realize that any behavior must be mutual, and we also need to be protected. We cannot allow external factors to harm us and cause us to fall. Since you two are not very good at doing this, I will do this for you first. As for the rest of the deployment of troops and tactical arrangements, that is what you are good at and has nothing to do with me. This is why I proposed the Justice League and your two companies participated in the capital injection, just to give you enough platform to take the world as your chess. Tony Stark understood what he meant. Indeed, he and Bruce were both extremely conceited people. It is difficult for people like them to consider the actual situation of their own people except for arbitrary salvation. But that's not his concern. So what? Tony Stark spread his hands impatiently. Are you leaving? Where do you plan to go? L turned his back. His deep gaze penetrated the gloomy black clouds, looked into the depths of the other side of the starry sky, and murmured, where else to go, of course, is to keep the danger off the planet. I'm going alone this time. Tony Stark and Bruce said at the same time, no. Two disapproving eyes converged on L's face at the same time. Even he had to admit that this thing was colder than an iceberg, but under such circumstances, he could only sigh deeply. Frieza is no ordinary opponent. If the battlefield is set on Earth, the planet may be destroyed in a snap. Just the members of his minions, the Jinyu Special Forces, should be enough to beat you, not to mention the thousands of cosmic armies. But that's not the point. The most terrifying thing is him himself. An excited smile appeared unconsciously on L's solemn face. It seemed that just the thought of fighting with such a guy made something surge in his blood. Batman didn't know much about this so-called Emperor of the Universe, but he had heard of his name a few times when Vegeta attacked. Is he that scary? L turned his back and silently answered, yes, he is a formidable enemy. This was the first time that Tony and Bruce saw Carrot speaking to them in such a solemn tone. The genius of the Frozen Demon clan has never received any training since he was a child, and he is already the unrivaled Emperor of the Universe. Even if Vegeta is hundreds of times stronger than he is now, it is absolutely impossible to defeat him. Besides, in such a chaotic universe, anything can happen. What really worries me is that once he undergoes training, his combat effectiveness will increase exponentially even in just 4 months. Having never trained, he already has a strength of 120 million, plus his brother Gula's 450 million, and his father, the king of Kurds. If one person trains, 1 or 2 others will follow suit. If we go by the worst guess, we will face the results of the training of 3 of them at the same time. Even if it's me. L's slightly heavy words made both of them feel numb. Piccolo had once popularized Vegeta's combat power to them. If 120 million is multiplied by geometric multiples, they can't even imagine what kind of power that will be. So one of these opponents is already dying, and if 3 of them are challenged at the same time, how can we defeat them? God, it seems like we just debuted, right? Why did you encounter a world-destroying boss of this level? So, are you sure of winning? While the sense of crisis was overwhelming, Tony Stark and Bruce also reacted. L. This guy seems to be preparing for a one-on-one fight? Fuck, could this guy in front of me also be of that level? Who knows? Kakarot's resolute eyes hesitated for a moment, and he looked down from the rooftop, slowly looking into the depths of the garden. Bulma was still resting in peace, and his adoptive parents, the Kents, were by his side. L was holding little Krypton, and was carefully putting her ear against Bulma's belly, with an expectant smile on her face. Seeing this scene, Kakarot L also laughed, then clenched his fists, and his pupils turned cold. You have to fight to know. This place is too fragile. If you want to fight freely, you have to push the battlefield outside the solar system. If you are not careful in the battle, you may destroy this planet. Perhaps, the name Kakarot is destined to carry everyone's hope, and when everyone is helpless and everyone thinks they can't fight, he will bear everything that he shouldn't bear. Sun Wukong is, Superman is, and Kakarot L is too. Hearing this, Tony Stark stepped forward, grabbed his arm, looked at him seriously and said, "Then we'll go with you." Batman didn't say anything, but he walked to his side with the same firm eyes. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, not a chance to die with Carrot, but a chance to understand the deepest part of the universe. However, Carrot L decisively refused. You will only get in the way. Gotham is entangled in trivial matters, Batman can't leave, and the League's affairs must also involve Iron Man. I did all this in a hurry not to prepare you for Frieza, but to prevent you from being stolen by others. Handing a bottle of wine to the two, Carrot L finally expressed his real concern, but the reason for his concern seemed to be a slap in the face of Iron Man and Batman, full of insults. The universe is surrounded by powerful enemies, not just Frieza. When I'm here, I can deter them from making any rash moves. Once I leave, they are likely to come over, and then, shut up. The two interrupted sharply, their faces darkening. Fuck, you're drinking alone here late at night. It turns out you're worried that we can't keep your home safe for you. Sorry, I didn't discuss this with you beforehand. The words floated to the deep blue sky with the sound of wind. The worries deep in the pupils were like broken glass, scattered on the lines of the palms. As the fists were clenched, destruction gathered on the finger bones. The power of heaven and earth. Even though Batman and Iron Man looked dark, they understood in their hearts that Carrot's words were not groundless. This troubled planet will never be at peace with his departure. The 3 of them stood side by side, leaning on the railing. Carrot's voice is very light, so light that it can disappear with the wind, but it is also very heavy, so heavy that it can carry fate. This universe is far more dangerous than I imagined. Hearing the warning in Carrot's words, Batman interrupted him and along with Iron Man's gaze, followed Carrot's gaze to the sky, and said in a low voice, "I don't care how many demons they have fought in hell, but he has not yet seen the power of our combination." After the words fell, a white cloak descended from the empty roof, and Piccolo's contemptuous taunting voice came from behind the 3 of them. What nonsense are you two ordinary humans talking about here? Don't think you can fight just by wearing flashy clothes. Now that Batman and Iron Man are here, how could Piccolo not come? Tony Stark's face darkened, and he knew without even thinking that this webbing hook had been eavesdropping on their conversation. He curled his lips and said, "TCH, do you think we are 2 monsters? One only drinks water, and the other is a big eater. Who knows that one is stronger than the other? You are so powerful, how about this mess for you?" No. Before Piccolo could say anything, Carrot L was the first to interrupt the 2 of them. "This time the earth can only be left to you. Piccolo must follow me." Hearing this, Piccolo was stunned. What? Why? Seeing this, Carrot L silently took out a capsule from his pocket and threw it on the ground. With a bang, the smoke exploded, revealing 2 single cabins. Batman frowned when he saw this. He really didn't know how to complain. What are the aesthetic requirements for the spaceships made by these astronauts? It's obviously a good spaceship, but why does it have to be so cramped? Could it be that the style made into a shooting star would fly faster? These 2 are the spaceships Sabo and Dodoria are on. Taking out the 2 spaceships, Carrot L was not without aim, and explained to everyone. Just when the press conference was held, Banner and several doctors had already deciphered the spacecraft's program, and they intercepted a monitoring record that was reported to Frieza. The time recorded was before they set off. "Sir, Frieza's starship has set off. The vast universe is filled with large-scale starships, located deep at the junction of the northern galaxy and the southern galaxy." A sturdy man with purple skin touched his chin with vertical lines like a beard, and looked deeply toward a certain direction in the northern galaxy with worried eyes. Next to him now is a tall and slender figure who maintains etiquette at all times. Frieza. Thanos wiped his sword hand, paused slightly, and thought of the figure with 2 horns and a cold smile in his mind. Deep in the pupils, there was a trace of lingering fear, but there was only fear and no fear. Yeah, did he go to Namek? Ebony Throat bowed slightly, raised his hand, and saw a table suspended in the air, slowly floating towards Thanos. On the table was a cup of brewed tea. "Yes, sir, according to your plan, Frieza has already stepped into his grave with 1 foot. Thanos held the sword in his hand, stood up slowly, came back to his senses, and looked down at the 5 obsidian generals under his command. Then the second step of the plan can begin. Let Broly and Paragus go to Namek. The time has finally come when the Emperor falls and we rise. As soon as the words fell, the 5 obsidian generals around them were all gearing up. After decades of swallowing and retreating, they finally had hope of overthrowing Frieza's rule and making a comeback. The Frozen Demon clan dominates the universe, killing planets and selling goods at will. All powerful people have been beaten by the Kurds, even Thanos is no exception. He would never forget that nightmarish day. In front of that child-sized figure, everything about him was as vulnerable as a chicken or a dog. That was the day Titan fell, and it was also Thanos' most humiliating day. Resource depletion is something that every planet must face. Krypton is no exception, and neither is Titan. What is different from Krypton is that in the face of the many unequal treaties made by the Kurdish king when selling the planet, and the internal fighting on the planet, it has always been impossible to maintain a straight line. The desperate Thanos saw through the essence of the Kurdish army's so-called planet trafficking at a glance, or in other words, how cruel the calculations of those cosmic capitalists were. These so-called transactions seem to be selling planets, but in fact they are just another use and plunder disguised as trading after a robbery. Eat up all their resources, turn them into a bunch of vagrants, and then go to another planet to open up wasteland. And when the fruits are abundant, Frieza's army will come back to continue picking their fruits and slaughter them again. This is simply an endless leaks, just a game outside the card table. How could the young Thanos bear such humiliation? He would rather see his hometown destroyed than kneel down and be a dog. But the result was that Titan was destroyed, and he was left by Kurd as a sparring partner for the young Frieza, suffering all kinds of humiliation. Until one day, Thanos made a deal with the goddess of death and staged a drama of resurrection after real death in front of Frieza. Successfully escaped from Frieza's hands, year after year, Thanos carefully avoided the movement trajectory of Frieza's army. While building his own forces and contacting forces in the universe that had been bullied by Frieza's army, he searched for the root power of the universe, collected a lot of information about legends, and tried to make a comeback bit by bit. Finally, he found an opportunity to subvert Frieza. Super Saiyan? He found Paragus and Broly on the planet Wampa in the southern galaxy. The Dragon Ball legend he collected about Namek fulfilling all wishes gave him an opportunity to lay out his plan. He deliberately exposed his identity to attract Frieza's attention. He knew that Frieza would definitely be curious about him, and almost every place in the world would be attracted by the word immortality. How did he survive? Why did he survive? Sure enough, when the plan started, there were more eavesdroppers around him. Thanos is a hero. Although the gap between him and Frieza in combat power has existed since the beginning, he will not give in. He is a person who knows how to avoid the edge and use the things around him. If you can't beat Odin, wait until the Ragnarok. If you can't beat Ancient One, wait until the arrival of the Strange. If you can't beat Frieza, wait until the Super Saiyan appears. He has all the strategies, arrangements, and forbearance, which is different from Frieza's simple meanness. He knew that passing such information would attract Frieza's attention, and thus he could reversely monitor Frieza's army. He planted this seed for nearly 3 years, and in order to determine whether Broly was qualified to beat Frieza, Thanos waited for another year. He also specially found a few planets for him to try the water. This guy whose brain was damaged by his father's controller, once he went crazy, he was really good. Of course, Thanos's preparations are far more than that. Compared with Frieza, a strong man who uses his strength to sweep across the universe, people like him who are deliberate often think carefully about what they do. And now, it is finally time for him to reap the rewards. In the ancient hall, 2 people with their tails wrapped around their waists came, and the atmosphere of injury was filled around them, solemn and heavy. Lord Thanos. Walking to the front of the hall, Paragus knelt on one knee respectfully in front of Thanos. Broly, who was naked on his upper body, also knelt on one knee together with his father. At this moment, the 2 of them were no longer wearing the clothes of the Frieza army. Just kidding, since they have followed the new master, how can they wear the clothes of the previous dynasty? Standing on the left and right ends of Thanos's men, Gamera and Nebula also looked at the 2 with serious faces. However, what Thanos did not notice was that Gamera's eyes were always peeking at Broly's exposed perfect muscles on his upper body, without blinking. Broly seemed to feel Gamera's sight and looked at her subconsciously. When their eyes met, they both lowered their heads in embarrassment. Facing Thanos, Paragus's face was very tense. Although one of his eyes had become disabled, in order to win over Broly, Thanos specially replaced his eyes with mechanical transplants. But in fact, in addition to his resentment towards King Vegeta, Paragus also had no resentment towards his son Broly. If it weren't for me giving birth to you, if there was no you in my life, I should still be on planet Vegeta, an elite noble respected by thousands of people. Why would I fall to the fate of a lowest level warrior? In a sense, as a father, Paragus's psychology is also extremely distorted. Directly from the top of the pyramid of the royal system, he fell to the bottom of the slums, and the reason was just because he gave birth to a child. This strong sense of gap is not something that ordinary people can understand, not to mention staying in that kind of ghost place for more than 20 years. The Saiyans are a race with weak emotions. Even Paragus was initially overwhelmed by his father's love and life-saving grace. But as Broly's uncontrollability gradually threatened his life, the only remaining father-son relationship became extremely thin. But in contrast to him, Broly himself became pure, like a piece of white paper without any contact with the darkness of the outside world. The situation on the planet Vampa is very similar to that on Bayazai Mountain. By coincidence of fate, two children sleeping in the same crib, one fell off the cliff and hit his head, and the other's brain was damaged by someone else. In short, they were not normal people, but they unexpectedly turned negative into positive. So Broly was very respectful to Thanos, because it was the Emperor in front of him who took him away from the barren planet Vampa. Thank you for your hard work, Paragus. Thanos' face showed no expression, his eyes always stayed on Broly, and he admired this child very much. If it weren't for the plan, he would even want to adopt Broly as his adopted son. Broly, how is the training during this period? Broly stood up, imitating the etiquette taught by Gamera, and put his hand on his chest. Very smooth, Lord Thanos. Thank you for asking the fighting master of the universe to teach me. Compared to Broly's humble and euphemistic answer, Paragus obviously wanted to show Broly's more value, and hurriedly stood up and said, My lord, I took Broly to Sakar some time ago to test the results of your practice. Broly challenged all the masters on the entire planet alone, and defeated them completely in less than 5 minutes. If this continues, his name will soon shake the universe. I beg you to believe that Broly's current strength and loyalty will definitely serve you better. As soon as these words came out, Ebony Maw and Thanos frowned at the same time. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Who allowed you to act on your own, Paragus? The fierce aura of Ebony Maw emanated from the Ebony Monkey. Paragus's self-willed behavior was likely to disrupt Thanos' plan. Once Frieza heard something, even if he was not brought here, there were still Cold and Gula. Thanos naturally understood this truth and looked at Paragus meaningfully. The old man was obviously trying to test his bottom line. He knew how much he valued Broly, so he wanted to see how far he could go. But Broly was present, and getting angry at Paragus would only affect Broly's loyalty. So Thanos raised his hand to stop Ebony Maw from blaming him, and instead praised him. Very good, Paragus and Broly, you are the two people I value most. I asked you to come here this time to assign you tasks. When he heard this, Paragus's face was very excited. He had waited for so long and finally got the opportunity to be reused. Yes, please show me, Lord Thanos. Broly frowned on the side. He didn't really like these so-called tasks, and his eyes dimmed. He grew up in the mountains and forests since he was a child, and he was actually a free-spirited person in his bones. What's more, he killed people for others to capture cities and territories. Thanos stood on the stage, taking in the expressions of the two. Seeing this scene, he seemed to have been prepared for it, and took out a well-made golden crown from the box on the table. The overall style of the crown is somewhat similar to the one worn by the old version of Broly, with a golden gem inlaid on it, shining. Don't worry, Broly, I know you are a kind child who doesn't like killing, so I don't want you to conquer the city. Thanos walked up and gently placed his hand on his shoulder like a kind and loving father. Legend has it that on Namek, there is a Dragon Ball that can fulfill all wishes. If I want to find the remaining infinite gems, the best way is to use the Dragon Ball. I hope you can go to Namek to get it back for me. After the voice fell, Thanos looked down at the sturdy man in front of him who was even a little shy, and put the exquisite crown on his head personally, as if he was crowning him. In the center of the crown, a golden gem was shining. As the gem shone brightly, Broly's brain seemed to be in a trance, but he himself did not notice anything wrong. He only felt an inexplicable honor that penetrated his heart. He knelt on one knee instead of bowing. Please rest assured, I will definitely get it for you, Lord Thanos. Broly, I have been wandering for half my life, and I only regret that I have never met a wise master. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to be your godfather. Thanos, I have a daughter named Gamera. I heard that Broly likes people with green skin. How about marrying her to Broly? Until Gamera was taken away to exchange for the Soul Stone. Broly, a real man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and inferior to others for a long time? That is. Seeing the light from the gem from afar, Gamera's heart shrank suddenly as if it was held by a sharp sword. Mind Gem. Nebula, who was standing by, also recognized the Infinity Stone removed from the Mind Scepter, and silently clenched her hanging hands. The two never thought that Broly would be so important that Thanos would dismantle the Mind Scepter and make a headdress for him. Having been with Thanos for many years, the two had already learned to hide their emotions, especially Nebula. In addition to the jealousy of Thanos being reused, there was also fear of sitting on pins and needles in her eyes when she looked at Broly. The seemingly exquisite crown, symbolizing glory, was just a collar for the dog. This also indirectly shows that Broly's strength is by no means controlled by the power of the Mind Gem, but requires a whole gem to work continuously. Let's ask, with such a powerful subordinate, what status does Nebula, who was not reused by Thanos, have? Looking at Broly going away, Gamera's heart was slightly moved by him. She and Nebula both had similar experiences with Broly. They both lost their homes and were trained and brainwashed as killers since childhood. As one of the first people to come into contact with Broly, Gamera felt like looking in a mirror when she looked at Broly. Every time she saw him being severely abused by Paragus, she would respect him from the bottom of her heart. This kind of brainwashing in the name of the father made Gamera feel very uncomfortable, because she and Nebula were the same. In the hall, Facing the respectful figures of Broly and Paragus, Thanos had already won in his heart. He had planned this game for a long time. Thanos had been planning for many years just to reveal the news of Dragon Ball to Frieza. He had just deliberately concealed the news of Frieza from them, just to achieve the best effect at the most critical moment. Thanos believes in fate and karma, and let the Saiyans take revenge on themselves. But no matter what the outcome of this battle between dragons and tigers is, with the Mind Stone as insurance, the final result will be for his use. Gamera, you are my most trusted daughter. The next second, Thanos looked at Gamera and Nebula, handed a controller on his wrist to Gamera, and put his hand on her shoulder like a king and a father. This is the device to activate Broly's Mind Stone. I will give it to you. Nebula will still be your deputy. The two of you will secretly go to Namek and wait for the opportunity to act. In the battle between Broly and Frieza, if Broly wins, use the gem to control him. If Frieza wins, you will take the opportunity to seize the Dragon Ball. But no one knows how far the wish granted by the Dragon Ball can go, so before that, I suggest you collect some intelligence first. Thanos sternly warned the two, but his eyes were mainly on Nebula, because he was the least rule-abiding of the two. But remember, except for Broly, you must never attack Frieza. No matter what, you must never attack him. Thanos deeply agreed with Frieza's fear, but at the same time, Broly's existence was also a great danger to him, and he could not be completely relieved. To tie up the most ferocious tiger in the universe, he must be put on the most terrifying collar. And the owner of the collar robe can only be the person he trusts the most. Yes, father. Gamera and Nebula knelt on one knee and obeyed Thanos' orders. At the same time, the vast universe was boundless, and the starry sky on the other side of the Milky Way was flashing with fireworks of explosion and burning. Boom. In the starry sky lit up by the explosion, a planet was turned into dust. In the distance, a huge group of space fleets swept across the entire galaxy like a locust passing through. A short man with two horns on his head sat in a suspended space capsule, watching this scene coldly. Haven't you heard from Sabo and Dodoria yet? Frieza's tone exuded a cold murderous aura, and his frightening eyes stared blankly ahead. He was obviously not in a good mood, and even the fireworks of the planet's destruction could not make him happy. The news about the resurgence of the Saiyans one after another, coupled with Vegeta's betrayal, the loss of contact between Sabo and Dodoria, and the fact that there were still Saiyan remnants on Earth. All of these made Frieza feel extremely angry. After the voice fell, a small alien with blue skin was scared and sweated. Salbi swallowed his saliva and knelt down respectfully. I'm sorry, Lord Frieza. According to the latest monitoring data, Lord Sabo and Lady Dodoria have been killed. Frieza's mouth was slightly surprised and cold-blooded. Oh, was it Vegeta who did it? Although Vegeta's combat power is weaker than Sabo and Dodoria in normal conditions, once he transforms into a giant ape, it will be 10 times higher, so Frieza is not surprised that Vegeta can defeat Sabo and Dodoria. What surprised him was that once Vegeta did this, it would be like challenging him, and he didn't have the courage. Salbi hurriedly explained, No, Lord Frieza, they encountered Namek on Earth. Frieza frowned, Namek. This is quite a coincidence. There are Namekians on that remote planet. Frieza's mouth corners slightly raised, and his pupils gradually lit up, causing cracks to appear in the glass of the space cabin. He sneered and asked, So, what about Vegeta's ungrateful monkeys? Are they alive or dead? Since Sabo and Dodoria are dead, could they really rebuild their homeland with the help of Kryptonians? The chill spread, and everyone could feel the terrifying aura coming from Frieza. The terrifying gap in life levels made it possible for everyone present, including the cosmic army outside, to turn into ashes in the rage of this emperor. Salbi was so scared that he fell to his knees on the spot, with cold sweat dripping down his cheeks. He quickly said, Please rest assured, Lord Frieza. According to the last monitoring signal, Vegeta and others are dead. It was the Saiyan and Kryptonian hybrid they were looking for who did it. Upon hearing this, Frieza raised his eyelids in surprise, and became interested in the existence of L. Oh, this really surprises me. I didn't expect that the hybrid orphan who grew up on Earth could actually kill Vegeta. Lord Frieza, now all the Saiyan genetic data, Kryptonian genetic data, and the complete life code technology manufacturing engine have become that guy's trophies. Do you think we should take them? Before he finished speaking, Salbi, who was kneeling on the ground, made a gesture to kill him. Tagama, who was beside him, seemed to smell the opportunity to show off in front of Frieza, and knelt on one knee. I will go and get his head and present it to you, Lord Frieza. Seeing this, Frieza crossed his arms and pondered for a long time, shaking his head. Wow, interesting. It sounds like a very interesting game. But let's put it aside for now. The most important thing now is to go to Namek to find the Dragon Balls first, so that I can achieve immortality. As for the life of that half-blood remnant, and the planet called Earth will just become an entertainment festival to celebrate my immortality. Salbi and Tagama shouted in unison, yes. Frieza seemed to feel much better after hearing that Vegeta, the wild monkey who betrayed him, had died. By the way, what's the name of that little guy? Saiyans should be called Kakarot. Frieza repeated it, and always felt that the name seemed familiar. Kakarot. Salbi, he has another name called Kakarot L. Oh. Hearing this, Frieza narrowed his eyes, and he remembered the moment when our Saiyans were extinct, the crab-headed man who was seriously injured and stood alone. It was because of his offense that Frieza even had a hobby of eating crabs, and the chewing taste was like gnawing on that man's head. On the Earth, Piccolo's serious green face actually showed a hint of redness that could not be concealed at this time. You guys. The deserted oasis was frozen with 2 spaceships. Stark and Bruce were frantically loading things onto their spaceship, saying that they were special products for Piccolo to bring back. Countless plant seeds, including some technological civilian facilities. In Stark's words, this was the first time in Earth's diplomatic work that infants and young children were raised and helped to return to their hometowns. This would surely greatly promote friendly exchanges between the 2 sides and make the Earth famous. As for Bruce, he brought a lot of things. Even various luxury cars were turned into universal capsules and stuffed in, but at least half of these things were mixed with his private goods. What are you looking at? You have been eating grass on Earth for so many years, which shows that our Earth is rich in water and grass. Of course, you have to bring some to promote it to your hometown people. Stark was as foul-mouthed as ever, biting a donut in his mouth, which made Piccolo want to beat him up. But seeing that he paid for a lot of things and didn't let Piccolo go back empty-handed, Dick decided to beat him up after he came back. Namek is also an agricultural nation. They can use these daily necessities. At this time, Carrot L also came over with a box of universal capsules. He took the list of items brought by Stark and took a look. Basically, everything was complete. After all, he was going to visit someone, and it was not in line with etiquette to leave empty-handed. Son, is your martial arts tournament still being held? Picker looked at Carrot in confusion. So many things had happened. He didn't know when he would be able to come back after setting foot in the universe this time. Carrot thought for a while and said, wait until I come back. As he said that, Carrot suddenly frowned. The first thing he did when he entered the spaceship was to take out a light-attributed entertainment magazine from the pile of supplies. He was stunned for a while, and then slowly looked at Stark. What the hell is this cover, girl? Are you going to guide the prosperity and development of their descendants? Seeing this scene, Piccolo's face turned red as if he had changed his race, and the whole person seemed to be smoking. Unable to resist the urge to attack any longer, he slapped Stark on the back of his head and yelled, "You bastard! Are you trying to embarrass me on purpose?" Stark covered his head in pain. Damn it, how could he have forgotten that this guy could see through things? Even Bruce couldn't help but look at Stark with contempt. This guy just wanted Piccolo to take out this thing and make a fool of himself in public. He could imagine countless Namekians welcoming the supplies with joy, thinking that their child had made progress, but suddenly they found this thing, and then the whole place was silent, staring at Piccolo's weird eyes. Damn, this planet can't stay anymore. They won't understand this even if you give it to them. Carrot Al rolled his eyes at him and threw the magazine to Stark. Namekians have no gender, they reproduce by spitting out an egg directly from their mouths. Tony Stark's eyes widened, and he suddenly looked at Piccolo, making a series of ambiguous sounds from his mouth, and even looked at Piccolo with a hint of sympathy. Tisk 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 tisk. You are really miserable. Not only can you not enjoy delicious food, you can't even enjoy this. It's good that we can eat too, but we don't need to eat. Piccolo didn't want to pay attention to him at all. He kicked him on the butt, turned his back and walked into the spaceship. But Tony saw this, as if he had finally found an opportunity for revenge, and chased after him with shining eyes, asking like a string of cannonballs. Then do you need to go to the toilet? Do you know what the urge to defecate means? Shut up. Bruce looked at the two people who quarreled as soon as they met, and looked at Carrot silently. Do they have a grudge against each other? Maybe. Carrot L smiled indifferently, and then told Bruce the address of the Temple of Heaven. After I leave, you go to find this person. He is Piccolo's isotope. He will teach you some of the power you should have. Besides, with your willpower, after you have a certain degree of strength, it should not be a problem to stay in that room for a full year. On the eve of the launch of the spacecraft, Kara L and Bulma both hugged Carrot reluctantly. Sorry, it's irresponsible to leave at this time. Carrot L hugged Bulma very apologetically and kissed her cheek gently. At this moment, she needed him the most, but Carrot had to leave. Bulma stroked the back of Carrot's head, and her affectionate eyes contained the most sincere understanding between husband and wife. I understand, EL. I know you are not the kind of irresponsible man who only knows how to practice, never accompanies his wife, and ignores his family. I believe you must have a reason to go. I'll go with you, Al. You have no experience in space navigation, so I can help you a lot. The warm sunshine fell on Kara's beautiful cheeks, leaving a hint of loss and gloom. Looking at his reluctant eyes, Carrot felt inexplicably distressed. Kara L really couldn't bear to let go of this younger brother who was finally reunited. For Supergirl, her mission is to protect Al's growth, and she really did that. When she arrived on Earth, she fought desperately to protect his adoptive parents. But things are fickle, and Kara, who was supposed to protect her younger brother, has now become a drag on him, which makes her feel very uncomfortable. Just stay here and bask in the sun. Seeing this, Carrot L gave Kara a heartfelt hug, warm and reliable. Study the knowledge of the Earth and the social life here with your heart, especially learn to control your own power. Of course Carrot L could see what Kara L was thinking. Compared to the illusory glory of Krypton, as a relative, Carrot hopes that Kara can live a good life without danger. Although she was of Kryptonian blood, she didn't seem to have much choice, but it was enough as long as she didn't fall into the shame of Krypton again. If the world has changed because of Carrot's existence, it is that they no longer need to hide themselves, nor do they have to worry about exposing their identities and causing public panic. L has successfully established such a harbor and plans to lead everyone to usher in such an era. Of course, if someone bullies you, it's mine to beat him to death. The light shines down, and the afterglow of the sun is like an ancient watcher, quietly listening to the firm voice floating into the universe. Caressed Bulma's cheek, and the two's affectionate eyes met in the depths of each other's pupils, entwined with long-lasting love and relying on each other. Then, put this on this time. Bulma kissed Carrot's face, then took out a set of clothes from the suitcase and stuffed them into L's arms. Remember, when we first met when we were children, you were dressed like this. Wear it this time too, just think I'm by your side. Carrot opened his clothes and his eyes froze for a while as the memories emerged. What came into view was an orange-red martial arts uniform. The overall style was relatively loose, with a blue shirt and wristbands, paired with comfortable boots and a tight waistband. Yay, I really miss it. In the blink of an eye, Carrot's body swayed and he put on the brand new martial arts uniform. His whole temperament also underwent earth-shaking changes, and he became full of energy. Compared to Krypton's tights, this one is looser. The next second, Tony Stark, who had completed a lot of operations on the spaceship that even Piccolo couldn't understand, copied, and added more than a dozen communication programs, saw Carrot's martial arts uniform as soon as he came out. Laughed out loud on the spot. Ha 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 ha, you will definitely be very popular when you go to the comic exhibition dressed in children's clothes. Bruce glanced at it lightly, even children in Gotham wouldn't wear this style of children's clothing. Carrot's face darkened and he ignored them. God, what did he just hear? Two people without childhood actually talk about comics exhibitions and children's clothing? Okay, let's go. As soon as Carrot stepped onto the spacecraft, he heard Stark muttering from behind like he was saying goodbye. I hope you don't add a few innocent victims to your journey. And, come back alive. Under the gaze of everyone, the white chrysalis-shaped spaceship slowly lifted into the sky. Because the spacecraft has the coordinate address to and from Namek, this time Carrot and Piccolo are riding the spaceship brought by the gods. In the distant temple, God Piccolo watched this scene with tears in his eyes and his clothes were wet with tears. For him, Piccolo's trip was like going home for him. His intuition told him that Namek would encounter an unprecedented disaster. Hopefully, everything goes well for them. With the words, the reverberating voice, the white spaceship turned into a meteor that shot straight into the sky and disappeared in the vast Milky Way. Deep in the starry sky, there are dots of starlight scattered in the dark night sky, like countless diamonds shining in the night, emitting a faint light, reflecting the universe exceptionally brightly, making people feel awe. The nebulae in the distance flow slowly, like beautiful clouds dancing in the sky. The wonderful shapes seem to depict a mysterious story, which is fascinating. There is only the quiet sound of the universe in the ears, and the hoarse breathing is like a collection of thousands of stars. The power echoes in the darkness. Aha! Damn, all the bones in my body are broken. On an unknown planet somewhere, green light rings slowly flew into the distance as each life passed. Skeletons are like a forest, corpses are scattered everywhere, and in the dark silence, a woman's painful wail can be heard. Blood oozed from the corners of Danvers's mouth and was covered in scars. She was stepped on her head by a purple and white paw and was crushed to the ground mercilessly. A nosy woman. The desolate wind blew Gula's cold voice, and his thick and powerful tail tightened around Danvers' neck, gradually tightening. But I have to praise you. As a woman, you have such speed and strength. If you hadn't gained far more strength than before through training, it would take a lot of effort to deal with you. Monster, monster. Danvers' blood dyed the ground red. She never expected that this action to assist Green Lantern would cause her to suffer the first incredible defeat in her life. The name of Frieza's army is known to everyone in the universe, and even the three major empires dare not touch its edge. However, Danvers has never been afraid of anyone since her debut, and she accepted it on the spot. Result. Plop. The next second, Danvers was strangled and fainted. King Kurd stood aside and watched quietly. It was the first time in decades that someone could make Gula use such a level of power. Let's go to Namek next, Dad. Frieza, the lonesome guy, wants to keep immortality to himself. He obviously doesn't take you and us seriously. Looking at Danvers's limbs gradually going limp, Gula only thought about Frieza's affairs, and threw her out with a flick of his tail. I don't know how many hundreds of kilometers she was thrown to some remote place. Hearing this, King Kurd's deep voice put away the sneer at the corner of his mouth. Well, I hope Frieza won't go too far. After achieving immortality, he will directly blow up the entire planet. Gula's breath slowly gathered, and the mask on his face faded in an instant, returning to its original appearance. Let's go, Dad. The core of this planet has been destroyed and has no value for sale. Let the woman be buried with this planet. The end of the world is unfolding on the desolate planet. Volcanoes are erupting, the earth is shaking, mountains and rivers are flooding, and floods are collapsing. 5 minutes later, when Kurd's spaceship sailed towards the sky, a brilliant explosion once again bloomed in the depths of the other side of the Milky Way. Billions of meteorites scattered in the depths of the universe, and a figure that was almost burned to charcoal was pushed tens of thousands of light-years away. Just like the elf-like green, it is the main theme of the entire Namek. However, a trace of blood red in the green lights up the color of death here. Peace and comfort are the main themes of the entire ethnic group. No one knows what the glory and technological level of the Namek people have reached. But after the catastrophe, everything returned to its original appearance, a simple white house that looked like it was made of some kind of earthen material. The entire planet is a plain landform, and there are a few strange-looking toads lingering in the turquoise lakes. There are few large creatures here. After a disaster, even the Namekians, who had no natural enemies, only had a few hundred people left. Everything is in the stage of recovery. Under the arrangement of the Great Elder, 7 villages manage 7 Dragon Balls respectively, distributed on a planet larger than the Earth. From the perspective of strategic land reclamation, this is a very wise move, a bit like an alternative enfeoffment system. However, everything was broken when Frieza's army arrived. The Dragon Balls of this village have been found, Frieza-sama. By the Green Lake, only corpses were left in the former village. No matter adults, children, or old people, purple blood was spread all over the ground. All the Namekians in the village were slaughtered by Frieza's army. An alien who looked like a dinosaur held 3 planets and bowed respectfully to Frieza. Beside Frieza, Chuyi and Tagoma each held a Dragon Ball. Since Sabo and Dodoria were dead, Frieza's left and right hands had also been replaced by these 2. Very good, I have collected 3. Frieza sat on the suspended throne, smiling brightly, a thick tail casually dropped down, and leaned back. I'm one step closer to eternal life. Yes, but Lord Frieza, some powerful combat forces landed on this planet just now. Frieza looked at Tagoma and muttered with interest, oh, are you stronger than you are now? Because there are many terrifying and indestructible forces in the Anchor universe, Frieza also embarked on a period of extremely terrifying training under the warning of the Kurdish king. In the universe, there are not many people who can simply withstand his power. In the early days, Thanos was his sparring partner. After Thanos faked his death to escape, now it is Tagoma's turn. The huge gap in strength makes all training just an entertainment for the Emperor, like a sadist who likes to torture the opponent with adventure. And Tagoma, who endured hell in training, also underwent an unimaginable transformation. At least now, he has few opponents in the universe. Hearing this, Tagoma lowered his head feeling deeply guilty. Sorry, I can't judge, Lord Frieza. The opponent's value has far exceeded the limit of the detector. However, there are 2 other weak auras that followed them to this planet. They have low combat effectiveness. They may be interstellar travelers or the like. When Frieza heard this, he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he raised his eyelids and looked at the toad-like subordinate on the side. Well, then their trip is really unlucky. Chuyi, go and deal with them. Yes, Lord Frieza. Thank you for letting me go. Ever since I heard the news of Vegeta's death, I've been feeling a little lonely. After all, there are no wild monkeys to mock and despise. As he spoke, Chuyi's acne-covered face showed a smile that tortured his prey. After saying goodbye to Frieza, he disappeared in midair. At the same time, 2 aircraft landed on the surface of Namek. Following closely behind Broly's spaceship, it didn't take long for Gamera and Nebula to arrive on Namek. The clear water and autumn waves, the spring breeze blowing, and the quiet and peaceful atmosphere made Gamera slightly dazzled. I haven't seen such a scene in countless years. In the cruel universe, apart from killing, there is only the terrifying blood of death. A land like this paradise is really rare. Is this Namek? Xingyun always had a cold expression. I really don't know whether to call it peaceful or desolate. Carefully hiding the spaceship, Gamera looked at the planet's sky, which seemed to be extremely long. Now is not the time to look at the scenery. Nebula and the Emperor of the universe are on this planet. We may encounter them at any time. Anyway, let's find the local people first. The 2 walked along the Green Lake for a long time. The entire planet seemed like huge separated wetlands. Except for the deserted islands, there were lakes. Father asked us to collect information about the Dragon Balls first. At least we must get one in our hands. Ebony Ma said that we cannot use this thing unless we gather 7 of them. Thanos wants them to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers and tigers, so they must have the leverage to reap the benefits. Nebula followed Gamera with a sullen look on her face. She glanced at the controller on Gamera's arm and felt a big stone on her chest, pressing hard on her heart. No matter when and where, it was Gamera who was most important, not her. Careful. Suddenly, at this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky and tore apart a corner of the sky. Just as Nebula was stunned, a golden beam of light hit the 2 of them. Gamera had no time to react, and her subconscious reaction could only be to hug her and throw herself to the ground. Boom. The moment the smoke filled the air, red light ignited, and the surrounding vegetation was burned to charcoal. When Gamera came back to her senses, she covered her bleeding arm and rolled up from the grass. Nebula also followed closely behind. The 2 of them stood back to back as if facing a formidable enemy. I saw Chuyi's disgusting and ugly toad face in midair, gradually showing a scary smile. He, it's actually a female life form. Sure enough, you are not Namekians. Listening to your previous conversation, it seems that you are also eyeing the Dragon Ball, right? The moment he stood up, Nebula's vigilant gaze involuntarily fell on Gamera's injured arm while trying to save her. Her heart suddenly tightened and she quickly said, "Be careful, this guy can fly, which is bad for us." Gamera nodded with an ugly expression. If the other party took advantage of the sky, then it would be a problem for both of them to escape. Look at the attire, this ugly thing is Frieza's subordinate. Seeing this, Chuyi slowly fell in front of them. Oh, I actually know your name. Tell me, who sent you here? Gamera's heartbeat was speeding up, and she was holding the actuator given to her by Thanos tightly in her hand. The place where the 2 of them were at this time was very close to where Broly's spaceship landed. If something goes wrong, you can only do it in advance. What's wrong? Aren't you going to answer? Qiuyi's detector transmitted the pitiful value of less than 3 digits for the two people, but he was not surprised. The vast majority of the races in the universe are very ordinary, which is why the Frieza army can be widely spread among the stars. Even if it is just a group of miscellaneous soldiers, they can occupy some planets. It doesn't matter, no matter who it is, as long as they are ants standing in front of Lord Frieza, just kill them. Qiuyi showed a sinister sneer on his face. Seeing that the opponent was coming in a bad way and was obviously rushing to kill them, Xingyun immediately pulled out the laser gun on her waist, and based on the theory of striking first, she raised her hand and shot. Bang! The next second, Qiuyi sneered and twisted his neck, and the laser passed by his cheek. What? Nebula's face was covered with cold sweat of fear, even though her strength was not even in the first echelon among Thanos' men. But her rich combat experience still allowed her to make a judgment. After a little thought, she had already made up her mind. Damn it, I can only take a gamble. Bang bang bang. She cursed inwardly, but the laser gun in Nebula's hand did not stop shooting. Countless lasers were more powerful than one another, but apart from raising dust and explosions on the ground, they did not even touch the corner of Qiuyi's clothes. Ha, you time-wasting scum, you might as well go find some Namekians to play with. Qiuyi's mouth curled up in contempt, and he spit coldly. Seeing this, Gamera didn't care about her injuries. If she didn't fight hard at this time, she would die. She also used the weapons she carried with her to cooperate with Nebula's actions. Qiuyi kept dodging, playing with the two like a cat and a mouse. Although they took out laser guns to attack, Qiuyi was completely unscathed. The strength gap between the two sides is not at all the same dimension. If their battle is the most primitive melee, then Qiuyi's attack is like a modern nuclear weapon. But how could Nebula not know this? She just wanted to disrupt the opponent's vision and then pull Gamera into the water. The trajectory of each shot was to create smoke, and every step was to move in the direction of the water flow. But Gamera obviously noticed more, when she found that Qiuyi's eyes were always fixed on them, and the detector on his eyes was changing data. She knew that Nebula's tactics would not work. If the detector was not destroyed, he would be caught no matter how far he ran. Seeing this, Gamera immediately chose to drive the Mind Stone. On the other side, Broly experienced another wave of Pua from his father after the killing. They were also attacked by Frieza's army, but these Frieza's army were not as lucky as Qiuyi, and they were all killed by Broly. At this moment, Paragus looked at the extremely familiar combat uniforms on the corpses, and his face was frighteningly ugly. After experiencing a backstab, he had already noticed something was wrong. Is Frieza here? Is it his men who are carrying out the mission, or is he here in person? Suddenly, a golden energy light flashed faintly from the crown on Broly's head, and the power of the Mind Stone awakened the deepest anger in Broly's heart. An lingering baby cry, like a human scratching glass with nails, stung his soul uncomfortably. Kakarot. A baby cry echoed in the depths of Broly's mind. Broly's eyes gradually became empty, and he kept muttering, Kakarot. Kakarot. Outside the planet, the horror in Piccolo's eyes was like a child who had just learned addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division within 100 and suddenly saw a series of infinite non-repeating decimals that had no end, and then the teacher told him that you have to calculate the result of this. What's going on? This sudden expansion of air is so incredible and outrageous. Light years away, looking at the huge green planet in front of him, the moment he felt this breath, Piccolo felt like he had fallen into the abyss. His whole body was trembling. 1, 2, impossible, there are actually 4 of these monsters, and 2 of them are not far in front of us, and we are about to reach Namek. On the spaceship, despair and helplessness surged into Piccolo's heart, and he clenched his fists tightly, even his nails were embedded in the flesh. He finally broke away from the joy of returning home. This time he was not returning home after a long journey, but taking them to escape when Namek was about to be destroyed. Is this the universe? There is such a terrifying existence. I can feel the air from such a long distance. Standing beside Piccolo, L's face was as solemn as a mourner in a church, and his solemn eyes were filled with memories. It's strange, this air is full of violence and wildness, but in terms of composition, it is very similar to Hulk, expanding, burning, and unable to control itself, but there is little evil. Somehow, the suddenly expanding air made L feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if the owner of this air had been by his side. L closed his eyes and thought. Suddenly, due to the special nature of the super brain, the memories of his infancy that should have been forgotten emerged in front of him. In my memory, a little boy with a tail curled up amidst his own cries, clenching his tender little fists, choking and sobbing bit by bit. TCH, this familiar feeling, things are getting more and more unexpected. Pico, lower the air pressure to the lowest level. Once you reach Namek, leave the Dragon Balls alone and leave immediately with the remaining people. No matter whose spaceship it is, run away as soon as you rob it. This is the first time that Carrot's tone has spoken in a commanding tone to Bic. The harshness that cannot be refused makes it difficult to imagine that he was once elegant and calm. As the memory emerged, L's face became more solemn, and he gradually disappeared from Piccolo's sight, walking step by step towards the hatch. As long as the Great Elder's life is still there, the Dragon Balls he created will automatically follow him where he is. This is also the special feature of the Namek Dragon Balls. Son. Piccolo watched Carrot walk to the hatch step by step, and couldn't help but step forward to grab him, with cold sweat breaking out on his face. Tell me honestly now, can you defeat these monsters? Carrot pondered for a moment, and the martial arts uniform on his body was gradually wrapped in white aura. Piccolo couldn't tell whether his tone was confidence or doubt. Who knows? Let's ask the sun on Namek. The spaceship will arrive in 20 minutes. When you arrive, we will act secretly. I will lead them away first. The next second, as the hatch opened, Carrot jumped into the universe and flew towards Namek at high speed. When the white light that penetrated the sky and the earth soared above the white clouds, the tragic scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere made Gamera and Nebula freeze at the same time. Qiuyi is dead. Before he even had time to react in horror, his head was instantly crushed by a giant hand. At least from Broly's perspective, it was Kakarot's head that he crushed. The roaring explosion almost destroyed the entire island, and the airwaves rising into the sky actually caused the surrounding lake water to flow upstream. Gamera and Nebula fell into the water and were caught off guard by the undercurrent caused by the impact of the airwaves. Stop Broly, stop it. The controller in Paragus' hand was extremely hot, as if it might explode at any moment, and the collar around Broly's neck tightened tighter and tighter, which also made him more painful. However, because Gamera was involved in the undercurrent, the power of the Mind Stone was always activated. On the one hand, it is the forcible control caused by the absolute torture of the mind, and on the other hand, it is the release of the purest instinct deep in the soul. The impact of the two parties intertwined in Broly's mind, forming a huge undercurrent storm. The electric current that spreads throughout the body awakens the shadow of childhood caused by tens of thousands of abuses. Ugh, Kakarot. Broly held the collar around his neck and tore it hard. He didn't know what material the collar was made of. It was like a tight band restraining a monkey. It penetrated into the flesh and took root. Even with his current strength, he couldn't break it. Tear off. Broly screamed in agony. The feeling of suffocation gradually spread. The wailing, despair, helplessness, and resentment. The stinging pain in his heart seemed to be rolling through a pan of oil. During the countless days and nights of torture in Wampa Star, no one had ever come to save him. What is sad and deplorable is that the only thing that accompanies him in this world and exists in his heart is his father's abuse. There is only the cry of the baby that has been heard since birth. The next second, Broly's muscles were filled with terrifying energy at a speed visible to the naked eye, swelling to a state far beyond the normal collective state, looking burly and terrifying. He is like a terrifying murderous god standing in the sky and earth, exuding violence that destroys everything since ancient times. Kakarot snapped. Suddenly, everything seemed to stop. Boom, boom, boom. Two hot hearts are beating with the echo of fate, like a movement entwined by fate, spanning more than 10 years. The heavy knocking sound seemed to break the most primitive instinct, making Broly unexpectedly quiet. He turned his head little by little, almost as if he was stuck, and looked at the person behind him with a feeling. One arm grabbed Paragus' hand using the controller, and he stared at the existence in front of him with a cold expression like the cold wind blowing in winter. Who are you? Paragus' eyes widened in shock. The appearance of the person reminded him of the Saiyan named Alika. In an instant, there was lightning and thunder. The originally clear sky suddenly gathered dark clouds that covered the sky. A bolt of lightning struck between the two of them, and a strong wind suddenly rose. L looked at Broly and looked at each other, then looked at Paragus coldly, grabbed his hand with one hand, and squeezed it gently. With a bang, the terrifying force turned the controller in Paragus' hand into powder, and even Paragus' fingers were pinched and deformed. But Paragus had obviously forgotten the pain. The destruction of the controller made his whole body feel like he was struck by lightning. The lingering tremor in his pupils hit the deepest fear in his soul, and he let out a desperate moan. No one knows Broly's horror better than him. This action of the newcomer is tantamount to letting go of the reins of a mad dog capable of destroying the universe. What an amazing thing. It can actually suppress such a level of power. L made no secret of his disgust for Paragus, and his contemptuous tone evoked a hint of coldness, and he said to himself. But, there seems to be another explanation for the story. Superman's weakness has never been kryptonite but kindness. Just like Broly can easily kill you without losing control. The fact that you can survive until now is the best proof. Pushed Paragus to the ground. He didn't deserve to be a father. He was an orphan after the destruction of his clan. He and Broly clearly only had each other, but they always controlled their children in the name of love. And if Paragus didn't know Broly's love well, how could he dare to take advantage of it? Even the fat puppet knew how to kill Babadai when he wasn't paying attention, so how could Broly not know? Superman's weakness has never been kryptonite, and Broly has never been controlled because of the controller. Paragus's face was full of shock. His expression changed again and again as he looked at the visitor, but for some reason, he still felt familiar. Who are you? How do you know about Broly? Te. The next second, under Paragus' horrified gaze, Broly's raised corners of his mouth outlined the musical scale of the name word by word. But this time it was not out of anger, but out of reason. Upon hearing this name, Paragus was as shocked as the lake on Namek. As Broly blurted out his words, the face so close to him seemed to overlap with Alika. Could it be that you are Alika's son? The moment he stood in front of Broly, L's heart was beating with an unprecedented feeling. The blood followed the breath that flowed through his body, the surging heat, as if something was urging in the deepest part of his heart, and every cell in his body was cheering. The beating of the two hearts seemed to overlap in a resonant manner at this moment. Broly. With one step, the weeds within a radius of 5 kilometers were flattened by 3 inches by the airwaves on Carrot L's body. Without paying attention to Paragus, Carrot L's eyes were just staring at Broly, muttering the name of the person in front of him. Unbelievable, he had never felt this way in his life, and he didn't dare to have such a feeling on the earth like his hometown. But now, when this feeling came to his heart, Carrot L clenched his fist silently as if a piece of skin was torn off. Is this guy really Kakarot? How could it be? How could Kakarot be here? Didn't he die in the destruction of the planet? Paragus, who was pushed down, widened his eyes in surprise. He really couldn't believe this almost coincidental fact. But Carrot L's face was very similar to Erika and even Bardock, and this fact that he had to accept was placed in front of him. After a moment of trance, Paragus came back to his senses when he saw Broly. Cold sweat wet his back and his face was pale. It's over, it's all over now. Broly has lost control. This planet, no, the entire galaxy can't stay anymore. Bang! Suddenly, the whole island collapsed, and Broly and Carrot L disappeared at the same time. Immediately followed by a huge sonic boom, which overturned the emerald green lake surface. Suddenly, without any signs, the attacks of the two people were like the attraction between magnets, and they collided with each other the moment they approached. Ah! Paragus was caught off guard and was swept away by the airflow. The huge waves rolled up a devastating wind, like an eagle hitting the sky, like a comet hitting the moon. Kakarot L punched Broly in the chest. The fist of the Iron Man never thought that anything could stop his power, but this time, the terrifying power only made Broly's body tremble slightly. Broly's knee also kicked Kakarot's arm that was blocking. Although Kakarot did not step back, his whole arm felt a little numb. In terms of fighting skills, after experiencing the teachings of Thanos and others, Broly is no longer a novice in the battle on the planet Vampa. Hehehehe ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The first round of attacks by the two were just tests. But in Broly's out-of-control subconscious, it seems that nothing makes him happier than confirming Kakarot's strength. He laughed out loud, as if something that had been suppressed for many years was finally released. This is completely different from Vegeta's belief that Kakarot is the worst low-level warrior. In Broly's subconscious mind, Kakarot, who once impressed him deeply, should be stronger than everyone else. The staggered blows pulled apart the shock of the collision, and Carrot L looked at Broly's dress, slightly lost in thought. The green animal skin was tied to the white waistband, and a long scar was clearly visible on the left cheek, making the smile on his face even more hideous. On both wrists, he wore golden wristbands similar to those of aristocrats, and the same decorations were also on his ankles and neck. This is more like the dress of the old version of Broly, but the animal skin tied around the waist and the scar on the face are only in the new version. The most important thing is that Carrot L almost recognized the glittering golden gem on Broly's headdress at a glance. That's the mind gem. Why is this thing on his head? Is someone controlling him now? Thanos. The intercepted communication message flashed through Carrot L's mind instantly. Perhaps it was not a coincidence, but Thanos had planned it long ago? What is there in Namek, a place like this? What is worth coming to? The answer is undoubtedly Dragon Ball. The purpose of outsiders coming here can only be Dragon Ball? So where did Paragus and the others hear about this thing? Before Carrot L could sort out his thoughts, the urgent battle never allowed any distraction. In the vast world, a thrilling battle followed. Bang, 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 bang. The two figures kept disappearing and appearing, fighting at a speed that ordinary people could not see clearly, and every move and every style exuded terrible power. Fist to fist, heart to heart, elbow to elbow. The power of the collision shattered countless rocks and gravel. Carrot L kicked Broly on the jaw, then opened his 5 fingers and fired a gas bullet. Boom. Broly did not retreat or dodge despite the explosion. A pair of sandbag-sized fists came straight to Broly's face from the swirling smoke, so fast that it was hard to resist. Carrot L had predicted this by sensing the breath and seeing through the smoke. He dodged the fist and kicked Broly in the back. Broly's growth rate was amazing. After a short fight, he had seen through Carrot's fighting style, bent his knees to avoid it, and then sneered and kicked back. Carrot L could not dodge in time, so he could only fight hard and punched him with clenched fists. Bang! The next second, fists and feet collided, thunder and lightning flashed, and it was another fight between you and me, one punch better than another, one move faster than another, and the figures of both sides almost intertwined into one person. Suddenly, the energy in Broly's body moved again, his fingers pointed to the sky, and a low roar came from his throat. The air suddenly condensed into a bright green light, falling from the sky. The earth kept shaking, the entire star core seemed to be shaking, and the lake water was backflowing. Carrot had never faced such a terrifying opponent, so he naturally did not dare to be careless. He raised his hand and sprinkled a piece of golden energy to offset the energy wave, and then appeared on Broly's side again. A punch rushed over, with overwhelming force, immediately bombarded Broly's face, and directly knocked him out. Now Carrot, without the need for gas, has a pure physical strength of 54 million combat power. Strictly speaking, this strength has far exceeded those normal Saiyans. However, the guy standing in front of him, as a legendary Super Saiyan born only once every 1000 years, has obviously been cheating to the limit of doomsday. Although he did not automatically become a Super Saiyan like the old version of Broly, his normal combat power was almost immediately superior to Carrot's the moment he was injured. Ugh. The majestic energy filled his muscles and nerves, and the irrational roar triggered the instinct of anger. The power was almost much stronger than before, and he punched L away. Bang! Carrot flew backwards in pain, his figure seemed to ignite the air, and his mind was dazed for a while. In memory, this was the first time someone made him so embarrassed. Haha, this guy is simply unreasonable. The next second, pure white flame suddenly bloomed from his body, offsetting the force applied to his whole body. Wiping the dust off his face, Broly's fist scratched a shallow scar on his face, but it healed in a blink of an eye. The sun shining from Namek feeds the lives of several planets around it, and it is also a yellow sun in its youth. This makes Carrot L feel extremely fortunate. As long as the sun is there, he is undefeated. But for some reason, despite being embarrassed for the first time in his life and being injured for the first time in his life, Carrot L's heart did not feel angry at all, but the blood in his body was surging wildly. It's getting hot. This is the first time my body is so hot. The smile on Carrot L's mouth is like a traveler who is lost on the journey and finally finds the meaning of life. That feeling is like a person who has been paralyzed in his lower limbs for many years suddenly standing up. I don't feel pain and anger that someone in this world can hurt me. I feel that it is so wonderful that someone in this world can hurt me. You are worthy of me, Broly. I will show you my real skills. Carrot L slowly clenched his fists, his eyes gradually became cold. If the energy that filled his body before was just a drizzle that moistened everything silently, then now it is like a torrent of endless water like a raging river. The energy that spewed out was like the ashes of a volcanic eruption, dyeing the sky black, and at the moment it was compressed to the limit, it turned into countless dazzling white lights, lighting up everything in the world. A flash of orange-red morning sun reflected in the turquoise water, the roar of breaking free from the shackles. At the moment when he looked up to the sky and roared, Carrot L released all his power. This was also the first time in his life that he shouted loudly. The muscles all over his body were constantly tightening and consolidating as they expanded and contracted, as if they were constantly breaking apart the chains that bound him. The iron cage that suppresses the word Superman is opened by the key to promotion, and the savage beast released from it will be the most terrifying predator in the world. 75 million? 120 million? 370 million? 690 million? 1.8 billion? The insurmountable limit gaps were opened at this moment. Every time the limit of combat power was crossed, a terrifying energy shield was set off and spread around. The wind and clouds are changing, and countless shadows spread out the light in the sky and the earth, making everything eclipsed. The waterfall of supreme destruction bursts from the singularity, shining brighter than the sun and hotter than fire. Chi, the power of the Dragon Ball universe's worldview, is like the existence of oxygen. Life cannot survive without it, and it allows the fire of power to burn because of it. It is bound to the human body, but it is like some means of controlling the human body. The existence of Chi even directly determines the origin of the physical strength of life. Even a family of frozen demons like Frieza must abide by this law. A situation where a warrior uses no energy at all and a situation where he uses all his energy to explode are two completely different realms. During the Namek era, and even in the late Dragon Ball period, apart from daily life, the normal power of 5000 was the physical state that Sun Wukong himself was most comfortable with. But once you improve your combat effectiveness by controlling the power of Chi, it will immediately increase hundreds or even thousands of times. Facing Frieza's period, the normal change was from 5000 to 3 million. In the later period, as the breath control became more sophisticated, the number ranged from several hundred to hundreds of billions. As for Carrot L himself, he rarely uses the power of Chi. First, Superman's body is enough to allow him to deal with countless dangers. Second, the Chi itself will have a certain impact on the physical strength of life. Once it is not used, the effect will be greatly reduced. Just like when Sun Wukong was in Super 3, it was difficult to lift a 40-ton load under normal circumstances. If you think about it this way, it's a huge difference compared to Superman's pure physical power. But once he uses up his energy, even the power to destroy the universe cannot kill Sun Wukong. In the case where the yellow sun directly strengthens Kryptonian cells, Carrot L would naturally not deliberately leave this weakness in order to reach a higher level. No, it's not enough. You can't defeat Frieza like this. After a long time, the light dissipated, and Carrot L's entire body underwent some subtle changes. In terms of the intensity of the aura he just sensed, Frieza's aura was definitely not the normal 530,000. What he was worried about still happened, and with Gula and the Kurdish king coming over at the same time, he was still too far behind. I just hope that Frieza has only gone through training and not reached the golden form. In addition to being warlike, Carrot did not blindly start a war with Broly, but wanted to use it to become stronger. He must far surpass them. Not enough is not enough. Not to mention tens of billions, hundreds of billions, even trillions, gigabits, Jing, Guy's combat power must be surpassed. Come on, Broly, let me see how powerful the legendary Super Saiyan is. L assumed a fighting stance. Compared to the fear of facing the danger of death, he now only felt free and comfortable. As a combination of Saiyan and Kryptonian, or as a combination of Kakarot and Superman, he also has the same setting as Chuan Chao and Doomsday. All the previous training is for this moment of accumulation, and all the foundations in ordinary days and nights are for this moment of youth. So many powerful guys can finally have a good fight. At this time, Broly also roared up to the sky, and the enthusiasm emerging from his will allowed him to cross the gap called transformation under normal circumstances. In an instant, Broly opened his eyes that were shining with green light, and an astonishing amount of energy surged out, instantly condensing into a beam of light and striking at Carrot. Not to be outdone, Carrot raised his hand, and golden energy spurted out from his fingertips, forming a beam of light that covered his whole body. He then punched out, hitting Broly hard on the chest. Boom! The sun seemed to be trembling. Two powerful countershock forces collided with each other, shaking the entire planet. Kakarot! Kakarot! Broly felt his body becoming increasingly hot, a completely uncontrollable burning of terror that almost filled his sanity. The tenfold increase in combat, the unlimited increase in combat power, and the entangled opponents in fate all turned into ignited fuses at this moment, detonating the gunpowder in his body. Kakarot! The two men fired energy bombs at the same time, and the iron fists confronting each other intertwined in the explosion of energy collision. The battle became more and more intense, and both sides released their full strength and attacked more and more fiercely. Da-da-da-da-da, ya-ya-ya, ah. The figures in the air could not be seen clearly, and only the roars of shouting and killing were heard under the sound of sonic booms. Not long after, Carrot's figure was blasted back by Broly's face-to-face energy explosion. Broly rushed forward, and followed closely with a kick, which immediately knocked him into the pit. The terrifying aftermath swept the raging lake water, turning into a heavy rain over the horizon. Following that, he spread his hands, and the dazzling light lit up the emerald green death on the earth, bursting out terrible energy, like thunder from the sky, heavily hitting Carrot's body. Boom! Thick black smoke rose from the ground. Until the moment the sun shone, a pair of clear eyes slowly opened from the dark underground like a ruin, and the clenched fists flew back to the sky from the ruins. With a shake, he was invincible again. Seeing this scene, even Broly, who was in a state of anger, was slightly stunned. Kakarot's whole body was shining with golden light, and the fierce momentum almost distorted the space of the entire grassland. Kakarot seems to have become stronger again? My head was buzzing, and I looked at a lot of Dragon Ball combat power values, which were things that they themselves didn't understand at all, and the data in each post was different. It was all made up by netizens, and there was no uniformity. The official even gave up directly, and it was better to learn from the American comics to set up and hang up. The thread of fate finally intersects at this moment. Two children born on the same day and in the same baby cabin meet miraculously on another planet several years and decades later. At the end of the lake, the green waves reflect the same green face, and the blood on the forehead flows down the cheek. The earth shaking in the distance is shocking, as if the whole sky is collapsing. Just after climbing out of the water, Gamera heard Paragus's weak voice behind her and looked back vigilantly. Under the broken walls and ruins on the side, Paragus, who was also scarred, covered half of his arm, gasping for breath half dead, and gasping for breath with complicated eyes. No one knows what kind of mentality he had when he saw Carrot: shock, confusion, surprise, trance, but more of nostalgia. Perhaps no matter how long it has been, for him, everything on planet Vegeta seems to have happened yesterday. Because of the undercurrent, Gamera's clothes were torn open, exposing the scratches and bruises all over her body, which was stinging. She also pulled Nebula out of the water and looked down at the water in the mechanical eyes. The parts inside seemed to be broken, and she cursed that she couldn't see clearly. Strictly speaking, this is not a safe area. They ran here and stopped only because they had no extra energy. There is no safe zone here. Even if they run to the farthest distance on this planet, they may die in the next second. Paragus sighed as he looked at the reflection on the lake. Broly's loss of control meant that he was probably not far from death. It seemed that it was not until the moment when Broly and Kakarot collided that Paragus finally realized that he had become old. Times have changed. It no longer belongs to them. It is unbelievable that even Kakarot has grown so big and has the terrifying strength to fight Broly. Has our era really passed? Paragus looked at the Deathland in the distance, which had become a forbidden zone, with a complicated expression, and his murmurs gradually became desperate in self-pity. However, the next second, until the cold muzzle of the gun was pressed against his temple, he came back to his senses slightly. Gamera. Looking at the familiar green face in front of him, Paragus's expression flashed a trace of surprise, but then, as if he had figured it out, he showed a self-deprecating sneer, laughing at both Thanos and himself. So that's why Broly suddenly lost control. Paragus never thought that he would not escape the fate of being abandoned by the superiors in the end. I'm old and confused. I'm really old and confused. The overlords of the universe are all the same. King Vegeta is, Frieza is, and Thanos is, too. These people are never trustworthy. No, to be precise, Broly's power will be rejected and feared wherever he goes. You know him, tell me, who is fighting Broly now? Regardless of the wounds on her body, Gamera can't see the current situation clearly, but she knows that she must figure it out. The strange man in orange-red clothes who suddenly appeared just now seemed to know Broly, and fought with him inexplicably. The devastating battle cracked the earth, and countless valleys and plains have been turned to ashes. This also made it dare not release the control of the Mind Stone on Broly, because if the other party is an enemy rather than a friend, with that person's current combat power, Broly might be killed by him in the first place. Terrible? No, their power has completely surpassed Gamera's understanding of power. It's just that even a science fiction movie dare not be filmed like this? In this kind of battle, are they really still human beings? No, are they really still cosmic life forms? God, the scourge of all things, perhaps these names are more accurate? Gamera could not imagine that their terrible power was not determined by the number of opponents. Even if they were in the army of millions of universes, they would be destroyed in a blink of an eye. It doesn't matter if I tell you, the controller is destroyed anyway. If you can control Broly in another way, that would be exactly what I want, at least we can all survive. At this moment, the three of them were injured. Gamera broke one hand, Nebula lost one eye, and Paragus lost one eye, a broken hand, and a gun was pointed at his head. Paragus's eyes extended a trace of loneliness in his old age, and a longing for memories, as if the past was just what happened yesterday. Ever since Broly was still a toddler, he often unconsciously muttered a name. Kakarot. And when I first heard this name from him, I couldn't even believe it, because the first pronunciation he learned was not Dad, but Kakarot. Speaking of this, Paragus's eyes even had a trace of jealousy, but after thinking about it, he put it behind his mind. That might be the name he heard in the baby cabin, Kakarot. I didn't know what that name meant to Broly before. After all, except for the two guys who were guarding the baby cabin, no one knew what happened inside. But now I seem to understand a little bit, that's fate. Just like the mission your father believed in. The only person who made him lose control, perhaps, is the only one who can save him. After all, there will never be another person like them in the world. In the distance, when the howling wind and waves drove the 8 directions of the world, starting from one place and never stopping, there was no end to the place where the wind blew, wandering across the entire earth, stretching for tens of millions of miles. The volcano was ignited, the raging waves were shocked, and the words that responded from the sound of the wind exuded the forgotten innocence of childhood, echoing with the voice of Paragus. I'm so happy, Broly. Standing up from the deep pit of the ruins, L, suspended in the air, silently raised a smile, his eyes fixed on Broly's white eyes without pupils. From the deepest part of his eyes, a touch of gentleness permeated, as if to add a touch of humanity to his out-of-control eyes. There will never be another person like you and me in the world. Born on the same day, in the same incubator, and even born in the same family framed and expelled by King Vegeta, forced to leave the planet, as the last orphan exiled at the end of the universe. We are both so special. You are a legend born only once in 1,000 years, a true elite, and I am a fusion of Krypton and Saiyans, only borrowing a little light from the sun in the talent of a lower-level warrior. For some reason, when Broly, who was originally in an angry state, heard Kakarot's words, he unexpectedly became quiet. Kakarot. When the power of the soul is traced back to its source, that baby's cry is precisely the key to unlocking the treasure at the door. If you disregard the setting of the movie version, the existence of Super Saiyan requires the number of S cells in the body to reach a certain level. That is the heart of peace. The original interpretation of the legend of Saiyans is that they possess a peaceful heart, but awaken due to anger and become a legendary warrior, surpassing the limits that all genius warriors cannot cross. It takes 1,000 years for a legend to be born. In other words, as a Super Saiyan, Broly himself cannot violate the settings of the S cell. In other words, he is born with a heart of peace. Based on this, tracing back to the most ancient setting period, then the existence of the new Broly and his kind personality will make sense. Kaka. Lot. For some reason, the mind gem above Broly's head changed subtly at this moment, and its original wanton light gradually became softer. The power of the gem has changed from controlling the mind to protecting the mind and strengthening the mind. As this power expands, a connection across consciousness seems to allow Broly's own consciousness to penetrate into Kakarot's heart. The vivid scenes are always lingering in the deepest memories of the two people. One is because of the influence of the super brain, and the other is because of his own particularity. Ha ha ha, Paragus's son is really amazing. The little devil just born has a fighting strength of 10,000. Look, it scared Alika's child next door, who has only 2 combat abilities, to tears. Haha, although his combat power is very low, maybe this kid named Kakarot will have a different fate in the future. Alika, is that you? Wait, what are you going to do? Alicia, stop. Sorry, there is no time. This planet has no time. I have to take Carrot away now. My dear mother, I really want to stay with you for a little longer. You must live well and grow up well. The two completely different fates began at that moment. A man who went to the Wampa star in the southern Milky Way was obviously a legend of the ethnic group for thousands of years, but he was abandoned and persecuted. A man who went to the northern galaxy Earth was obviously a pioneer changer, but he was branded a traitor. He had no choice but to carry the genes of his entire family and wander around the world. Boom. In the distance, the actuator in Gamera's hand suddenly exploded uncontrollably. As the actuator of the Mind Stone was destroyed, Broly's aura spread outwards in an expanding manner. Green, blue, purple, gold, countless streams of light surged on his body, spurting out from his mouth and nose in an instant. The moment he opened his mouth, a beam of light shot through the sky and into the sky, almost completely burning the atmosphere of Namek. Not good. Seeing this scene, Carrot's figure moved. The moment it moved in midair, bright golden light suddenly gathered on his hand. The colorful golden light clenched into a fist in an instant, like a golden dragon coming out of his hand, hitting Broly hard. But the next second, there was only a bang, and his fist was caught smoothly. Don't worry, Kakarot. The calm words with a hint of apologetic sigh made Carrot stunned for a moment, and he saw the outline of Broly's pupils gradually appearing in the whites of Broly's originally distracted eyes. When the Mind Stone meets the owner who really needs it, the divine power originating from the source of the universe also lights up the sincerity in his pupils. Manipulating and controlling others is only one of the abilities of the Stone of Mind. Strengthening and protecting the mind, connecting with the minds of others, and even activating individual potential are all indispensable parts of this infinite stone. What has to be said is that Broly is almost the most suitable person to possess this gem. Long time no see. Kakarot. Broly was extremely surprised by the force of Carrot's punch. His bones were numb from the palm of his hand and between his fingers to his shoulder. His intuition told him that when Kakarot penetrated the power of this punch through his whole heart, he would not be able to accept this punch. The battle just now made Broly feel very strange. There seemed to be some strange fighting entanglement between him and Carrot. This is indeed the case. Broly's growth rate is unreasonable. This also creates a gap in strength between the two sides during the battle, causing one side to suddenly far surpass the other. In this way, Carrot will instantly fall into a near-death state under Broly's attack. As for Saiyans who are on the verge of death, once they recover, their combat power will increase irregularly and significantly. Due to the Kryptonian's physique, Carrot's recovery speed in the sun is almost equal to no blood loss. After nearly dying, Carrot instantly recovered with the power of the sun, and his combat power skyrocketed again. Similarly, after Al becomes stronger, he will continue to attack Broly with more powerful force, which in turn stimulates the potential in Broly, making him stronger, and then he will fight Carrot again. Then there is an infinite loop and infinite stuck bugs. Superman has an idealistic setting, and Broly is unreasonable. Both of them become stronger when encountering strength, and each has no upper limit. It can be said that Doomsday collided with Yafu, and the fight was endless. Fortunately, Broly is awake now, otherwise, even Frieza would probably be confused. I thought I was invincible after reaching gold in 4 months, but I really can't understand the bug you guys have. Although I still want to fight you now, it doesn't seem like the time for us to fight now. Seeing that Broly didn't seem to have any intention of attacking, Carrot's strength in his hand gradually retracted. Although the breath on his body subsided, the defense power of his body was still greatly improved by the increase in combat values. To be honest, this was the first time he enjoyed the combat benefits of the Saiyans. The moment the voice fell, the two looked up at the depths of the sky at the same time. The huge spaceship drew a long arc on the blue skyline. The family of the Universe Emperor from the Frozen Demon clan finally landed on Namek. The next second, Broly silently reached out his hand and pulled off the collar on his neck, and also freed himself from the last shackles. Just like if Batman died one day, Superman would not give kryptonite to another person. Since the controller had been destroyed by Carrot, his self-restraint became a meaningless thing. Broly clenched his fist silently, but when he looked in the direction of Gamera and Paragus, his face showed a trace of worry. After a moment of hesitation, he flew away without looking back. Carrot saw this and hurriedly chased after him, flying side by side with Broly. It seemed that he saw through what he was thinking and reminded him calmly, "Be careful, don't be someone else's pawn." Broly didn't even look at Carrot. At this moment, his mind was very complicated and messy. Many things that he shouldn't have thought about were coming out one by one. But his sensibility told him that it didn't matter even if it was like this, it didn't matter if he was used, and it didn't matter if he died. As long as he could get a little bit of fatherly love and recognition, he could do what they wanted. The shaking of the sky and the earth gradually subsided, and suddenly, the heat wave spread away, affecting the entire climate of Namek. The moment the dying light dissipated from the sky, Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly on the oblate spaceship, and his face showed a cold and displeased look. The wine glass shaking in his hand smashed into pieces with a bang. This was originally a drink prepared to celebrate his imminent immortality, but now he might as well celebrate it with fireworks. Seeing this scene, Tagoma was so frightened that he knelt down on one knee in front of Frieza. "Lord Frieza, those two powerful fighting forces just now have disappeared." Even though Frieza didn't know how to sense aura, no one could hide the slight vibration that shook the entire planet. Frieza's face became extremely ugly, and the sneer on his lips showed a trace of undisguised murderous intent, but it was just a casual business. But it is the cold blood molded by countless bones. This is to be expected, Tagoma. They will not continue fighting until they achieve their goal. Ha, what a bunch of rude guys. It seems that I'm here for the Dragon Balls too. Frieza's eyes stayed on the Dragon Balls in Tagoma's hand. In any case, it was better to collect these things quickly. Sorby was so frightened that he lay on the ground, his legs were so weak that he couldn't stop trembling and asked, "Well, how do you know their purpose, Frieza-sama?" Frieza narrowed his eyes and looked at Sorbet as if he were an idiot. He was a little surprised that his stupidity could reach such an extent. It's obvious that a battle like the one just now can easily destroy this planet. But until now, Namek has been safe and sound. This can only mean that either the other party cannot survive in the universe, or there are things on this planet that they are worried about. Frieza's words made Salby feel ashamed, but the Legion commander, who had some intellectual problems, didn't seem to hear it. Frieza's words were not a kind explanation to him, but to ask him to act accordingly. Now that he knows that the other party is here for Longzhou, he will definitely come to find them at that time. Did he? At this moment, Frieza's spacecraft communication program received the sign of the arrival of Namek from King Kurd and Gula. Seeing this, a technician wearing a silver helmet hurried over and said, "Lord Frieza, we just received the landing signal from the spacecraft. Lord Kurd and Lord Gula have also arrived on Namek." Upon hearing this, Frieza curled his lips angrily. Oh, this is really a surprise. But since I came all the way here, let's treat him well. After all, it's their fault for keeping an eye on me so closely. Nero, I'm afraid Namek is coming to an end. You should take the remaining clan members and escape. Some corner of the planet. In the huge white hut, the old man's last instructions came from the bedside. The elder's skin has turned brown with age, and he no longer has the strength to even open his eyelids. He is so old that he has entered the countdown to his life. He may die at any time. In his long life, he has almost become one with this planet and this ethnic group. As the soul of Namek, the Great Elder naturally felt the decrease in the lives of his people and the slaughter of villages by many aliens. Very few of his already few descendants have been killed. Nowadays, no tears can be squeezed out of his face, but his painful and mournful heart is tormenting this old man who is about to die of illness like maggots attached to his bones. He never expected that those young children would walk in front of him. Great Elder. Nail clenched his fists unwillingly until his nails were deeply embedded in his flesh. Tears welled up in his eyes, but his expression still shone with determination. I will never abandon you. My mission is to protect you until the very end. Even if you die, Nero will die first before you. I will fight with those cruel executioners until the last moment to avenge the entire Namekian planet. Hearing this, the Great Elder showed a happy smile on his face. Unfortunately, he no longer has the strength to encourage and comfort the child in the form of touch. Good boy, Nalo, I know your heart, but I believe you also felt the earthquake just now. It is by no means a power that you can match. You must leave the last fire for Namek. I'm sorry, Great Elder, I simply can't do it. I'm a coward. If I really want to leave a final spark, I don't think I'm the best suitable candidate. I don't have the strength to bear everything and survive, and I can't leave you here alone. Protecting you has become the whole meaning of my life. Nero gritted his teeth in great torment and pain. Of course he understood how powerful those people were, so he was ready to die. He has a clear understanding of himself. He is definitely not a person who can live quietly for the sake of his mission, and he absolutely cannot afford to bear the fire of the Namek people's revival. Therefore, he must advise the Great Elder to carefully consider this candidate. If Namek is destroyed, what's the point of living alone and eking out a living? I am a fighting Namekian. Even if I die, I will die in battle. Hearing this, even the Great Elder sighed deeply, helpless. Humph, what a stupid thing. When will you end up with your innocent and stupid words? Suddenly, a cold voice with a touch of magic sounded behind Nalo, and his green face showed through the white cloak, staring at the two people coldly. Who? When the voice hit his ears, Nalo's face froze, and he immediately turned around and assumed a fighting posture. However, when he saw Piccolo's face that was almost 89% like him, he was still stunned in surprise. Are you a Namekian? Piccolo also observed Nalo and the elder who was almost a giant, with a somewhat complicated look in his eyes. I guess so. He suppressed all his breath, so it was impossible for the two of them to detect his sneaking in. Child, who are you? The Great Elder asked with some confusion. Although most people of their race looked similar, as the father of every child, the Great Elder was sure that he had never seen Piccolo on Namek. Piccolo slowly looked at Nairobi and warned sternly. There's no time to explain. Now the Frozen Demon clan has all gathered here. You have to leave here quickly. I don't know the specific location of the remaining Namekians. Although I can feel the energy, they may not trust me. So it's up to you. Hurry up and gather everyone together and get on the spaceship with me. I'm here to guard you. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Upon hearing this, Nalo was stunned for a moment, and immediately looked at the Great Elder, seemingly asking whether he should trust the person in front of him. When the planet encountered a terrorist threat, Neera's heart was already in panic. What's more, there were also evil Namekians. Who are you? You're a sneaky guy who came out of nowhere. I've never seen you on Namek before, and you're actually eavesdropping on our conversation. Nero. At this moment, the Great Elder immediately shouted to stop Nayla's movements, then looked at Piccolo, raised his eyelids, looked him up and down, and smiled softly. Child, come here. Piccolo's mind was actually slightly in a trance. This call was filled with feelings for his father that he had never felt since he was born. Out of some unknown force, Piccolo was stunned for a moment and then walked forward obediently. He walked until he was under the Great Elder and watched as the old man stretched out his wrinkled hand and slowly placed it on his head. Immediately afterwards, Piccolo's memories were displayed one by one in front of the Great Elder. I see. For a long time, the wind swayed the treetops on the green plain, as if echoing the old man's dying whisper. Although he was so weak, he could hear the voice of hope from the gaps in his words. A reassuring smile broke out on the Great Elder's face, and 2 lines of tears faintly flowed from his already dry eyes. Just like a drowning man finally grasping the life-saving straw, the dying man waited for the medicine to cure his illness, gently stroked Bic's head, and gave the returning wanderer the final comfort. Good boy, your name is Piccolo, right? On Earth, it seems to be the name of a potato chip. Piccolo. The Great Elder's words made Piccolo's face suddenly twitch. God knows the first reaction in his mind was, it's a good thing that arrogant bastard didn't want to eat potato chips, otherwise he would have had another disgusting nickname. You, how do you know this? Feeling the Great Elder's palm that had not yet moved away from his head, Piccolo couldn't help but ask doubtfully. Could it be that the huge Namekian in front of him has the ability to read memories? So, can I do it too? Seemingly seeing through his thoughts, the Great Elder smiled slightly. Yes, I just read your memory. This stunt is not difficult to learn, and many people who use chi can do it. Piccolo nodded, keeping this in mind, and glanced at Nero slightly from the corner of his eye. During this period, the two men's combat prowess was about the same, but Piccolo did not expect that there was such a strong person on Namek. Of course, if they have such power, they can be considered strong. I see, it seems you already know the whole story. After hearing Piccolo's words, the Great Elder's weak breath was filled with excitement. From this point of view, it seems that they still have room to maneuver. Yes, I already know your plan. Good boy, welcome home. Thank you and L for everything you did. Namek will always be remembered. Nera, you immediately gather the rest of the people as Piccolo said. We can no longer be separated. Whether it is evacuation or fighting, the Namekians must advance and retreat together. Nialo immediately bowed and saluted. Yes, I will do it right now, Great Elder. Now that the Great Elder has admitted that Piccolo is trustworthy, he no longer has any scruples or questions. Your name is Piccolo, right? It's been a long time since I've seen a Namekian as powerful as you. The Great Elder will leave it to you. Nayla's trust made Piccolo feel a little baffled, but he had to admit that this stubborn species also treated him particularly well and responded with a slightly cold smile. Me too. Without further ado, seeing Piccolo join in, Nayla turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Seeing Nayla's figure disappear into the sky, I could finally entrust Piccolo with some things I couldn't say to him. Little Piccolo, I didn't say it clearly in front of Nayla just now. My lifespan has come to an end and my body can no longer move. So I won't go with you later. I will select a new Great Elder and pass the Dragon Ball contract to him. Great Elder. Piccolo's voice was unconsciously filled with a hint of horse pain. He was not blind, and of course he could see that the old man in front of him was in pain. Let alone boarding the spaceship, I'm afraid it would be very difficult for him to even get off this hospital bed. You must know that Frieza in the original book was very murderous. After so many years of killing the planet, this is the first time he has encountered such a prank. You didn't even touch him, but you could blame him for your death. Little Bic, before you die, I have some words for you. When you read the memory just now, I saw the confusion in your heart, as well as your persistence and unwillingness for power. Both you and Nero can be considered strong, but compared to Carrot and the others, even if you are 10 times stronger, there is still a world of difference. So you think of ways to become one with your other self. But you hate your other self so much, and you don't want to integrate with him to complete it. You are worried that you will lose yourself because of it, and you also hate being cowardly with others. The most important thing is that even this may not win them over. The Great Elder revealed his thoughts unceremoniously. With his last words, as a gift from a senior to a junior, he had no scruples about it. Don't worry, as an elder, I will teach you a method. You can let the child use all the strength of his body to spit out an egg first, and then the god will die due to loss of vitality. After you eat that egg, you can resurrect the god. That's it. Piccolo was stunned for a moment. The cold and serious face just now was gone, leaving only shock and astonishment. He seemed to have heard Carrot say that this kind of behavior is called a bug in the human world. What, is this Great Elder also proficient in this? You. Piccolo's stunned gaze reminded the elder of his youthful years, and he smiled faintly. Don't forget, he is the one who created the Namekian Dragon Balls, and he is the father of almost all Namekians. An old guy who has lived for hundreds of years, signed an agreement with the Shenlong realm, and ordered the Dragon Balls to be sealed and hidden in the snow. Little Piccolo, if you want to become a stronger person, you must completely get rid of the origin of the previous generation. You are a second-generation Namekian. Strictly speaking, the first-generation power of the old Demon King Piccolo is not suitable for you. You have talents and vitality far beyond theirs. When you complete the other half of yourself, your strength will form a surge, enough to become a super Namekian. Even so, it's not complete. The old body of the god is vicissitudes and lacks vitality. It is old and weak. Even his personal talent is not as good as that of the newborn Namekian. If you have to assimilate, he is not the best choice. But if you use this method to let the god on the other side also give birth to a brand new, younger, and more energetic second-generation life to assimilate with you, then your potential will be immeasurable. What's more, the existence in the egg has not yet hatched consciousness, which will not affect your existing personality, and it can also completely separate you from the status of the god, and become two people from now on. The elder sighed deeply. The appearance of Piccolo not only brought him and Namek hope for the evacuation of the entire tribe. More importantly, in this incident, he saw the opportunity for Namek to give birth to a cosmic-level strongman. In the past, he thought that Nero was strong enough, but until just now, the Great Elder had a clear understanding of those real cosmic strongmen. This made him feel even more desperate and terrified. No matter how Namek would develop in the future, even if the tribe returned to the peak of its previous civilization. But in front of the Cosmic Emperor, they were just ants that could be annihilated in a snap. Even the power of the Super Namekian was far from enough. Fortunately, L sent Piccolo to him. Nero's potential had reached its peak after he developed it, but Piccolo still had an endless future. In addition, behind Piccolo stands Superman and countless heroes on the Earth, which makes Namek not isolated in the vast universe. At this moment, the Great Elder bets the entire future of Namek on Piccolo. Great Elder. Piccolo's ears were filled with the battle analysis tailor-made for him by the Great Elder, and he was filled with joy and excitement. Because he truly saw the power of being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Carrot and the others without having to fuse with the old bastard from the gods. But when he thought of the Great Elder's imminent death, his eyes dimmed, mixed with some kind of sadness of separation. Except for Al, no one in the world had been so kind to him. However, the next second, before he could react, a terrifying increase in power was exerted on him, developing potential from the inside out to maximize the potential energy in his body. This is what? Piccolo panicked and suppressed his breath, and his pupils were shaking. This improvement like a mountain and sea made him control his power more carefully, for fear of being discovered by Frieza and others. A surging shock surged through my heart, and I was feeling extremely joyful due to the enrichment of my strength. After exerting his last ability, the Great Elder was a little exhausted. He panted heavily and gently rubbed Piccolo's head. This was the last legacy he gave to the child as an elder. It's just a small ability. You are a fighting Namek, but Namekians also have many special abilities in addition to fighting. Piccolo murmured, looking at his hands and clenching his fists. It's incredible, the Namekians are really a special race. Seeing this, the Great Elder looked silently towards the distant sky. Piccolo's memory indeed shocked him a lot, and even he had to sigh deeply. But compared to Kryptonians and Saiyans, the magic of Namek is far from enough. At the end of the gaze, the howling wind blew away the roaring waves. When Gamera and Paragus were still shocked by the scene where the actuator of the Mind Stone was destroyed, the figures of Broly and Carrot instantly appeared in front of the three of them. Bubberly. Paragus cried out in surprise. In front of him was Broly with black hair and black eyes, and his breath was as calm as a deep lake. You? How could you? The moment he saw Paragus, Broly's pupils shrank subconsciously, stemming from the fear of years of abuse, which made him involuntarily touch the collar around his neck. The moment his fingertips touched the skin, Broly came to his senses. At this time, he was free. He nodded to Paragus and said, "Father." Paragus couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Broly actually woke up automatically from the state of control. Wait a minute, you're not out of control now? Are you still sane? Broly looked at Carrot, and everyone's eyes followed suit. Carrot L's clear eyes slowly looked at everyone present, including the green sister who was applying medicine to the wound and the blue sister who was cleaning the mechanical eyeballs. So, can you tell me the truth now? Like, why did you come here? Carrot L crossed his arms and looked at everyone with interest. Facing this man who could fight Broly equally, Gamera shed a cold sweat as if facing a powerful enemy. At this moment, Nebula, whose brain was filled with water due to the broken mechanical eye, finally controlled the water flowing into his eye sockets. He held his head against the rocky cliff and patted his head. The optic nerve of only one eye was also affected, and it took him a long time to see the person clearly. Who is this guy? 10 minutes later, when Carrot L conjured a tool from the omnipotent capsule, twisted the precise operating instrument to repair Nebula's eyes and reinstalled them, Gamera also roughly finished explaining Thanos' entire plan. This is not a beautiful story, it can even be said to be a bit cruel, but both Carrot L and Broly listened very calmly. Sorry, Broly, your loss of control just now was actually all because of me. Gamera looked at Broly with a hint of guilt in her eyes. Gamera has very complicated feelings about Broly. Ever since Thanos gave her this task, she hadn't had a good night's sleep on the way here. Because she knew that Broly had a kind nature and was not a person who liked killing at all. But Gamera didn't want to betray Thanos, so she always wanted to do something about Dragon Ball, trying to find the best of both worlds, so that Broly could be truly free. But she never expected that she and Xing Yun would be so weak. I never expected that the legendary Frieza army would be so terrifying. But Broly seems to have been used to this for a long time and doesn't really care. Anyway, he has not lived a normal life for a long time. Even though Paragus abused him so many times, he still regarded him as his most respected father. Even if I don't lose control, as long as you speak, I will still fight for you. Gamera's pupils shrank suddenly when she heard these words, and her heart was hit hard like a wave. For some reason, she didn't dare to look into Broly's eyes, and she lowered her head and muttered curses. One sentence. So, you are simply the biggest fool in the universe. You obviously have such power to rule the world and dominate everyone. Even if you want, even your father can't control you. The next second, a hand was placed on her shoulder, and Carrot L stared into Gamera's eyes and asked word by word. So, do you still want to work for Thanos? This sentence is not only asking Gamera, but also asking Nebula who. As for Paragus, no one except Broly paid attention to him. When Gamera finished telling the whole story, even Carrot L had to admit that Thanos was indeed a strategic genius to think of using Broly to fight Frieza. But the flaw is that the intelligence work and scientific research technology are not enough. At least figure out the principle of the detector and make a device to shield the detector. Although Gamera was not familiar with the man in front of her, since Broly believed in him, she was willing to believe him too. Sorry, but he is my father, and I can't afford to betray him. L heard Gamera's heartbeat and moved obviously insincerely, and raised the corner of his mouth meaningfully. You will, because you are born to live in the future, while Thanos will always live in the shadow of the past. The so-called favor is a fuzzy account in itself. There are countless ways to repay debts, and there are countless ways to owe debts and not repay them. Although you and Thanos have feelings, no one will compromise on principles, not to mention that he destroyed your planet. Paced among the crowd, looking in the direction of Frieza's army, and the anger of Kurd and Gula had already landed there. Picker, you have to move a little faster. Broly on the side just listened silently, without saying a word. Usually he likes to keep silent. Because he had little contact with people and had lived in a remote and uninhabited place like Wampa for many years, he was not a talkative person even after he regained his sanity. What do you want? If Gamera still has a father-daughter relationship with Thanos, then Nebula only has the fear of being beaten to him. He reached out and rubbed the mechanical eye, and asked Al. After being repaired by Carrot, the vision of this eye has been restored, which makes Nebula feel a little surprised. She didn't expect that such a powerful person could actually use these mechanical technologies. It's still possible for Gamera to go back, but I'm not her. If the mission fails, there will definitely be missing parts of my body that will be replaced with mechanical organs. When he said this, Xingyun turned his head unconsciously, his face a little stiff. Although they are both daughters of Thanos, their status is always very different. She is just a stone used by Thanos to sharpen Gamera. All I can offer you is a choice. L still has some affection for this Smafat, especially in this universe where the Earth is infinitely dangerous and the universe is infinitely dangerous. It would be better for her and Gamera, two little weaklings, not to bother them. Go to an area that Thanos cannot reach, such as the Earth, and survive well. Including you? After the words fell, L's eyes fell on Paragus and Broly. He was also willing to extend the greatest kindness to Broly. As for you, while the Mind Stone controls you, it can also be used to perfect you. It's a blessing in disguise for you. Since Thanos gave it to you, keep it. Anyway, even if you give it back to him, it will only make Thanos find a way to realize that crazy plan. But as long as there is one Infinity Stone left out there, his plan will never be realized. When Broly heard this, he stretched out his fingers and slowly touched the Mind Stone above his head, his face looking a little confused. After the original control of the original stone was released, Broly was surprised to find that he could not only control his own mind, but also sense the hearts of others. From his perspective, L's heart was as silent as the sky, like the endless sea, with only surging heartbeats surging in the deep trench, but each heartbeat was as fast as lightning. Gamera's heart is filled with endless sorrow and a lingering friendship for him. The guilt of betrayal makes her unable to be calm, but the appearance of Broly is also a new choice. Nebula has the coldest face among everyone, but has the richest psychological activities, including jealousy, anger, unwillingness, love, determination, and determination. These intuitive spiritual touches were something Broly had never experienced in his barren life. It was as if he was suddenly pulled into a colorful world, opening up another brand new perspective. As for his father Paragus, even though he searched for him for a long time, he could not find a trace of fatherly love in his heart. Give me a prison for those I love. Those who have no love for me make me a puppet. At this moment, Paragus's entire body showed two colors, one black and one white, in Broly's eyes. Half of it was his injured body, filled with fear of his power. The other half is a gray haze, full of desolation about one's own fate, but it is tightly closed. Yes, even this last desolation, Paragus has always been tied in the deepest part of his heart, unwilling to share it with Broly. He has never shared his true pain with his son. For a long time, a complex feeling of farewell gradually spread in the depths of Broly's pupils. When he no longer longs for the mark of family affection from those old eyes, when the free chick finally begins to break free from the cage that traps him. When the Mind Stone served as his eyes, he witnessed with his own eyes that the fantasy of fatherly love was just a fantasy. Broly slowly walked to Kakarot's side, sighed to Paragus and said, "You can squeeze into that small single cabin alone, father." Paragus' eyes widened, bubblily. Paragus never expected that Broly would speak to him in such a tone. Not only him, but Gamera and Nebula were also surprised by this. The two also discovered that Broly's personality seemed to have gradually changed since the appearance of L. L's gaze can also penetrate the body. Unlike others, he can physically hear Broly's heavy heartbeat. Letting Paragus leave was, in a sense, protecting him. However, how can the goshawk, which has tasted the taste of freedom, be willing to return to the cage? L crossed his arms and shook his head. Vegeta died in my hands. Strictly speaking, your father and son's revenge has been avenged. There is no need to stay here. Broly interrupted him without hesitation. I'm staying. If he really came for the Super Saiyan, then I will also be his target. Although I don't remember the genocidal hatred. But it also has the responsibility of revival. Besides, this is a mission I owe Thanos. Anyway, they saved me. Since he wants me to destroy Frieza, then I will return the favor to him. Besides, didn't you also join the war as a Saiyan, Kakarot? When Paragus saw this, he opened his mouth hesitantly, but in the end he said nothing. With Kakarot present, his right to speak was basically zero. Due to his deep-rooted fear of Frieza and his unwillingness to cause trouble, Paragus actually did not want his son to be an enemy of Frieza's army. For decades, he has always carried the hatred from King Vegeta in his heart. But today, when Paragus finally heard from the reasons for the extinction of the clan and the identity of his son as a legendary Super Saiyan, he still had some different feelings in his heart. L was right. Vegeta 4 was killed by L, and their hatred disappeared. At least Paragus had no feelings for Frieza. But Broly asked him to leave. Where could he go? Without Broly's power, would Thanos still treat him as a guest of honor as a disabled old man? Paragus fell into an immersive confusion. Hearing Broly's words, L raised his fist and collided with him. Maybe, but I do it more for myself. Hearing this, Broly responded with a gentle look, and after seeing through Carrot's heart through the Mind Stone, he raised the corner of his mouth with a smile. Really? For yourself? So you deliberately gave up the opportunity to defeat them one by one, even if you have to wait until the powerful enemies are fully gathered, you have to let the Namekians evacuate first. I find that the broken gem makes you talk more. L rolled his eyes at him unhappily, and then said he asked a strange question. Ask me a question. When your locked mind is completely unlocked, how do you feel now? Relaxed and free? Broly thought for a while and said. His answer made Gamera smile. After glancing at Paragus, his tone seemed a little low. In the past, I didn't even have the right to speak. I just had to obey orders whether I stood, sat, or lay down. The Mind Stone released Broly's desire for freedom and also eliminated the mental shadow imposed on him by Paragus, which allowed him to talk to Carrot like a normal person. Really? L lowered his head and touched the corner of his mouth with an ambiguous expression. Then I also want to try this feeling. Help? Stop it? Run. Ha ha ha. Scream? Green bastard from Namek, die. Help? Damn it. I'll fight you. Damn the Space Legion. We will never hand over the Dragon Balls. Massacre, death, and plunder, and at the same time, what was happening on this planet was still the brutal killing of Frieza's legion. In a certain village in the east, the flames of war once again enveloped the world illuminated by daylight. Bathed in the sun, people not only shouted to kill Gentian, but even when Frieza entertained Gula and Kurd, his troops did not stop fighting and killing. This planet that was destined to be destroyed was so barren that it had no value for sale in front of Frieza's army who were used to prosperous civilizations. There is no need for Frieza to take action personally. The minions with the overwhelming army can complete the massacre of Namek after paying a certain amount of casualties. Frieza's army is notorious in the universe not only because of Frieza himself. After all, few people saw the Emperor taking action in person. The soldiers who can join the army and wear detectors also have higher combat effectiveness than ordinary races. A few hundred people can annihilate an entire planet. Except for the three major empires and a few lamp groups and other forces that were originally present in the universe, most ethnic groups dare not provoke them. Hey. Yo, look, there are two more children here. One of the guys who looked like a lizard picked up a Namek cub and put the laser gun in his hand on the back of his head. Wow, help, no. The young Karu was caught in two tentacles and lifted up into the air. He kept shouting in pain, with tears of despair streaming down his face. The brother Dandy beside him held his hand tightly and pulled him down desperately, but at a young age, how could he compare to the strength of these people? Let go quickly. Please, don't hurt him. At this moment, a blue-skinned alien grabbed Dandy's collar from behind and pulled him up. The two children were hung in the air like portable lanterns, swinging randomly. Oh, this planet is full of old, weak, sick, and disabled people. The blue-skinned cosmonaut clicked on the detector's value, his body covered in blood. There are no more than 3 young laborers in a village. Even if we don't come, I think the people on this planet will soon be extinct. Forget it, Pat, stop playing around now. Have you found the Dragon Ball in this village? Lord Frieza is still waiting. A member of Frieza's army named Pat, his eyes shone with reverence, and he licked the corners of his mouth and said, Don't worry, Reese, this village's Dragon Ball has been obtained. It's such a pity that Lord Frieza, who likes to watch fireworks the most, didn't enjoy this long process. Reese and Pat carried Karu and Dandy as if they had captured trophies, and began to walk outside. In this cruel and bloody scene, they said casually, It's not because of the arrival of Mr. Kurd and Mr. Gula. Master Kurd heard that there is a strong fighting force on this planet, and he couldn't wait to rush over to stretch his muscles. They snatched the Dragon Balls for Lord Frieza, but the rest of the loot can be theirs. Even some young Namek children can be trained and used as slaves. However, they did not realize that the shouts of killing all around them had quietly stopped. Quiet, eerily quiet. Walking out of the house, in the dark night, there was only the sound of the wind blowing the corpse. Looking around, everyone outside had disappeared. Hey, Lighter, something's wrong. Where are the people? Where have they gone? The two of them couldn't help but pause, and a creepy feeling flooded into their hearts. Yeah, the sounds have disappeared too. The next second, a tall figure was standing behind them at some point, until the flickering lights opened up a long reflection behind them, waving his arms, like a ghostly demon, suddenly strangled their arms. Neck. Aha. Before the two of them could exclaim, they slammed their heads together hard. Boom. After a loud noise, 2 balls of bloody brains were so frightened that the two children covered their eyes. Karu and Dandy were caught off guard and fell to the ground, holding each other shivering in pain. But Broly didn't even look at them. He just took off a thigh from a spaceman. Just when he was about to stuff it into his mouth, L snatched it away instantly. Zitsize. The next second, 2 red lights hit the 2 corpses respectively, and the terrifying heat overflowed and burned all the bones. What are you doing, Kakarot? Broly became a little protective of his food. For him who grew up in the mountains, allowing Carrot to take the food away from his mouth was already the biggest bottom line. As a result, he actually burned all the remaining food to ashes? This is so inhuman. At this time, Gamera walked in from the outside. When she saw the green faces of Dandy and Karu that were almost the same as hers, her heart skipped a beat. Seeing the 2 crying children whose home was destroyed, Gamera suddenly remembered what she had experienced. The long-lost scenes seemed to overlap at this moment. The next second, Gamera walked over and hugged them in her arms, and comforted them softly. Okay, kids, it's okay, it's okay. Nebula's face twitched, and she felt that she was not well. This planet was targeting her everywhere. There was green everywhere, even people. Why didn't they have blue faces? The red light in L's eyes gradually dissipated, and he threw the bloody leg on the ground casually, looking at Broly with a complicated and helpless expression. This can't be eaten. Broly rubbed his stomach, and looked at the leg thrown on the ground by Carrot with shining eyes. You can eat it. Anything that can be put into your mouth can be eaten. L took out the universal capsule that stored food from his backpack and asked Gamera beside him. After he came to you, Thanos never hosted a banquet for him. At least give this child something good to eat. Gamera didn't know what to say for a moment. For an army that has been fighting outside for many years, it is good enough to eat carrots and fruits and cook some meat soup. Only when we go to some rare gourmet planets can we eat something good. L sighed. Thank my parents for sending me to Earth. I didn't have much inspiration. I was always balancing my fighting power in my heart. Then I reviewed the Namek chapter. As a result, I suddenly found that there are 3 suns on Namek. It is a star with eternal daylight. There is never any night on the entire planet. Key point, 3 suns? It seems that the most urgent thing is to fill your stomach first. Seeing Broly drooping like an eggplant hit by frost, with a hungry look in his eyes, L secretly thanked himself for having the habit of carrying food with him. However, the scene of corpses everywhere in front of him was obviously not a place to eat. Taking 2 steps forward, Carrot picked up the 4-star ball that was robbed by Frieza's army from the ground. This was also the first time he saw the Dragon Ball from Namek, which was shiny and twice bigger than a basketball. At least as a jewel, its beauty is worth a lot of money. If he intercepted one here, plus the one in the hands of the Great Elder, Frieza would never be able to realize his wish. There are not many Namekians left on this planet. When he came, Frieza had already slaughtered many villages. It would be good if there were dozens of them alive in the end. There was no trace of a corpse on the grass outside, because all the bloody demons were turned into dust by the heat rays. L did not have the mercy of Sun Wukong towards his enemies. Almost in an instant, he killed everyone present. Who are you? The 2 Namek cubs seemed to be scared, and their green faces were full of fear. But seeing that the other group of people did not seem to want to hurt him, the braver Dandy hesitated and asked. L leaned down and rubbed his little head. This little face was quite comfortable to pinch. We are from another planet. Our goal is to defeat the group of people and their leader just now. What's your name? Dandy. Dandy said tremblingly. He is my brother Kalu. L's eyes lit up instantly. Oh, Dandy? The famous human-shaped fairy beans in Dragon Ball? Thinking of this, Carrot took Dandy from Gamera and held her in his arms. The more he looked at her, the cuter she felt. These 2 little cuties were really precious. They were even on a buy one get one free deal. It was still impossible to return it. It was impossible to return the entire Namek. Nick Fury could raise a bunch of Skrulls, so why couldn't L, one of the 3 great leaders of the Justice League, do the same? Anyway, let's leave here first. L felt Piccolo's breath. Some Namekians had gathered around him. I thought Gamera and Nebula should be able to catch up with the second flight and escape. As for the first flight, it was undoubtedly Paragus who was rushing to squeeze into the single cabin. But I hope he can succeed. If Frieza's detector doesn't detect him. Glancing at Broly, Carrot held Dandy in one hand, followed by Nebula on his back, and flew towards Piccolo's position. Since Broly's crisis has been resolved, and he has turned enemies into friends and gained a companion, he is also planning to meet up with Piccolo. Seeing this, Broly also picked up Gamera and followed him closely. Suddenly, thousands of miles have passed. Namek is many times larger than the Earth, but the strength of the 2 is not comparable to that of the Z-fighters of the same period in the original book. They need 5 hours to travel, but for L and Broly, it is almost a moment. Son. A gust of wind passed by, and the moment Piccolo saw L, he was overjoyed. He almost thought that Namek was going to end. Are you okay, son? Piccolo asked hurriedly, but his eyes were staring at the tall man behind L with great vigilance. From him, Piccolo felt a violent and terrifying aura like a raging wave. Although he didn't feel the same terror as when he was on the spaceship, the other party who suppressed his breath gave him a sense of uneasiness that he might explode at any time. The Great Elder and a group of Namekians also looked over at the same time. From Piccolo's memory, he knew that the man in front of him was the so-called Superman. Don't worry, this is Broly, one of us, and the 2 behind him are Gamera and Nebula. How about it, Gamera? How do you feel when you see this group of green skin? Facing Carrot L's slightly playful ridicule, Gamera's face froze, and she actually felt that she should escape with this group of people. Nebula jumped up and down from Carrot's back, and her whole body was inexplicably stiff. In her memory, even the man called father had never carried her like this, which made her feel a certain weird feeling for the first time. Her body subconsciously hated this feeling, but her heart was like a knife and an axe, and she remembered it deeply in her mind. The brainwashing like daily life once made Nebula, Gamera and Broly regard the love from their relatives as the result of a clear price tag. They must complete the task indicators one by one, or meet the expectations of Thanos and Paragus, in order to be praised and appreciated, and thus get the corresponding feelings. But this cognition disappeared the moment Carrot carried her on his back. Two freaks. Nebula and Gamera looked at each other, and some complicated expressions flashed in each other's eyes. Both Carrot and Broly are very strange guys. Seeing Carrot L's introduction, Broly couldn't help but think of the etiquette he learned in Thanos' army. He stretched out his hand and greeted Piccolo in a silly way. Hello, I'm Broly. Piccolo. Piccolo was a little confused. Why did this guy act like a shy little boy? I see, son, it looks like we have some chance of winning against Frieza. A smile appeared on Piccolo's face, although it was a bit unexpected, but after feeling it carefully, he found that the aura emanating from Broly did not feel evil at all. The feeling of anger does not lie, and he felt relieved. Hearing the name from Piccolo, Broly looked at Carrot in surprise, widened his eyes and asked, "How many names do you have, Kakarot?" Carrot L was stunned for a while, laughed awkwardly, threw the universal capsule containing food on the ground, and casually replied, "One bottom, no top." Boom. When the huge smoke spread across the 20-meter-long dining table, the dazzling array of food instantly diverted Broly's attention. He no longer cared about the name, and stared at the dining table with his eyes like hungry wolves. The next second, he pounced on it and ate it. And when Broly put the first bite of food into his mouth, he felt as if a man who had been thirsty for hundreds of years finally drank water. The pleasure of exploding taste buds instantly hit his entire nerves. Good. It's delicious. It's so delicious. Broly's pupils were dilated, his eyes were as bright as light bulbs, and he was crazily stuffing things into his mouth. So fast. The Namekians almost dropped their jaws in shock. It's true, Broly is still so edible. You will be able to feed him in the future. Gamera also teased Carrot L. She sighed when she thought that Broly had eaten a lot of food money from Thanos during this period, which was enough to feed several legions. Well, she seems to understand why Saiyans live by plundering. They will never be able to support themselves if they rely on farming to be self-sufficient. This nation has not yet planted half of its land, and it will starve to death. By the way, is this guy Carrot also a big eater? Nebula on the side narrowed her eyes. Since Al can prepare so much food in advance, it means that he can definitely eat it. It's okay, I can afford to eat as much as I want, because my most common ability is having money. Carrot L said that he didn't care about the food expenses at all. He was not a poor reporter like Clark or a mountain villager like Sun Wukong. In the blink of an eye, Broly ate all the food as fast as a whirlwind. Rubbing his belly and lying on the dining table, the smile on his face never stopped. The deliciousness of this meal kept replaying in my mind. Then, his eyes widened suddenly, as if he thought of something, and he stared at Carrot with bright eyes. Al was a little dazed by his look, because he saw in Broly's eyes a desire that was even higher than the desire to fight. Saiyans will never be slaves unless they have food and shelter. Kakarot. 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 Broly shouted his name with red eyes, getting more and more excited. What are you doing? Carrot L almost thought he was going crazy again, and was about to punch him when Broly suddenly came in front of him with his eyes wider than anyone else's. Somehow, maybe it was the hypnotic effect caused by the Mind Stone, or maybe his magic resistance was really as rumored. Carrot actually read a weird cuteness from the eyes of a muscular man staring like a copper bell at this moment. Damn it, it's a ghost? Do you still have these foods? Is this what you eat on Earth? Are there any other foods? Broly is not good at socializing, but the expectation in his eyes is better than 1,000 words. Carrot L. He he he. Just then, on the cliff not far away, the kind laughter of the elder came. The docked spaceship looked like Noah's Ark left over from ancient times, and the green Namekians looked like locusts fleeing from the ancient flood. As the great elder laughed, the eyes of the Namekians focused on several people. Looking at him, Carrot's eyes were always fixed on the great elder. From the moment he saw him, Carrot knew that the old man had no intention of leaving here at all. The old man's brown skin looked loose, and despite his huge body, he had no strength to stand up. From the great elder, Carrot seemed to see Jor-El, who was destroyed during the Kryptonian War. Perhaps being able to coexist with his home planet is also the best ending for people like them. Young boy. Feeling Carrot's gaze, the elder showed a dying smile on his face. Seeing this, El led Dendi and Kalu forward. Elder, you can just call me El. Please rest assured, the follow-up matters of going to Earth have been arranged before coming. Friends on Namek will not be without a place to live, including the children will be properly settled. The Justice League will provide a good educational environment and living accommodation. Help them survive better. Hearing Carrot's words, the elder pursed his lips deeply, and his heart was warmed. He didn't expect that at such a critical moment, someone would extend such a generous hand to them. From Carrot's arrangement, it can be seen that he did not come simply for Frieza, but also for their Namek. Thank you, Mr. Superman. Namek will always remember the friendship with you and the Earth. Carrot silently let go of his hand, and the next second Dendi and Kalu ran to the elder's side. A group of Namek cubs gathered under the old man, but this last warmth was about to be broken. Feeling the terrifying breath coming from afar, Carrot's tone couldn't help but add a little solemnity. It's just a little help. I believe you have made the decision to stay here. There are no survivors in the village where these two children are. Once the Dragon Balls leave, Frieza will immediately notice it. With their technological detection, they will soon lock onto Piccolo's spaceship, so just in case, I will launch an attack at the same time to buy time for you. King Kurt has already arrived. It must be that their detectors have detected everyone's life reactions. Although this is the first battle between Frieza and me, there will be no chance to stop once this battle starts. The first battle is the decisive battle, either to the death or to the death. Hearing this, the Great Elder and a group of Namekians all had cold sweat on their faces, and Neru's breath was also approaching. He was rushing here with the last 3 survivors. Then come here, kid, I can still help you one last time, and the Saiyans over there will also help. The elder recognized the tail behind Broly at a glance, which was a typical symbol of the Saiyan race, and hurriedly called the two to come over. Time is running out, and Nero should be able to catch up at the last moment. Carrot nodded when he heard this. Although Broly was a little confused, he still followed Carrot's movements and walked over, standing on the left and right sides of the elder. When the elder raised his arms and put them on the two people, it could not be said to be a medical miracle, but it could only be said to be a dying sick sitting up. The eyes that were originally unable to open due to weakness suddenly opened, and the turbid pupils trembled as if they had seen the dragon god Salama alive, and sat up in an instant. What? The elder was so scared that he let go of his hand on the spot. Good fellow, in the words of the Earthlings, he was just like a big-headed computer that was eliminated in the last century, forcing it to match the large-scale game that can only be played by the most advanced graphics card in the 21st century? Not to mention that the motherboard was burned, it can only be said to be broken into 8 pieces. Good fellow, at the moment of death, give me a high-end game? Porunga, Salama, Namek, what did he feel just now? If he had been a second slower, he would have gone to see death directly. Cough cough cough, cough cough cough, cough cough cough, sorry, cough cough. Your potential is too strong, and it is no longer something that I, who am old, can shake. Just a little feeling, the elder felt that all his strength was drained away. Alas. Carrot L saw that the elder looked like he was about to cough up blood, and sighed. He had been thinking about a potential explosion, but now he decided to forget it. A cup of tea came out of some capsule and was handed to him. It's okay, you should take a break. This is expected. After all, unclogging a household toilet is not the same level of difficulty as doing aerospace engineering. As soon as this was said, Piccolo was instantly furious. Who are you talking about the toilet? This is a metaphor? A metaphor. Carrot L waved his hands awkwardly. If the new elder has been selected, let's get everyone on board? The sooner the better. Pico's face was a little unnatural. He didn't expect that L and the guy next to him had such terrible potential. I didn't expect that the elder just touched him and he almost died. What a terrifying potential. Don't worry, the Great Elder has just chosen his first child, Mulan, the first elder of Namek, as the new Great Elder, and transferred the Dragon Ball to him. Picker turned his head away. Of course, he was not uncomfortable because he didn't become the Great Elder, but he hated that he couldn't participate in this battle with his current strength. There were 3 people on the opposite side, and Carrot L and Broly were only 2 people. If he had the strength of 2 people now, would he also be able to get an opponent? Damn it, so hateful. In fact, there is a way. If all the Namekians on the planet assimilate with him, he can join the battle. But with that kind of fighting style, Piccolo thinks it's better to run away. There's no time. Everyone hurry up and get on the spaceship. Nebula and Gamera should follow. King Cold is here. Carrot L's face was stern, and he gave orders to everyone on the spot. One last look at my home planet, and the chilling and terrifying aura has already hit my face. At the critical moment, Nelu and the 3 Namekians finally converged here. Seeing this, Broly also pushed Gamera and Nebula into the spaceship. At the last moment, Gamera grabbed his arm and stared at him affectionately, unwilling to let go for a long time. You can leave. Broly knew Gamera's thoughts and silently kept this concern in his heart. A smile as warm as the sun appeared on his face. He looked at Gamera firmly and said softly, I can't escape. This is the first time in my life that I have made a decision of my own volition, and I hope you can support it. The green palm slowly loosened, but the emotion extending from the lines was like hope, buried deeply into Broly's muscles. Regarding Broly's answer, Gamera showed an unexpected relief, and as if she finally got a positive answer, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and hugged him. I know that you are not a little boy who grew up under the protection of his father, but a man who stands upright. Thank you for changing me. The next second, Gamera blocked Broly's mouth and kissed him passionately. Broly's pupils were shaken, and the legendary Super Saiyan's body stopped moving in an instant. Carrot L's eyes lit up. Oh my god, Broly and Gamera are actually in love. The Namekians who reproduced parthenogeneously were stunned. They had never seen such a scene before. They were whispering to each other on the spaceship, saying that you space people are really good at playing, and you actually talked back to each other. I didn't expect you, old Bulletin, to be so good at this. Or are you the same color as the Namekians? Carrot poked Broly's shoulder playfully. It seems that the new version of Broly's official girlfriend is also green-skinned, right? If you want to live a decent life, you have to have a little green around you, right? Broly was so frightened that he hurriedly pushed Gamera away. His face was red and he was breathing heavily, as if he was cooked. Damn it, even if he kissed her, he still did it in front of so many people. Shut up, Kakarot. Gamera was very calm. She stamped Broly's seal without blushing or out of breath, and walked into the spaceship humming a tune. A trace of reluctance appeared inexplicably in his heart, causing Broly to subconsciously extend his hand to hold him back, but he took it back after reacting. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Now the responsibility of reproducing pure Saiyans will naturally fall on your head. Hey, wait, you won't give birth to a green-skinned Saiyan in the future, right? Well, that kid is so ugly. Carrot's arm naturally rested on Broly's shoulder, as if thinking of that scene. He broke into a cold sweat for a moment. Damn it, your child shouldn't be named Zamesa, right? Nero wanted to accompany the Great Elder, but was forcibly taken away by Piccolo. This was also the order given by the Great Elder to Piccolo. Neela's life is still very young, there is no need to wait for death with him, not to mention a group of exiles wandering outside, and only Neela's presence can suppress the scene. Looking at the energetic scene of the young people, the Elder felt that he had no regrets anymore. He finally settled his affairs and breathed a deep sigh of relief. Young child, there is no time now. Although I cannot help improve your potential, I still learned some of your memories at that moment. The Great Elder turned his weak eyes to Carrot, and his pale lips were losing the last of their blood. You use the sun as your energy source, right? Carrot didn't quite understand what the Great Elder meant, and pondered for a moment in confusion. This statement is not very accurate, but it is almost the same. What's wrong? It's really fate that brings you here. We have 3 sons in Namek. Carrot's eyes widened, and he suddenly raised his head. His eyes searched the sky solemnly, and his clenched fists deeply suppressed the excitement in his heart. 3 sons, no wonder the sun on this planet made him feel different, and the changes in his body were not quite right. Carrot originally thought that Namek's sun was too young, so it would be more effective on Kryptonian cells. But thinking about it now, no matter where he went, the path of Namek's sunlight never seemed to change. After so long, there is no sign of the setting sun, as if it will never get dark. No matter what area we are in, the temperature of the weather always seems to be at the equator. However, when Al raised his head, he couldn't help but frown when he found that there was only one sun in the sky. That's right, if there were really 3 suns appearing in the sky at the same time, he would have noticed it right away. Although there is something wrong with the current sunlight, it is far from as powerful as the 3-day glow. But the Great Elder seemed to have seen through his thoughts, and spoke word by word in a weak tone. According to the star's solar trajectory, these 3 suns rise in turn on Namek. This also results in the planet never having a dark night. This is the origin of the disaster on Namek and the reason why our race only needs to drink water to survive. After a long period of adaptation, we have also evolved the ability to photosynthesize like plants. In 5 minutes, it will be the time when the sun alternates, and the original 1 sun will become 3. After hearing this, Carrot L's face looked a little unnatural. How to say it? He has no expectations for Namek's concept of time. 5 minutes, well, 5 minutes that can drag on for more than 20 episodes. His super brain told him that he must not use the time of the Earth to calculate the time of Namek. The Elder's words have not been finished yet, and he coughed twice with a weak breath and continued. But this is only the situation on Namek. If it is in outer space, the sun's light will be even brighter. In other words, if Namek is destroyed, the location here will be illuminated by 3 suns at the same time, without the obstruction of light transmission such as the ozone layer. At that time, the Elder paused, and even he could not predict what the result of this scene would be. After all, he did not know where Carrot's limit was. This man named Carrot L may have no limits at all. What was discovered from his potential at that moment was far from being judged by the 3 words of combat power in the mouth of the Frieza army. Unlike Broly, the deepest part of Carrot's body, the magnificent existence that seemed to be potential but seemed to be the same as Porunga's wish, had no end at all, just like what he felt when he first saw the big wishing bead when he was young. The words of the Elder made Carrot fall into silence. What he didn't expect was that the Elder even said the words of the destruction of Namek. It seems that he has a very firm determination for the severe situation of this battle. Suddenly, when the arc of the spacecraft's voyage intertwined into a white stream of light in the sky, it flew towards the distance. As if echoing the sun in the sky, the only 50 Namekians on the spaceship gathered together and finally said goodbye to the star that gave birth to them. Goodbye, Great Elder. Goodbye, Namek. May our race live in peace forever and our descendants live forever. Swoosh. The light of a meteor streaked across the horizon, and the exiles, carrying the hope of civilization, set sail to a place where the stars shine. The road in the boundless sea of stars is not easy to walk. Some people have walked for hundreds of millions of years, while others have never set foot on it. Shining the way ahead of Namek, 3 huge balls of light stood in the dark sea of stars. For hundreds of millions of years, this was the last time they were nurtured with white light. Every blade of grass and every tree on the entire planet was watching, and at this moment, the Great Elder slowly opened his weak eyes. However, just above the sky at the end of his sight, a tall figure with 2 horns on his head suddenly burst into a purple light from his pupils that annihilated the mountains and seas coming. Broly's murmur froze Carrot's gaze. The two looked up and saw a purple eye wave attacking the spaceship rising into the sky. Time seems to stand still at this moment, when the wind slows down. When the rushing stream gradually slows down, when the sun touches the corner of the eyebrows but has not had time to leave, when the frog jumps from the lotus leaf in midair, it seems to be embedded in a painting of time. Everything is still. In the sight, the only thing that can be seen clearly is Carrot's increasingly scarlet eye sockets. The 2 devastating heat rays have become the only thing that can move in the picture, heading towards the end of the world. Buzz. The hot light burning the air intercepted the energy wave emitted from Kurd's eyes. The intersection of red and purple collided into an earth-shattering explosion. Boom. Kurd was suddenly shocked. The detector on his left eye suddenly collapsed into fragments. The red cloak stayed in the air, stained with the blood of an unknown number of civilizations, and stopped there. What? The Kurdish king did not expect that someone could intercept his attack, and was stunned in midair. The next second, Broly moved. The moment the dust fell, Broly had disappeared from the spot, holding Kurd's hand in midair, staring at him with cold eyes as if looking at a dead man. Even though Broly was already quite tall, he was still a head shorter than Kurd when they stood together. But since both of them were flying in midair at the moment, the floating Broly was flying 1 position higher than him, which made the Kurdish king feel a sense of oppression for no reason. You have destroyed the planet into a mess, and you have to attack the only remaining survivors. How many people do you guys need to kill to be enough? There was no expression on Broly's face, only a kind of indifference that was frozen to the extreme. Witnessing the Kurdish king's sudden attack on the spaceship, uncontrollable anger suddenly surged into Broly's heart. Gamera is still on the boat. If Carrot L hadn't blocked the blow, he wouldn't be just as angry as this. Paragus taught him that the only thing that was contrary to his nature but that he found useful was to be cruel to his enemies. I'll never let you go, you damn piece of shit. Boom. The next second, there was a muffled sound and the sound of broken rocks. The Kurdish king punched Broly in the chest, but his eyes widened when he saw that the other party was motionless. Impossible? How could such a thing happen? You guys are not Namekians, who are you? The sparkling water reflected the terrified eyes of the Kurdish king, which were suddenly blown away by the air waves. The roaring waves set off a tornado that shot straight into the sky, condensing water from heavy rain in the green sky, and exploded with a bang. It turned into heavy rain in the sky, and fell to the ground in pattering patterns. Through the sunlight, the reflection ended not as a bridge built by rainbows, but as a splash of dandelion against the flying leaves. It was as if the planet was playing a desolate piece of music. The moment the blue water stopped, Carrot silently walked up to the Great Elder. He didn't know what else he could do, he just held his arm quietly, with a solemn expression as if the heartbeat of the entire Namek was disturbing his ears. In the dark, he seemed to hear the mountains mourning and delivering speeches. Boom, boom, boom. Quietly, the beating of a heart weakened. I have never seen the night sky of Namek, Mr. L. I wish you all the best. About Dragon Ball, there is one last secret. The person who has the deepest connection with the wish will eventually embark on the path that carries the wish, the soul. Before he finished speaking, the gentle wind extinguished the light lit by life and sent away the old man's last voice. When they witnessed the Kurdish king's light being blocked by Carrot, the tribesmen flew safely into the universe. The Great Elder's body completely let go of its last resistance to lifespan and gradually dissipated. Although he didn't finish his words, he had already used his own death to tell the final answer. The way he died was similar to that of GT Wukong. In a way similar to transforming into a god, he dissipated into the sky without even a body. Wishes, yes, wishes, everything is for the whisper of wish. Namek. I'll leave it to you. The gentle sound of the wind stirred up ripples on the clothes, and the firm steps revealed the eyes looking up to the sky. Suddenly, a hint of intelligence came to my ears, and it seemed that I had captured such a sound. Carrot L soared with his feet in the air, turned his back to Broly, and slowly floated into the sky. He didn't even look at Kurd. What are you doing, Kakarot? With his back to the battlefield, Carrot L was facing the direction where Frieza's army was, and he murmured back. I'll leave this to you. After the spaceship enters the galaxy, Frieza's radar will quickly capture their route, and their Dragon Balls will soon follow. To ensure safety, I have to attack their base at the same time. It's also time to settle the ledger with them. Broly was a little surprised when he heard this. He had to admit that Carrot L had thought much more carefully than he did. Unlike himself, he is not a simple combat idiot, but a highly educated strategic genius. But even so, it is also very dangerous for Carrot to face the trained Frieza and Gula at the same time. Then after we finish packing this, let's go together. Whoosh. Broly spoke hurriedly, but before he finished speaking, Carrot L's figure turned into a stream of light, tearing apart the mountains, seas, and earth. TCH, this guy should listen to what I have to say. This is the first time I see the stubbornness of a Saiyan in you, Kakarot. For a moment, Broly's eyes were a little complicated. Although it was not clear from whom he learned this style of not hearing people finish their words, that guy was a person who would never give up after making a decision. It seems I have to deal with you first now. Broly looked at Kurd silently, and the moment he looked back, the airwave shaking in the air blew Kurd to the ground, and he fell straight towards the island. Boom. Dust rose up all over the sky, and the moment Kurd landed on the ground, most of his cloak was torn off by the force of friction. After a long time, the atmosphere on the ground seemed to have changed in some way. Broly was stunned for a moment. He seemed to hear some kind of skeletal movement, rattling, expanding and contracting as Kurd's body shape changed. Damn it, you kid. How dare you? After a long time, the true figure gradually emerged from the dust. Kurd looked up to the sky and glared at Broly, and erupted with terrifying power, turning the entire island into ruins. This guy is different from before. Is this the transformation of the frozen demon clan? Broly narrowed his eyes. He was the culprit who destroyed the Saiyan race. Even Thanos was afraid of this existence. Not even Kakarot is sure to deal with it. Somehow I never like fighting. I'm actually a little excited. As a dangerous existence above the stars, there is no doubt about the cruelty of the Kurdish king. But compared to Frieza, he has no personal charm because he once begged Trunks to surrender. Although strictly speaking, Frieza begging Sun Wukong to give him his energy, and attacking him from behind is even more immoral. But everyone obviously prefers Frieza. Bring it on. Broly's expression was stern, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. He opened his posture in midair and swooped away, like a comet falling to the ground, and heaven's punishment coming to the world. The blazing flames burned the surrounding air and made the sea boil. Facing Broly's power, Kurd, who had completed 2 transformations, also shot straight into the sky and collided with Broly. Boom. Bang. A collision sounded, and the sky, which was always as bright as day, seemed to darken for a moment. In an instant, the hot waves set off a boiling tsunami. At the moment when the two heroes crossed, the golden light column rushed straight to the sky from the deepest part of the earth, like the aurora emerging from the ground, blooming with crisscrossing colors. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. During the collision, the anger burned, the boiling and burning blood, and the souls of the dead of the fighting nation were scalding. All of Broly's cells were cheering and jumping for joy, and the violent wildness extended from his cheeks with bulging veins. Excitement, surging, fiery, and fighting spirit all turned into power surging in the body, constantly stimulating his cells and releasing more powerful combat potential. It's so hot. It's so hot. Broly gushed a stream of hot air in his throat, and the completely uncontrollable power was overflowing from his body. The crazy growth of potential was like a stimulant, filling his brain and gradually dimming his reason. He couldn't judge how powerful the fists and energy waves hitting him were at this moment. But as the excitement gradually surged into his brain, it didn't take long for him to feel the pain from the severe pain of his bones being broken at the beginning to gradually stop at this moment. Bang! The next second, a pair of iron fists brushed past the shoulders of King Kurd. Broly seemed to have been prepared, and deep energy light overflowed from his palms. He originally planned to press Kurd's head to hit his knees, but he had horns on his head and a tail behind him. Halfway through the move, Broly had to dodge sideways and then push out. Boom. What? The majestic energy exploded on Kurd's back, making him stunned for a moment, and was also caught off guard by Broly's instant change. The fist that was just thrown out suddenly missed, and the whole person had no time to retract his hand, so he had to fall forward. Kurd, who had been out of battle for a long time, was far behind Broly in experience and skills. As he was pushed out, he left the space behind him to Broly. Roaring, roaring. Every syllable was the beast instinct and cruel natural law of the predator. Broly shouted loudly. The sound was like thunder, causing all beasts to flee and fish to dive into the seabed. Under the shouting, it seemed that some shackles were broken and bound, and the originally dark pupils were instantly swallowed by a white of the eye. Seeing Kurd falling to the ground, Broly grabbed Kurd's calf with both hands, and turned around in the air like a madman to vent his anger. At this time, he was like an anaconda that broke the bones of its prey, greedily waving his power. Kurd was so frightened that he was stunned. Broly swung him like a discus in the air and threw him to the ground. Bang. Suddenly, a piercing roar opened the roar of the explosion, and a figure fell to the ground like lightning, stirring up dust all over the sky. An arc falling from the sky shattered the mountain, penetrated the island, tore the earth, and fell into the vast ocean. After a long time, the waves rolled, and Kurd climbed out of the water in a mess. What's going on? Is this guy a lunatic? Kurd gasped and slowly looked up. He saw that the world in front of him seemed to have changed color, constantly changing back and forth between black and white. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening explosion sounded, but it was just the sound of muscles squeezing bones and growing continuously. The sound spread out, like a death knell knocking on the heads of all living things, constantly echoing, and spreading to the surroundings with the ever-increasing power. Is this kid's power still increasing? At this moment, the third stage Kurd did not seem to be handsome. The double horns on his head stretched backwards, and his old skin was covered with black and purple marks. He looked more like Frieza in the color of Gula. He had the shoulder armor and wrist blade arm guards extending from Gula to his arms, and a head similar to Frieza. Looking at Broly's power increase, as if there was no end at all, Kurd's face turned pale, and his eyes subconsciously looked in the direction of his two sons. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Monster? Unbelievable, there is such a monster on Namek." Kurd took 2 steps back in horror, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and he regretted coming out alone. What a joke. I have lived for most of my life, and I have never seen such a beastly fighting style, let alone such a pervert whose fighting power can grow infinitely after going crazy, and the growth rate is simply cheating. The first punch can beat him half to death, the second punch can only barely hit him, and by the third punch, he can already catch your fist. As for the fourth punch, that's him beating you. Broly opened his arms, roared in the storm, soared in the sky, and the whole person was excited, like a piece of barren land that had been drought for a long time. So much so that Kurd couldn't tell for a long time, is this guy rational or irrational now? The breath of the battle was only a moment, and the power increase after a short rest has exploded with even more amazing power. Broly looked at Kurd with a stern look, swooped down from the sky, and pounced straight. Kurd was surprised, but he had not done his best, so how could he give up because of a brief shock? Anyone who provokes the Emperor must die? This is the eternal creed of their clan. Moreover, he has two sons, Frieza and Cool, to back him up. I believe they already know the current situation of the battle. Boom. In a flash, the two collided again, from the air battle to the ground battle. Kurd's elbow shook Broly's knee, and the punch that turned over and dodged tore the green light that penetrated the sky and the earth behind him. Bang bang bang, bang 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 bang. The daylight was set against the sunset, the tsunami rolled with huge waves, and the combination of fists and feet had thousands of changes in every moment. That was a power that humans could not reach, a god from a distant galaxy, and a disaster brought down by the devil. Boom. Broly punched Kurd in the face. This provocative punch completely angered Kurd's competitive spirit. He actually used his face to support his body against Broly's fist and hit his abdomen with his knee. Ugh. The two staggered in pain at the same time, but they were dead. Although they stood up almost at the same time, Broly burst out with more power than before. The furious roar exploded with green light in an instant, like an inexhaustible source, and rushed up. Ugh. Kurd looked confused. Bang. After the shock, the ground cracked layer by layer, and in a blink of an eye, the terrifying green light tore the entire earth apart. The moment the island collapsed, the two figures who came and went instantly flashed to another island. The scene was frozen at the moment when the dust was raised. Cold and Broly grabbed each other's arms at the same time, like two wrestling antelopes, confronting each other on the ground. As the power increased layer by layer, the feet of the two gradually emerged with a dazzling light leading to the underground. The energy light was like a series of extreme blades of destruction, blooming with golden light like a sword. Wherever the golden light passed, the world was torn apart, the vast plains were torn into pieces, and the isolated island was broken into two. Now, I have become stronger again. Kakarot. Yeah, you've become stronger, Broly. The words that hit his ears suddenly spanned tens of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. During this irreversible journey, L smiled calmly. His super hearing could hear the conversations on the other side of the battlefield very clearly. God, for Kryptonians, this uninhabited planet is simply a paradise. There is all-weather sun, few creatures, complete animal and plant systems, and the planet is vast. It would be great if it could be turned into a resort. Lord Frieza, the radar just showed that in the direction where Lord Kurd went, an unknown spaceship left carrying a large number of life forms. Inside the cabin, a tied-up old man couldn't help but widen his eyes after hearing this. Snapped. However, the moment he regained consciousness, a whip struck him hard on the face, causing Paragus to grin in pain. How could his old bones withstand such inhumane torture? If he fell into the hands of a Saiyan enemy like Frieza, it was no longer a matter of seeking happiness for himself, but how to die in order to compare. Be decent. Why is he so unlucky? Broly, have you and Kakarot finally faced them? Is this the fate of us Saiyans? Destined to die at the hands of Frieza and the others? Paragus closed his eyes in fear. Those days on planet Vegeta will never be forgotten. As an old man who had experienced the Kurdish rule, Paragus had always engraved in his mind the power of the Frozen Demon clan. Even if Carrot said Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan, he didn't think Broly could beat Frieza and Kurd. It's impossible to win. It's impossible to win. Paragus murmured to himself in his heart and couldn't help but regret. I shouldn't have agreed to join Thanos in the first place. It would have been better if I had stayed on Wampa. Although life is a bit difficult, at least I can still survive. Thinking of this, Paragus' vision gradually became blurred. As the laser whip hit his body, there was a trace of prayer in the back of Gula. At the same time, while looking at the 4 wishing beads, Gula slapped his tail heavily on the ground, and glanced coldly at the subordinate who came to report. Gula slowly raised a finger, and a faint purple shimmer emitted from the tip of her index finger. Seeing this scene, the soldier was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy like pounding garlic. He was so powerful that even the floor was stained with blood. Master Gula, please spare your life, Master Gula? What did I do wrong? Don't kill me. Boom. The next second, an undetectable light suddenly flashed, and the soldier's cry for mercy stopped abruptly. There was a loud explosion, accompanied by a hint of burning aroma blowing through everyone's nostrils. The figure of the man just now had turned into dust. Seeing this, the remaining members of Frieza's army knelt down tremblingly. No one dared to look directly at the faces of the 2 demon kings in front of them, for fear that if they offended one of them, they would turn into ashes. Cold sweat wet their backs, and the fear seeping into their hearts made everyone dare not raise their heads. They knelt on the ground with tensed nerves, not daring to move. You bastard, even if you beat a dog, you have to look at the owner. Frieza's eyes were as cold as icebergs, and he asked. Although they are both brothers, everyone knows that the relationship between him and Gula is actually not good. Snort. Regarding Frieza's tone, Gula snorted coldly and didn't care. As the eldest son, Gula should actually be the first heir of the Kurdish army, but he had no interest in the cause of conquering the universe, let alone real estate, so he retreated behind the scenes and gave up the title of emperor to Frieza. The relationship between the two will not be clear for a while. It can only be said that there is a brotherhood, but not much. Just like just now, in the face of Gula's actions, Frieza only talked about it afterwards, and had no intention of stopping him when he killed. The dogs don't know how to respect their owners anymore, so what's the use of keeping them? Gula looked at everyone with contempt, seemingly speaking to Frieza, but in fact he was warning a group of ants kneeling on the ground. Frieza also understood what Gula meant. In the report just now, the subordinate only called his name and ignored Gula. This was the reason why Gula killed him. The spaceship must be the escaped Namekians. I didn't expect that a farming nation that suffered a disaster could still build an interstellar spacecraft. Since Gula was present, Frieza was naturally not sitting in the baby cabin at this moment. What a bunch of rude guys. They want to run away when guests come to their home. They don't know how to respect them at all. Yeah. Hearing this, Gula narrowed his eyes and walked to the side of Paragus who was being beaten. With his hands behind his back, his flexible tail tightened his neck and tightened it hard. It may not be their own spaceship, it may be brought by other interstellar travelers. At this point, Gula paused slightly, fixed his gaze on the tail behind Paragus, and smiled at Frieza. For example, Saiyan, my stupid brother, I didn't expect that you would still leave remnants of your legacy back then. It seems that it has disrupted your immortality plan now. Frieza's face darkened. Gula's naked ridicule immediately made him feel uncontrollably humiliated. It's like a prince general who you can't do anything about is accusing his brother, the emperor, of ruining the country like a dog, and he has to clean up the mess. The escaped Paragus was caught by Kula's men, and Kula didn't do things for as many purposes as Frieza, mainly to provoke his brother. Clenching his fists tightly, Frieza's face was as black as the wall of a rough house. He really didn't want to lose his composure in front of Kula, but he couldn't bear it anymore. Tagema. Here. Tagema stood up immediately. Since the names of the two kings were wrong no matter how he said them, he just said one word. Frieza frowned, looking at a bright spot on the radar, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. Shoot down this spaceship for me, the remaining Dragon Balls must have been taken away by them. You seen monkeys who deserve to go to hell. Frieza walked in front of Paragus and ripped off his arm expressionlessly. Paragus' eyes turned black and fainted on the spot. Sure enough, all of them should be killed. I thought I would not see you stupid monkeys after Vegeta died, but I didn't expect that some of you are still alive. But it doesn't matter, no matter how many of you there are or what plans you have to die. Ha 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 ha, it turns out that the little monkey who has become a corpse is the best. Gula couldn't help but shudder, and gave Frieza a look of disgust. He quickly retracted his tail, wishing to get away from him as soon as possible. Every time he heard him laugh, Cooler got goose bumps all over his body. The reason why he had a bad relationship with Frieza was because of this. After all, he was just cold-blooded, but not perverted. But his stupid brother seemed to have been kicked in the head when he was born. Under the seemingly elegant tone, it seemed like he had a serious illness in his bones. Bang! At this moment, the outer periphery of the spaceship suddenly rose to the sky with a huge sound that startled everyone. The explosion that resounded through the sky burned the surrounding sea of fire and instantly engulfed it. Accompanied by the smoke-filled dust, a figure as fast as a stream of light swept through the cabin with 4 Dragon Balls. Boom! Even Frieza and Gula were startled by this sudden scene. They never thought that someone would dare to openly attack their cabin. What? The moment he raised his eyes, the sea of fire engulfed everything in his sight. The smoke covered his eyes, and the explosion was filled with gunpowder smoke. Seeing that the situation was not right, Tagema hurriedly pressed the detector button to lock the opponent's trace. Clang! However, just as his finger touched the button, a golden air blade penetrated the hazy dust and suddenly cut off his head. He stumbled unexpectedly, and before he could even close his wide eyes, a bald gray head rolled down to Frieza's feet. Huh! Frieza felt the foreign object rolling down under his feet, and couldn't help but look down. When he saw that it was Tagema's head, he kicked it away with a cold look. Damn! A trickster ant. Instantly, Frieza's eyes burst into strands of light, which suddenly scattered around. The scattered light waterfall splashed water, flying in all directions, like a huge spider web that stretched out, penetrating every corner, and reunited in an instant. It seemed that the sky was pure white at dawn, and when it lit up, it tore through the thick black smoke. Step. But at the same time, L had already left the spaceship, and a pair of light blue shoes gently tapped the cliff wall outside. Facing the autumn wind blowing ripples on the waterside, on the rocky hills, L's eyes stared at the half-burned cabin in front of him. Frieza, get out. The voice was agitated, like thunder, and a very familiar scolding awakened Frieza's memory, and he was stunned for a moment. What is this voice? The autumn wind was cold, not as cold as the killing chill on his face, and time seemed to have crossed back to the destruction of planet Vegeta 20 years ago. The last cry from the lower-level warriors' dead souls once again appeared in front of the Emperor of the Universe. This will change everything, my fate, the fate of planet Vegeta, the fate of Alaka, the fate of Krypton, the fate of Kakarot, and your fate. This blow will end it. The memory overlapping with reality reflects the long-forgotten picture, a face with a red headscarf, like a curse, staring at him in hell for 20 years. Only one blood-red arm guard is left, a man with scars all over his body, standing alone in front of a million troops, fearless and courageous. Although his body is already seriously injured and dying, he bursts out with amazing willpower, constantly standing up and falling in the endless stream of Frieza's army, and finally comes to him. This face is therefore qualified to be remembered by him. The hideous cross scar was engraved on his cheek, like the unique mark of an executioner. He had a murderous look on his face, like a hungry ghost crawling out of the depths of hell, biting the prey in his sight crazily, unable to kill or drag it to pieces. Somehow, the voice coming from outside reminded him of this scene. Frieza's face gradually lost its previous exasperation, and what calmed down was no longer anger, but the murderous intent in his heart. So that's it. Saiyans. Saiyans again, this group of lingering monkeys. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, countless lightning flashes tore through the surrounding compacted soil layer, and explosions one after another resounded on the mothership of the spaceship. Like a collapsed domino, every house in the cabin, every subship, and even the spaceship brought by Gula was burned from the outside to the inside. This sudden attack was not just a sudden blitzkrieg, but also a provocative signal to the Emperor of the Universe. The spaceship is completely destroyed and there is no way to leave. This place will be the place where we will die? Frieza naturally understood the deep meaning of the other party's attack. His feet slowly lifted into the air, and his expressionless face exuded a cold look. Suddenly, the flames around him and the black smoke that attacked him again wrapped his body, looming in the thick fog. As he moved, purple lines gradually spread all over his body. His whole short body was like a crab shedding its shell, breaking the skin on the surface. Frieza, this guy, seems to be a little serious. Sure enough, the Saiyan monkeys are the reverse scale of his shame. Gula folded his hands across his chest and watched the scene with interest. As the skin on the surface gradually cracked, the thick black smoke also disappeared between heaven and earth with the airwaves rolled up by the strong wind. The orange-red stood like the rising sun, the purple-gray was as cold as a demon, and the scene of ruins, against the earth with its edges and corners wiped out, indicated the arrival of the end of the world. Only the sun's light was left, like an eye lurking in the sky, slowly watching the scene. Frieza's figure floated up into the sky, facing L. The two looked at each other, and when their eyes met, there seemed to be a faint fire flickering in the air. How rude, sir. Frieza stared at the man in front of him indifferently. Seeing that the other party had no intention of running away, he naturally understood the purpose of the visitor and raised a finger to him. Willfully destroying other people's spaceships and disrupting other people's good things. You still don't know what the consequences are of provoking me. Bang. As soon as the voice fell, a scarlet death beam condensed on Frieza's index finger and rushed towards L with the force of thunder. Bang. L frowned, as if he had expected it, raised his hand and swung it out, and slapped Frieza's death beam on the spot. Frieza was a little surprised, but the movement of his hand did not stop. Crack, 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 crack. The purple light formed an electric net, as if to dye the whole world a dead purple, interlaced layer by layer, and in an instant, it shot out billions of destruction nets that penetrated the stars. L stood still, waving one arm up and down, as if turning into a wall of light, airtight. The super brain calculated the trajectory of each beam of light, constantly hitting it into the sky at various angles, or passing parallel to the surface of the earth. Seeing that this move seemed useless, Frieza narrowed his eyes in surprise. It seemed that he had finally found a tool to play with. His feet landed on the cliff of the mountain. Frieza smiled slightly and bowed with one hand in an elegant greeting, but somehow he gave people a creepy feeling. He was like a devil who would eat people without spitting out bones. He deliberately put on a layer of human skin, but this layer of human skin was not because the devil wanted to become a human. He just wanted people to feel the uncanny valley effect and appreciate their expressions of fear. Since you called me by my name just now, it means you already know my identity. But, out of courtesy, I still have to ask, your name, and your purpose. Maybe I will remember it and think of it one day in the future. Frieza's mouth curved into a smile, which was why Gula thought he was perverted. Frieza seemed to always be able to transform his previous anger with a playful mentality, moody, just for fun. It's obviously a small effort to kill a few ants, and he can play 18 kinds of tricks for you? El. The orange clothes are like fire, as fierce as the morning sun, and the waves of fighting spirit are swaying in the cold wind, fluttering in the wind. Compared with the Krypton suit with black cloak, which gives people a deep sense of depression, like the mountain-like god Wei Ya, this martial arts suit has a touch of sunshine. As Sun Wukong said in Dragon Ball, this is a symbol of his participation in the battle as an earthling. The purpose is very simple. I want you to die. L's calm words made Frieza change his face instantly. His sinister eyes permeated with hatred that went straight into his heart. The devil finally tore open the human skin and revealed his most hideous and terrifying scene. Asshole who is looking for death. In fact, if wanted to report the number, he could burst out a long list of extremely second-year names. What are the three giants of the Justice League? The son of Krypton, the hope of the Saiyans from the earth, the soul of the fighting nation for revenge, the guardian of the Earth Zone, Superman. However, when seeing the elegant etiquette that Frieza deliberately displayed, L always felt like looking in the mirror. He used to be like this, deliberately nurturing a human skin with nobleness and calmness. All the seemingly elegant behaviors, in essence, did not achieve the comfort and relaxation given by politeness, but were extremely indifferent. It was not without reason that Stark nicknamed him a sadist. But there was no way. If you don't want to become a pervert like Homelander, you can only become more perverted than Homelander. And when facing Frieza, a fellow, L had no need to act anymore. They were all 1,000-year-old foxes, and they would just fight. One sentence removed Frieza's pretentiousness, and seeing the hysterical madness revealed in his expression, L sighed secretly. Fortunately, this is not the thing under my skin. Bang! With a cold pupil, Frieza suddenly moved, and the rock under Carrot's feet suddenly collapsed into ruins. Figures intertwined, and the position where he was standing had been replaced by Frieza. An elbow attack came unexpectedly, and he wanted to hit the vital point directly, but it passed through Carrot's body at the critical moment. Frieza was slightly stunned without feeling the touch of hitting the target. He looked carefully and saw that L in front of him gradually dissipated like a projection. Is this after image? Frieza was a little surprised. He didn't even see Carrot's movements clearly just now. Could it be that in the moment without any warning, he had predicted his own movements? At the same time, behind Frieza, Gula's sight slowly looked up, and his eyes fixed in midair met with Carrot's eyes looking at him. Interesting. Gula smiled, and the posture of crossing his arms across his chest also showed a little interest in Carrot's speed. When his eyes were shaking, a death beam came out of his eye sockets. Seeing this, Carrot's eyes also burst into scarlet heat rays and collided with Gula's death beam. Zzz. With a bang, the hot air waves burned everything in the air. The collision of the two forces stirred up smoke all over the sky. Gula was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the other party also knew the same tricks as them. In an instant, the sea was covered with layers of waves, rising from the ground, as if it was divided into countless tornadoes, flying into the sky and washing the clouds. The doomsday scene showed the collision of the power of the gods. When the lightning struck the sky, an energy bomb interrupted the attack of the two. L and Gula looked at Frieza at the same time. Frieza stared at Kula with a look of rage, and shouted, "Asshole, Kula, who allowed you to take action? He is the prey of my king Frieza." Frieza stared at Kula with his eyes wide open, and Kula frowned subconsciously, a little dissatisfied with the tone of Frieza talking to him. But then he thought that he couldn't argue with a pervert, he was mentally ill, so he should let him go. Frieza stared at Kula for a long time, and seeing that he didn't seem to have any intention of taking action, he turned his gaze to Carrot, and said after a moment of hesitation, "Hehe, L, I seem to remember this name. Are you the Saiyan and Kryptonian hybrid who defeated Vegeta on Earth?" Frieza's eyes stared at Carrot's, his slightly playful expression gave people a sense of danger under calmness, and he pursed his lips. "Is that why? No wonder you knew Namek and Dragon Ball and made arrangements in advance. Was the attack just now to delay time? It gave the Namekians a chance to escape, but..." Frieza paused, stepped back, and slowly opened his arms. "I'm curious, are the consequences of attacking me also within your calculations?" L nodded, and the green sky reflected his always calm eyes. In terms of the size of his aura, Carrot was far weaker than the ultimate form of Frieza and cooler at this time. But his performance at this time was full of indifference. "Of course, the consequence is that you die in my hands. The era of emperors will end here. From now on, there will no longer be the title of Emperor Frieza in the world, and everyone will know my name. I will step on your corpse and end the human god of the last universe era, Superman." Frieza was stunned for a long time, as if he heard something funny, and covered his mouth with joy. "Wow, what a funny name. Was it given to you by those weak earthlings? It seems that you inherited not only the life gene data of the Saiyans, but also the disgusting stupidity and wishful ambitions of those monkeys." Frieza's voice turned cold. "Since you are as stupid as those monkeys, there is no need to recruit you. It is your honor to die in the final form of my Emperor Frieza." Frieza's mouth corners rose silently, and he slowly extended 5 fingers to Carrot. "Indeed, your strength has far exceeded that of other Saiyans, but it is not worth mentioning to me. 50%. I only need to use 50% of my strength to destroy you." Hearing this, Carrot's hands naturally dropped, and the lines on his palms flowed with a trace of golden light. Somehow, a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Really? That's interesting. What's going on? This kid doesn't show any fear. Saiyans do have a warlike and barbaric nature, but this guy's behavior seems a little strange." While Gula was puzzled, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he suddenly remembered something. "Oh, who is that guy? I remember. He was the kid in the baby cabin at that time." Gula suddenly remembered that he had met this little guy before. 20 years ago, on the day of the destruction of planet Vegeta, his radar detected Carrot's spaceship not far away. At that time, Gula could have shot down the spaceship, but he let Carrot land safely on Earth with the mentality of letting Frieza clean up the mess himself. Things finally went as he wished. After more than 20 years, Carrot did cause a big trouble for Frieza. Suddenly, the auras of both sides climbed to the top, gravel suspended on the ground, and electric light roared in the magnetic field. Just as the sun was reflected over the treetops, the corner of the orange clothes suddenly swayed and the figure shook. L took the lead in launching the attack. Boom! A stream of light passed by, and the whole space seemed to be separated by a straight line. A punch was thrown, and the hurricane that destroyed the world caused a catastrophe. Wherever the fist wind fell, countless golden lights turned into flying torrents, rushing down, as if they would never dry up, and continued. The kidneys, neck, head, kidneys, heart, flowers bloomed in an instant, like a bloodthirsty man-eating plant, swallowed up Frieza's figure in a blink of an eye. Every move was vital, and there was murderous intent everywhere. For a moment, the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, and the wind danced in the long river. Bang 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 bang. However, Frieza, who was submerged in the fists and feet, gradually raised the corners of his mouth, and the orderly blocking and dodging were not messy at all. A pair of narrow eyes showed a mocking smile in the sinister, seeing through every move of L. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the island was rugged, and where the two figures intersected, a continuous mountain collapsed. Where the boulders splashed, countless golden lights spread from the vast ocean, and from the depths of the sea, huge waves were stirred up. Gula's eyes were fixed on the two people, constantly observing Carrot's movements. It was very strange, this weird feeling always lingered in his heart. It was obviously Frieza who had the upper hand. He also knew that Frieza had many trump cards. But something was wrong. Gula narrowed his eyes, and the power that Carrot L showed now did not match the movements of his body. Is this guy hiding his power? No, I always feel that something is wrong. Where the eyes stayed, the high fighting power opened the scene of the collapse of the world. Even the whistling wind changed color, sometimes bright and sometimes dark, blowing the world gloomy. Frieza's natural and leisurely evasion surprised Carrot secretly, and he murmured in his heart. This is Frieza after training. He is really strong. Now I have no scruples. I can let go and verify all my guesses. The trained emperor of the universe is my best test subject. Let me feel it. Frieza. He thought to himself, and the next second, Carrot L's figure disappeared. Instead, countless afterimages appeared around Frieza, in the air, on the ground, everywhere, and Gula and Frieza were stunned at the same time. Following that, Carrot L's afterimage was divided into 5 into 20, and each afterimage was entangled with each other. Instantly, the sky and the earth rolled up the whistling of airflow collision. The fast-moving figure opened 20 orange-red tornadoes in an instant, and with the injection of breath, it blew towards Frieza suddenly. What is this? Frieza frowned, put his hands in front of his eyes, and was unable to open his eyes due to the countless strong winds around him. He had never seen such a fighting style before, so he did not dare to be careless for a while, and kept paying attention to the movements around him, fearing that Carrot L would take the opportunity to attack him in a blind spot. However, Carrot L did not intend to attack him by surprise, which made Frieza's careful defense empty. In the moment of distraction, the overwhelming strong wind caused a collision between air currents, thunder, and lightning, like a giant beast swallowing the sky, caught Frieza off guard and swept him into the tornado. Following that, all the tornadoes around him began to converge towards him as if they were moving in a regular pattern. In an instant, a devastating storm stood on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The dark clouds were dense, and the wind swept like a knife while thunder and lightning flashed. Ugh. After being caught off guard by the turbulence, Frieza stabilized his body with a ferocious face, and wondered in his heart. Damn, what weird tricks did this monkey use? The terrifying hurricane spun faster and faster, like a huge drum, absorbing everything in the space, far exceeding the great power formed by the heaven and earth, and continuously attacked Frieza from all directions. Nothing, just that the appetizers always have to be cut before they are served. The next second, Carrot smiled indifferently, and his whole body burst into golden light. In the endless gust of wind, the air blade he injected into it instantly penetrated. At this moment, the huge washing machine drum suddenly turned into a meat grinder at maximum power. Every airflow turned into a sharp blade, tearing Frieza's body bit by bit like 1,000 knives. Ugh, damn it, such a boring move. Disturbed by the breath, Frieza was constantly being torn apart by the air blade, and seemed to have no intention of stopping when he felt this move. After that, he finally cried out in pain. At this moment, Frieza had to admit that he was indeed inferior to this young sadist in terms of perversion. The next second, Frieza's eyes widened angrily, and he forced himself to stabilize his body. His eyes of hatred surged to the sky, and suddenly bloomed. Bang, bang, bang. The expansion of the breath caused the sound of bones exploding, and the sound was deafening. Suddenly, a bright golden light slowly lit up in the center of the storm vortex. Boom. Suddenly, there was a radiant light, a terrifying energy explosion, and with Frieza's angry shout, the color of the sky and earth swept by the wind changed, and the storm was turned into nothing. Whoosh. The moment the golden light lit up, Carrot L's figure landed smoothly on the ground, looking at Frieza calmly under the sun. Noticing Carrot L's undisturbed breathing, Gula's eyes suddenly widened and he was shocked. Did this guy achieve this scene just by relying solely on his speed? Carrot L's super hearing naturally caught Gula's words, and murmured, "Is it difficult? I just took a few laps in the sky." The distance between the two was not far away. Staring at Carrot's back, Gula frowned. Sure enough, that uneasy premonition was not his imagination. Carrot L crossed his arms, and his pupils passed through the golden shining light, even penetrating Frieza's body, and lit up slightly. First guess. Ha. Frieza's figure was suspended in the sky, his body was covered with purple scratches and blood. He looked at his hands in disbelief and gasped heavily. Why can a Saiyan monkey be so fast? Frieza's eyes extended to Carrot L. For a moment, hatred, anger, shame, countless feelings surged in his heart. This is the first time. My body is in such a mess. The stunned pupils froze for a moment, and Frieza flew hysterically towards Carrot's position. Tisk, you seen monkey. Swoosh. The white light fell to the ground, and the vast wild grass was bent by an invisible pressure. Frieza stared at Carrot L with cold eyes. The playful smile on his face had disappeared, replaced by a sickly gloomy look. Seeing this, Carrot slowly squatted down, crossed his arms and started a fighting posture. His face showed a solemn look. He dared not be careless. The experiment was dangerous, and it was even more dangerous to use the Emperor of the Universe for the experiment. A solemn atmosphere spread between the two. The next second, the whole island turned into ashes without any warning. Boom. The fire burned the sky and the earth, and the scene that came into view was like a painting drawn in the sea of fire. But the two figures who were writing on the picture at this moment did not embellish the traces of life on the paper like ink and wash. They were trying to use their unique collision form to depict a realistic scene of hell coming. Bang, 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 bang. During the collision, the figures kept crossing, a punch was thrown, and the figure moving in the air instantly crossed the mountains and stayed above the sea. Carrot L's figure was frozen behind Frieza, flashing like a ghost, and kicked down, but was entangled by Frieza's tail in advance. Ho ho ho, you seem to like standing behind others, Mr. EL. This habit is not good. Carrot's face froze for a moment after being strangled by Frieza's tail. Damn, careless. Unexpectedly, not only he was observing Frieza, but Frieza also understood his movements and habits. In a hurry, Carrot could only throw a punch hastily, but because there was no leverage point, Frieza caught it directly in midair, leaving a gap. This is back to you, Mr. L. When that unique voice sounded in front of him again, the defensive action that followed was still unable to block the knee that hit his abdomen. Bang! Carrot staggered by the blow, and was then thrown heavily to the ground by Frieza. How could Frieza miss this opportunity? His narrow eyes flashed with crazy colors. Following the direction where Carrot fell to the ground, energy bombs like explosive flames flew out of his hands one after another and hit his body. Boom, 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 boom. The whistling wind blew on Gula's face, and the deafening sound ignited black smoke that covered the sky. Every explosion made the ground tremble, and the whole Namek could feel these terrible shocks. However, after a long time, Frieza's actions did not seem to stop. This made Gula frown. Visual obstacles were not a good tactic for the frozen demon who could not sense air. At least he was very dissatisfied with this because he could not see the show. Frieza, that guy, is just wasting his energy. Gula gave Frieza a disdainful look, pouted his lips and muttered, and suddenly his face froze, raised his hand, and shot a beam of light at the rock next to him. Bang! The next second, the dark purple light was like an arrow, brushing Paragus' face, almost cutting off half of his face, frightening him so much that he trembled and stood there. Oh, I didn't expect you could still move, old monkey. Seeing that there was no show ahead, Gula felt that he should find something to do for himself. He immediately stepped forward, stepped on Paragus' back with his foot, stepped his body into the mud, and sneered coldly. I have to admit that your vitality is really tenacious. You can still move in this state. But where do you want to escape to? Where can you escape to? There is no spaceship, no hometown to return to, and even no tribesman and family to pick you up. Gula could see that if Carrot wanted to save Paragus, his fellow tribesman, during the previous spacecraft raid, he could have saved him. But he would rather spend time using Tagama's head to disgust Frieza than think of saving him. Of course, there was nothing that Cooler couldn't understand about this behavior. If it were him, he wouldn't risk it for a dying old monkey. He would just be a burden if he saved it anyway. Poor thing, this is the fate of the Saiyans. Damn it. Paragus shed tears of despair with a look of grief and anger. Cooler's words were like a knife that cut deeply into his heart. Broly Kakarot. You must win. This was the first time in Paragus' life that he had the fantasy of defeating Frieza and Cooler, and it was also the first time he dared to think so. I don't know what filled his mind, maybe hatred, maybe anger, maybe it was the powerless life that had been deeply suppressed by fear. Thinking of this, Paragus' tears fell on the wet land, and through the cracks in the soil, he opened his only eye forcibly. He didn't care that the tears blurred his vision, and sent his last weak look in the direction of Broly and Kakarot. Young Saiyans, please, please, please become the legend that has been passed down thousands of times by word of mouth. Swoosh. The next second, the last energy also exploded in the sky. Seeing that Kakarot was motionless under the black smoke, Frieza gradually stopped his movements. The output of energy consumed his physical strength quickly. Frieza even subconsciously blew on his reddened fingers. Tisk, is this guy's body made of thunderbolt steel? No matter which part he attacks, his blocking and attacking are very strong. This special defense has never been seen on the Saiyans. Is it from Krypton? It's incredible. If the energy is not attached to the fist, it is difficult to cause penetrating damage. Suddenly, a corner of the black smoke dissipated, and a figure was firmly embedded in the mountain wall on the ground like a big word. Huh. Frieza was stunned, because from a distance, Carrot looked like he was asleep, and there was no sign of injury on his body. Tisk. That's Saiyan. Bang. The rapid dive surges with expanding arrogance, the arrogant arrogance splashes into the torrent, and the arrogant attitude shatters the mountains. The moment the gravel rolled to the ground, Frieza's feet were on the ground, his eyes full of contempt. His strength increased again, and although the swollen muscles were not as terrifying as they were at full power, to the naked eye, they were still a bit stronger than before. Frieza slowly raised his hands, and then with a light wave, almost flattened the entire land, including the cliff behind Carrot. Boom. Purple light danced, and Frieza's figure was mixed with golden flashes. He disappeared at a speed that was beyond the ability of human eyes to see clearly. Bang 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 bang. The offensive came again, punch after punch, kick after kick, Frieza's brutal attacks without any routine, just as if he was venting his anger, and weird roars continued to pour out of his mouth. Go to hell. Die. Yeah. In front of him, Carrot L, with his arms spread out, had no intention of hiding. He was like Jesus unconscious on the cross, enduring the most violent suffering in the world, with his eyes closed motionless. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. The sound of fists hitting the flesh rang in my ears, the deafening sound sending up pieces of dust. Superman's standing figure withstood countless attacks, followed closely by Frieza's teasing taunts. What's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted to take my life? Now it's not even 50% of its strength. Sure enough, you seen monkeys only talk big words. Frieza's mocking laughter echoed in Carrot's ears, and then he kicked Carrot on the shoulder, knocking him backwards. Carrot L's figure tore a hole as deep as a ravine in the vast land, as if it was going to cut the entire Namek in two. The cut area was quickly flooded with ocean water, and the rapid ocean current poured into the deep ravine, like a split valley, turning into a waterfall deep in the sea. The two of them rewrote the world at will. The sunshine on the horizon remained unchanged. Carrot L's feet spread apart, and he slowly opened his eyes under the light and murmured. Felt it. With the deeper pain, there's something stirring in the body. My blood is boiling. No, it's not just that. This state of excitement unique to Saiyans has even made my special senses clearer. As the breath continues to fill, strength, speed, defense, perception, hearing, vision, mind, and all combat abilities are increasing exponentially. Carrot L raised his head and stared at Frieza with a deep solemn look in his eyes. Frieza couldn't see the expression on his face clearly at this time, but he seemed to hear an illusion-like sneer coming from Carrot L's mouth. Second guess. Growing up. As he finished speaking, a heavy punch appeared without warning, hitting him in the lower abdomen. The force was so strong that Frieza almost bent his back, widened his eyes, and spat out a drop of saliva, and then stumbling backwards. Impossible. Frieza saw this and hurriedly distanced himself from him. Just when he thought Carrot was going to take advantage of the victory, he saw Carrot L standing silently, and then made the same gesture as he had just done. Put your hands on your chest and bow slightly. I'm glad, Mr. Frieza. Carrot L's move made Frieza turn blue and white, as if he was deliberately disgusting him, but also as if he was really greeting him seriously. Even his tone was deliberately imitated, his larynx moved slightly, and he used his superhuman voice-changing ability to make the same sound as Frieza. What you said to me before is exactly what I want to say. Please please me as much as you can, Mr. Frieza. Seeing this, the corners of Frieza's mouth twitched repeatedly, and he felt a chill in his heart, and he immediately felt like vomiting. Family members, who knows? As a family member, Gula looked on and said that he was very satisfied. The sky has eyes, the pervert finally meets the pervert? Conscience of heaven and earth, just say that he raises a group of Jinyu special forces to dance and perform a celebratory dance for Lord Frieza at every turn. This stupid Udo could not bear to kill him, but he actually still I can read it. Just for this reason, you can't say that he is not a pervert? I heard that Jinyu recently took on a disciple. What is his name? Star-Lord? When Gula thought of the painting style of the Jinyu team, his head hurt and he couldn't help but shudder. Standing opposite Frieza, Carrot L smiled and clenched his fists, seeming to adapt to his increasing power. His force value is not simply determined by chi, or the combat effectiveness formed after the energy is increased. The same level of aura can enhance combat effectiveness, and the effect he can exert is far beyond that of others. The blessings of countless abilities such as super hearing, super vision, super brain, steel body, breath perception, super strength, super speed, thought processing, etc. in battle. For him, it is far from just how much energy is increased. It's so easy to increase how much? This almost perfect body constructed by the DC editorial department is always glowing with more vitality. This is a kind of crushing that is almost of a higher standard on the life level. If the power raised by breath can be used to improve the entire body's data in an all-round way, then what it can improve is not just the output of energy. Because of this, what he can perform will far exceed this level of combat power. The combat values are just numbers on the detector. They are used to anchor his strength. It is simply a blind man trying to figure out the elephant. However, even these are just basic settings. The conjecture that Carrot L really wants to prove is that he is part of the Saiyans during the Dragon Ball Super era. Growing up and surpassing the opponent in battle is known as the unique skill of Saiyans. This is derived from the more enhanced part of Dragon Ball Super that enhances the potential of Saiyans. In addition to the original setting of a surge in combat power after being seriously injured and near death, a growth attribute of breaking through shackles in battle is added. This is also one of the basic reasons for the collapse of Super era combat power. This kind of unreasonable breakthrough can even directly bridge the huge gap in the world within a limited time. L moved his steps and regained his posture. The way of thinking brought about by his super brain almost caused him to start a thinking storm in an instant. In their words, in battle, constantly surpassing limits, constantly moving forward, and constantly reaching places that no one has done before, this is growth. Even in this short period of time, we Saiyans can surpass our original limits again and again. This setting is what they call growth. However, Kakarot is the only one who can truly bring out this setting. It is a unique combination of martial arts and Saiyan bloodline that is unique to him. Although Vegeta can do it, due to his personality, this characteristic is not complete. What Kakarot can achieve is unmatched by anyone. The boiling of the blood, the high fighting spirit, the pain of being attacked, the injuries to the body, the exhaustion under absolute adversity, and the limitless physical exhaustion. Even in the duel, each move, stagger, attack, collision, in this process, they can continue to break through, constantly adapt to the opponent, continue to grow, and become infinitely stronger. It's his instinct. L murmured in his heart, Frieza's attack just now had proved this. Even if Samasa steals his body later, he can still make this body stronger by withstanding higher level attacks. And if Sun Wukong can do it, I will have the same attributes in my body. L's eyes bloomed with a horrifying fighting spirit, expectant yet excited, boiling yet calm. Integration is by no means as simple as adding the potential of two people to one. It's always been like this. Kakarot and Clark, if the power of the two became one from the beginning, then the power that exploded would definitely not be what I am now. Even if the time is so short, even if the gap in power is like a chasm, even if all of this is based on overstretching one's own potential, it doesn't matter. In an instant, the hot Lois submerged the figure like the rising sun, and the bright smile had already responded to the eternal glory of the day. Just because the sun is the greatest confidence, just because hope is the greatest motivation, just because defeat is a shame I cannot accept. Therefore, I have nothing to fear. When the blood burns the body like flames, it is a truly terrifying moment. Even the proud emperor will be trampled under my feet, and even the anchor point of the universe will be solidified because of me. Come on, Frieza. L slowly opened his hand, a smile on his face reflected in the turquoise water waves. The moment the ripples spread, a ball of golden light slammed into Frieza. Boom. I'll kill you, monkey. Frieza had been tortured almost crazy by his pretentious appearance. This was the first time he saw someone more disgusting than Jinyu. Oh my gosh, I actually learned from him? Could it be? No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. The two of them rushed towards each other, like two comets colliding together. Boom. As we were going back and forth, Frieza stared at Carrot with red eyes, as if he was looking at a life and death enemy. He raised his hand to condense an explosive energy bomb, and hit Carrot L on the head. Go up? Unexpectedly, Carrot, who is also an old silver coin himself, suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a breath of freezing breath, freezing Frieza into ice cubes, and then took this opportunity to punch Frieza. Then, while the ice was still on the ground, he stretched out his hand to grab the huge ice and threw it into the sky. A piece of ice with sharp edges was about to fly out of the stars in the blink of an eye. Carrot L stood up on the spot and decided to move the battlefield to the universe. Frieza, who was frozen by the freezing air, was stunned for a while. He was once again caught off guard by Carrot's weird move. However, the moment he exploded and shattered the ice, Carrot L's fist took advantage of this opportunity and was already close at hand. Boom. This punch had no time to dodge, and hit Frieza directly in the face. The force was so strong that it almost pushed him out of the atmosphere. It's impossible, it's impossible. I clearly had the upper hand just now, how could this happen? Frieza took a moment to relieve the pain, gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The bloodshot eyes in the whites made him look more like a madman, and a scorching fire gradually began to burn around his skin. It would not be easy for Carrot L to fight him out, but at the height where the two of them were now, they could no longer see the roaring mountains and tsunamis on the ground. Except that Gula could still see clearly from a distance, the world on the earth was already far away from their presence. Above the blue sky, the intertwined afterimages between the two people have opened a large net that is tens of thousands of miles away on Namek. Compared to Sun Wukong, who prefers ground combat, Carrot L still prefers the feeling of air combat. Frieza never believed in evil and continued to attack Carrot. The attack was fierce, the power was swift, and the momentum was vast, far more than before. Then he felt like he had seen a ghost. He was sure that he had caused countless wounds on his body, but after a few rounds, Carrot's wounds had healed on their own. He clearly saw that Al was about to be unable to resist his attack, but he was gradually able to turn around and resist. Why? Why can't I defeat him even though I have used 50% of my strength? Frieza was horrified, and a panicked expression finally appeared on his face. He parried tightly, resisting Al's punches and kicks. But Carrot's attacks became more and more fierce. After discovering that Frieza had figured out his attack methods, Al completely changed his previous fighting style, constantly changing several sets of starting moves and using them freely. Something's wrong, that guy didn't seem so strong just now. On the ground, Gula, who was stepping on Paragus' head, also murmured the same doubts, leaning on his arms and groaning. Based on his previous response, the gap between him and Frieza should be huge. But with the constant battles, this Saiyan named Carrot L seems to be crossing this gap at a strange growth rate. His body is like a gate that has been filled with water for many years. The valve is opening little by little as he fights Frieza. Gula thought deeply, and an ominous premonition was spreading in his heart. This omen made him very uncomfortable. No, it's not just that the huge distance between the two people was crossed in that moment, but that until this moment, L is still growing. Maybe the word growth doesn't suit him anymore. I should say evolution. Gula's eyes widened instantly, and his deep heartbeat also accelerated a bit. Yes, evolution. He evolved himself in the battle with powerful enemies. That's right. Gula's wide eyes instantly narrowed, and he murmured in a low tone. If you look carefully, you will find that as the battle with Frieza intensifies, every time L is hit by an impact and is bounced back and injured, he will respond with a faster and more powerful offensive after a short period of adaptation. Thump. Not only that but also the quick recovery from the injury. In the past few fights, Frieza, who lost his patience, must have dealt dozens of fatal wounds to him. But this guy has been safe and sound. When he thought of this fact, Gula instantly felt a chill standing on his head, and his whole face changed. Damn it, what kind of scary monster is this? Impossible, this kind of thing should be impossible to happen. Gula simply felt incredible that someone could surpass his brother Frieza in such a short battle. You call this thing a Saiyan? Frieza, stop playing around, use all your strength immediately, and destroy this guy's cells in one go. Gula hurriedly shouted at the two of them, using a voice that could be heard throughout the world, and shouted commandingly as an elder brother. Hearing Gula's voice, Frieza and Carrot stopped their actions at the same time and looked at Gula who was still on the ground. Frieza felt a little embarrassed when he saw this. He had said that he would play with Carrot like a toy, but he hadn't taken him down until now, and Gula saw this scene. Isn't this a complete black history? Frieza was about to say something else, but he was suddenly stunned by several streams of light rushing from the ground. 4 glittering yellow beads rose to the sky in front of him, and rushed into the universe at a strange speed that he couldn't understand, and disappeared from his sight. Wait. Frieza stretched out his hand in shock, trying to grab something, but he could only watch the golden streams disappear at the end of his sight. Those were the few Dragon Balls he had collected from Namek with great difficulty, but at this moment, they were also following the departing Namekians to the depths of the other side of the starry sky. Dragon Balls. For a moment, Carrot saw a deep heartache in Frieza's eyes. This feeling was like a cooked duck that flew away when it was eaten. He was about to hit a home run with the goddess, but the alarm rang. Immortality was clearly in front of him, but it disappeared in a flash. At the last moment, a voice suddenly came to his mind, pouting mockingly, "Hee, teasing you. You? What did you do?" At this moment, Frieza's eyes looking at L were no longer just hatred and teasing. It was naked hatred, an endless hatred. He was not a fool. Of course, he knew that the Dragon Balls would not fly for no reason. It must be that the guy in front of him did something. L was enjoying the rising sun, and glanced at the end of the horizon. Only then could he vaguely see the other two suns rising. Fortunately, he did not believe the 5 minutes the elder said. If the person who signed the contract with the Dragon Ball leaves a certain distance, the Dragon Ball will naturally return to him. L explained briefly, and in return, Frieza sneered with anger. So, you bastard have planned it long ago, right? Let the Namekians escape first, so that they will take the Dragon Ball away, and then you come here to delay time and destroy our spaceship. Yes, short Lord Frieza. L smiled indifferently and added a sarcasm, but you are wrong about one thing. Frieza's tone colder than before. What is it? L moved his wrist and neck, then tore open the tattered outer layer of clothes, threw the orange-red color into the rising sun, revealing the dark blue lining underneath, and answered word by word. I didn't come here to delay time. Frieza, then what is it for? L used an ancient etiquette on Earth, with his right palm on his left fist, indicating an attitude of fighting to the death, and silently revealed his murderous intention. I just want to kill you too, or be killed by you too. Then you go to hell. Hearing L's answer, Frieza, with a gloomy face, suddenly jumped up, as if throwing out the dirty things under the mud from a pool of dark dead water. He opened his arms, and countless small black dots overflowed from between his 10 fingers and scattered in the air. L felt something was wrong and immediately became alert. Frieza's aura was more than 1 level higher than before. As the aura increased, countless small black dots began to expand, and the vast energy almost filled the entire sky. Then, one after another, the small black dots slowly enlarged and expanded, physioning into a poem of supreme destruction, until the entire sky was covered. L was stunned, and a yellow light hit his face, golden and scorching. What came into view was countless planet-destroying bombs. Enough. Frieza raised his hands and yelled hysterically, L, I don't want to play this boring battle anymore. It doesn't matter if there are Dragon Balls or not. Even if you have made arrangements in advance, so what? As long as I send a wanted order to the entire universe and find the remaining Namekians and keep them in captivity, I will definitely get new Dragon Balls. You will die with this planet. Damn it. L's face froze, but he didn't say anything, just facing it in full battle. At this point, he could only fight. Silently crossed his hands behind his back, and a ball of blue energy continued to gather between his palms, compressed into the ultimate brilliance, and chanted. Kame-pa. This was the first time that L used this move in battle since he had mastered it. Because after he mastered it, he soon found that this thing was actually not practical at all. Unless there is a large-scale energy collision, in normal battles, by the time you gather together to launch an attack, the opponent has 10 chances to interrupt you. Even if you can dodge with your flexibility, the duration of this move is too long, and the energy trajectory stimulated is easy to capture. When you attack, you can't even move yourself, just like turning yourself into a turret, and the use is unknown. The fundamental purpose of the attack is to destroy, but if he has something to destroy and destroy, why is it so difficult? One punch or one energy bomb will solve it. Even if a large-scale starship fires at him, he can just crash into it and smash the opponent's entire fleet in 1 second, instead of spending that time to gather energy and then attack in a straight line. So this Kamehameha has been sealed by him since the day he practiced it. But at this moment, L had to admit that Frieza was playing something very new with him. Just now, he wanted to go up and punch him, but as Frieza raised his hand and waved, countless planet-destroying bombs gathered together in an instant and merged into an extremely huge energy aggregate. The light expanded wildly, shining brighter than the sun and hotter than the fire. It covered the sun and seemed endless, stretching for more than tens of thousands of miles. Unbelievable, how did he stabilize such a powerful force? The knowledge he learned from childhood told L that this was impossible, but his fighting instinct also reminded him that this blow was definitely extraordinary. If Dr. Otto was here, he would definitely sigh. The power of the sun is in the palm of your hand. L smiled slightly, not because he wanted to laugh, but because he couldn't control it. The situation was so bad, but his body couldn't stop being excited. This was what he was looking forward to, and the feeling he had always wanted to try. Seeing that L seemed to be ready to fight, Frieza looked at him with contempt, raised his arms high, and threw the ball condescendingly. Don't overestimate your ability, just try it if you can. This energy can completely destroy the entire Namek galaxy. Even the surrounding suns will be detonated and turned into black holes, completely turning this sector into a restricted area of the universe. Since Namek is useless, please taste the despair that follows. L, this is the price you pay for angering me. A blue beam of light shot out from L's hand, and the golden light that hit the sky burst out with the shock of energy collision. Galaxy Destroyer. Kameha. L crossed his arms and raised his hands to the sky. The compressed energy gushed out instantly, and the two brilliant energies collided with each other. Boom. The light annihilated everything. In front of Frieza's ultimate destructive bomb, the phrase "the sky is falling" is no longer a simple fantasy of the ancients. The sky is falling. The energy that annihilates everything illuminates everything in the galaxy. The daylight triggers fission, and the explosion lights up the Milky Way. Even from outside the boundless star field, looking down, you can see a golden light suddenly lit up in the deep black. 3 huge suns nurture a green planet, and the only green in the boundless sea of stars, almost like changing color, suddenly dyed into a blazing golden yellow. That is, look at Namek. Looking from afar, on the spaceship flying in the distance, all the Namekians were stunned. Gamera and Nebula were also stunned, although they had seen the scene of the planet being destroyed by the Star Destroyer and the corpses of only half of the people on the planet after the massacre. But even so, they had never seen the scenery of the beginning of the world, the withering of the destruction of all things, and the vast divine power that achieved this scene with human power alone. In other words, can people who can do this still be called human beings? Is this the battle on Namek? Gamera stared at the scene in front of her, and she was deeply worried about the two people who were fighting, Broly Carrot. In any case, they stayed on Namek to create time for themselves and others to leave. It's unbelievable that my father wants us to deal with this kind of monster. Thinking of this, even Nebula felt a palpitation of fear. Gamera could even hear the fear in Nebula's voice. She narrowed her eyes and added, "We will definitely die here at that time." Nebula looked at her and heard Gamera say to her with a serious face, "Even if my father's plan succeeds, we will be hunted down by Frieza's army. They will definitely go crazy to avenge their leader. And without Broly, do you think the two of us can survive the hands of Frieza's army?" Hearing this, Nebula's body stiffened for a moment, his face was a little complicated, and behind him, the Namekian's sobbing came. The end of the world. Namek is going to be finished. Grand Elder. Damn it, it's all Frieza's bastards. Why did we encounter such a thing? Even the Grand Elder is dead. Now it's not just Namek, if this continues, even the entire galaxy will be destroyed. The Namekians on the spacecraft widened their eyes, all feeling shocked and desperate. At this moment, Mullen was comforting everyone. Although he had succeeded as the new Great Elder, he did not feel the slightest joy in his heart. Looking at the few tribesmen left in front of him, he simply couldn't imagine what would happen if the remaining tribesmen were still there. This is a massacre of genocide. However, even this kind of massacre would be nothing if placed in the vast universe. Children hid in the arms of adults and cried, the elderly sighed with tears in their eyes, and some of the younger generation fell to their knees on the ground, shocked by the power of the gods. Some people clenched their fists unwillingly, letting their never-trimmed nails dig deeply into their flesh. Kalu shivered in Dandy's arms, hugging his brother tightly and not daring to look any further. It wasn't until a drop of tears fell on Kalu's head that he raised his head blankly. Dandy's eyes were staring in the direction of Namek, one hand deeply protecting him, and his firm gaze seemed to imprint this scene in his mind forever. Seeing this scene, Gamera silently held the two children in her arms. She didn't intend to let them see this cruel scene, but at this moment she heard what Piccolo and Nero said. "You guys, remember this scene well. Two deep voices reached everyone's ears. Piccolo and Nero stood side by side, like a pair of half-brothers, speaking in unison. But compared to Nelo, who always followed the Great Elder, it was Piccolo who felt this power more intuitively. Grandson. Piccolo murmured to himself, his face seemed to be frozen. Of course he could feel how terrifying the aura coming from Namek was. With his current strength, it can be said that the light of fireflies is even worse than the brightness of the bright moon. Everyone. At this moment, Mullen, as the Great Elder, spoke. He gathered everyone together and said solemnly, "Let us pray for them, with this kindness that will always be engraved in our hearts, pray for those who saved us in despair, and send them the most sincere faith." After the words fell, the remaining Namekians spontaneously gathered around in circles. The adults stood outside, while the children knelt and sat inside, raising their hands in a prayer ceremony and closing their eyes. The earth, the ocean, and the Namek planet that nurtures us together. Please bless those who are fighting for us on the planet at this time. They are willing to offer the most sincere wishes of Dragon Ball to this end and forge the most pure friendship between hearts. TCH, boring behavior. Piccolo twitched his lips, walked to the window alone and silently, and stared at the world outside the starry sky. If he hadn't seen similar religious rituals on Earth, he would have suspected that these people were crazy. Let them pray, they need a spiritual sustenance. Seemingly sensing Piccolo's inner thoughts, Gamera walked up to him, took out the stabbing sword she carried with her, and stroked the ruby on it. Among the Namekians, Gamera looked familiar. Two green faces of the same color looked at each other silently. If there was anything similar between them, it was that they were calm and did not do meaningless things. But we still have some things to do. If the galaxy is at risk of destruction, the top priority is to increase the spacecraft to maximum power as soon as possible. The most important thing is to fly away from this nebula as soon as possible. With rich navigation experience, Gamera can naturally assist Piccolo well. After sorting out his emotions, he immediately discovered the existing crisis and immediately said to Piccolo, "This spacecraft is operated with a unique language system, and I need your help." "Well, that's right, let's leave quickly." Piccolo nodded, feeling somewhat impressed by this girl, mainly because her face looked comfortable, and he quickly followed her to the console. At the same time, those sincere prayers have crossed the boundless sea of stars, and each call seems to convey the first voice of the starry sky, opening a long distance and tearing apart a blue brilliance. Boom. At the end of the light, the magnetic field twisted into golden thunder and lightning. L struggled to resist Frieza's galaxy-destroying bomb, tensing his whole body. That blue turtle Kigong has become the only hope in the apocalypse, turning into a tall and straight backbone propped up from the ground. No matter how powerful the front is, it has never been bent. L stared. This kind of energy output was not his area of expertise, and it was even something he had not practiced much since he was born. Therefore, Frieza had the upper hand, and before long, he was pushed from midair to the ground. Next to the wreckage of the spaceship, the few remaining Frieza troops were trembling with fear and fell to their knees. The still-living Sorbet even cried out in despair. "Asshole, Frieza is trying to get me involved in the explosion." Gula cursed in disgust, very dissatisfied with Frieza's actions. But what really makes him feel that something is wrong right now is still L, and the top priority is to get rid of him first. Snort. Looking behind Carrot, facing Al who was trying his best to resist Frieza's attack, Gula slowly opened his hand. "It's over, L. Stop." Seeing this, Paragus, who was being stepped on, suddenly shouted, "Stop making so much noise, old man." Gula didn't even use much strength. He crushed Paragus into a pulp with his foot, and then he even felt that his feet were dirty, so he kicked his body aside. Tisk, disgusting. With a very contemptuous cold snort, Gula condensed an energy bomb again, and when he was about to hit Carrot, something was suddenly thrown at his feet. Gula was stunned for a moment, because what was thrown at his feet was a head-like thing, which reminded him of the scene that Carrot used to disgust Frieza just now. What kind of hobby is this? But the next second, his face darkened. Because when the rolling head slowly stopped, Gula finally saw clearly that it was his father, King Kurd. What? Gula's eyes were almost spitting fire, and he raised his eyes and shot a death beam in the direction where the head was thrown. Boom. The explosion sounded, and a sturdy figure gradually emerged where the dust had dispersed. At this time, Broly stared at Gula with cold eyes. He was wearing dirty white trousers, which were tattered, and the strong muscles on his upper body were explosively expanded. The original red top cloth had been burned in the battle, leaving only the crown with the Mind Stone still shining. There were a few traces of blood on the corners of his mouth and all over his body, but his eyes staring at Gula were as cold as a knife. This wave, the Extreme Father Exchange? Saiyan Broly. He reported his name, and the angry words came out in the calmest tone. If it weren't for the Mind Stone strengthening of him, he would have lost his mind and ran away. But even the power of the Infinity Stones couldn't suppress the anger in his heart at this moment, let alone dispel the anger in his heart. Broly would never give up unless he killed the man in front of him. Gula was shocked at first, and when he heard the word Saiyan, a feeling of hatred suddenly filled his eyes. Again, you monkeys. The frozen demons have little regard for racial affection, but their bottom line for individual humiliation is extremely high. To a certain extent, they are even more arrogant than the Saiyans. I really didn't expect that there is still a wild monkey wandering around. Hearing this, Broly's eyes stayed on Paragus's body, and his hot iron fist clenched tighter and tighter. After fighting with Kurd, he finally understood his father's brutal attitude and the humiliation he suffered on planet Vegeta. Like Gula at this moment, Kurd also called him a Saiyan monkey. This was the first time Broly had heard such a name in his life. He thought about it. Although Paragus had scolded him many ugly words in the past, he had never said this one sentence. But today on Namek, Broly heard this word more than once from the former rulers of the Saiyans. Wild monkey, what a harsh humiliation. It is conceivable that his father and his friends had suffered such humiliation and the result of being abused and killed like dogs. Behind Broly, the fallen leaves floating in the air were swallowed up by the rolling waves of the tsunami in an instant. In the doomsday when the earth had been torn apart, Broly walked silently towards his father's body. Sometimes, deep mourning does not require much sad crying. Silence and solemnity may better express the feelings of the person involved. Suddenly, Broly's eyes widened. A huge pit was blown out. He stretched out his hands and slowly held up his father's dead body. He remembered that he had imagined countless times that one day he would be able to throw himself into Paragus' arms, and then act like a child, feeling the warmth in his father's arms. But now, facing this corpse that was not yet cold, even the mind gem could not feel the slightest fluctuation. I am not a good son. Broly squatted down and spoke slowly. He picked up a handful of soil with his broad hands and buried Paragus in the soil. He whispered his final farewell. Sorry, father, I can't be as cruel and ruthless as you asked me to be, and become a cold machine. Perhaps the only will I can inherit from you is unwillingness. Father, I think you must be very unwilling. After arriving on Namek, I finally understood that whether it was Frieza, King Vegeta, or Thanos, you who surrendered to them, knelt at their feet, and were always enslaved by them must be very unwilling. Broly did not shed tears, but mourned silently, and even picked the only remaining wild flower from the grass next to him and inserted it on Paragus's grave. Even if the mountains collapsed and the earth shook, he was not worried that the huge sun in the sky would fall and destroy everything. It was because the one who blocked this light behind him was the only tribe member in the world who he trusted the most, relied on the most, and could not lose. He was also his lifelong opponent and friend. Therefore, he mourned the undead who had not gone far away with great confidence, even if the world was about to be destroyed, even if the stars were about to shatter. In sharp contrast to this, Gula ignored his father's death and even despised him. The frozen demon clan's understanding of the law of the jungle has been engraved in their genes. The winner is the loser, and they will do whatever it takes. Death is death, and losing is losing. It is a great shame to be let go with kindness, and being loved with deep affection makes them feel sick. Even if they die one day, it can only mean that they are incompetent. In a sense, the saying that the most ruthless imperial family is also a portrayal of their bones. After a long time, as Broly gradually stood up, Gula's contemptuous words also echoed in his ears. Haha, I didn't expect you Saiyans to have such emotions. It turns out that old bastard is your father. It's a pity that he died after being tortured by me. Hearing this, Broly glared at Gula. It was the first time in his life that he was so angry. These bastards are no longer tyrants. They don't regard other lives as human beings, but only as slaves. I won't hesitate anymore. You bastards, even if you beg for mercy, I will never let you go. I will kill you all. Boom. After the voice fell, the huge galaxy destroyer behind him seemed to be shaken and actually retreated faintly. In an instant, the mountains and seas that shook the sky and the earth exploded with the scene of volcanic eruption. Several hot lava rushed up from the ground, and the collision with the sea burned up the volcanic ash that covered the sky. In just a moment, the entire Namek had become a doomsday scene. In fact, this destructive bomb does not need to explode completely. The huge energy it contains, just appearing above Namek, has already sentenced the planet to a catastrophe. Kakarot. Broly looked in the direction of Carrot, and saw that the blue-white light column emitted by Kamehameha was getting bigger and bigger. At the same time, Carrot's mouth gradually showed a smile, and even a little comfortable taste. I am still not familiar with this style of play. It took me a while to adapt. The wave of things really makes me feel bored. After speaking, Carrot L slowly closed his eyes and gathered strength from the deepest part of his body. Boom, boom, boom. The heartbeat echoed in his ears, as heavy as the bell of an ancient temple. When he opened his eyes, everything slowed down in Carrot's sight. The mountains, rivers, wind, doomsday, and sea seemed to be moving farther and farther away. There was only one thing left in the scenery before him, that was the sun in the sky. And the heartbeat that rose and fell was like a radio wave that spanned life, striking its own code. If the heartbeats could be gathered into a message in the form of sound, then all Carrot heard would be one sentence. Please face your heart and make a wish to win. Thank you, I don't need it. Suddenly, a cold word floated into the distance from Carrot's mouth. It was a sound that only he could hear. As the output of Turtle School Qigong increased, his eyes became more determined, and he jumped up, soaring into the sky. Because I can do it. Boom. The familiar sonic boom sounded through the sky again, and Carrot L seemed to be walking on the wind, breaking through the nothingness of the world. The Turtle School Qigong has not dissipated, and the blue energy light seems to have turned into a ladder that goes straight up to the sky, extending to the top of the clouds in the wild dance of the tsunami. Carrot L opened his fists, and even without his cape, he was still a god soaring through the heavens and the earth. Boom. The blow that penetrated the heaven and earth echoed with a roar like a dragon's roar, and it actually disintegrated the light it touched like a miracle. With a bang, following the airborne time created by the turtle school Kigong, a punch that went straight into the clouds hit Frieza's galaxy-destroying bomb hard. The fist wind dispersed, and the bright and huge galaxy-destroying bomb actually shook slightly. Frieza and Gula were stunned, because they saw that the galaxy-destroying bomb that covered the sky was dissipated by Carrot's punch as if it was enchanted, leaving only a few in the middle. Wisp of sparks. It feels like this ball of energy has completely turned into nothingness. What? Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, and he froze in place. My energy has actually been dissolved like this. This is impossible. Why? Why would a Saiyan have such power? Seeing that this move was resolved, Frieza and Carrot both fell to the ground and stood together with Gula and Broly respectively. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder and lightning flashed, and a storm came to the world. The two parties finally gathered together at this moment. On the impending destruction of Namek, hot lava had already covered the earth. Although the galaxy-level destructive bomb just now failed to completely fall, its energy and magnetic field had already affected the star core inside Namek. At this moment, the decisive battle has reached the final moment, and Namek has also entered the countdown to its demise. Seeing this, Gula also moved his muscles. It seemed that he couldn't do anything if he didn't join the battle now. With a roar that shook the world, he quickly completed his transformation and looked at the two of them with great readiness. Who are you? A cold question broke the deadlock. Their eyes converged and the curtain opened. The deep pupils of each other extended to the bottom of each other's hearts. Only the lingering hatred remained, which could not be dissipated for a long time. After recovering from Carrot's incredible punch, Frieza seemed a little unsure of the answer he had heard before. Saiyans. How could Saiyans have such power? Just relying on those scums on planet Vegeta whose combat power was less than 50,000? Unless Frieza remembered the legend that had been passed to his ears. Who are we? Didn't you know it a long time ago? Hearing this, Carrot L showed a cold smile on his face, and the teasing look made Frieza stunned for a moment. This pervert is learning from him again. Carrot L walked forward, stood with Broly, and answered with a resounding voice. We are Saiyans from the end of the universe. We have been away from our homeland since we were babies and came here to end the Emperor's rule. Through the power of the Mind Stone, Broly could easily communicate with him and naturally read Carrot's meaning, and followed his words. Originally, I had a peaceful heart, but because of the hatred of my clan in the past history, I was trained to be a warrior. Boom, boom. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the lightning caused thunder to roll over the sea tide. Although their voices were not as deafening as thunder, they were far more shocking than thunder. They said in unison, "You will eventually awaken to the legend you fear most because of your anger." Frieza and Cooler looked at each other and sneered, "Hey, legend. You don't want to say that you are Super Saiyans." At this moment, Cooler spoke. Compared with Frieza who was always busy in the battle, Cooler who was always idle had more time to think. Judging from the combat power, it is indeed possible. You are completely different from other Saiyans. But I have always been a little confused about your appearance. Why did you Saiyans appear on this planet? In other words, even if you came for us, where did you get the information that we are on Namek? We are? Just when Broly was about to speak, Carrot L interrupted him, seeing through Gula's thoughts, and said directly, "If you want to delay time, you don't need to use this method. Even if the destruction of Namek enters the countdown, it will not affect our battle. Stop asking such meaningless questions." Carrot L's words aroused a little interest in Gula and Frieza. Oh, meaningless. Carrot L glanced at the tomb Broly set up for Paragus. Being buried in this peaceful planet was a great honor for Paragus. He said calmly, "Even if this planet is destroyed, we will be fine because we can move in space." What? Hearing this, Gula and Frieza were shocked, and their expressions were a little uncertain. You have to know that this is not an ability that can be awakened normally. Those who can survive in extreme environments in the universe are all natural races. Apart from using technology, or some special powers, such as magic, lantern rings, etc., they have almost no way to change the imprisonment of life from the starry sky. Wow, this is really surprising, but I don't know if it's true or not. The smile on Frieza's face revealed a cold and cruel look, and the dark purple energy light gradually gathered along the lines of the palm. A gloomy glimmer illuminated the surroundings and also illuminated the residual shadow of the devil. Then let me prove it. There was a crazy charm in the corners of Frieza's eyes, and the originally elegant posture was torn apart in an instant. He roared at the two people as if he had completely fallen into madness, and raised his hand to throw the energy bomb behind him. However, to Frieza's surprise, neither Carrot nor Broly moved. Even including Cooler, the three stared at Frieza silently as if they were watching a fool entertaining himself. On the eve of the battle with Kurd, Carrot had asked Broly if he could survive in space. This is crucial and also related to the next battle mode of both sides, whether Namek should be the core. The new version of Broly can't do it. Maybe, but with Paragus's example, no one can guarantee what kind of stone he can carve from a piece of raw jade. Although he shouted revenge, Broly, such a genius, was trained by him for more than 10 years, but he was ruined alive. Carrot L didn't even know what they were training. Playing house? He guessed that maybe Paragus was afraid that Broly's power would far exceed his, and he would break free and kill him. But the old version of Broly could do it in the universe. He even used his own power to take Paragus away in a seriously injured state when he was an infant. As an adult, he also made a bold statement to Paragus in a rampage state, saying that the destruction of a mere planet could not do anything to him. If the two were born on the same day, and according to the memory recorded in Carrot's hippocampus, that day was exactly the day when planet Vegeta was destroyed, then Broly might follow the old version's setting and have the ability to survive in the universe. And Broly also gave the answer. He did not have this ability at all during his survival on planet Vampa. But after Thanos training and Ebony Maw, Black Dwarf, and their team's targeted development of his strength, he gradually awakened this ability. For Frieza's actions, Carrot L's face did not even show the slightest surprise. The deep X-ray instantly passed through his body and saw Frieza's tail hidden behind him, which was still secretly releasing energy aggregates. Sure enough, for this group of vicious and vicious corpse-wrapped people, even if you keep 100 heads, it's not much, even sneak attacks need to be guarded against. At this moment, Broly's sight suddenly looked at Carrot, his eyes were slightly stunned, and the light of the mind gem made a voice reach his heart. That was exactly what Kakarot was thinking. The elegant human skin on his body has been tortured to pieces by humiliation. Broly didn't understand what Kakarot meant by this, he just felt that the look in his eyes when he looked at Frieza was a little strange. If his past was to restrain his nature in the mountains, then Kakarot was to sharpen his soul in the world. Boom. The next second, the light exploded. The earth became a sea of red magma. The sun's rays are rising slowly, and it should obviously be a scene where the sun rises and illuminates the earth, but in response to the desolate scene of the world collapsing, it seems that the sun hastily poked its head out in order to take a last look at the planet. They finally appeared in the sky of Namek, mourning the impending destruction of the planet. This is the sunrise on Namek. The eternal daytime star shines at the same time for 3 days. It's really spectacular. Carrot raised his head and stared at the huge three-wheeled sun in front of him. He watched silently with a solemn expression. Next to him, there was already the scene of a planet exploding. As Frieza's energy bombs fell to the ground beneath his feet began to collapse. The mountains collapsed into powder, the sea of fire swallowed up the green springs, and the hot magma replaced the vast ocean. Contraction, expansion, and finally explosion under unsustainable stability. Not everyone can witness the scene of planet destruction, but Carrot never looked away from the beginning to the end, allowing the surrounding sea of fire to engulf him. Just because the beautiful sun has become the only thing in his sight. He had never felt such hot light and power. If the Earth's sun is like the warmth of a spring breeze, then Namek's 3-day simultaneous glow is like a scorching sun under high temperature, scorching the Earth. Goodbye, Namek. Hello, Sunday. After a heavy morning, the moment Carrot closed his eyes, the figures of several people were also swallowed up by the terrifying light. Boom. The explosion that annihilated time ended the history of Namek in the universe. The bright light is like the moment when heaven and earth first opened. In the reflections of countless streams of light, the figures of Broly and Gula had already collided. A fight between dragons and tigers adds colors of blood and fire to this doomsday picture. Bang bang, bang, bang 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 bang. The melodious and boundless sound spread to the vast interstellar space. It was unclear whether it was the collision of fists and feet or the blending of blood and fire. Frieza glared at Carrot with a sinister look on his face. Looking at his comfortable posture, he became more and more angry, and his clenched fists burst out with majestic waves of air. While counteracting the power of Namek's explosion, the muscles and skin all over his body gradually swelled. The energy burned, and the well-proportioned body exploded with toned and exploding muscles. He gritted his teeth with hatred, as if he was suffering from some great pain, and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. 89%, 90%, 91%. Carrot L naturally heard it, and he knew that he was about to see 100% of the power of the Emperor of the Universe. But he was not afraid. Instead, he closed his eyes again and opened his arms as if to embrace the universe and accommodate the starry sky. Soaring in the center of the 3 suns, it seemed as if everything was revolving around him. Fight. Non-stop fighting. Not even the destruction of the world can be stopped, not even the extinction of the stars can be stopped. I was not born to fight, but I was made to fight. I am the day. I hope. I am Superman. Boom. After a long time, the last light dissipated. In a vast world of silence, 2 violent and vicious voices intertwined into a roaring cry, tumbling in the sea of stars and dancing wildly in the darkness. Bang bang bang, bang 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 bang. Ba, 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 go to hell, go to hell. Go to hell. You wild monkey. Extreme resentment collided with unreasonable arrogance. During the collision, Gula and Broly sometimes turned into a straight line, and sometimes intertwined into a large net. The pupils of hatred were covered with endless bloodshot eyes, and the fists and kicks that came back and forth seemed to push him all the way from the southern galaxy to the northern galaxy. No matter how fierce the opponent was, he would not stop. Wild, arrogant, domineering, and submissive. If we say that the fight between Carrot L and Frieza was like a pair of elegant noblemen finally breaking up in the back and forth between each other, then the fight between Broly and Gula was like 2 lions biting each other madly, each bite towards the other's throat, trying to tear the other into pieces completely with every bite. Bang, 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 bang. The ear-piercing roar, accompanied by the deafening collision of moves, were deeply superimposed. Gula's solid and powerful arms strangled Broly's broad chest from behind. Broly looked up to the sky and roared. The black and white changed repeatedly, and finally tore open a dark green bridge. The moment he was hugged by Gula, his lowered hands released a red light ball. He simply pushed back. The exploded energy ball burned Gula's abdomen and he retreated. Broly turned around and punched Gula with a wild fist on both arms that had hurriedly defended themselves. Ah! Seeing this, Broly simply opened his hands and grabbed Gula's arms. His thick fingers tightly pinched his wrists and pulled them away to both sides. Just when Gula was trying to break free, Broly slammed into him. Boom! After a loud noise, Gula suddenly shook his head in confusion. Damn, this barbarian headbutting style is really disgusting. Broly was already used to this dizzy state. Just when he was about to hit him again, Gula suddenly raised his foot and grabbed his throat. Ah! Eely. Damn it! Let me go, savage monkey. You bunch of bastards in the universe are worse than dogs. Why, are you afraid? Fart. The two were in a stalemate, pulling each other hard, and even the surrounding space was distorted. As layers of arcs overflowed during the squeeze and collision, curses also followed one after another. Here it comes again, this feeling comes again. Gula's face was gloomy and scary. He had felt this way when he watched Carrot and Frieza fight before. It was like seeing a ghost. You are obviously stronger than him, and your tendency in battle is to crush him, but you just can't kill him, and then he will soon kill you. The floating meteorite group was burned up by the sound of air waves when the two people collided. In contrast to the majestic momentum here, which is as fierce as the wind, the other side is like the calm before the storm. 98%, 99%, 100%. When three suns shine on Superman at the same time, when the Saiyan cells grow wildly with the fighting spirit, their unlimited potential spreads. At the same time, Frieza's muscles have completely swelled up, and he has finally achieved 100% strength, as if to replace the missing corner of his elegant human skin that has fallen off. I've kept you waiting for a long time, Mr. Al. I have to say, you are really stupid. You didn't attack me while I was concentrating on increasing my strength. Ha 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 ha. Frieza now looks like a strong bodybuilder, and his smile is not as good looking as before. At least Carrot looks unattractive. Those two purple shoulders as big as his head look like nothing when put together. Can't tell who is who. Hearing Frieza's words, Carrot L smiled. Don't get me wrong, Frieza, I just want to see if you have other cards and whether you can bring me more surprises. If you can only do this, then this game is over. I am hesitating whether to directly write Super Sailing Seconds or write Golden Buddha and then start what? The clear pupils were like glass broken into rubble, the light was shattered in the tremor, and became eclipsed. This sentence was like a barb piercing deep into Frieza's heart. Carrot L's tone was as if he was some insignificant character. What did you say? Boom. The Universe Emperor's fists once again intertwined like meteors on Carrot's body, which was harder than thunderbolt steel, until the pain on his finger bones reminded him that this body seemed to be harder than before. After grazing the gap between his fists, a flash of heat suddenly lit up in Carrot's eyes, making Frieza startled. But then, as the red light gradually dissipated, Carrot looked calmly, but had no intention of continuing the attack. In the boundless world lit up by explosions and star seas, Carrot has never felt that his condition is as good as it is now. He smiled lightly and said, "Since the fight just now, I have been observing one thing. No, maybe from an earlier time, from the day I started to examine my own strength. About the existence of chi, tracing back to its origin to build the vitality of life." Carrot's calm words made Frieza silently retract his fist. This did not seem to be a pointless argument, and it also made Frieza want to hear it. Oh, what is that? Behind him, the battle between Gula and Broly is like a swarm of meteors that are constantly colliding in the galaxy, as if it is about to set off a new nebula explosion. The energy-bursting light hit Carrot L's face, and the face submerged in the shadow looked deep and secretive. Facing the backs of the two men fighting, he slowly narrated. Countless studies, experiments, analyses, reports, and a long experimental process have never stopped since I came into contact with this subject. Of course, along with another scientist. Carrot L clenched his fist slightly. He originally taught Tony how to use chi for this reason. Chi, this energy extracted from organic life forms, seems to be too stable. You can't imagine how many experiments we have done, from its availability as an energy source to structuring, gas fusion and other conjectures. The first phase of the project has been suspended on the research direction of what form it exists in the human body. Frieza blinked in surprise and opened his mouth in surprise. It sounds like you are a scientific researcher. This is really unexpected. Then I'm really interested. What are the results of the experiment? Carrot L, stable. The reported results of the first phase of the experiment are that normalized gas has extensive macroscopic dispersion, and the microscopic particle movement is extremely stable. Frieza covered his head and picked his ears as he listened, seeming a little impatient. Oh, this is why I hate these scientists. After all, they always say things that I don't understand. Can you please speak more intuitively, Mr. Al? Sure. You just need to understand that this level of stability is quite outrageous. It's like inserting a Star Destroyer missile into an ordinary person's body with extremely stable stability. At first glance, this is a pretty good advantage, but upon closer inspection, I found that it contains an obvious disadvantage. A long time ago, Carrot Air has conducted research and conjectures on the life phenomena in Dragon Ball based on the particularity of the American comic series. Frieza laughed coldly. Is that why you are so confident right now? Carrot L asked mockingly, have you never thought about it? You were born with such powerful energy, but you are still unable to achieve the immortality you desire. Upon hearing this, Frieza's face darkened. Except for your combat power, you don't even have anything. With your current power, it is enough to support the energy use of countless planets. Aren't you surprised? Those beings who have mastered Chi are obviously powerful enough to fill every cell, but at the most basic level they cannot even affect life, old age, illness, and death. Even the body's natural aging, illness, wounds, and even physical strength, hunger, and thirst all need to be replenished in a natural way. When Frieza mentioned the pain point, a trace of electric arc appeared in Frieza's gloomy voice, which traveled throughout his body. He narrowed his eyes and asked, do you know the reason? The three huge suns always cast their light on him. When they heard the conversation between Frieza and Carrot, even Broly and Gula couldn't help but stop and pay attention to what was going on here. Carrot, my scientific research speculation is that it comes from adaptability and tolerance in the evolutionary process. Maybe in the long ancient times, we began to coexist with this force, and the evolution from generation to generation has made this initially violent, uncontrollable, unstable, and unadaptable force gradually become peaceful and even invisible. But this is a failure. The combination of Chi and the body is too stable, and the body can even absorb the Chi. It is precisely because of this stability that even if you are 1,000 times stronger than you are now, you still cannot break the shackles of your own life. The words, floating in this melodious universe, are like divine decrees left over from ancient times, being revealed by future generations to reveal the mysterious truth. Carrot L slowly clenched his fists, then spread his hands, as if he was opening his arms to embrace the divine posture of the universe, and continued. This power resides in your body, but it cannot bring you any form of change. It is too stable, so stable that it cannot break through the original shackles of life. Just like the transformation of your frozen demon clan, in the final analysis, it is just a mutation that has to change the shape of the container because there is too much water in the cup, rather than a true evolution after unlocking the gene lock. Except for the increase in combat power and a slight change in height, you cannot make an essential breakthrough in the level of life. Just no matter how powerful you become, whether it is 100 billion, Jingzhou, 1 guy, or 10 guy, it is difficult for you to break through the power of a single universe. Even if you can destroy the universe with one blow, the second blow cannot shake anything further. Frieza's face gradually became a little tense. It must be said that what L said did make some sense, but he also noticed the words used in Carrot's words. You? This title is interesting? Do you mean that this does not include you? Hearing this, Carrot's contemptuous eyes gave Frieza an unprecedented humiliation. Haven't you discovered it yet? There is a fundamental difference between you and me in the level of life. Gastric bleeding, still alive. What's that look in your eyes? Frieza stared at him furiously, facing the brilliance of the vast universe, like an old god unwilling to end, looking up at the birth of the new god in despair and anger. If Carrot L's previous ridicule of him was just a thorn in his heart, then at this moment, this condescending contempt is a steel knife piercing his heart. The Saiyans, who were once the most despised for their bloodline and origin, now left behind two children who were far higher than their clan in terms of life level after their genocide. Every word Carrot L uttered was like sentencing him to death, placing him in an endless hell, enduring the sea of fire and swords. No matter how powerful you are, the restrictions imposed by space and the flesh on your speed are shackles that you cannot break through. Can you reach the speed of light? Maybe you can, but it will cost thousands of times the normal combat power level, right? In addition to speed, the 5 senses, mind, nerves, soul, and body are all forbidden areas that you can never enter. You have only improved your chi, but I have improved the status of the entire life level. Carrot L's questioning was impolite, and every word was like a stone, hitting Frieza's heart deeply. Shame, anger, resentment, hatred, and disbelief made his 10 purple nails deeply embedded in the flesh of his palm. Frieza was not only not satisfied with the answer to the question, but was furious, and the hatred and murderous intent almost burst out of his eyes. You, bastard. Unforgivable. Frieza glared at him with gritted teeth, but what Carrot L wanted to see was his angry and humiliating look, and his eyes turned cold. In other words, at this point, Carrot L's body burst into a dazzling light. No matter how your power increases, you are only a human being, and I am infinitely growing towards the direction of God. Carrot L gave Frieza's arrogant self-esteem another blow. Even the immortal body you desire has also been realized in me. In fact, Carrot L's words to Frieza were always reserved, and he did not tell them the truth completely. Because the meaning of his words was just to humiliate him, to humiliate the oppressor who had once brought shame to their clan, to humiliate the person who personally killed Bardock and his biological mother, Alika. Apart from that, these words actually have no substantive use. The above theories are just data references for his first experimental phase. With the participation of Tony Stark, the experimental direction of the second phase became more comprehensive. Anyway, he can hear the experimental data of the Stark Tower research at any time. He didn't listen on purpose. According to Stark's theory, the fusion of Chi and the body is not a failed evolution. In the process of conducting the Red Project experiment, Stark found that although Chi does not have the property of change in the application of energy, it contains many spatial and even temporal applications. This illustrates that Chi has more breakthrough possibilities. If breakthrough progress can be made in these two directions, it may be possible to break through the confinement of the multiverse and stand outside the circle from inside the circle. Of course, Carrot will definitely not show off the specific data and experimental demonstration results here. But this is the learning outcome and purpose that they should have as scholars. Otherwise, why would he go to such great lengths to get so many doctoral degrees? Then again, he didn't even know where all the books that Son Gohan read went. First, he never made any money. Second, he never published any world-class literary or scientific achievements. Third, he didn't have much reputation. And studying itself is a money-spending thing, so what's the point of studying other than training himself to death? He just found a good job to work. As for making money, when he was taking on projects in the early days, didn't Carrot think it was that hard to make money? When talking about immortality, Frieza's eyes turned red, and he was hysterical and crazy. Even his teeth were trembling. You bastard! How is it possible? How can a Saiyan, a low-level Saiyan wild monkey, have a higher life level than my Lord Frieza? How dare you call yourself a god? Stop talking nonsense here. Carrot L chewed on the symbol of the name and pondered for a moment. Frieza, yes, the power of the universe Emperor Frieza. Compared to Frieza's hysteria that was about to be suppressed, Carrot L's calm expression had begun to Hajime exuded the attitude of a winner and whispered, "Your power has now been recorded in my body. Every pain and every fatal injury you cause will become nutrients for my growth. In this short and limited time, fighting with you has made me stronger and more impeccable. The more I am attacked, the stronger I will become. You have been far superior to other races since birth, and you feel that you are unparalleled in talent and born to be a king. Can you keep up with my growth rate? You think that your 100% full strength is just more nutrients for me. What emperor? He can never become a god." Suddenly, the auras of Frieza and Carrot L had reached their peaks. Shame and anger made the magnetic field around Frieza, who had lost his mind, start to become disordered. For a moment, countless meteorites as vast as land turned into burning dust in an instant. There are not many other planets around Namek, only a gray planet like a garbage station, which is swept by the outer cosmic storm all year round. However, the storm emanating from Frieza at this time has far exceeded the black storm covering that planet. Seeing this, Carrot L waved to him provocatively. "Come on, Frieza, let me see your anger. Is it more desperate than those you killed? Shut up, go to hell, monkey." The next second, a purple light emerged from the center of the storm and hit Carrot L fiercely. Bang, 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 bang. Darkness cuts through space, purple and orange-red streams converge, interweaving beautiful music in the abyss-like cosmic space, sometimes like a comet hitting the moon. Between the endless meteorites, two bright lines are pulled out, like a spider web. Sometimes it flashes like a flare, as if it lights up the lights of the stars and the Milky Way, illuminating the surrounding space with the appearance of daylight. Bang, 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 bang. After several sudden sounds, the two of them stayed in the air for a moment, and then faced the meteorites in an instant. With a hoarse roar, countless energy lights spread from Frieza's hands, like raindrops condensing from the place where the palms intertwined, one group of energy bombs after another. The golden energy wrapped in the deep black death light, like a waterfall suddenly falling on the earth, hit Carrot L with the force of thunder. Seeing this, Carrot was not afraid at all. He waved his hand, and when his 5 fingers extended, an air sword burst into brilliant golden light. Facing the overwhelming firepower, the air sword flipped up and down, dancing tightly, blocking all of Frieza's attacks one by one. "Stop it, Frieza. Are you a fool? He is just trying to provoke you, to increase his power." Seeing the two fighting, Cooler was so angry that he yelled at Frieza. The purpose of Carrot's words was clear, he just wanted to provoke Frieza. But Frieza, who was already blinded by anger, didn't listen. After several fights, Cooler just yelled. Carrot L and Frieza were already fighting hard, the two of them used all kinds of tricks, and neither of them was willing to stop. "Asshole, Frieza, that idiot." Guru was so angry that his veins popped up, and he was about to rush up to stop him, but in a blink of an eye, Broly's sudden beam directly interrupted his action. "You are such a difficult guy." Gula glared at Broly fiercely, his face livid. He dodged the beam sideways, raised his hand and punched him back, but Broly blocked it again. The tall figure in front of him seemed to be more sturdy than before, standing in front of him like a small mountain. The oppressive feeling coming at him was like a wild beast sweeping across the world. At this time, Broly, who was stronger when facing a strong opponent, had his pupils completely replaced by the whites of his eyes. The hair that had broken into pieces exploded into a ball like barbs, and even the voice added a little indifference. "It's useless. No one will stop until the battle is won or lost. Even if you run away, we will never let you go. Whether it's the other side of the galaxy or the end of the universe, it's either you or me. Asshole, don't get carried away there." Gula shouted angrily, and the hideous face on his face as white as bone could no longer be seen. Only the mask-like white skin armor was left, faintly emitting a thunderous murderous intent, and the wrist knife on the arm guard extended deeper. He and Carrot, two guys who are used to using weapons in fighting, also made Frieza and Broly curse inwardly. Bang, 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 bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Darkness and day are intertwined, and demons and gods are majestic, just like the two earthly giant pythons fighting for the Dragon Ball in myths and legends, fighting for it in the abyss world burning with heaven and earth. The duel between Frieza and Carrot seemed to have been a blood feud since ancient times, and it became more and more intense in the situation of no end. Suddenly, a huge piece of star turned into a meteorite group like a vast ocean in the collision between the two, and it was unknown where it fell. Tens of thousands of stardust, like sharp blades, split the meteorite stars in the terrifying storm, and along the trajectory of the sea of stars, created a meteor shower covering the stars. It is unknown whether it was observed by any civilization, and who made a sincere wish. The meteor shower sweeping across the sky should have flown to the end of the universe, but it seemed to have consciousness and kept wandering in the orbits of various planets between the adsorption of two magnetic fields. Some people rode flying wood and rushed, some stepped on meteorites and confronted, some drove rainbows to various places in the universe, and some even soared to multiple places, but in a thought. Bang, 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 bang. Collision, burning, the gap between the two sides rebounding from each other has been infinitely close to zero between the continuous impacts, and the roar caused by each collision has erupted into a more terrifying storm. The wind swept past the ears, the clothes burned with red flames, interlaced in the center of the meteor shower. Carrot L and Frieza stepped on the stars and walked in the rain. Asshole? Why don't you die obediently? Extreme anger burst out with a fierce momentum. Frieza has no idea how many times he has crushed Carrot. He panted and punched Carrot L one after another to the gravel, but he still couldn't eliminate his anger. And Carrot's improvement in strength is not just as simple as combat effectiveness. Hee, what's wrong? Is this all the power of 100%? Suddenly, with a flash, Carrot tore a gap in the energy net that Frieza had let go, and suddenly squeezed out, scaring Frieza. Carrot L caught him off guard. Frieza was caught off guard by Carrot L from behind in a hurry, and his arms were like iron clamps tightly around his neck, muttering, "You are worthy of being the Emperor of the universe. You are so angry that you lose your mind, but your attacks have never been disordered. It's a pity that I just said that there is an essential life gap between you and me." What? Hearing this, Frieza struggled harder, constantly hitting Carrot's abdomen with elbows, until he completely broke free, and then he gasped heavily. Ha ha, ha. The ferocious face gradually became more and more crazy, and the energy in the whole body had exploded uncontrollably, and he roared angrily. "You monkey, stop bragging in front of me. I am Frieza, the Emperor of the universe. And you are just an inferior Saiyan monkey." Frieza roared with his eyes wide open, red eyes, staring at him fiercely. Ignoring Frieza's anger, Carrot rubbed his abdomen, but there was not even a trace of pain on his face. "Aren't you very clear whether I am bragging or not? Didn't you notice that my fighting state has become calmer and calmer during the continuous fighting?" Carrot L narrowed his eyes and said word by word, "My eyes can see clearly. Your rapid breathing, accelerated heartbeat, and slow reaction caused by emotional loss of control. Even the subtle movement of your body energy and the condensation of your breath, I can see it clearly. No matter how it changes, my brain can calculate the distance between you and the speed of your attack at any time, and my mind can easily judge your next move. One move. You can't defeat me in battle." Carrot L's words made Frieza's face more and more livid, but he still didn't seem to let him go, and his voice became colder and colder. "The only thing left is your stubbornness and arrogance, which is the combat power beyond the detector, right? But even this point is almost completely surpassed by me. Shut up." Frieza raised his hands unbearably and interrupted Carrot L's words, condensing one after another planet-piercing bullets like lava above his head. Die. Roaring, the energy bullets Frieza shot at L carried the black supernova death light, but even at such a close distance, Carrot L did not dodge one by one as Frieza expected, relying on his own terrifying speed. Instead, he did not retreat or avoid, and rushed straight towards him. What? This move surprised Frieza. Carrot raised his mouth indifferently, spread out one hand, and waved it. The golden air blade overflowed from his palm and turned into a flying stream of light, cutting the lava-like penetrating bullet in front of him into several pieces. Boom, boom, boom. Oh no. Frieza's pupils shrank and he exclaimed in surprise. Explosions continued to sound, and in Frieza's horrified eyes, the blooming light drowned everything, and also swallowed up the figures of the two. In this tomb of fallen stars, only the light of the sun was still overlooking the mark left by time. And the overlooking sun also made the figure submerged in the flying flesh and blood condense a new body in an instant. Frieza simply couldn't agree with this kind of fighting style of dying together, ignoring injuries, and rushing directly into the explosion. "I'm afraid only Carrot L can use it without any burden? No, there was once a person who used it in front of him, Bardock? That's Saiyan?" For Frieza, Carrot L's behavior was like an unscrupulous madman, a monster who didn't even care about his own life. To deal with such a person, Frieza could only become crazier than him and be more reckless than him. Die. The next second, the wounded Frieza rushed forward like a demon from hell, shouting and roaring, even his teeth revealed the desire to bite. He was using this madness to cover up his fear. Yes, he was afraid. Bang. After a bang, there was another deafening collision. Carrot and Frieza stood on a floating meteorite respectively, looking at each other, their expressions becoming more and more fierce. The difference was that Frieza's hands trembled slightly, and he held on to his clenched fists, but he could not hide the depression of his weakened breath. Under the explosion just now, Carrot L was safe and sound again, and his injuries healed in an instant. This scene made him sweat immediately. Under his feet, the huge meteorite group indicated the coming day of natural disasters and destruction, and the meteors rolled in waves of devastating storms, driving in the boundless sea of stars. On the periphery of the storm, countless invisible barriers isolated everything that could disturb them, leaving only explosions and air waves, rolling up thousands of stardust. Carrot and Frieza were like passengers standing on the roof of a car in a cosmic-level racing feast. Some civilizations that observed them trembled in fear because they thought the end of the world was coming, and some interstellar spaceships that were caught in the impact range clearly launched missiles to intercept meteorites, but they were like a drop in the ocean, without any waves. But what they didn't know was that the terrifying cosmic storm in front of them was just a stage built by the two of them invisibly. Standing on the speeding meteorite and looking into the wind, Carrot had already seen Frieza's timidity and couldn't help sighing. His timidity only represented one message, that is, the Cosmic Emperor no longer had any more power. No matter which universe it was, the loss of physical strength caused by anger was extremely serious. Even his slightly despicable conspiracy was no longer feasible. What's wrong? Don't you have any more power? Seeing this, Carrot asked. In stark contrast to Frieza, the bright sun always gave Superman endless passion. For the original Superman, even the occasional rest became a fantasy of luxury. Hearing this, Frieza's face stiffened for a moment, but then he recovered as before. When the anger that overwhelmed his mind gradually subsided, the calm that followed also made him discover some clues. His eyes kept wandering on Carrot, and he squinted his eyes and said, "You guy, although your clothes are tattered, your body doesn't seem to be injured. Is it really as you said, you are immortal? But why? Why do you Saiyans have such power? Even Super Saiyans, according to the description in the legend, are just a powerful warrior, and there shouldn't be so many magical things." Frieza was extremely confused about this, but when the truth was in front of him, no matter how much disbelief and shame he had to admit it. So, how did these Saiyans do it? The cooling of the battle could not dispel the heat of the body. The sincerity burning in the blood became stronger and stronger under the urging of the three suns. Carrot felt it slightly, and his growth rate was getting faster and faster. It was unbelievable that even he couldn't adapt to such a terrifying growth rate. This was just 3 suns for a short while. It was a bit weak to say that the immortal touched my head and I was immortalized. This feeling was like a vast ocean opening the floodgates on his body, and a construction team was frantically expanding his canal at the speed of infrastructure games to accommodate more seawater. The whole process was full of expansion and heat, and it was difficult to release, and there was no downtime at all. Until now, Carrot finally understood Broly's state when he was rampaging. Because the increase in these powers was not under his control at all, there was no valve to stop this torrent. All he felt in his mind was the heat that rushed to his brain, and it was getting hotter and hotter. God knows what kind of body can withstand the continuous outbreak of this terrifying heat, and not leak a trace of breath, and only improve the operation in the body. My growth in combat did come from the Saiyans, but the rest was inherited from Krypton. These are not important. What is important is that if there is nothing more exciting for me in this battle, Frieza, I will take your life now. The battle has reached this point, and it is time for Carrot to sentence Frieza to death on behalf of the Saiyans. He had already had enough sunshine today. The Great Elder was right. 3 suns shrouded the sky at the same time, and without the obstruction of Namek, his improvement was simply immeasurable. He didn't tell Frieza just now that the biggest source of his power improvement was actually the surrounding sun. He has gained a lot. The body of a Saiyan is indeed a God-given treasure, but the growth of a Kryptonian is beyond imagination, not to mention the power of the two combined. After hearing Carrot's words, Frieza, who had come to his senses, naturally laughed confidently. Ha 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 ha, what a pity, Carrot, you can't kill me with your current strength. Gula is right to remind you, as long as I don't attack you, you won't be able to become explosively stronger. Carrot glanced at him and said coldly, naive. I can increase my strength even without being hit hard or attacked, but now I have no interest in playing with you. The only thing Gula guessed wrong is that I have no other purpose in humiliating you, and I don't have any weird habit of getting stronger by being attacked. I just want to use my eyes to see for some people what the cruel emperor they once feared, and trembled like after he shed his elegant human skin wrapped in power. Now that you've seen it, there's no need to play anymore. Carrot didn't know how many times he had angered Frieza. He shook his head and felt bored, which made Frieza finally regain his sense and was on the verge of collapse again. You bastard, what do you mean you don't want to play anymore? Carrot turned sideways, and countless meteorites passed by the two of them, and slowly said, since you used all your strength, your energy has been gradually decreasing. The physical exertion of this state is terrifying for you, right? Your self-esteem has been riddled with holes since the battle. You have been arrogant since you were born, but now you are far surpassed by the Saiyans who are the most despised and always underfoot. Even your most desired immortality has been granted to me. You have reached your limit. If you cannot break through the limit due to anger, just resent your own incompetence in hell. Hearing these words, a creepy feeling suddenly flooded into Frieza's heart. Staring at Carrot's calm expression, Frieza's heart felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, sinking to the bottom. An idea that he ignored gradually came to his mind. Thinking back to the time when they first met, Carrot did not yet have the strength that frightened him. How could a man who was not an idiot and reckless man suddenly show up and come to fight with him alone when there was such a huge gap in strength? There is no doubt that Carrot also risked his life. After all, although Superman is strong and can recover under the sun, he is not immortal. Even if he was trying to cover the retreat of the Namekians, this move seemed too abrupt. There were obviously many better ways to stop them. What's more, Carrot's provocation at that time was to face both himself and Gula at the same time. Even with the unexpected appearance of Broly as a reinforcement, Frieza felt uncomfortable at all when thinking carefully about their actions. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are fighting each other's battles to the extent that they support each other and stick to the rescue. What gave him the confidence to face him and Gula head-on without retreating or avoiding? Seeing the color of fear in Frieza's surprised pupils, Carrot L closed his eyes silently. Thinking about it, he hadn't experienced this state for a long time, and said slowly with an aftertaste tone, "My exploration of my body goes beyond the simple structure of chi. Emotion, or self-examination that comes from the mind, is also part of it. Idealism and materialism have always been two different paths leading to the same destination. The world is material, but the matter used to explore the world is idealistic. Isn't the mind a carrier of material generation? I think, therefore I am, therefore the soul is also an infinite treasure house. One of them is the key to becoming a Super Saiyan, extreme rage." Hearing the word Super Saiyan, Frieza's mouth suddenly froze. After thinking about it, he revealed a contemptuous sneer. "Ho ho, as an orphan of the undead exiled in the universe, you really worked hard. Ha ha ha, this is really ridiculous. You who claim to be at a higher level of life than me want to compete with me on the same platform, but you still have to put in so much hard work." Hearing these words, Frieza's expression softened a bit and was not as ugly as before. His slightly deep thinking also caused his tone of voice to pause. "But, angry. I imagine it must be a difficult thing for someone like you." Frieza's voice suddenly became very deep. "Your character also has a vicious side, but it is completely different from Vegeta's arrogant and cold side, because we are the same kind of people. We may be angry because someone has offended our majesty, but it is difficult for us to be angry, because anger is caused by hatred. We have few emotions, so naturally we cannot talk about hatred." Regarding Frieza's words, Carrot did not deny this. When only Bulma entered his inner world, that is, before meeting Tony Stark, he was indeed an indifferent person. After all, he didn't fall off the cliff and hit his head. But the paradox is that he has a pair of very good adoptive parents, and they also intend to eliminate these barriers with the world and establish more connections. Yeah, so I've been searching for my anger for a long time and connecting with people in the world. During several adventures, I intentionally discovered many truths about this world. While I was greatly shocked, I also became increasingly curious about the mysteries of my existence in this world, and thus began the search for my life experience. But then when I started to get really enamored with the human touch, I started to have reasons to be angry. God never falls to earth, he stays voluntarily. Carrot L looked at the lines on his palm and sighed deeply. Over time, I had a lot of reasons to be angry. We may have been the same kind of people before, but we're definitely not now. Carrot's calmness does not look like the expression of anger. He closes his eyes and spreads his palms. Sometimes human anger is not expressed on the face, and the only thing that can suppress anger is more profound anger. I don't feel angry because someone is stronger than me. That means there is a sky that I have not touched. I'm not angry that someone can beat me, because that reminds me that the world can still be so wonderful. Why are we angry? It's because we feel the unforgettable pain. Why we endure the pain is because we want to make the other party pay the price. I'm angry at the shackles that are tied to this world, and I'm angry at the short-sightedness and prejudice that's been imposed on me. I feel angry that the outcome of billions of deductions is doomed to death, and I feel angry that the wider time is tightened like a screw. I was angry because I wanted to change everything and lead you to break through these many shackles, but I found that you were the first to stop me. And I am extremely angry that I will lose to you like this in the changing destiny line. Boom, boom, boom. After the words fell, the universe and the stars of eternity all heard this oath-like speech. The explosion of the meteorite shattering was unknown how far it would be transmitted to, or what kind of terrifying existence would be watched. At this moment, the trajectory of the celestial body began to reverse abruptly, and the scorching storm of the nebula stopped abruptly in an instant. The meteor shower in the sky turned into fireworks in the sky when the year came, and there were endless explosions. The night seemed to be lit up, until a ray of light that shattered everything rose slowly and illuminated the world. What is this? Frieza opened his mouth in shock, and his body trembled and took 2 steps back. He was very familiar with this prelude, that was the state of transformation. Could Saiyans be transformed into something else besides giant apes? Boom, boom, boom. The lightning was triggered, and the majestic magnetic field caused countless meteorites to collide, and tens of thousands of asteroids around were affected by the birth of this power. As the words drifted to the world, at this moment, Carrot's face seemed to be covered by a thick layer of frost, and the temperature could not be seen, only the extreme coldness. The next second, in Frieza's shocked eyes, the moment he suddenly opened his eyes, a touch of bright green dotted the deepest part of L's pupils. Ah! In an instant, the shouting sounded, the aura climbed to the top, the bright golden color seemed to burn like a raging fire, permeating from the cells of the whole body, shining like the sun. The dark hair was dyed into a hot golden color, and the coldness between the eyebrows was faintly accompanied by a hint of hostility that was difficult to dissipate. The green pupils were filled with boundless energy. Although the eyes were calm, the sound of the heartbeat like thunder echoed in the ears for a long time. What is this? Frieza was stunned. Carrot L's appearance was not completely changed, but it was completely different. His hair, which was originally waxed, was slightly lifted due to the energy. His whole body was bathed in the blazing golden flame, but what shocked Frieza the most was the pair of cold eyes, which stared at him as sharp as a knife. This is the Super Saiyan. How is it? Can it still catch your eye? The dazzling golden flame exudes the majesty of shaking the universe, and the distortion of the magnetic field crushes the overwhelming meteorite tide. The place where the two stood cracked inch by inch, and in the moment covered by the light, it turned into cosmic dust. The meteorite tide that was just coming with great momentum has turned into ashes with the blooming of Carrot's arrogance. In the clear starry sky, two opposing figures are reflected. In the observation of countless civilizations, it is like a dazzling white light that swallows everything around. That look. For some reason, under the gaze of those eyes, Frieza actually felt like he was in a sea of fire and swords, and was a little scared by this look. If you say what the Super Saiyan left the deepest impression on Frieza, it is the eyes. He has admitted this in the original work when he met Trunks. I see, is this your true face under that skin? Frieza used disdainful ridicule to cover up his inner shock, but at the same time he also took Carrot seriously. However, when he stared into the abyss was also staring at him. When Carrot's sharp eyes looked at his scarred body, his arrogant look cut his self-esteem like a knife. Under such gazes, Frieza's eyes gradually changed. Hatred replaced fear, shame extended hatred, and the anger in the depths of his pupils was no longer reduced by the gap in strength. Asshole. Saiyan. How dare you? How dare you surpass me, Lord Frieza? I should have killed you all at the beginning. What a joke? What a joke. I am the first emperor in the universe. How can I be surpassed by a monkey? Frieza screamed madly. His hideous face was like a demon who had lost his mind, hideous and terrifying. His arms dancing at high speed continuously shot out energy bombs from his palms. The overwhelming energy scattered in the air and intertwined into a terrifying death beam net, attacking Carrot. The energy that once turned countless planets into dust, the fighting power that made countless forces shudder, at this moment, seemed to hit the wall of size. No matter how bright the golden light was, it could not shake the wall at all. Boom boom boom, bang 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 bang. The energy intertwined into lightning rain, and the explosion gathered into shock. Facing such a violent attack, Carrot L stood motionless in front of Frieza, looking at him without saying a word. The whole person was like rain hitting a banana leaf, motionless in the storm, looking up in the thunder. Bang. At the same time, after a collision, Broly, who felt Carrot's breath, also stopped restraining Furiosa. In his white eyes without pupils, he showed a brief moment of surprise, cockroach. The moment Broly stopped, Furiosa also noticed the movement from the other side. When he saw Carrot L ignoring all of Frieza's attacks with a blazing golden posture, he was also shocked. What is that? He ha ha, ha 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 ha. At this moment, Broly's low voice was completely different from usual. It lost its gentleness and became thick and domineering. He couldn't help laughing, ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Cockroach, cockroach, cockroach. For Broly, if the meaning of his life can be summarized into 4 words, then these 4 words must be cockroach. What is this? Why did he become like this? Seeing Broly laugh inexplicably, Cooler showed a look of disgust. After fighting many times, Cooler had a general understanding of the character of this madman. He originally thought he was a wild beast, but after he shouted a few times, he found out that this guy was actually a psychopath. Oh my god, why are all the people he meets psychopaths? Are there no normal people in this universe? Cooler looked at Broly very vigilantly, with fear written all over his face. Up to now, the two guys can be said to be cheating. The talents that their frozen demon clan is proud of are far surpassed by the two Saiyans. I didn't expect that they still have a trump card. Hearing this, Broly's laughter stopped abruptly, as if he was answering Gula's question, but also as if he was talking to himself. I can feel the heat in Kakarot's heart at this moment. Arrogant, angry, hot but peaceful, he has completely mastered this power, the power of a Super Saiyan. Hearing this, Gula's pupils shrank, and he looked at the two in surprise. Super Saiyan? Is that a Super Saiyan? The posture standing in the sea of stars is like the fourth sun illuminating the night, echoing with every star and resonating with the vast universe. Broly's eyes slowly looked back. He has no intention of fighting anymore. It's time to end the harvest of this battle from you. Gula's face turned pale in an instant. What? Boom. After a long time, Karo-L seemed to have lost his patience, and the last energy light exploded on his body. The whole figure disappeared instantly, and he grabbed Frieza's hand. In his horrified eyes, he looked down at him coldly. It's useless. Your clan should be the most aware of the increase in strength after transformation. You are already defeated. Frieza's cheeks twitched, but how could he just sit there and wait for death? With his other hand, he tensed up all his strength and hit Carrot's chest hard. Bang! The deafening sound of the collision was not shaken by the figure, as if it hit a heavy steel column, which made the person's arm numb. Frieza's face became more and more stiff. He never thought that this action on Namek was not the beginning of his dream of immortality, but the end of his horrible nightmare. However, facing Carrot-L, Frieza hesitated again and again but did not use the death cut. It's not that he didn't want to use it, but Carrot-L also played with a knife. His air blade perfectly restrained his own death cut. Frieza. Seeing this scene, the anger and unwillingness in Cooler's heart almost burned up completely. He felt it was unimportant whether Frieza was dead or alive. But the unprecedented humiliation and defeat they suffered today were difficult to wash away no matter what. Kurt died unclearly, Frieza was defeated miserably, and even if he continued to fight, defeat was a matter of time. How can the dignity of our race be trampled by the Saiyans? However, just as Cooler was thinking this, Broly's cold words suddenly echoed behind him. So, what are you going to do with the second one, Cooler? Ugh. Roaring like thunder, boiling like fire, for a moment, Broly's muscles seemed to break free from some invisible shackles, and began to break apart inch by inch, making a loud noise of expansion. The golden light on his forehead flickered, and the Mind Stone lost its original brilliance under Broly's control. Suddenly, the bloody scene was reflected in the deepest part of his mind, and the image of Paragus' death was like a sharp sword piercing his brain. With a buzz, all the sounds disappeared. The darkness swallowed everything, until a heavy green awakened the original call of the ancient times, and the roar that followed triggered an explosive expansion of the breath. Ah, ah, ugh. The hot shouts resounded in the ears of several people. The light of the burning golden flame had not yet dissipated, and a green star lit up in the dark galaxy. In an instant, the majestic energy was like a huge gravitational ball, convoluting the nebula and attracting meteorites. The terrifying attraction created a light ball where the nebula gathered, and then it collapsed in an instant. Ah! The irrational roar seemed to destroy everything in front of him. The roar from the sky seemed like the anger of the gods against the common people, full of extreme oppression. When Broly dispersed the power of the Infinity Stones, the anger that had been suppressed in his heart poured into his heart like a torrent. The power awakened was like a seed left behind at the beginning of time. After being watered by the ocean of anger, it thrived and turned into a towering tree in an instant. Seeing that Broly's hair had also turned green, L was stunned for a long time. Well, no wonder he likes green skin, it turns out that this green is engraved in the genes? What? Gula, who was close at hand, felt an unprecedented violent, fierce, and sharp momentum like a tiger with fangs exposed, wanting to eat him alive. Why does he look different from you? Frieza was also stunned by this scene. His eyes wandered over Carrot and Broly, and he soon discovered the difference between the two. Compared with Carrot, Broly seemed to have no reason at all, like a monster that was polluted by power and went crazy without control. But the next moment, Frieza remembered what Carrot had just said, and his eyes were stunned for a moment, and his pupils trembled. Could this be what you call the original energy of the ancient times? Carrot looked at Broly with empty eyes. Unexpectedly, Broly had already learned this method of becoming a Super Saiyan just by saying a word to him before the battle. The death of Paragus made him find a reason for anger, and the appearance of the Mind Stone allowed him to control the transformation freely. And his learning ability also gave him a strong fighting talent, and he easily mastered the new form. That was just an experimental guess. This is the first time I've seen this kind of power today, but it seems that I guessed it right. As Carrot L's mouth rose, the golden flame on his body also dissipated the blazing posture, leaving the most peaceful state. Naturally, in sharp contrast with the crazy Broly in front of him, he slowly narrated. The original posture of the Saiyans can also be called the legendary Super Saiyans, with endless power and never exhausted. If they are not careful, they will destroy everything, even themselves. So in the legends they left to future generations, their personalities are cruel and bloodthirsty, but in fact, this is just because they have lost their minds. It can only be said that leaving such an impression on future generations is a coincidence, but it also indirectly leads to the disadvantage that the Saiyans think that the more cruel they are, the stronger they are. However, even if the legends of ancient times reappear, the times are different after all. The power of the present world is not the ancient times after all. Even if it is still the same attribute, it has gone through billions of years of evolution. According to legend, this power has an evolution cycle of 1,000 years and continues to appear in the world. And with countless 1,000 years have passed, I think the power of ancient times is gradually being adapted by us, and has evolved into a recessive gene called S-cells in the Saiyans. Carrot L's words surprised Frieza. S-cells. Carrot L nodded slightly. Yes, when Saiyans are in a kind and peaceful state, S-cells will split in their bodies. There should be no such thing in the Saiyans of ancient times. And the discovery of this conclusion also directly proves that the current Super Saiyans seem to be degenerated, but in fact, they are another way out found by life itself. Thinking of this, Carrot L sighed deeply. Perhaps this power is indeed not as strong as in ancient times, but it may be the most suitable state for us. At this moment, Carrot's sight seemed to have passed through the distant time, looking at both the first era of ancient times and the last era of the future. At least, he led us to peace. I am honored. If all this is an evolutionary experiment, then he completed the last step as a Saiyan. The fighting path of this race finally received the final acceptance from him when they were about to become extinct. This result is particularly prominent in the next generation after the combination of Saiyans and Earthlings. In the later period of Dragon Ball, any mixed blood can become a new Super Saiyan after a few years of growth. Isn't this the power of ancient times? After billions of years of running in, they finally adapted to it in the evolution. Although it is not that powerful, what is the use of power without reason? And with continuous training, this power will be developed accordingly, and even the most ordinary warriors have the possibility of becoming the strongest. At this moment, Carrot is in a golden posture, as if he is showing the past of the Saiyans from the beginning of their birth and the final results of their evolution to the universe. It is as dazzling as a rising sun. Although planet Vegeta has been destroyed and the Saiyans have been killed, a new era will be reborn in their hands. The twin stars shine, as if two different routes to the same destination have finally ushered in the final intersection. He and Broly represent the two directions of these two forces. When they appear in the same era, they are destined to do more than Sun Wukong and Vegeta, because one has the code of life, and the other has the purest blood. It seems that the time for the final judgment has come. It seems that it is to verify L's conjecture. After the voice fell, Broly, who had lost his mind, actually recovered the light in his eyes in a brief shock. L smiled knowingly. The two stared at Frieza and Cooler, and released a very oppressive airwave from a condescending attitude, saying in unison, "The emperors of the old times, and your lives in front of our power. Today is the day you will be crushed to pieces." Boom. In an instant, the breath was like the boundless sea, pouring like a torrent of the ocean. At the moment when the two people's voices fell, the cells in their bodies instantly spread out terrifying airwaves. His aura and Broly's aura merged into one in some strange resonance, blowing Cooler and Frieza so hard that they couldn't open their eyes. Ugh. Damn it. You two monkeys, stop being so proud. Cooler and Frieza stood together with pale faces, and their unwilling screams were swallowed up by the fierce airwave. Even if it's a Super Saiyan? Even if it's a Super Saiyan? What can it do to me? Seeing this, the two of them also tried their best to increase their aura to resist it, but the Emperor, who was already doomed, seemed to be against the sky. The dazzling sunlight around them and the exhaustion of their physical strength made them like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and they were overturned by this force. And Broly's eyes turned cold, and the two of them increased their auras in tacit understanding. A terrifying storm instantly extinguished the energy of Frieza and Cooler. The situation has been completely reversed, and the two people in front of them are like two unshakable mountains, standing tall. The solemn expression seemed to freeze the eternal time, turning into severe cold and frost to freeze the color on their faces. Looking at Frieza's embarrassed look, Carrot's eyes became colder and colder. He raised one hand, and along the lines of his palm, a golden stream of light gathered. Suddenly, a sharp sword extended and pierced Frieza's shoulder directly. Clang. In a flash, the golden light tore the scapula from the corner of the chest upwards, and a striking scratch was drawn on Frieza's cheek, which made him scream in pain. Impossible. L's cold voice sounded like a nightmare in Frieza's ears. I forgot to tell you that my anger is far more than what I said before. This blow is for my biological mother and uncle. The hot stream of blood splashed on Gula's face, instantly dyeing most of the shoulder armor red. Frieza, who was seriously injured by just one blow, made him exclaim in disbelief. Be careful, Frieza. Although he hated this stupid brother, he had never seen Frieza suffer such a miserable defeat as today. However, before Frieza could recover from the blow, a heavy knee hit Frieza's abdomen fiercely. Bang! The unimaginable heavy blow was like a flying chopstick piercing through the glass-like tofu, suddenly shattering Frieza's internal organs, and hitting his abdomen so hard that it was sunken, and his eyeballs were about to fall out. This blow is to redeem the Saiyan race for the humiliation of being enslaved by you, and to regain their dignity. Ugh. Under the piercing pain, Frieza even found it difficult to speak. He raised his head and stared at L with a ferocious face. He looked like a devil crawling out of hell, wanting to eat Carrot alive. He gritted his teeth, and every breath made his injuries worse. Asshole. How could such a beast do that? I don't believe it. Even if it was a Super Saiyan, he was destined to lose? Bang. Before he finished speaking, Carrot swung his arms and punched him in the face again. Ugh. He didn't want to listen to Frieza anymore. Anyway, a dog can't spit out ivory. Even if he cursed a few more monkeys, it couldn't save the fact that he was going to die here today. He shouted. This punch is for the Namekians who died here. Frieza was instantly hit and flew backwards. And more. Seeing this, L raised his hands and slowly placed them behind his back, and the majestic energy slowly emerged in his palms in a spiral shape. The terrifying heat accumulated, emitting wisps of air waves. The steaming hot air seemed to burn the filth of the world completely, and it burned with Carrot's resounding words. This blow is for all the creatures in the universe that have been harmed by you so far, and for the fate-changing blow that should have been realized in Bardock's hands 20 years ago, but has not yet been realized. He can't do it, I'll do it. At this moment, Carrot's eyes burst into a cold light, and the accumulated energy rushed out from his palms in an instant, and a dazzling blue submerged Frieza's figure. Tell me, will you bleed? Kame, Pi, Chi, Gong. The moment the light enveloped the body, the galaxy seemed to hear Frieza's scream. The screams that were annihilated in the wind gradually disintegrated Frieza's body, from limbs to torso, from internal organs to brain. At this moment, the Emperor of the universe seemed to be thrown into the boundless fire of karma and burned, and the whole person fell apart inch by inch. Until the end, even the outline disappeared in the blue light. The galaxy was lit up, the stars were stirred, the blue light tore everything apart, and the ashes drifted in the universe. Resentment, anger, and shame were all twisted into a ball under the pressure of the impact of power, so that history and the cold wind of the past were completely turned into farewell powder under this blow. L. Just as Bardock shouted his name and his body was burned in despair in the explosion, Frieza also completely ended his era under the destructive light that shouted his name. Frieza. Furu watched helplessly as Frieza was annihilated by Carrot's attack. Even if he had no feelings for Frieza, he still felt grief for him. However, at this moment, Broly spoke up right after him. I could have endured the darkness until I had never seen the light. I could have lived in the desolation until I had never seen the prosperity. Do you know, during the more than 20 years of exile in Wampa Star, I never even tasted water. I was thirsty for animal blood, hungry for wild fruits, suffered all kinds of bullying, and experienced all kinds of suffering. Living in a dilapidated cave, they endured hatred and abuse every day. I can't deny that during the long-term brainwashing process, I was indeed instilled with the will to hate, but with your death today, I think I can finally sleep well. The monarch I serve, the father I admire, the hatred of genocide, the hatred of dominance, the pain of killing my father, and the pain of exile. Let's settle these old and new grudges, as well as all the kindness I owe you, with this move. The powerful words echoed in the boundless sea of stars. Broly spread his arms, and golden and green rays of light intertwined along his arms to form a patchwork of colorful colors. The cold light overflowing from his eyes at this moment exudes a determination that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. Seeing this, Gula hurriedly raised his hands to block it, and his hard body was pushed towards the sun inch by inch. However, seeing this scene, Carrot frowned secretly. No, the sun can't kill him. Frieza is dead. A generation of emperors finally fell. He did not die in the war that shocked the universe, nor did he die in the massive rebellion of the rebels, but died on the small planet Namek. No one expected that such an ordinary action would quietly bury the rule of the frozen demon clan. Carrot did not feel any regret for this. He was not Sun Wukong, who liked to let his opponents go. No matter whether he would get better in the future, no matter what his status and position were, his future would eventually look forward, and those defeated opponents were no longer worth chasing. Maybe they would eventually catch up with him, but for him, the delicious food tasted once, and the taste would eventually fade after another bite. But no one would deny that Frieza did create an era of his own, and all major forces were terrified when they heard his name. At least in those 20 years, few people in the universe resisted him, and few dared to resist him. His succession was like carrying a special destiny. As an emperor, he forced some conflicts and outbreaks belonging to their level in this world that was like a stew in an iron pot, a chaotic anchor universe mixed with many forces. His existence created a common enemy and divided the situation of this world. He made everything slow and peaceful, and even under the high pressure of rule, he ran the trajectory of the universe with difficulty and extended the development of the story. However, today, everything about Frieza is over. His life came to a halt, and no one would mourn for him except the Jinyu Force. The situation in the universe will fall into chaos due to his death, and everyone will be eager to become a new symbol, but no one will allow the birth of another Emperor Frieza. Perhaps this is his achievement. Carrot L looked deeply at the sea of stars. A chain broke, which does not mean that we are one step closer to freedom. Those who want to tie up their prey will throw more chains to continue to bind the universe. This means that more things will be born. A new era will be opened by Frieza's death. No one knows whether he will come back again in such an era, and even if he does, the world will no longer belong to him. This is impossible. Just relying on this kind of thing? Just relying on this kind of thing. The trembling shoulders under the impact are retaining the last strength of the hero, and the gnashing hatred reflects the bloodshot eyes. If the resentment can be transformed into strength, then Gula's hands are enough to support the world at this time. Finally, the hammer of fate also hit his head. Suddenly, the figure of Carrot L flashed behind Gula, and the light in his palm flickered. What are you going to do, Kakarot? He is my prey, you are not allowed to interfere. Seeing that Carrot L seemed to be attacking, Broly was anxious. However, Carrot L shook his head without interest. If there is any difference between Frieza and Cooler, one is only targeting Son Goku, and the other is targeting Super Saiyan. Therefore, Carrot L did not need to intervene in the feud between Broly and Cooler. Don't get me wrong, I'm not interested in intervening, just adding a kind of insurance. I think the sun should not want to eat this thing, maybe he will vomit it out of nausea. As the voice fell, the green light formed a thick wall. With the appearance of the defense wall, Carrot L's hands flowed with rich energy light, and the energy network compressed to the limit enveloped the space where the two were. In a blink of an eye, a barrier like a ring was constructed, blocking Cooler's retreat and the possibility of escape. What? Feeling the touch of being pressed from behind, Gula's eyes widened immediately, and a trace of obvious surprise flashed in his eyes of disbelief. You guy? Are you insulting me? Gula shouted at Carrot L, shaking with anger. He was originally at a disadvantage, but he suddenly burst out with strong power and tried his best to block Broly's death meteor. He didn't know that Carrot L's purpose was to prevent him from falling into the surface of the sun, so in his opinion, this behavior was like preventing him from escaping. This is simply the biggest insult to him. The two brothers Gula and Frieza are different from King Cold in at least one thing. That is, even if they know they can't win, they will never run away. They may play dirty tricks, or they may not care about what means to win, but they will never run away. In Gula's view, Carrot L's behavior was like a good person who was falsely accused of stealing money and called the police. In the end, he was still under 24-hour surveillance after being released from the detention center. Who can tolerate this? Who can tolerate this? Damn it! Damn it! How dare you? Carrot, Broly, I will never let you go. The next second, Gula's body was ignited with a soaring flame, and his whole body began to swell. His skin and bones made bursts of noises, and his hideous and distorted face became more and more crazy. Bang, bang, bang. Even L himself didn't expect that Gula's energy would expand to this extent. His entire body gradually swelled up, as if he was going to turn into a giant that could support the world, exploding inch by inch. Seeing this, L's face turned pale. What a terrifying energy. Could he have another transformation? No, that's not right. This body shape doesn't look like it. Suddenly, a guess came into his mind, and his brows furrowed. Could it be that he is going to self-destruct? Broly was stunned when he saw Gula like this. He looked around with a blank face, but found that had also wrapped himself in a protective shield. He choked on his chest with blood, and almost blacked out his eyes. He shouted angrily, "Kakarot? Which side are you on?" L was stunned for a long time. Oh, it seems that he was tricked. Let me out. Broly's blood pressure rose. Self-destruction, a skill ranked first in the Dragon Ball world, was something no one dared to deal with, not to mention that had set a trap for him. Ha 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 ha. Too late, stupid wild monkeys. You will regret your stupidity forever. Although the pain in his body was no less than being crushed to pieces, Gula felt extremely happy to see that he could take away a wave before he died. The deep purple gradually pierced through his skin and muscles, and the light that lit up in an instant was like a terrifying demon domain, opening up the fog of death. The next second, his skin had gradually cracked due to the fullness of energy. In Broly's panicked eyes, a terrifying explosion shattered the boundless stars. Boom! The dark red-purple light rolled up a fission that would shake even the sun. With one stroke, the poem of supreme destruction wrote the color of the eternal end. In an instant, the brilliant purple took away the shimmering color of the starry sky, rushed towards the boundless sea of stars, and also stirred the flow of the nebula. Boom, boom, boom. The light burned with all the energy of a top powerhouse, and with an unstoppable momentum, it turned every star it touched into powder. The entire universe seemed to be able to feel the expansion and extinction of this power, as if it was carrying a touch of the charm of a dying person's last rays of light, doing the last fatal burning. Countless sights converged here. Some were absolute perceptions of power, some were overlooking and watching from above dimensions, some were ancient prophecies of mysticism, and some were the eyes of observation of technological civilization. From hell, from heaven, from darkness, from crimson, from the 9 realms, from Mount Olympus, from countless worlds that can be touched but not reached, can be seen but not seen. Boom! The explosion, the light, and even the sound were drowned out, and the entire Namek galaxy reached the singularity of material destruction. This is the end of the galaxy, and it is also a strange sight rising at the junction of the North and South Milky Way. The civilizations that look far away are fascinated and intoxicated by this, but those who are close only feel the horror of being crushed. In the darkness, a golden light crisscrossed the depths of the universe, and the figure that was speeding away merged into the infinite light at a speed that was almost impossible to achieve in the material world. When Superman flew at full speed, his speed was almost comparable to that of the Flash, and when he turned on the Super Saiyan, no one could imagine how fast he was. At least in terms of speed, the Dragon Ball warriors who cannot break the limit of the flesh find it difficult to compete with him. L didn't know where he was going to stay. He carried Broly on his back and only knew to fly forward, like happy Superman, and never give up even if there were billions of kilometers and a ton of luggage. No one has ever imagined what kind of place is outside the world. It is hard to tell the light and darkness, the color, the good and the evil, the black and white, and I don't know why it rotates, nor why it exists. Only the infinite time accumulates a place that looks like a starry sky, exuding a silence that can't be seen at a glance. One star is a long universe. Those laws that are difficult to extinguish have divided countless bizarre timelines and space lines. Gods, accumulated as many as the sands of the river, are endless. Living beings, spanning billions of species, are nothing short of amazing. The world outside the anchor point, countless daunting walls of origin, are no longer the depth that can be described by the word distance. That thin barrier, no matter how powerful you are, or how powerful you are, you can't shake it at all. However, the terrifying thing is that the stars wrapped by the origin wall are still expanding at an unobservable speed in this ocean. And in that ocean with the universe as stars, there is a very inconspicuous place, which is being firmly tied up by countless regular connections observed in the form of chains. Its existence is like a screw used for fixing, slowly covered by several particularly conspicuous huge stars. And in the many gaps left by the huge chains, countless small stars are secretly tied with a bunch of fine lines. Those fine lines have a very nice name, called timeline. And those huge stars seem to have their own names. Some are called DC, some are called Marvel, some are like huge Dragon Balls, or like a sharp sword. Some are childish, some are sacred, some are dark, and some are like pollution, difficult to understand and difficult to observe. But it seems that no star cares whether this small screw tied by countless timelines will collapse. No star will worry whether the thin line tied to it will be the last straw to strangle it. That nail-like universe anchors many infinitely expanding worlds, and these universes are rolling bigger and bigger like a snowball. The larger and more infinite the universe is, the faster the timeline splits, the more infinite it is, and the faster the expansion speed is. In order to ensure their existence as the root in the sea of the universe, they choose to use the copyright that they dare not touch each other as attraction. And that tiny screw is the lever for connecting force? Suddenly, a crack appeared on one of the chains on the screw. In an instant, at the moment when the chain cracked, countless tiny stars greedily stretched out one after another thin line, eager to tie it to it. However, at this moment, before their timelines approached, an infinite hand in the name of creation directly reached out from a huge star. Countless thin lines that wanted to approach it were torn apart, and the fingertips that gently passed by wrote this insignificant stroke in the name of God, causing everything to collapse and disappear. God, the most indescribable existence in all stories, is the supreme belief even outside the fourth wall. In a sense, he can do much more outside the origin wall than ordinary symbolic characters. And as his action fell, the trace written by that finger turned into another larger chain, deeply hooking the anchor universe. Alas! At the moment the chain was tied, an old man's sigh could be heard faintly in the sea of stars, and some star-like things also flowed into it from his own universe along the chain. If the universe is a huge cup, then this chain is like tea poured into the cup, making the originally turbid color begin to turn golden. Those strands of spots that flickered like stars seemed to be completing the components of that world. After some things were deleted, some new things were re-injected. It made it more stable and harder in the constant changes. Soon, as this scene fell, the old man's huge palm slowly retracted. Seeing this, the many thin lines that lingered around the anchor universe were finally silently retracted. However, the timeline that had passed could not be retracted. It could only be cut by a knife and gradually dissipated on the sea of stars in this universe. With this knife, I don't know how many lives were wiped out. Time seemed to be still. It was as if countless eyes were looking at each other at the highest level. This moment may have lasted for billions of years, or it may only last for a moment. In the end, everything returned to peace. The old man was just the first person to reach out his hand, but he was definitely not the only one who wanted to reach out his hand. With a larger chain wrapped around the barrier of the origin of the universe, L, who was in the golden light, seemed to have a feeling in his heart and couldn't help but stop his gaze. Broly, do you understand? This is the meaning of everything I do. Broly, covered in blood, could not hear Carrot's whisper. Even if he did, he could not quite understand the specific meaning of the sentence. Few people can feel the changes that are happening in the universe. As the stars are sewn into this universe by the hand of God outside the origin wall, somewhere in the Milky Way, not far from the solar system, it seems that the trajectory of time has been cleared and the movement of the nebula has been reversed. In an instant, the barren nebula has evolved into infinite life and civilization. A planet has appeared without any signs, like a new dimension independent of the universe, dark and ancient. The vast starships are overwhelming, and the iron blood in the name of war seems to be far from satisfied even if it conquers billions of civilized worlds. A huge monument reflects a gray-skinned figure, and the turbid eyes like gray fog exude cold and ruthless chill. The desolate land is not covered with grass, but is full of traces of blood and fire. An omega symbol appears on the earth, eye-catching and shocking. The construction of the planet only took a moment, and the spatial changes from the extension of the timeline finally stopped until the origin of the universe no longer conflicted. Apocalypse. It naturally stood in the sea of stars, rising particularly quickly like a miracle. Darkseid frowned, and he felt the strange changes in the energy of this universe. This was a feeling of both freedom and oppression. It seemed that it was no longer in its own universe. Boom, bang, 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 bang. At the same time, the overwhelming fire collided with the horn of the end of the world. The direct wreckage salvage team of the Ginyu Force of the Frieza army entered the collision range of an asteroid group after receiving the mission. War is the eternal theme of the universe and the necessary process of natural entropy reduction. In the vast universe, the interstellar mercenary group that accepts commissions, salvages the remains of interstellar battleships, and searches for mysterious treasures has become the most enthusiastic profession for a group of homeless adventurers. Guardians of the Galaxy. This is an organization that has only recently gained fame. Although the people in the team are all a bunch of weirdos, and are far from being called guards, as the saying goes, weirdos must have genius, otherwise how dare they ask for such a high price. Especially after Star-Lord left his adoptive father Yondu during his rebellious period, he unexpectedly got involved with Ginyu because of a dance. This made the name of the Guardians of the Galaxy resound throughout the universe, and even entered the sight of the three major empires. After all, the end of the universe is teenagers, and the end of teenagers' poisoning is Ginyu. Bang, 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 bang. Billions of asteroids created an absolute space-restricted area, until a weird battleship rushed in with weird movements. The flying battleship looked like a piece of miscellaneous bulk cargo, but even such bulk cargo was driven by Rocket Raccoon with ease. Even when shuttling through such a dangerous asteroid group, he seemed to be able to move forward and backward freely. The dangerous light emitted a terrifying sea of fire. The collision of asteroids has always been one of the most terrifying forces in the universe, and has caused the mass extinction of life on stars more than once. But even under such danger, the Guardians of the Galaxy shuttled through the sea of fire, still swaying and shaking the spaceship. It was obviously a very dangerous scene, but they seemed to have entered a luxury KTV room, swaying in the song. Dodging the collision of planets, Rocket Raccoon danced with joy. Yahoo! Ha ha ha! This planet group is really God's will, just in time to get rid of the group of pursuers from Ilad. The target is successful. We can make a lot of money on this order again. I want the latest gun, but next time it's better to steal the brains of the ill-led people? Ha ha ha. Drax's eyes were full of clear stupidity. He was immersed in Star-Lord's happy song and couldn't extricate himself. He added, then they will have to become fools collectively. After all, their whole tribe shares a brain. I heard that the pants of the Frieza army's combat uniforms are good. I want the latest model. By the way, it seems that we can't get out. Little Groot jumped twice on Star-Lord's shoulders. He was also very happy in his heart and automatically ignored the sentence that we can't get out. I am Groot. I am Groot. Star-Lord Peter Quill, the son of Ego, a member of the Celestials, the eldest disciple of the captain of the Ginyu Force of the Frieza army, and the adopted son of the space pirate leader Yondu. Wearing a brown leather jacket and hanging an old PS3 around his waist, Peter Quill was the happiest one among the few people who were dancing. It has to be admitted that Peter Quill, who grew up among space pirates for many years, has no bad habits except singing and dancing. This is a miracle. Hearing what they said, even a person as thick-skinned as Peter Quill couldn't help but sigh at the crisis awareness of this group of people. My god, guys, shouldn't we care about being trapped in the planetary group and unable to get out? What's the challenge of stealing things from the guys in the Illid clan who only use one brain? Under the crisis, Peter Quill didn't care about dancing in the planetary group. After turning up the volume of the music, he sat in the main driving seat. The detection program is normal, the spacecraft is not affected by electromagnetic waves. Rocket, switch to manual operation, let me do it all. Rocket raised his hands helplessly and complained, okay, I've let go. But Peter Quill looked at the endless asteroids rushing towards them. No matter how he circled, he couldn't find a gap, and the gap was getting smaller and smaller. His face froze. It's still useless. The next second, the originally cheerful music in the MP3 suddenly changed its style and began to play horror songs. Accompanied by the screams of the crowd, a burning meteorite suddenly hit them. Bang. However, after a loud bang, the imagined scene of the ship being destroyed and people dying did not happen. Several people were so scared that they froze their eyes, and at the same time they looked at each other strangely. Looking up, they found that what hit them just now was not a moving asteroid, but a woman covered with scars. Open the brush and brush her down. Peter Quill was stunned in surprise, as if he couldn't understand why there was such a complete corpse in this universe that was colder than liquid nitrogen. However, just when they thought it was a corpse, the woman's eyes suddenly moved, scaring them. The horrifying scene shocked everyone, but the woman's miraculous survival allowed everyone to quickly save her. Following the direction in which the woman was floating, Rocket Raccoon was surprised to find that the entire planet group in front of him seemed to have been torn open by her. The situation was critical, and the few people didn't have time to think too much, and hurriedly drove the spacecraft towards the direction of the crack. It was along the crack created by the woman that the spacecraft finally sailed away from this dangerous planet group. Oh, God, this is too dangerous. Peter Quill wiped the sweat from his face and looked at the coordinates displayed on the map. They were not far from the destination of this mission. I can't believe she's still alive. It's amazing to be able to survive in space, not to mention that she also passed through a swarm of asteroids. Rocket Raccoon was in disbelief. He couldn't imagine that this woman could still survive in such a harsh environment despite being seriously injured. Several people lifted Captain Marvel to the table. Drax looked at the unconscious woman in front of him and explored her breath. It was strange that Carol was obviously seriously injured and dying, but Carol was constantly recovering with incredible self-healing power. He sighed. Road. This is a warrior, a true female warrior. Wait, Quill, look. At this moment, Rocket Raccoon exclaimed, and outside the observation window, a place shrouded in darkness was filled with floating corpses. The first time everyone looked at it, they were stunned and stunned. Oh, God, this is a scene from hell. The corpses of cosmic beings from dozens of planets, including the Green Lantern Corps, the Galactic Patrol, the Intergalactic Rescue Society, and Frieza's rebel army, have almost formed a vast sea of stone in the universe, with meteorites serving as tombs and stacked together. I can't imagine what happened here. The shocking scene in front of him left Star-Lord at a loss. According to the coordinates on the cosmic star map, the place in front of him should be the destination of this salvage mission. This was a finishing mission assigned to him by Ginyu. Because of the Namek incident, Gula and King Kurd, who were originally attacked and killed by Captain Marvel and the Green Lantern Corps, left in a hurry, and no finishing work was done in the galaxy they conquered. They are here to take charge of the aftermath of this incident. Peter Quill was silent. To be honest, none of the people present were good people. What's more, after joining Frieza's army, he didn't feel that he had any good people genes. But he doesn't seem to be so cold-blooded, able to witness a tragedy of this scale and remain indifferent. This is the destination of our mission. Be careful. There must be more than one of our salvage teams. Don't conflict with others. Peter Quill gave instructions, feeling a little uncomfortable. He skillfully took out a bottle of wine from Rocket Raccoon's box and took a couple of sips for himself. Rocket didn't stop him, but opened a bottle as well. Looking at the unconscious Captain Marvel, Peter Quill was still hesitating whether to save her. However, when he looked up, he saw that Drax had already begun to pour the healing potion into her. What are you doing? Are you an idiot? That's not for oral use. Peter Quill spit out a sip of wine from his mouth and shouted in surprise. Drax blinked his eyes blankly, as if he suddenly realized. Isn't it? I used to drink secretly. Peter Quill didn't know what to say. It didn't take long for Danvers to gradually wake up. His horrified eyes tore away the memory of blood and fire, and the first words out of his mouth were, Gula. The next moment, Carol sat up suddenly. Her steps were staggering as she was still injured. She was unsteady in the small cabin, and her mind was constantly stimulated by memories. When her blurred vision gradually became clearer, the few people who came into view made her gradually calm down. Who are you? Star-Lord and others couldn't figure out who Carol was, but as long as she could travel across the sea of stars and still be alive, they knew that she was definitely not human. Everyone was far away from her, as if they were on guard against a powerful enemy. Rocket Raccoon pointed his gun at her, silently protected Little Groot behind him, and said, I guess that's the question we're asking, ma'am, since we are your saviors after all. Did you save me? Yes, otherwise is there a second possibility? Star-Lord replied with his hands on his hips, and opened the leather jackets on both sides in a cool gesture. I didn't see it just now, but this woman actually looked pretty good, at least she was still humanoid. Danvers looked at the wounds on her body and the spaceship in front of her, and quickly figured out the current situation. Although the combination in front of her was a bit strange, she had never seen any strange cosmic people in the universe for so many years. He breathed a sigh of relief. My name is Carol Danvers. Peter Quill felt that the name sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Peter Quill, just call me Star-Lord. This is Rocket, Drax, Groot, we are the Guardians of the Galaxy. Before Star-Lord finished speaking, Rocket Raccoon's exclaimed voice almost deafened him. Carol Danvers, the famous Captain Marvel. Hearing the name of the visitor, Rocket's eyes almost burst into flames. He had heard of this name before. In the universe, the title of Captain Marvel is still very famous. After all, he is ridiculously strong and nosy. Liuzi, she belongs to the first group. Peter Quill frowned in confusion. He had rarely seen Rocket Raccoon look so excited. Captain Marvel? Is this the name of a new band? Zizzy? Zizzy? Zizzy. However, at this moment, the noise coming from the communicator interrupted the conversation of several people. Frieza's Army Jinyu Special Forces will transfer to the First Army, the Guardians of the Galaxy. Roger, this is the Guardians of the Galaxy, we've arrived at our target location. Star-Lord immediately connected to the communication signal from Frieza's Army headquarters, and a short yellow spaceman with 6 eyes was reflected on the screen with a panicked expression. Quill, I'm Goldo, something big happened. It's too late to explain to you in detail. Captain Jinyu asked me to inform you that civil strife has broken out in Frieza's Legion. Lord Frieza, Lord Gula, Lord Kurd, as well as the following General Tagama, Chief Sorbet, and nearly 100 personal guards, all of them have lost their vitality in the Namek system. The Namek galaxy exploded. According to the final footage observed by the headquarters, the destruction of the galaxy was caused by Lord Gula's self-destruction. It also triggered the impact wave of dozens of asteroid groups and the birth of a black hole group in the surrounding area. The consequences this time are very serious. Not only did Lord Gula self-destruct, but Lord Kurd and Lord Frieza also lost all their life reflexes. And all the direct troops sent to investigate were wiped out, and no one came back alive. Now the entire universe is in chaos. After years of war, we have developed grudges with many people. As soon as we heard about Lord Frieza's death, Frieza's troops everywhere were attacked by rebel forces, and even more internally falling apart. At this moment, Star-Lord was stunned with a confused look on his face. At this moment, if I were to use the name of a movie to describe Peter Quill's mood, the movie's name would definitely not be called Guardians of the Galaxy. It should be called The Last Eunuch. Good guy, I went through a lot of hardships, danced and practiced moves to 300 songs before I was able to coax Jinyu. I even made up a set of moves for the Guardians of the Galaxy, and finally joined Frieza's army. In less than 2 days, Frieza was dead, all the leaders of the group were killed, the boss and his family were wiped out, and the Legion was not only disbanded, but was also hunted down by enemies in the universe who had been fighting for years. Are you playing with me? Fuck. Star-Lord and everyone in the spacecraft suddenly took a breath of cold air. The mountains of corpses in front of them were enough to illustrate the brutality of Frieza's army. How many enemies are there in the vast universe? Thinking of this, Peter Quill's eyes widened for a moment. He watched Goldo's communication signal gradually disappear. He was extremely lucky. Fortunately, he used his own spaceship instead of the semicircular standard of Frieza's army. Spaceship? Rocket, Drax. Throw out everything related to Frieza's army logo. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm going to refund my money. Captain Marvel's body was faintly emitting golden light, and he clenched his fists suddenly. His eyes turned cold. Are you from Frieza's army? Carol reacted. If this group of people were not from Frieza's army, how could they come to such a ghost place? But after hearing this, Peter Quill immediately waved his hands and shook his head like a rattle and said quickly, No, not now. Our bottom line is very flexible. If you have a grudge against him, please don't look for us for revenge. As soon as these words came out, Carol was directly unable to do anything. But after a moment of silence, she also silently withdrew her strength. Captain Marvel herself was not a murderer, not to mention that since the other party saved her, it was also a life-saving grace. Even if they were really from Frieza's army, there was no need to do anything. However, the next second, Carol suddenly woke up. Wait, what did the person in the communication say just now? Gula died, and the Frieza clan was annihilated? Are you kidding me? Carol, who had fought with Gula herself, was instantly shocked and broke out in a cold sweat, finding it hard to accept this fact. She hadn't even fought Gula in the first stage, but when she woke up in the blink of an eye, Gula was dead. But since this news came from the trusted troops of Frieza's top brass, is it still unbelievable? So, Frieza's space empire is finished. For a moment, Captain Marvel's eyes were a little dazed. We have to be careful and stay out of the limelight recently, Quill. I'm afraid the universe will not be peaceful. You know, they are a space pirate empire that has been rampant in the universe for generations. Once civil strife breaks out, there will be no shortage of planets affected. Rocket immediately gave his opinion, and the entire spaceship lost its usual cheerful atmosphere because of this news. Peter Quill nodded. Indeed, we have to find a planet to stay as soon as possible. I once heard Yondu say that we must not attack Frieza under any circumstances. This is a ban among space pirates. It is said that every pirate in the universe is proud to join them. As early as the ancient times, Frieza's ancestor Ild was the largest force among space pirates. Until now, their empire has at least several cosmic eras. It is really hard to believe that it fell apart overnight. Not only Captain Marvel, but even the people in the Guardians of the Galaxy can hardly imagine that this group of people can be regarded as powerful people who dominate the universe, but compared with those truly top people, they still have to respect them. But now, even the top Frieza clan has been destroyed in an instant. In a trance, Carol recalled that when she fainted, she seemed to hear Gura mention that the Emperor Frieza on Namek was about to gain immortality, and they were going to get a share of the pie. Could it be that there was an internal conflict in their family? What happened on Namek? It caused such a huge change in the universe. Quill, is it possible that they had an internal conflict? Drax had the same idea as Captain Marvel, but Star-Lord disagreed with this answer and shook his head. Impossible, as long as King Kurd is still there, Frieza and Cooler won't fight to the point of bloodshed. What's more, the entire galaxy is destroyed. What kind of deep hatred is this? After hearing Star-Lord's words, Carol pondered for a long time, and suddenly said, I want to investigate this matter. After hearing this, several people were stunned for a long time. Peter Quill opened his mouth and asked, sorry, ma'am, I ignored you just now. I haven't asked you why you are here yet. Do you know what happened here? After hearing this, Carol immediately told Star-Lord and others about her invitation to join many forces to encircle and suppress Cooler and King Kurd, and everyone was stunned. So, you fought with Cooler? Peter Quill's eyes widened. He had heard about King Frieza's terrifying power from his master Jinyu more than once. How strong must this woman be to fight with Cooler? At least the planetary fleet can't deal with her, right? I lost? Carol's eyes dimmed for a moment, and she simply replied to this matter. Many people died, and all were slaughtered in battle, but because of this, I know how strong they are. They are definitely not opponents that can be defeated by numbers. I have to go to the Namek galaxy to take a look. Something unimaginable must have happened. Carol twisted her fingers a little uneasy, and her expression flashed with worry from time to time. Thinking of this, she turned around and wanted to open the hatch, but Peter Quill saw her wounded appearance and couldn't help but persuade her. Sorry, ma'am, I won't lend you the spaceship. Especially since you are still injured now, it's not gentlemanly to let you leave. Hearing this, Captain Marvel looked back and smiled, and the sea of stars beside her reflected her long golden hair. Sorry, Mr. Star-Lord, I didn't say I wanted to borrow it. The next second, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Carol was bathed in the golden light like the sun, following the exit of the hatch, floating in the universe. Oh, cool. I'm Groot. Both Drax and Little Groot opened their eyes in envy, like groupies looking at their idols, with little stars in their eyes. Well, that's quite an amazing power. Peter Quill said with great admiration that under Jinyu's teachings, he also mastered part of his own power of stars during this period. Although he is not yet able to travel across the universe, he can still survive in the universe. Jinyu once said that even he was afraid of the power in Star-Lord's body. In fact, if he hadn't truly discovered the talent in his body, Jinyu would not have truly accepted him as his disciple. Boom. Suddenly, at this moment, a burst of fire ignited, and the side of the spacecraft was suddenly attacked by a Star Destroyer cannon. The internal shaking almost caused everyone to stumble and fall. What's going on? What happened? The spaceship is under attack. Damn it, it's the Ilids. They're catching up. Are you kidding? How could they possibly pass through that group of planets? Oh shit, what is that giant thing? Seeing that they were being attacked, the group of people panicked and operated the spacecraft to dodge. However, when they saw the thing attacking them, everyone shed a cold sweat. On the surrounding sea of stars, an endless fleet suddenly appeared. A group of humanoid creatures with extremely strange faces stared at them coldly in a vast giant ship. Their heads have horns that curve backwards, their red eyes are devoid of any emotion, and their faces are expressionless, as if they have been stripped of their consciousness and reduced to puppets. Right at the very center of the starship, a huge Ilidian like a mountain was floating coldly in the universe, staring at them coldly. Rocket Raccoon suddenly twitched his lips. Okay, I think I now know how they passed through that group of planets. In the darkness, the light shone thousands of miles away. To everyone's surprise, Captain Marvel was the first to rush forward. The golden light spread, which seemed brighter than the stars and more dazzling than the day. In just a moment, it passed through the chest of the huge Ilid. There was an explosion with a bang, and the terrifying afterglow was lit up. The air wave rolled up and directly overturned the starship. In this crushing massacre, all the Illids were swallowed up by the explosion of the starship in less than half a minute. As one of the cosmic people who was easier to beat by Tiga, Captain Marvel was like killing a chicken with a butcher knife when dealing with them. Oh yeah? This is too powerful. Ha ha ha, you are finished. Well done, Danvers. The people on the spaceship clapped their hands excitedly to celebrate, and Rocket and Star-Lord's eyes were shining. Seeing that the pursuers were defeated in an instant, everyone finally saw the strength of Captain Marvel. This thigh is even fatter than Jinyu. After doing all this, Danvers also floated in front of several people. Facing the fluttering golden hair, he raised his mouth helplessly. Since you saved my life, I'll give you a ride. I'll leave when we reach a safe planet. Peter Quill and Rocket looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Thank you, Danvers, I'm grateful. You can't stay in a place of right and wrong for long. Several people didn't have time to sigh. They hurriedly started the spaceship and flew towards the farther starry sky, not knowing where to go. But what they didn't notice was that there was a white-haired old man who was secretly watching them in a corner from beginning to end, muttering to himself. Super Saiyan, Kryptonian, and now there is Captain Marvel. Quill, I really want your power more and more. It is difficult to see this tiny figure like a grain of sand in the vast universe. Seeing the direction where several people left, the old figure slowly disappeared on the spot. Sight, before waking up from the darkness of fainting, a strong smell of meat poured into Broly's nose. It smells so good, I'm so hungry. Before he woke up, his saliva was already overflowing from his mouth. When Broly slowly opened his eyes, he saw a huge grilled fish, with two huge fish eyes like lanterns staring at him on the fire. Carrot was adding firewood to the fire below. Kakarot. Carrot L didn't know where to get some salt and sprinkled it on it. According to the food demand of the Saiyans, the daily salt consumption is also a terrifying number. Seeing Broly wake up, Carrot L patted the salt on his hands and handed him a set of clean clothes. Awake. Broly, who had just woken up, felt a little dizzy. He reached out to take the same vest as Gogeta handed to him by Carrot and put it on. L was very attentive. For a child like him who grew up in the mountains, normal clothes were not suitable, but the waistcoat was just right for him. Thank you, Kakarot. Where are we now? Where is Gula? How is he now? Broly smelled the fragrance first, and his eyes were shining with hunger. He kept staring at the huge grilled fish on the fire, but reason told him that it would be better to pay attention to the current situation first. Carrot L cut a piece of meat and handed it to him, but Broly didn't even look at the meat in the bowl. Instead, he pounced on the fish and ate it. Beiji Beiji. Carrot L sighed when he saw this, but he didn't care about Broly's eating style. He knew what kind of Saiyans were. It was not certain whether this fish was enough for him to eat alone. Gula blew himself up and died. The Saiyans finally got their revenge. Sitting on the stone, Carrot L's pupils reflected the fire and fish meat. He added firewood to the fire and did not compete with Broly for food. Something was wrong on this planet. Before Broly woke up, Carrot L used X-rays to check the surface vegetation of the planet. There are always strange and terrifying planets in the universe, but only this planet made him feel very strange. Looking around, the mountains and rivers are beautiful, the sun is shining, the vegetation coverage rate accounts for 99% of the surface, the streams are gurgling, and it is a beautiful place. But there are no creatures. He did not find any traces of birds, beasts, tigers, leopards, wolves, insects, and even small insects. This big fish was taken out of the universal capsule he carried with him. At this moment, in addition to the spaceship, there were only some food, clothes, and daily necessities in the capsule. Hearing Kakarot L's words, Broly paused for a moment, feeling a little empty in his heart, as if he had lost his life's goal for a moment. But he also felt a sense of relief. Finally, all this finally had nothing to do with him. The hatred that had lingered in his life for more than 20 years finally dissipated. From today on, he no longer owed anyone anything. Thinking of this, Broly's mouth showed a bright smile, and then he grabbed the grilled fish with a big appetite and ate it, tearing off a large piece of fish meat, swallowing even the bones in one bite. So what are your plans next, Kakarot? I want to go to Yadrit, but we lost our way in outer space, and there are no coordinates of Yadrit in the spacecraft's route information. I want to find a trading planet to see. Carrot L sat on a rock, staring at the campfire in a daze, while Broly leaned against a big tree with his arms and legs spread out. While he was talking, he had eaten a big fish, but he was only half full. He looked at Carrot expectantly. Is there anything else to eat? Carrot looked helpless. His chaotic identity also brought countless chaotic partners. If he killed one Vegeta, there would be thousands of Vegetas. Obviously, there was another guy who was relying on him now. We don't have much food reserves. Most of them are left on Piccolo's spaceship. We need to replenish them as soon as possible. After dinner, we will hunt some game. There is only water on this planet, but no living things, so we have to go hunting in the universe. As far as I know, some giant races often float in the sea of stars. If we meet them, we can just replenish our supplies. Then, let's find a place to wander around. Although the food reserves were not much, Carrot still took out the remaining wine and food in the capsule. After all, they should celebrate. This is their victory and a new beginning for the future. Although the hero who destroyed Frieza's army did not get what he wanted, if the universe doesn't give it to us, we have to learn to take it ourselves. If we can run into some space pirates or some planets like trading houses, what's wrong with him going there for a meal? The remaining warmth from the bonfire is not as dazzling as the sun, but it also contains a different kind of warmth. At least at this moment, it brings infinite peace. L curled up in a blanket, silently looking at the photo of Bulma and the Kent couple, with a smile on her face. I don't know if my unborn little guy is okay, he should be stronger than Sun Wuhan. Anyway, as long as he wears nothing but green and does those awkward dance moves of the Jinyu Special Forces, even if he calls himself Super Saiyan Superman, it would be consistent with his origin. Broly also seemed very comfortable. He didn't know how long it had been since he had seen the starry sky like this since joining Thanos' army. Although the Milky Way in this galaxy was dim without any sparkle, Broly still leaned against the big tree and tirelessly told his story. His experience was simple, even boring, but it was perhaps the only one he had and was willing to share with L. So, do we need to go pick up that pet friend of yours? For a long time, L felt sleepy after listening to it. Even though he didn't need to sleep, Broly's boring experience still made him sleepy. This was far different from the fairy tales Martha told him when he was a child to put him to sleep. When Broly heard this, he shook his head in disappointment. No need, I have applied to Thanos before, but when I returned to Vampistar, it was already dead. What about you, Kakarot? What kind of life have you lived on Earth? The swaying moonlight hit the lights, and the sea of stars dimmed. Broly looked at the photo in Carrot's hand and asked curiously, who are these people? Carrot smiled faintly and handed the photo in his hand to Broly. My life can't be explained in a sentence or two. Read, take risks, practice martial arts, fall in love, make money to support your family, start a company, occasionally plan your life and future, and pick a few interesting people to experience from time to time. This is the greatest pleasure for me. It's like being a carver, watching with my own hands the pieces of high-quality wood being carved into exquisite works of art. As for the people in the photo, they are my adoptive parents and wife. When I went to Earth, my biological father had passed away, and they adopted me. As for my wife, although the wedding hasn't been held yet, we already have a child. Regarding the wedding, Carrot originally wanted to follow the tradition and hold a wedding with Bulma at a martial arts conference that attracts global attention. But there is always a law in the world of American comics, that is, no matter how good the plan is, something will go wrong in the end, so it has been delayed until now. The Earth now has basically become a training ground for the older generation. It is estimated that no one will let go of the opportunity to leave as a cheat, and they will definitely be working hard to cause trouble. Just let them do it, there won't be much trouble anyway. It's unbelievable, you actually have a wife and children. Broly's eyes widened, and then his eyes dimmed for a moment. I'm really envious of you, Kakarot. You already have a family and a new life on Earth. Carrot smiled, and then started chatting with Broly. The two seemed to have been friends since birth. As long as they sat together, they could talk about anything. You will too, Broly. I think Gamera is good. She is a very good girl. How is it? Do you plan to have a family with her on Earth? Broly's face instantly turned red, and he hesitated and trembled. No way, I don't have it. Carrot L put his hands behind his head, leaning against him like a pillow, and said with a cruel smile, is it true? Thanos even gave you the Mind Stone as a dowry. It's just a pity that his dream is not to be a cosmic overlord, but to realize the so-called destiny, to artificially create the entropy reduction process of the universe, and to omit the destruction of resources in the universe due to racial wars. Otherwise, I think with Thanos' mind, he will definitely not sacrifice you like this, and will definitely keep you by his side. Carrot L's words caused Broly to fall into silence for a while. Regardless of how Thanos treated him, he had been there for so long and had never seen the scene of Thanos' army massacring the planet. That feeling. It's like a different kind of natural disaster. You seem to know him well. Carrot L shook his head. I don't know that much, but now, you have completed his mission. Thanos is a smart man. Even if he knows that you are still alive, if you don't go to him, he will naturally not come to you. But from now on, there will no longer be real estate developers like Frieza and others in the universe. All those civilizations that migrated to planets have also lost a channel to survive resource exhaustion. So, I'm afraid Thanos will solidify his wishes even more deeply. Broly looked at the clear reflection in the kettle, stretched out his hand, lightly touched the scar on his cheek, and asked, so do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing? Hearing this, Carrot L glanced at him in surprise, because he actually heard a feeling of compassion in Broly's tone. It's like Iron Man and Batman's pilgrimage to the heart. It seems that Broly, who has experienced ups and downs, has also completed his transformation. But Carrot L did not answer his question, because it was an unanswerable answer. Train well. Getting stronger is always a good thing. You can become stronger than you think. Broly nodded silently. That night, the two talked about a lot of things. Carrot also told Broly about the Code of Life. He planned to rebuild the civilization of Saiyans and Krypton, and this plan was naturally affirmed by Broly. But Carrot L was not in a hurry about this matter. The two agreed that whether it was Saiyan civilization or Krypton civilization, it would be better to optimize it on Earth. Late at night, the snoring sound of sleeping opened the fog-like shroud, and the sound of the engine suddenly came from the starry sky in the dead of night. Hearing the subtle sound, Carrot L opened his eyes instantly. Even though he was thousands of kilometers away, he heard the faint engine sound at the first time. The faint light fell into the distant forest like a star. As the spacecraft landed, a palace rose from the ground. The line of sight instantly saw the subtle lines dozens of kilometers away. With just one glance, he could no longer look away. It was a luxurious interstellar spaceship. At least it was more luxurious than the car of the Emperor of the Universe. If we have to distinguish the difference between the two, one is a business seat that shows power, and the other is a business luxury seat. It is magnificent and luxurious, just like a 7-star resort club. But it is precisely this kind of luxurious business style that is more in line with L's taste. Love it? Love it? It turns out that this is not an ownerless planet. It's just right to ask for directions. The next second, Carrot's figure disappeared instantly. Broly heard the noise, raised his eyelids, turned over and continued to sleep. No matter what Carrot did when he got up at night, as long as he didn't blow up this planet, everything had nothing to do with him, and he just wanted to sleep well now. After landing again in the luxurious castle where Ego's body was sleeping, Mantis looked very lost, and the 2 tentacles on her head shook and brought up a trace of forehead wrinkles. This time the escape was also declared a failure. Ego went to look for his child again. He would not return to his main body to replenish energy before the energy of his body was exhausted. It was at this opportunity that Mantis had the possibility to escape. She knew too well how many bones were piled on this planet, and how bloody and cruel the man called Father was. On the planet with lush branches and leaves on the surface, there were huge mountains of skeletons piled up by her own flesh and blood. She tried to escape from here again and again, but the galaxies outside the domain were like a vast net that always blocked her outside. Suddenly, when Mantis walked out of the door, she bumped into L's chest unexpectedly, which scared her. Mantis felt a pain in her forehead, and she subconsciously covered her forehead with her hand, as if she had hit a steel-like stone pillar, and she grimaced in pain, but the next second, she was stunned. You? Who are you? The strange face in front of her immediately made Mantis take a fighting stance and be on guard as if facing a great enemy. He almost thought that it was Ego who came back. If he found out that she had escaped, she would probably end up like one of the millions of skeletons in the basement. But who would have thought that the person who suddenly appeared in front of him was not Ego, but a strange man? Don't be afraid, I'm just passing by and I want to ask for directions. When he saw the way the person was dressed, especially the clear stupidity in his big dark eyes, Carrot, who was about to take action, could not help but silently retract his fist. No matter what, you can't rob a fool, let alone a female fool. Carrot looked at the girl in front of him and was stunned for a moment. She was a big-eyed cute girl with a queen figure, but she had a little more forehead wrinkles. She was dressed in green and had tentacles. Oh my god, another relative of Piccolo? Carrot's face was a little stiff. Did he poke Namek's nest along the way, or was Namek occupied by the whole universe? Mantis? L immediately recognized the identity of this person. The origin of Mantis is completely different in the comics and the movie. But when Carrot was on Earth, he didn't hear Black Widow say that Hawkeye had a master called Mantis. Judging from the surrounding environment, this cute girl with severe forehead wrinkles should be the movie version of Mantis, the sister of Star-Lord, the daughter of the god Ego, and a spiritual control mage. L's gaze made Mantis a little timid and dared not talk to him. She stared at him for a long time. But Carrot's handsome face did not look like an aggressive man. Seeing that he did not seem to hurt her, Mantis also put down her vigilant gesture. Passing by, Mantis' forehead wrinkles were wrinkled with thick folds. Although Carrot was not a fierce person, she did not believe this sentence. In order to avoid being disturbed, the entire planet was set up by Ego with divine power. This is why she did not escape several times. Who is passing by and breaking into the barrier? Do you know where this is? The Mantis looked at him timidly, her erratic eyes looked around, hesitated for a moment and said, "You'd better leave quickly, before he comes back." Carrot was amused by this sudden remark, but he could also understand what the Mantis meant. It must be said that the little girl who can be a fool among a group of fools is really cute. I'm sorry to scare you. My name is L. I was stranded here with my friends. Are you a native of this planet? The Mantis shook her head, facing the hand that Carrot stretched out to her, and gently touched his fingertips. The 2 tentacles on his head lighted up slightly. Mantis sensed that there was no harm in his emotions, only peace and tranquility. She breathed a sigh of relief, smiled innocently, and explained, "I am not. There are no creatures on this planet, only the planet itself. How did you get in? There is a very powerful barrier outside." When he heard this, Carrot frowned slightly. Boundary? Is it something like a magic circle? It seems that he hit something before landing. He flew too fast and didn't pay much attention. Really? I didn't pay attention to this. Carrot replied casually. It seems that this should be Ego Star. Interestingly, Al did not feel Ego's breath. Even if his clone is not here, if the whole planet is his body, he should be able to feel the air. But according to the setting in Dragon Ball, the planet itself has no will, so there is no breath, only the purest vitality. Although Carrot created the spirit bomb, he himself did not have such a pure mind, so he did not study it in depth, so as not to develop an evil spirit bomb. After using this trick as a reward for surviving in the ancient wilderness, it was left unfinished. But thinking of this, Carrot still closed his eyes and felt it silently. Indeed, there was a force around, but it was not chi. This power was very similar to the power of spirit, but it was not pure as spirit, and there were many changes. Perhaps, this was the power of the Marvel Universe. At present, except for Diana, Carrot has not seen other natural gods, but this power is indeed very mysterious. Let's go, it's dangerous here. Seeing Carrot L standing there in a daze, Mantis hesitated again and again, knocked on her head, and wanted to pull Carrot away from here quickly. But this touch, she found that she couldn't pull it at all. From beginning to end, the other party just looked at her silently and looked at her lightly. Okay, I want to leave here too. Your spaceship is beautiful. Can my companions and I have the honor to take it? Hearing this, Mantis opened her mouth, her face turned red, and then she lowered her head in shame. Actually, this is not my spaceship, I stole it. Huh. This sentence directly made Carrot speechless. Good guy, you told me about stealing a spaceship in less than 5 minutes after meeting? Looking up and down at Mantis, Carrot had to admit that he had a new understanding of a person's IQ bottom line, and sighed. From the appearance and decoration style, this spaceship is indeed inconsistent with your temperament. I think its owner should be a noble king. But you'd better not admit it when you go out. No one will be tied to a thief's pirate ship just because they hear the process of a thief committing a crime, including another thief. Mantis looked a little depressed and murmured and lowered her head. I just didn't want to lie. I hate lying, but you always have to tell a lot of lies. Carrot looked around at the vegetation around him and could understand her situation. If it weren't for her ability to help Ego sleep, this evil tiger venomous demon would never have kept her alive until now. No dictator can allow anyone to know his innermost feelings, not to mention his daughter. Even His Highness the Crown Prince will kill him without fail. If this luxurious spaceship belongs to this planet, then you stole the spaceship because you wanted to leave here, right? Mantis nodded. She had already read Carrot's mind during the previous contact and knew that this man had no ill intentions. It was not easy for her to have someone who could talk to her. I've always wanted to escape from here. Carrot smiled lightly. He didn't want to get involved in the Star-Lord family's mess, so he asked. Then do you know how to get to Planet Edrit? Planet Edrit. Hearing Carrot's words, Mantis was stunned for a moment, looked him up and down, and blinked in confusion. I know, you don't look like the Adritites. They are just a group of little dwarfs with purple skin and spots all over their bodies. Carrot's pupils shrank and his expression changed slightly. Have you seen them? Used to have. Mantis stopped talking, as if she was suddenly awakened by something. After a pause, she changed her words. People from the planet Edrit have visited here before. Carrot's face looked a little strange. He understood what Mantis meant. It seemed that Ego, who had spread widely in the universe, also had a son from the planet Edrit. Is this thing so strong? Can a group of guys who are no different from goblins eat it? Sure enough, the aesthetics in the universe cannot be discussed because of people. Boom. At this moment, the fire from the falling meteor suddenly swooped down from the Milky Way, and in an instant, it lit up the seductive night. The two looked up, and suddenly, it was dawn. In an instant, the drawing paper called night seemed to be torn off by an invisible hand, and replaced by a sunny day. The scene of stealing the sky and changing the day flashed in front of the two people. In the blink of an eye, the dense forest glowed with lifelike vitality in the white paper-like light. Mantis's face turned pale, and Carrot even noticed that her body was trembling faintly. At the end of their sight, an interstellar cruise ship emitting golden light slowly landed on the ground. Oh no, you have to hide quickly. Mantis hurriedly pushed Carrot, but this push made her stagger. Carrot stood still, with his hands behind his back, staring at the old man on the spaceship without retreating or avoiding. The old man was also staring at him. Even though they were far apart, their eyes intersected in an instant. No need, we have been discovered. Facing Ego, Carrot was not afraid. He absorbed the energy of 3 suns, plus the Super Saiyan bonus. What can this planet do even if it is a god? If the devourer of planets came, he might be able to give him a thin face, but he was really not afraid of Ego, who couldn't even make up his own state, not to mention that he was carrying Broly. The troubled universe never had a quiet moment. The freedom of flying was beautiful, but it was also accompanied by danger and murderous intent. Fortunately, he had the ability to deal with these crises. That's right, I still have something to ask him. Carrot L thought about it, and I'm afraid no one can explain his doubts better than Ego. The luxurious interstellar cruise ship, bathed in the sun, the people who walked off the spacecraft even thought they were in heaven. A magnificent palace rose from the deep underground of the star core, and the dense vegetation on the surface was floating with bubbles blown out of something unknown, like rain and dew that moisturized the forest, or perhaps just an old man's prank. The magnificent palace, the magnificent castle, the grand garden on the vast land, everything, under the clear blue sea and sky, seemed as beautiful as heaven, magnificent and luxurious. Peter Quill, Rocket Raccoon, Drax, and Groot, all looked at all this with shining eyes, and opened their mouths wide. Even Captain Marvel rarely saw such a suitable place to live. Of course, there was also a sunny and cheerful old man. Welcome to my planet, my children. Ego had a bright smile on his face, and his hands, with arms open, swayed lightly as if embracing the wind, finally fell on Peter Quill's shoulders. Quill, welcome home, my son. Peter Quill and his companions, who had originally escaped from the impact of the asteroids and the pursuit of the Illids, soon met him under various coincidences deliberately created by Ego. The appearance of Captain Marvel deeply triggered Ego's sense of crisis, and the collapse of the Frieza Empire also gave the whole universe a sign of chaos. It's not that he was afraid of anything else, but he was mainly afraid that this donor son who was most likely to inherit his divine power would die in the chaos of the universe. In order to avoid more trouble, Ego decided not to drag it on. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Star-Lord and his companions were looking for a stable planet, he quickly recognized him, and several people came here. After hearing Ego's words and looking at those fiery eyes, Peter Quill felt mixed emotions for a while. There was the expectation of fatherly love, the complaint about his departure, the exploration of his origin, and the hatred for Ego's irresponsibility in leaving his mother. For a moment, countless feelings mixed in his heart, vividly in front of his eyes. I hope you bring back my mother, not me. No one expected that the first sentence Peter Quill said was this. Even Ego missed that woman a little, she was a top-notch one, the only top-notch beauty that he almost couldn't resist the temptation and had to kill quickly. Thinking of this, he nodded, and after a brief daze, he put on a clean and bright smile. I want to bring her back, we should live together for a lifetime. However, in addition to your companions, we seem to have some new guests. Ego's words confused the few people, and when the spaceship they were riding began to turn around and fly towards Carrot L. When Carrot and Mantis met up with Broly, Broly was looking at the light in the sky with a blank look on his face, with two huge dark circles under his eyes, and yawned. I seem to have only slept for 2 hours, how come it's dawn? Don't tell me there are 3 suns on this planet. Carrot L shrugged, there are no 3 suns, but the planet here is alive. Broly rubbed his eyes, and a spaceship like a skyship suddenly landed in front of the two of them. The Guardians of the Galaxy came down from above, and when he saw that Big Mom Marvel was also there, Carrot L couldn't help but stare blankly. I didn't expect Carol to be mixed up with the Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't know if she would fight with me if she knew about Nick Fury's current fate. It's really lively, all kinds of monsters are here. Mantis hid behind Carrot, her face changed for a while, she was a little afraid to see Ego. Welcome to you too. The cosmic hero who defeated Frieza's family, the Super Saiyan, it is really a great honor to have the honor to host 2 heroes. However, Ego was very enthusiastic about Carrot and Broly, opening his arms and wanting to hug them. However, Carrot L and Broly frowned instantly when he said this. How did he know? Carrot L looked him straight in the eye and smiled knowingly. In fact, Ego was very depressed at this moment. He was finally about to succeed, but at the last minute, so many problems occurred. It would have been fine if he had Captain Marvel, but now that he was home, there were 2 Super Saiyans at home. Frieza. As soon as these words came out, a group of people with different expressions suddenly changed their faces to the same shocked expression. Destroy the Frieza clan? This. Did they do this? The eyes of several people looking at Carrot and Broly changed again and again in an instant. Drax pulled the corner of Raquel's clothes, and Rocket Raccoon immediately picked up Groot and put him on his shoulders. Captain Marvel felt a slight chill on his back, and walked to the most advantageous fighting position without making a sound, observing the two carefully. Well, they both look like good people. Facing Ego's move to hug him, Carrot stretched out his hand to block him, stopping this hypocritical move, but he could not deny what he said, and said calmly, Thank you, Mr. Ego. It's not a great honor for you to come here. I am a person from a remote planet, and I am here because I got lost on the star map. I am resting after the war and I am here to rest. I also have something to ask, so I am waiting for a while. Broly looked at Carrot with a confused face. L said a lot of polite words without thinking. Suddenly, he felt that it was good for him to end up on the planet Vampa. God knows what this guy has learned on Earth. Ego was also stunned. Good guy, this set of official language is very coherent. Ego's eyes could not help but pause. From what he said, Carrot came to him on purpose. What Ego didn't know was that Carrot just happened to come here. But since he's here, he can't just say he got lost. Since you two are here to visit, please come to my palace and have a chat. Let me introduce you, this is my son, Peter Quill, who has been wandering around since he was a child. He and his friends used to serve in the Ginyu Force of Frieza's army, but with your heroic deeds, they have now turned from darkness to light. I hope you two heroes will bear with me. Ego lowered his head. Outsiders even thought he was a good father who loved his son so much when he made such a compromise for his son. But in fact, he was just taking this opportunity to improve the favor of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Carrot glanced at him and said nothing. He walked forward and looked at Star-Lord. It can be seen that Peter Quill, with his hands in his pockets, looked indifferent on the surface, but his heartbeat was also speeding up as he approached. Ginyu Force, he should be very popular in it. Hello, Carrot L, from Earth, this is Broly, my tribesman. Carrot introduced himself politely, and then introduced Broly, who was not good at socializing. Peter Quill coughed twice nervously, and introduced his companions to Carrot. Peter Quill, just call me Star-Lord, these are my companions, Rocket, Drax, and Groot. Hearing this, Captain Marvel's eyes lit up. Wait, you just said you were from Earth. Hearing Danvers' words, Peter Quill suddenly realized that he seemed to be from Earth, and clapped his hands happily on the spot. Really? This is really a coincidence, me too. Seeing this, Rocket Raccoon also stepped forward, looking at Carrot and Broly with curiosity, and he even sniffed it with his nose. Hey, buddy, did you really defeat Frieza? He is the Emperor of the Universe? You are so powerful. Carrot slowly leaned down and reached out to touch his head. Facing Carrot's aura, Rocket Raccoon did not dare to move for a while. After letting him ravage his head for a while, he smiled and said, "Yes, it was us who did it. Cute little raccoon. Rocket. Dot." Taking advantage of this gap, Ego walked to Mantis and glared at her with a warning, while Danvers stared at Broly intently. Broly felt the gaze and slowly looked at her. The two looked at each other for a while. Broly had a blank expression, and Danvers narrowed his eyes. Strong, bottomless, and unpredictable. Ego did not lie, they definitely have this strength. Captain Marvel felt a horrifying sense of oppression. Several people followed Ego to his castle hall and listened to him talk about the various processes of his birth. As a star that existed at the beginning of the universe, it actually had independent consciousness and gradually began to know how to manipulate matter, wrapping itself layer by layer, and gradually evolved from the size of a brain to a planet with a diameter of 120,000 kilometers. Later, the planet began to look for other life and planets until it met Star-Lord's mother. This story is magical, and it is the same for everyone present. Broly automatically gave up Carrot's position and muttered in his ear. He is lying and hiding a lot of things. Broly could not sense Ego's aura, but the mind stone on his forehead told him that the colorful colors around him were all kind, but only this old man who took the planet as his life was black. He was lying, and as the lie continued to worsen, the black on his body became deeper and deeper. He couldn't be sure of anything else, at least in the comparison Broly felt. This black evil heart was even higher than Frieza. Carrot L nodded, leaned in and replied, "I know. Ego is not only a perverted man who eats his own children, but also a madman like Zamasu. He wants to use the seeds he buried in the universe to realize his human zero plan, which can also be called the planet zero plan. He is the only planetary life form left as a god in the universe, and all the planets will become him." Carrot looked at it calmly for a while, and when Drax and Star-Lord were joking, he suddenly interrupted and said, "Mr. Ego, I am really shocked to hear your birth story. It seems that I have come to the right place this time. I wonder if you can answer my doubts about this trip." Hearing this, Ego's eyes stayed on Carrot. He was also very curious about what he and Mr. Superman, who had nothing to do with each other, had to talk about. The amiable and lovely grin opened the corners of his mouth, like an elder caring for his descendants, and said kindly, "Oh, it's my honor, Mr. L. I wonder if there is anything I can do for you." Carrot pondered for a while, as if he was organizing his words, and then he narrated slowly. "Maybe my words are a bit presumptuous, let me give you an example. If I compare the planet itself to an egg, the core to the yolk, the surrounding underground layer to the egg liquid, and the surface to the eggshell. A long time ago, a fertilized egg was injected into it, and an embryo was bred over time. We all know the process of egg hatching. Now the chick still in the egg has merged with the eggshell itself and is about to break out of the eggshell. When the shell breaks, the planet will be destroyed. What I want to ask is, if I can use some method in advance to take the chick out of the egg in an instant, is there a way to fill the damaged vacant part inside the core of the star without causing damage to the eggshell, and maintain the previous state of the eggshell in the future?" Carrot's words were asked seriously, but everyone was confused and looked at each other in confusion, with a face full of question marks, and a lot of questions about chickens and eggs and chickens, and they didn't understand a word. But the smile on Ego's face, standing opposite him, stopped abruptly. Damn, he knew who Carrot was referring to. This question was purely a fire roasting. Ego's face was very ugly. He knew that Carrot was referring to Tiamat, the celestial group on Earth. He had been to Earth, so he naturally knew that the celestial group existed in the planet that he could not see through. As the perception of the celestial star told Ego, Tiamat's current situation was also very bad. He had been resisting his birth, but this resistance was not because of kindness, but the fear of his own death, as if the moment of birth was the day of his fall. This was more like a law that was not transferred by human will, so he tried to delay the time of his birth as much as possible. Ego didn't know where this fear came from, but it sounded like Carrot L wanted to find a way to completely solve this problem. The picture was still at this moment, and Carrot's eyes always stayed on Ego, as if you didn't say it, I, old son, would stay here and not leave. Ego was also in a dilemma. In front of so many people, he wanted to say that he didn't know either. But since Carrot has been emphasizing that he came here for this, it means that he is sure that he knows what to do. If there is no answer that satisfies him, he will not give up easily. In the end, he chose to compromise on this matter. Well, if you mean to solve the chicken born in the egg, I really have no way, but it is not difficult to repair the broken eggshell. After all, I am also one of the eggs in your mouth. The next second, a blue light condensed in Ego's hand, and the light almost illuminated everything in the hall, flowing like blood, gradually extending the trajectory of nerves, and turned into a crystal. Ego handed him to Carrot. What is this? Carrot opened his palm, took what Ego handed him, looked at the crystal floating above his palm, and asked in confusion. This is a planet crystal. Ego introduced to Carrot L. As an extremely conceited and arrogant person, especially when praising himself, he did not hide it at all. A crystal extracted from the core of a star. Of course, the end of the extracted planet is to become a dead star. I believe you also know that once the core of a planet is damaged, the planet will be destroyed in less than half an hour, but I am a god, so I will be fine. The squinting old man was not stingy in showing off his strength on any occasion, but Ego did not want to offend these two guys who went to fight Frieza and Cooler for no reason. He also paid attention to the battle that shocked the universe, or many people in the universe were paying attention. No one thought that this battle would come so quickly, and its progress had even surpassed any timeline. Especially when Carrot and Broly became blonde, it was a nightmare that Ego did not want to face. Hearing this, Carrot L smiled. This trip finally had a solution to this matter. In fact, in solving the problem of the Celestials, Carrot's position was more on Taiamu's side, not the Earth. As the primary harmony of the anchor universe, the special existence of the Earth is absolutely not allowed to be destroyed. It has a regularity that no one can resist and cannot be broken. So in this matter, the only one who will die is Taiamu, and it obviously understands this. Similarly, the Earth cannot die, which does not mean that it will not be hurt. What really worries Carrot L is that the supreme gods who are operating outside the origin wall will take this opportunity to pull the Earth's will and Taiamu to the monster universe and ultra universe timeline on Earth to completely repair and eliminate them. After all, from the perspective of the storyline, using environmental extinction theory to eliminate all monsters is the most reasonable arrangement. Once this line is cleared, all the remaining special people, including Dagu, will naturally integrate into the group of American comic superheroes, which is in line with their theme. As long as the Congress officially merges TPC, the timeline of the monster universe and ultra universe will be shrunk in the direction of American comics. This is not good for Carrot L, because it means that a party outside the world will deepen its actual control over their universe. Therefore, this is a journey of racing against time. His opponents have never been anyone in the universe, but have always been those manipulators outside the universe. Either sit back and watch the timeline being pruned after the revival of the Celestials, or solve this problem first and use it to strengthen the power of the anchor universe. It is for this purpose that Carrot L finally decided to travel to the universe. Not only to eliminate Frieza, but also to save the fate of the Earth. What he wants to do is to preserve the two timelines of Godzilla and Tiga as much as possible. In the case that neither the inside nor the outside parties overturn the table, the more timelines of the anchor universe, the more cards he has. But if he wants to continue playing at the card table, he must abide by the rules of playing cards and find a way to create a relatively reasonable plot to rewrite the ending of fate. This is why he pulled the Tiga of Dagu to his side in advance and hid it in the snow. It is to hold the center of the timeline in his own hands and never follow their route. In the magnificent palace, Carrot L took the energy crystal handed to him by Ego, put it away silently, and showed a look of friendship to everyone. Thank you, Mr. Ego, thank you for your answer and gift, we will always remember it in our hearts. Hearing this, Broly stared at Carrot with infatuation. If the Mind Stone can translate a person's psychological condition into words, then at this time he will see a sentence above Carrot's head. I don't believe you? That's right, Carrot L does not believe Ego's kindness. This old guy is not a good person. What's more, the divine power given by Ego itself has great limitations. Once he dies, all the applied power will disappear. Superman has a lie detector function. After some observation, Carrot confirmed that Ego was telling the truth, so if that's the case, the planetary energy crystal is indeed a feasible solution. A method and a plan that can be implemented have been found. As for Ego's power as a god, Carrot L doesn't want it. With the sample of the planetary energy crystal, after figuring out its manufacturing principle, Carrot L will find a way to find an ownerless planet to extract one and completely solve the disaster of the god group. Now, the most critical step is the planet Yudrit, that is, to obtain teleportation. This is a special ability that can be regarded as a miracle anywhere. The most terrifying thing is that teleportation can ignore dimensions, space, and barriers to penetrate. As long as you can feel the air, no matter what kind of barrier the other party has set up. No matter how untouchable the dimension is, you can directly pass through. You're welcome, Mr. EL. Strictly speaking, the star core itself can be repaired. After you remove the embryo in the egg, put this in the star core, and that's it. In response to Carrot's thanks, Ego even offered the method of using the energy crystal. The gazes they looked at each other revealed the observation deep in their pupils. For a moment, under the blue light reflected by the crystal, they seemed to have their own agenda, but they all knew each other. Trouble. These two words were the common voice of Carrot and Ego, because neither of them knew what to do with the other. But not for now. When they turned their backs, Carrot and Ego also thought of this sentence at the same time. Obviously, neither of them wanted to get involved in the other's mess. After Carrot accepted the planetary energy crystal, Ego arranged for Mantis to take everyone to stay. It was still safe here for the time being, at least before Peter Quill successfully controlled the energy of this planet, everyone's lives would not be threatened. Breakfast, sightseeing, playing, rest, one-stop service, almost asking Mantis to give them a foot massage. Of course, Ego probably couldn't accept the hands that had massaged other people's feet to massage his head again. In the hall, Star-Lord and Ego were the only ones left soon. Everyone was tactful and did not disturb the reunion of the father and son, and left to rest. Mantis became curious about the Guardians of the Galaxy, while Captain Marvel followed Carrot and Broly silently. Birds of a feather flock together. Strong people will make friends with strong people, and weak people will feel more secure when they get along with weak people. The magnificent corridor was covered with luxurious carpets, and the footsteps of the three people overlapped. Danvers followed Carrot L, always paying attention to the movements of the two people, and suddenly asked, "You are from Earth, can I ask you about someone?" The gems inlaid on the wall reflected Captain Marvel's expressionless face. Everyone who knew her knew that because of her personality, Danvers herself rarely smiled, and even had few emotional fluctuations. Nick Fury was driven off the stage by me, and now he should be fighting with dogs in the black neighborhood for food. Carrot knew what Captain Marvel was going to say, and directly blocked Danvers' steps forward with one sentence. What? Danvers was stunned for a moment, and Carrot L's words suddenly froze in midair. So you have dealt with Nick? After a long pause, Danvers reacted and narrowed his eyes unconsciously. Carrot stopped, turned around and looked at her calmly. Danvers was very familiar with this look, because it was exactly the look she had when she looked at others before, and said, "Yes, so do you want to avenge your friend?" Danvers stared at Carrot L's face, and his face showed a change like a fighting spirit. He had to admit that people who can be called superheroes usually have the attribute of an iron-headed kid. It is commonly known that even if you know you can't win, you still have to fight to the death. This law does not only apply to her, but also to other superheroes, including Stark after his transformation. Danvers had come into contact with the Supreme Intelligence and fought against Gura. Even when facing them, he never backed down. Therefore, even if Carrot's strength exceeded his, she could still face it calmly and answer, "If you do evil, I will, I promise, even if you have the strength to kill Frieza, but if you become the next villain." Ha 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 ha. Captain Marvel's words made Carrot L laugh. He looked at her with a smile and interrupted her with interest. Can this kind of superhero speech be a little more innovative? Even if you do that, it will only be in vain. Since you understand the meaning of the phrase the Dragon Slayer will eventually become the dragon, you must also understand that Nick Fury, who is now the director of SHIELD, is no longer the little agent you know who can only play with cats. Carrot L took 2 steps forward, and the whole person was very close to Captain Marvel, and said in a deep voice "Personally, I can understand that talented people make defensive and vigilant plans against uncontrollable dangers. But the difference between Nick Fury and Bruce Wayne is, even if Bruce has prepared thousands of plans and updates hundreds of them every day, he will never implement them as long as you don't become bad. He will even prepare countless plans to pull you back when you become bad. Even if you become bad and are controlled, the first principle of his methods is to control you, and then to kill you. Because he knows very well that contingency plans can only be contingency plans. That is an extremely subtle, but extremely important line of measure, and it is also the bottom line of all premises. Just like his oath of not killing. Captain Marvel has not heard of Bruce's name, but through Carrot's words at this time, he has also developed a strong curiosity about such a person. Carrot L paced around her, put his hand on her shoulder, and whispered, "Bruce understands this, but Nick Fury doesn't. Even if he just prepared a plan, as long as the plan is ready, he will definitely use it on you, regardless of whether you become a threat or not. When the sword used by the warrior to slay the dragon is made, some people will seal it up, because having a sword but not using it is different from not having a sword in hand. And some people, when the sword is forged, will directly kill everyone in front of them, regardless of whether they are dragons or not. This is why I let him compete with dogs for food. It's not just because he offended me, but because he just held a fruit knife and thought he could kill everyone, and really did it. It's like this for me, and it will be the same for others." Carrot L's words made Captain Marvel fall into silence. Looking directly at the evasive look in Danvers' eyes, he slowly let go of her and said meaningfully, "Power will make people conceited, and make people no longer believe in good people, but believe in evil people. Because evil people are easy to control, they are greedy, and they can use them without any psychological burden." Hearing this, Danvers suddenly raised his head and looked at him. "Are you trying to say that you won't become that kind of person?" Carrot L smiled faintly and took 2 steps back. "No, I want to say that no matter what you become in the future, don't regret it. Even if Nick Fury falls to such a fate, if you ask him, he will still tell you that he does not regret his decision. Also, you are welcome to return to Earth at any time. It is very different there. You have extraordinary power, but you have been neglecting practice for a long time. If you need it, I can help you become stronger." Carrot L smiled and extended his hand to Captain Marvel. After returning this time, he can also start to hold his martial arts conference. All the momentum needed for the early stage has been prepared, and it is time for this grand event to usher in a new era. Captain Marvel hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and held Carrot's palm to express his affirmation of friendship. Having tasted the lesson of failure, Captain Marvel also had a little desire for the strength mentioned by Carrot L. "If Nick is really like you said, as his friend I should take care of him, but I promise I will never cause you any trouble." In a sense, Danvers and Peter Quill have similar attitudes towards the Earth. Obviously, they are both unwilling to go back. Peter Quill is unwilling to go back because he cannot tolerate the absence of his mother there. And Danvers is unwilling to go back because the meaning of her existence has been lost there. But now, it seems to have it again? "As if you can beat me." Carrot L replied bluntly. Galaxy, Earth. Boom, boom, bang 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 bang. In New York, above the Manhattan Financial Center, a massive offensive sounded the clarion call for the collision of worlds. When the overwhelming starships swooped down from the depths of the starry sky, the Chitauri warships also blew the war song of death on Earth. Obviously, after Carrot L left, all kinds of monsters and demons lurking on Earth also emerged one after another. "Batman? The war in New York is urgent? The death toll in Manhattan has reached 5,000. Natasha just contacted the head of the Security Council. Zhang Shu has now decided on the plan for the occupied area and is preparing for comprehensive destruction. Batman, the TPC Victory investigation team has issued a distress document to the Justice League headquarters, claiming that religious fanaticism has been discovered in dozens of cities in the country, and suspected large-scale alien life forms have been worshipped. According to statistics, there have been dozens of monster disasters. TPC headquarters firepower requests the Justice League to send support and deal with the alien resettlement situation. The Imperial Organization notified the co-governing Zhang Shu and requested a transfer to the Justice League. The luxury cruise ship Yago was rescued by a salvage fleet in the eastern South China Sea early this morning. Ship more than 5,200 tourists, along with the salvage team, are left with only skeletons, and 3 people are missing. According to the analysis of the giant beast file, there is an 80% chance that it is a mass death worm. A meeting will be held at the Gilmer Islands, and a closed exploration will be conducted in the Strait area. The Monarch organization hopes that the Justice League will send members to participate in this file investigation. Gotham Mayor James transferred to the head of the Justice League Batman. At 9:50 in the morning, all the cross-border bridges in Gotham were destroyed. The military completely blocked the entire territory of Gotham, and the city has been caught in a gangster occupation frenzy. Batman. Somewhere in the suburbs of New York, a real-name venue, the Super Era building that rose from the ground, flashed with projection light one after another. At this moment, this place has become the most eye-catching color in the whole world. As the base of the Justice League, it has almost exhausted all the creative talents of geniuses. Joel, Jarvis, Alfred, 2 artificial intelligences, plus the most trusted butler of the omnidimensional multiverse, can each read 1/3 of the internal permissions. On the surface, the entire base is divided into only 13 areas, including living area, equipment area, plan area, residential area, information area, contact area, mission area, machinery area, R/U00260 area, logistics area, resettlement area, Earth diplomacy area, and interstellar diplomacy area. But there are several areas in secret, and there is no limit. There are several private prisons alone. This Justice League headquarters, funded by 3 major groups, successfully took over a military-level base with a radius of 20 kilometers, with a total of hundreds of manors and camp defense lines. Since the person in charge of the base security is a patient with late-stage paranoia and obsessive-compulsive disorder, Batman has almost armed this place to the teeth. In addition, Stark's anxiety disorder also breaks out from time to time, and they have made thousands of destructive plans in secret. This place can also be called the safest place on Earth, and for people outside, they prefer to call it District 17. Alfred, how is Gotham now? On the large round table in the conference hall, dozens of satellite receivers connected a 3-dimensional projection to the top of the table. Batman, with a solemn expression, is like the most complex computer processor in the world, watching every detail of the battlefield at the same time, analyzing everything in detail at 32 times the monitoring playback speed, and processing the information sent to the headquarters one by one. If I use one sentence to describe his mood, it is that the whole world is fighting a battle with him. Although he doesn't have to show off his 3-digit fighting skills on the battlefield now, he has also become a huge processor, burning his motherboard with the highest configuration in the world. At the same time, Batman also truly realized how terrible the crisis situation will be when Superman's nuclear deterrence is gone. All kinds of monsters and demons jumped out to divide them. This situation of chaos in the world overnight is really a headache. But even so, Bruce's mind is clearer than ever, and he is even a little excited. The darkness and danger in this world must be known. In addition to L, there are things that scare them. The day is gone, and the night comes. They should also learn to respect the night that belongs to humans. It's not that bad, Master Bruce. There's a guy who calls himself Bane. He seems to have some military connections. He and his men have blocked Gotham and are currently occupying Wayne Building. According to investigations, Bane is from the League of Shadow Warriors where you once trained. He claims to inherit the will of Ra's-Saurus. Batman frowned. Is it the sequel of Ra's-Saurus and the League of Shadow Warriors? For Batman, when he just debuted, Ra's-Saurus and the League of Shadow Warriors once became his nightmare. After all, the endless mysterious side abilities, plus the immortal body of immortality, the predictive ability of the head of the devil, the huge power background, the mastery of various martial arts in the world and the broad knowledge, as a DC version of Emperor Shishin, Ra's-Saurus is still very competent. Of course, these are limited to Batman when he just debuted. He would be lucky if he didn't cause trouble to others in the later period. But now, watching the Chitauri invasion over New York, coupled with the battle at Kent Farm, Batman suddenly felt that Lei Xiao was actually not very strong either. This is not to belittle him, but his ranking in the Bat Archives has dropped to the position of a second-tier character. But what's worse is not Bane, Master Bruce, but the subjective initiative of the people of Gotham. After Wayne Tower was occupied by Bane, Penguin also captured the City Hall and started an arms deal to deal with the unrest throughout Gotham. He established a temporary business system. Nahi Island was captured by Scarecrow and transformed into a horror paradise. The GCPD was involved in the pig head murder case. Many police officers were inexplicably killed on the streets with pig heads, and green question marks began to appear throughout the city, with all kinds of miscellaneous riddles written on them. Batman didn't even need to think about it. He knew what kind of situation he was in now. The demons were dancing wildly, and he opened another communication channel. Stark, what's the status of the invasion in New York? Over New York, a bright red figure carried a little boy from the ruins to the ground in a safe area, and the battle continued. It wouldn't be so bad if the people of New York had the Gotham spirit. As the most handsome boy in the sky, Stark soared among the starships and attracted the most. Roar. The buildings were used as shelters and the streets were used as trenches. This sudden street battle dyed the streets of New York red with blood and fire. The Hulk's roar was like the drumbeats of the old times, giving his own people strong morale and confidence. But Hulk himself was far less excited, because those alien bips always played long-range attacks with him, and he was so angry that he had to switch to Banner to control. After raising his hand, a few red light energy bombs were fired, and then Banner switched to Hulk to control. With a bang, a steel behemoth fell from the burning cloud. Now Hulk and Banner can switch personalities according to the needs of the battlefield. The cooperation between the two, plus the fact that Al had beaten Hulk, their relationship with each other has also improved a lot. The problem now is that neither Thor nor I dare to fight freely. After all, the population around us is too dense. Once a fight breaks out, the casualties will be too great. The noise brought by the war made the outside voices blurred. Fortunately, Stark was in a metal shell, which made his voice the clearest in the team. How strong are you exactly? We can both destroy this city in 1 second. Batman. I have considered the plan of leading them away, but it won't work. The most important thing now is to stop the space transmission. Seeing that Batman did not answer, Stark turned over and threw away the 2 Chitauri chasing him. At this time, he could say without hesitation that even if he met Godzilla again, he could easily knock it down. Stark is always a genius. The various fears he encountered with L before were nothing more than an anxiety attack. And L took advantage of this anxiety and launched a Superman pua on him, which made him look like a mentally retarded person back then. Fortunately, after getting through this period of anxiety, he gained a lot along the way. As Al said, Stark can shock the world by simply mastering the application of chi. I can now understand why that sadist chose outer space as the battlefield. It's too passive to fight us on Earth. Looking at the space portal above Stark Tower, Tony already had the urge to try. Ever since he learned from that powerful characters can fight in outer space, he couldn't wait to add this function to his armor. Even Thor can fight in the universe, why can't he Stark? While fighting, Stark was still calculating the various factors for him to rush up to kill the opponent and then come back. Batman in the command room seemed to have guessed Tony's psychological activities, or in other words, there was an inexplicable spiritual connection between them, and he hurriedly said, I agree to take the initiative, but we still need to be fully prepared. The situation inside the portal is still unclear, and we must first take control of the authority to open and close it. Natasha just went through the portal to Gensha to stop the occupied area plan, and there are not many people there. Tony smiled slightly, and it was obvious that his focus was not on the battlefield, but on gossip. He now seemed to be able to imagine the scene where Natasha spoke righteously, passionately, coerced, bribed, made specious arguments, and cursed at Zhengshu, and finally pushed all the responsibility to L. She should be very convincing. Batman. Hulk will lead Loki away, Hawkeye will prepare to fill in the position and cover, Thor is the only one who can fight in space besides you, responsible for picking you up and supporting you. There are not many people. Can the saint who fights and saves people like you be trusted? After hearing the strategic deployment of Batman, Stark looked around. Looking around, he finally found the blue old popsicle in the crowd and curled his lips. Come on, isn't this normal behavior? When you were Batman in Gotham, didn't you care about civilians? Batman, no, they have stronger subjective initiative. Batman said the truth. Generally speaking, the citizens of Gotham either help the criminals when Batman is enforcing the law, or help him. Or, when he cracks the criminal's skull, he shows an excited expression of I think I can take the opportunity to rob the criminal. Then he runs away in Batman's disapproving eyes. Stark twitched his mouth and complained helplessly. Yes, if half of the idiots in the financial center who can only commit fraud could take the initiative to use guns to bombard these idiot aliens who can't even turn a corner, we would have won long ago. Boom. At the same time, on the terrace of Stark Building, Loki was pressed to the ground by Thor, who pressed his chest tightly with Thor's hammer, and roared in disappointment. What's wrong, brother? Did the god of trickery get kicked in the head by a donkey? Look at the war outside, is this the kingdom you want to rule? Do those soldiers belong to you? Do those armies belong to you? Does the world they occupy belong to you? Is Thanos worthy of your loyalty? The war burned the ruins, crying, wailing, screaming, despair, all the sounds stopped abruptly when the green figure was pressed into the wall. Unexpectedly, facing Thor's questioning, Loki's eyes seemed particularly calm. It seems that you finally admit this, Thor. Nothing in this world belongs to me, including this life. Spreading his hands and arms, Loki looked at the sky, as if he was looking up at the grass and trees in Asgard, and then he laughed at himself and closed his eyes. As for Thanos, I have never met him. I just met a more extreme Odin. He seemed to have no intention of resisting, and let Thor punch him in the abdomen and put shackles on him? Haha. Ha 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 ha. I can start or end a war. I can give you power and make you a hero, and I can take it away at any time and make you fall into a trough. You can take me away with just a slight stroke, but you can't force me to stay by force. Loki stared at Thor's eyes word by word and asked, "What am I, Thor?" At the Justice League headquarters, Batman narrowed his eyes, and a word popped out in his heart. Love. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the information Alfred had just told him, and various riddles appeared in Gotham. New York is in chaos, Gotham is at war, and the island nation is invaded by alien religions. The villains who are secretly making trouble, the humans with ulterior motives, the invading aliens, the hidden dangers of the giant beast sleeping beside their beds, and the political awakening who doesn't care about anything. It seems that there is a fine thread that connects everything together, slowly interweaving into a fishing net to capture all living things. Let everyone run around and make the Justice League unable to divide their forces? And the ultimate goal. Batman's fist slowly clenched. If the goals of all parties are the same, and the occupation of the Earth is the core goal, then the first thing they need to solve is still the return of Superman? Otherwise, their occupation will always be just a dream bubble. Batman is expressionless as always, but his keen strategic sense has allowed him to connect all the information together. Batman, how can we survive this day? The TPC Victory investigation team sent another emergency call for help. A huge black gate appeared in the sky above the center of Tokyo. It is suspected that there is an invasion by alien forces. Most people are bewitched by the voices of angels. This incident has caused strong dissatisfaction among international Christian believers. Seeing another invasion by alien forces, Batman immediately stopped his gaze, which he was about to skip, fearing that there would be another New York battlefield. The Justice League calls Masaka Kigo. At the same time, on Skull Island, the isolated dense forest exudes the green spring scenery of a paradise. On the long-distance plane, a man in a suit and leather shoes skillfully operated the computer, crossed his legs, and looked like he deserved a beating. The research plan on the computer reads, on the removal of hidden dark hormones secreted by optogenetic factors caused by human emotions. As early as the confrontation in the South Strait, L found Masaka Kigo. When he signed the agreement with TPC and the Imperial Organization, he knew that this was something that must be done. After all, Tigo will be missing for a period of time, and there must be a replacement for him during this period, so as not to let the giant beast disaster spread to an uncontrollable point. And Masaka Kigo is just the best replacement candidate for the period when Tiga is missing. So, he also became a member of the Justice League naturally, but he didn't know it until he joined. Once he joined, he found that the genius across the ages was never lonely, and it turned out that he was not the only genius beaten by the reality across the ages. Perhaps because he was not lonely, Masaka Kigo's temper was also softer, at least not as arrogant as in the original book. After all, there is only one genius in the world of Tiga, but in American comics, he is just a number one figure. Without the capital of arrogance, although his temper has been restrained, it is not much better. Science is rigorous, not a chance to gamble on miracles. After Masaka Kigo started the giant stone statue research project, he carried out a large number of data experiments and was the first to discover that emotionality can lead to the instability of optogenetic factors. Just like when people are emotional, they will promote the secretion of various hormones in the body. When they are angry, they will secrete adrenaline, and when they are happy, they will secrete dopamine. When people with optogenetic factors have some evil thoughts, the genetic factors will show an unstable signal state during the light conversion process. And this is also the problem he will solve next. Suddenly, a Batman pattern starting with Z came from the computer screen, which made Masaka Kigo frown. This means that Bruce did not come as himself, but as Batman, a member of the organization. Is there anything, Bruce? After answering the phone, the first thing Bruce saw was a dense jungle, of course from a bird's eye view. After all, Masaka Kigo was on a helicopter now. Call me Batman. The black bat suit exuded the creepy fear of rodents, and the two pointed ears reflected the directionality of a certain dark color. But in the eyes of Masaka Kigo, the man opposite him obviously regarded himself as a special person, and smiled helplessly. Okay, Bruce. Batman showed a disapproving look. Since he left Gotham, there have been more and more arrogant narcissists and stubborn people. Before he could speak, Masaka Kigo answered first. Preliminary statement. I just received a request for Sea Area investigation forwarded by the Monarch organization to the Justice League. I have something to say. After I came here, I found that their so-called Deathworm investigation incident was just a cover. These stupid idiots are going to play some shameful tricks. Otherwise, guess what they want to do? Batman. Masaka Kigo couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, they actually plan to provoke a war between giant beasts. Ha 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 ha, these stupid idiots. I am now in a place called Skull Island. The whole island is full of giant beasts. These stupid waste idiots are still fighting. They are using the differences between humans and giant beasts to stir up human hostility towards giant beasts, and then let the giant beasts fight each other. Don't ask me how I can tell. Just look at the personalities and units of each scientific expedition team to guess the predictability of their conflicts. If they really want to investigate, why don't they use their own people? I just didn't expect that they would notify the Justice League. They want to get us involved. These guys who don't know their own abilities, just let me teach them a good lesson. This self-boasting report made Batman decisively not talk nonsense with him, and directly sent him the current situation in Tokyo in the form of an email. There is no shortage of conspirators who do things secretly in the world, and they never care about an open opponent. When Masaka Kigo finished reading these materials, he was stunned. How could the world suddenly be destroyed? So what? Where's Tiga? Masaka Kigo spread his hands in disbelief. Didn't the guy who first flew in the sky recruit Tiga into the Justice League? Why haven't we seen him yet? Let him go quickly in this situation. Batman knew he was talking about L, but Superman and Natasha did not tell him where Deco was now. However, the next second, a shocking change occurred on the screen where Masaka Kigo was. Boom. A deafening sound was followed by a roar that resounded throughout the entire island. Then, a huge chimpanzee holding a towering giant axe that emitted blue light was kicked into the air by an honest man who was red-eyed. Fell to the ground. Boom. The collision caused the earth to crack in shock, sending hundreds of beasts into panic. It stirred up airwaves at the top of the clouds, almost completely engulfing Masaka Kigo's plane. But the sudden torrent in midair still smashed his computer and equipment to pieces. In an instant, the neat plane formation was instantly disrupted, and the fully armed mercenaries of the Emperor's organization staggered around the plane. Among the clouds that shed sunshine during the day, a majestic body with 3 colors gathered in it, soaring into the sky like a god of death returning from hell, holding the head of a giant skeletal lizard in its hand. It looked like the neck bones had been strangled and cut off. Boom. The explosion resounded throughout the island, and the huge flammable cave where the skeleton crawlers lived instantly turned into a sea of fire. What happened? How could there be an explosion here? The fleet of battleships soaring in the sky caused layers of riots. It can only be said that there are enemies on the same road and the cycle of cause and effect. The white mist spread the miasma, and the strong wind ignited the dawn. A tall figure jumped up from the ground, and the giant's posture rolled in the sky, becoming the only color in the sky. It was hammered with thousands of hammers, burned with fire, shattered to pieces several times, and then fried in a pot of oil. That big bone stick finally made 2 ounces of oil in the war-torn world. By the time he soared into the air, his feet were covered with bones and mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The moment he soared into the sky, Daegu crossed his forehead with both hands. The diamond-shaped crystal shone with unprecedented black light, and there was a touch of gold embellishment, spreading out into a beautiful silver-gray shadow. Give it to me. This voice seemed to be directly communicating with Batman and Masaka Kigo's minds, slowly resounding in their minds. Tiga. The silver-gray light flickered between heaven and earth, and in an instant it turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The glance back in the air no longer gave people the brilliance of spring breeze, but the indifference of vicissitudes of life. Batman frowned deeply. Can you hear our conversation? The figure flying towards the distant sky did not stop for a moment, but the voice of Yuen Daegu did appear in Batman's mind. Yes, Batman. I have undergone a training. Not only you, but I can communicate with any living thing. The earth, mountains, and oceans, as small as a drop of flour and rain, as large as the distance between planets. I can use my mind. Stop. You compensate me for my equipment. Before Tiga's voice was finished, Masaka Kigo shouted angrily, and his face was scary. Although he didn't need the money for the 2 equipments at all, it was like Superman smashing Batman's equipment. This kind of behavior of destroying things so confidently even though he knows he can't afford to pay is really infuriating. And what did he come to this deserted island for? Wasn't it to do research reports and investigations? Tiga destroyed his equipment, which is equivalent to throwing him on a deserted island. The fleeting silver light had already disappeared in the sky, and Masaka Kigo's roar and anger could only dissipate in the wind. For Masaka Kigo's unreasonable demands, Yuen Daegu's main strategy was to ignore them. He didn't hear it when asked, and the labor costs were reported, and there was insurance. Just kidding, if he really had to pay, the buildings damaged by Ultraman in a battle would make him owe thousands of years of mortgages. Boom. Notice? The aircraft group entered emergency landing status. The fleet of the joint research ship encountered a strong airflow impact, and this was not the worst situation. The King Kong who was kicked by Tiga was worried about where to vent his anger. Although the giant had helped him to avenge himself, dug up the lair of the skeleton lizard, and helped him to return home, he was beaten for no reason, and King Kong couldn't swallow this breath. Roar. So, the fleet of the Imperial Organization suffered again. Looking at the back of Tiga going away, Masaka Kigo, who followed the fleet to land on the ground, seemed to be stimulated by some memories. His head was a little dizzy. It seemed that in the memory, Tiga should be like this, but a little different. Interesting, very interesting. As a scientist, with a keen mind and a keen eye for discovering new things, he kept recalling the scene of Tiga's appearance in his mind, and his eyes were bright and scary. It's so interesting, this change in nature. It's as if the energy element that constructs the giant has completely deviated from the scope of light particles. It seems that my scientific research conjecture is true. There is another way to build the energy of the giant. Even in a desperate situation full of dangers, Masaka Kigo did not feel depressed, but became more and more excited. That's right, he now has to go through Daegu's survival path again? The Justice League headquarters replied to the TPC Victory investigation team that Ultraman Tiga will arrive at the scene. As the task acceptance icon of the Justice League headquarters was lit up, Joel's virtual image also appeared in the TPC command room, conveying the reply from Batman. TPC's intranet is basically non-existent in the eyes of Krypton technology, and it can be regarded as an external form of artificial intelligence. The giant figure soaring in the sky, bathing in the wind passing by his side, Yuan Daegu slowly closed his eyes. I really don't know how long it has been. I really don't know how long I haven't enjoyed the warm wind of the earth like this. It's been so long that he even feels a little strange. After experiencing the hell of blood and fire, and enduring the darkness of death and life, he finally learned the origin and truth of monsters and giants from Taimu. All the doubts in Daegu's heart have been answered. He has been completely reborn and no longer rejects or questions Tiga's identity. Daegu, I need to know your current strength level and whether you need support. Also, the public voices over there have completely defined you as a demon, and police stations in various places have also launched condemnations against you under the influence of religious believers. You have the right to refuse this mission. I will transfer you to the New York battlefield and assign someone else to take charge. Before making a plan, Batman must first understand everyone's basic information. If Daegu dies directly on the battlefield over there, then the plan must be changed and he must be transferred to someone else. In fact, Tiga's information has long been recorded in the archives of the Justice League by L. Batman, a patient with obsessive-compulsive disorder, has naturally read his files, but the current version has not been updated. He thinks that the first version of the file is not reliable at all. Leaving a screen for the Tokyo battlefield, Batman also quickly browsed through countless religious materials. He remembered that Carrot had once told him seriously about the religious things in the mysterious side, and the invasion of the Kyrielid people in the name of angels is almost plucking hair on God's head. Is there no one to take care of it? Don't you angels have any law? Bang! That night, in the dark center of Tokyo, there was a light tremor, and Yuan Daegu landed steadily on the ground. The reappearance of the giant Tiga also immediately attracted the attention of Iromake and others. Daegu. In the dark sky and the grey night, Tiga raised his head and stared at the ominous gate of hell. He did not assume a fighting posture as usual, but stood there calmly. The fighting rules learned from countless beasts, the kind of biting with fangs in front of gongs and drums, are always only applicable to fights for mates. Being able to kill with one strike is the norm for predators. No need for backup, Batman. I want to go alone. Tiga raised his head and slowly looked at the gate of hell in the sky. The most attractive moment of the light was not the world of sunlight shining at dawn, but the abyss of hell that was approaching eternal night. Even though he was in such a dark night, Yuan Daegu's tone was full of confidence. Batman saw a familiar feeling on his body, as if he had returned from his studies and had just debuted. He stood on the rooftop of Wayne Tower and declared to the birthplace of evil in the world for the first time that Batman the name of the hero? Perhaps tonight will also be Tiga's battle for fame. Okay, Daegu, the situation is very complicated now. I have a plan. Devil? Demon? Demon. Ultraman Tiga is a devil. Superman is the devil. Batman is the devil. Iron Man is the devil. Both are devils. Devil? Demon. Please let the angels defeat the demons. Please ask the angels to show up and defeat these demons. On the ground, the crowd gathered together. The shouts were loud and thunderous, and every shout and curse could be heard clearly. It's hard not to believe that it's hatred and disgust coming from the bottom of your heart. When you see the mist flickering around you, it gradually covers the figure that was still radiating light. Please drown in the ridicule of the crowd. We are destined to be annihilated in the ridicule and disdain of all living beings. In deviating from the times, we release people who are far from ourselves. Please continue to shine, if that is the only weapon we can hold on to. If he doesn't go out into the society, Batman will never understand that the people of Gotham are already smart. At least they won't be fooled by such low-end scams. Ultraman Tiga, I've been waiting for you. Are you going to be the protector of this planet? Don't you think it's too ridiculous? And that stupid Kryptonian. The endless abuse, denouncing the misanthropes who were defined as demons, made the voices of the crowd stop abruptly, and it was Mitsuo Itabashi and the witch who were regarded as messengers of God by them. Hatred, provocation, arrogance, coldness. Mitsuo Itabashi's disgusted voice full of contempt caused the people to shout wildly, and also attracted the attention of Daegu, who shouted, "Before your huge body appeared, we, the Kyrieloids, had already come to this planet. Let you see how angry we, the Kyrieloids, are." Bang! Daegu stepped on it. Which? Everything fell into a strange silence. The whole city, which was still noisy just now, stopped the clamor of abuse with the landing of this kick. The people of the victory team widened their eyes, and the residents in the city covered their mouths. They did not dare to make a sound, because that huge figure could step on their heads at any time. Although he would never do that, from this moment on, everyone had such awareness. Tiga, you are despicable. The witch's angry roar resounded through the sky, and there was finally a trace of fear in the depths of her arrogant eyes that she herself did not even notice, because she saw that Tiga's gathered arms were condensing a light different from the records, and the place where his palm was pointing was exactly where she was. Impossible. Is he going to attack the city as well? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is bluffing? Cha. However, something unexpected happened to the witch. Tiga did not hesitate at all, raised his hand and shot a palm beam over, without any hesitation. Boom. A blazing fire rose up from the streets in the city center, engulfing the witch and countless illusory figures around her. At this moment, the already bewitched people were more convinced that Ultraman Tiga was the real devil, because they saw with their own eyes that the devil stepped on their angel to death. Iruma Hui and Lena, who were lurking in the crowd, also looked at the completely different Tiga, staring at him with wide eyes and standing there in a daze. The silver-gray posture and the way of doing things were completely different from the previous Dagu. The two of them could not imagine that the person wrapped in the standing light was once so gentle and kind. What they did not expect was that the people of Kyrielid simply disdained to associate with mortals, so the only place they fought was their spiritual race. The previous attack only destroyed some buildings. And at this moment, Tiga's figure moved. In the brightest sea of fire in the dark night, the haziness shrouded in dust and smoke revealed the giant figure of the flame demon warrior. Their angry and hateful appearance finally appeared in front of everyone in the name of angels. However, this is the purpose of Dagu's attack. In the fire of the burning building, a silver-white palm suddenly appeared, like a clamp holding the demon chain, pinching the neck of the Kyrieloid. Ugh! The surprised voice retreated with a stinging sound, and the Kyrieloid stumbled and fell to the ground before he even had time to get ready. The impact of the rush had been practiced millions of times in the forest. The moment the footsteps rushed forward, Dagu also grabbed his ribs and pressed him to the ground before the figure stood firm. Bang! After a loud bang, the grasping posture had already grasped the demon in the palm of his hand, and the 5 fingers entered the throat. The terrifying grip replaced the fang's bite, and in just a moment, it was deeply embedded in the flesh. Before the Kyrieloid reacted from this attack, he found that he could no longer make a single note from his mouth. Having a body meant that he would be destroyed. He pushed angrily, holding the arm that grabbed his neck, and tried desperately to move it away, but he was surprised to find that the way Tiga captured him made him unable to use any strength at all. At this time, Yuan Dagu was like a wild beast. Every seemingly ordinary action was just staring at the prey quietly. Once the opportunity for the prey to relax came, he would move forward bravely and fearlessly. His attack did not even require any thinking or vigilance. As long as he bit, he would never let go. Every move was a killing move. If I throw this punch, I hope this punch will kill the opponent. If I hold his neck, I will strangle him to death. I won't drag it out with you, because nature will not give predators this second chance to hunt. So at this time, Tiga was no longer entangled in fighting and light, but the means of killing. Every punch and kick, either don't make a move, or make a move to kill the enemy. Ugh, crack. Before the struggle lasted long, Dagu's wrist suddenly tightened, and he pressed all his strength over, breaking the neck of the Kyrieloid man neatly. If Batman had to find a word to describe him, it would be a killer. Only a killer can kill the enemy so easily and simply. Outsiders will probably never understand what kind of spiritual transformation an ordinary person needs to go through to achieve these, and what kind of cruel blood pool he has to climb out of, so that when he needs to take action, he can kill the opponent without hesitation and without any psychological activities. The whole city fell into a dead silence, a silent silence. No one was shouting the voice of angels, and no one was fighting against the existence of demons. Even Batman, who was in charge of the Justice League, frowned. Sure enough, the plan needs to be updated all the time. The old archives seem to record that Dagu is an honest man. Ha, you call this an honest man? Many people say that Dagu is weak, but no one has ever thought about what kind of blank period his fighting history has. During the years at the TPC headquarters, when he had to hide his identity as Tiga, his training cost was almost zero. But in the short time of each transformation, he went from struggling to fight against Kakuma to facing Gaidanja in the end. His growth was almost leapfrog. He has always been a genius, but he thinks he is not, and no one has ever really taught him. It is difficult for people on Earth to complete L's survival in such a short time, except for Batman and a few others. Even Natasha can't guarantee that she can survive the long road to survival. However, the next second, something happened that made Batman feel a headache, because Yuan Dagu actually looked up at the door of hell standing in the air. Tiga's face was expressionless, but Batman saw a feeling that was the same as Tony Stark's, wanting to play inside. God Kyrielid. I want to see if he is as powerful as those believers boast. How many divisions does he have to dare to provoke me? Dagu, we have to act according to the plan. Cha. Before Bruce finished speaking, Dagu jumped up and took advantage of the slight gap in the door of hell and flew directly in. Almost at the same time, on the New York battlefield, Iron Man also flew into the distant outer space along the space wormhole opened by the Cosmic Cube. On the battlefield in New York, a red figure followed the light emitted by the Cosmic Cube and rushed straight into the sky at the top of Stark Building. Under the overwhelming fire of the Chitauri army, it rushed straight into the deep space connected by the wormhole. Stop, Stark. It's too dangerous. You can't be so reckless. Before Steve finished speaking, the red figure had disappeared in the wind, which made Captain America sigh with exhaustion. Then, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He turned around and smashed the shield into the head of a Chitauri. Strangely, after the shield penetrated, it actually hit a single-person shuttle, and then bounced onto the necks of the other 2 armed aliens who were shooting on the ground. After completing the triple kill, it fell to the ground and bounced back to Steve's hand strangely. This set of shields made Diana stunned. She tried to use her shield for a long time but didn't learn it, and she immediately began to doubt her life. Whoosh. At the same time, the red light stirred up the sea of ships between the nebulae. When Stark went deep into the wormhole, the steel behemoth dominating the galaxy also shocked Tony deeply. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the conversation with Carrot in his mind. You will respect me, not because of what I did, but because with me, you only need to fear me, and no longer need to fear the other side of the starry sky above the Milky Way. So, we have to chase you, and we will always chase you. Behind you, we will always watch you, we chase, because we are not satisfied with the scenery passing by on both sides of the starry sky. The resurfacing of memories lit up clearer pupils. Under the cold steel mask, there is always a heart that is harder than the steel shell. Tony's eyes became more and more determined. Until this moment, he added what he really wanted to say. It's because we are born greedy, we are born arrogant, and we are born to be on par with gods. Jarvis, start the Red Lotus mode. Okay, sir. In front of the devastating starships, the tiny human figure is so overestimating, but when they bloom with sparks of wisdom and courage, even the magnificent universe will be ashamed of them, and even the army on the other side of the Milky Way will retreat. In a moment of danger, when the Black Army rushed over, Stark's chest suddenly burst into a red light. The arc reactor, which was originally in a stable state, has fissioned into a red. The terrifying energy was transmitted to all parts of his body, and the immeasurable heat wave directly melted the fleet rushing towards him into ashes. At this moment, a star suddenly lit up in the universe, lighting up the eternal color of the night. Crack, crack, sitsize. The next second, the steel armor slowly opened, revealing the other 6 more extensive new element arc reactors behind it. The energy of the 6 reactors was simultaneously injected into a small energy nest with air as the energy body in the center, and then evacuated to all parts of his body. Since Nick Fury's fall, Howard's relics were naturally handed over to Tony by Natasha. The new element of the genius legacy buried in the last century had already been developed by Stark. Because he had observed Godzilla up close, Stark had always had a strong curiosity and desire to study this big guy. If his existence was just an accidental case of an accidental fusion reactor in a gamble, then the appearance of Godzilla really gave him an example model for calculation. Without much effort, Stark collected all the information about Godzilla and built a blueprint based on it. With Tony's wisdom, he soon made an amazing discovery. Stark concluded through analysis that the route that Godzilla and he took was actually a brand new evolutionary route that no one had ever taken, and the current state is far from Godzilla, or Stark's own final form. Following this path, he simulated the blueprint of Godzilla's Red Lotus form. Logically speaking, he could use everything that Godzilla could use, so Stark substituted the energy that Piccolo gave him into the converted data. Finally, it was calculated that it was possible to try to break the stable situation of the reactor, add more reactors to drive the rotation speed, and transform it into diffuse heat through the energy effect to make itself enter the Red Lotus. In the subsequent communication process between the Justice League and the Emperor's organization outpost, Stark noticed that a moth-like Titan beast codenamed Mothra could secrete a special powder. This powder can actually strongly stabilize the reactor that is in a fission state and almost melted. Even if the outer periphery of the reactor has reached more than 10,000 degrees Celsius, it can be reshaped to stabilize the core and ensure that the body will not be damaged. It can even effectively repair the body damage caused by the Red Lotus after the Red Lotus is over. This discovery made Stark ecstatic. He finally realized why L spent a lot of time to deal with and place these so-called Titan beasts. Because they are not just huge in life, but each of them has magical powers beyond imagination. Then, Stark decisively bought Mothra. Anyway, it's not much money. Somehow, the bond between Iron Man and Godzilla is indescribable. Instantly, the battlefield turned to the Milky Way. At this time, Iron Man was like a ball of blazing lava, turning all the Chidori around him into ashes. When the energy of Chi is released in the reactor in the form of radioactive energy, the power will rise uncontrollably, and his combat value is close to some terrifying existence. Boom, boom. In a short moment, the army in the sky was like sand swept into the sea, and was melted by the heat wave in the steel torrent. The unstoppable figure rushed towards the mothership. This collision was aimed directly at the command center of the mothership. For this behemoth in front of him, Stark only took a look and determined where its core position was. He didn't even need Jarvis to assist him in controlling the armor, he just needed to rush forward. Woohoo, cool. Ha 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 ha. Stark laughed happily in the armor. Anyway, there would be no guy with perspective eyes saying that he was laughing in the car at this time. He is not Batman. Finally, I experienced the feeling of L's Man of Steel. I felt so comfortable. Wherever I went, it was like entering an empty space. With a flash of red light, no one could stop me. Oh, God, it turns out that L guy usually feels like this. It's so cool. Don't say he likes to pretend. If I were a Kryptonian, I would have more fun than him. Ha ha ha. Sir, let me remind you that there are 3 minutes and 54 seconds left in your Red Lotus state countdown. Upon hearing this, Stark's eyes immediately stopped at the scorpion-like interstellar mothership, and his eyes condensed. Okay, after calculating the time for the return trip, there are still 30 seconds left. We have to save some strength for Batman. We have to hurry up and make a quick decision. Swoosh. The next second, as Iron Man sprinted at full speed, the reactor device behind him suddenly bloomed 6 wings. Rather than wings, they were more like the wings of a fan. Energy was injected into them, and the scorching light instantly surged out. Then, the 6 energies merged into one and turned into a powerful beam of light, rushing straight to the control center of the Chidori mothership. Boom. The light ignited the stars, and the galaxy burned brilliantly. Stark, who had entered the Red Lotus state, was extraordinary in strength. Even a light blow could destroy a large city. What's more, he also studied the ratio of Carrot and Piccolo to release energy, and the power was even more devastating and difficult to stop. Among the stars, only a red light that pierced the stars and the moon tore apart everything in front of it. Boom. The sound of explosions one after another was endless, like dominoes, and when the vast mothership was ignited by the explosion, the starry sky in front of them was even illuminated. Suddenly, all the soldiers and machines stopped working, and the invaders that had been making everyone run around collapsed in an instant. On the earth, on the streets full of abandoned vehicles, Steve adjusted his breathing a little tiredly, and his eyes were always alert to the fallen figures, not daring to be careless. As a veteran, he would naturally not relax his vigilance on the battlefield, but the situation in front of him was obviously caused by the son of a friend who rushed into the universe. He sighed and said, "That arrogant man really succeeded. Now he is going to say that I am an outdated antique." Steve could already imagine the scene of Stark confronting him, and for a moment, his head hurt a little. Thor was suppressing Loki with Thor's hammer, and his eyes stayed on Diana, who came to support him. He looked at her for a long time and said, "Come to Asgard as a guest when you have time, you will definitely be very welcome." Diana glanced at him and smiled at the corner of her mouth. Of course, she knew what the people there were like. To be honest, Diana was not interested in Asgard at all. She could only shake her head and declined. "Forget it, but you can come to Earth more often. To be honest, you are so strong that it is unexpected. Maybe only Carrot can fight with you." Thor frowned in confusion. "You have been talking about that Carrot all the time. Who is he? Since he is so strong, why doesn't he appear on the battlefield?" Diana looked up at the sky and said, "He went to keep more dangerous guys out of the Earth, some guys who can turn this planet into ashes with just a flick of their fingers." Thor was silent for a while. He believed that Diana would not lie to him, and silently remembered this name in his heart. When did such a person appear in the Nine Realms? Could this Carrot be the one who threw Thor's hammer back? Loki looked at them without saying a word, and glanced at the lasso of truth in Diana's hand from the corner of his eye. He did not dare to interrupt, and quietly accepted the fate of being captured. On the rooftop of a building somewhere, the battle that had settled down also made Hawkeye begin to collect arrows. Suddenly, the sparks that cut through the air turned into a halo and appeared behind him. Clinton turned his head and saw Natasha came out with a red hair shawl, moving her wrist and sighing. "Compared to the frontal charge, I am really more suitable for this job." Hearing Natasha say this, the old friend who knew her work style very well shrugged his shoulders with a smile on his face. It seemed that the people on the side of the co-governing Dawn were in big trouble. "Has it been negotiated over there?" Hawkeye noticed that there seemed to be some red blood stains between Natasha's fingers that had not been wiped clean. It is conceivable how she negotiated with the old guys of the co-governing Dawn to stop the nuclear bombing of New York. The existence of Superman not only puts him at risk of becoming a native of his country, but also makes all those who follow him gradually become reckless. If this were in the past, which force would dare to do this? "Of course, I am very convincing." Natasha waved her hair and helped Hawkeye collect his equipment. The battle is far from over. After a short chat and a short rest, they turned around and rushed to the next battlefield. Not only that, I also talked about the division of spoils and bidding projects for post-war repairs, aid funds, etc. Leave 20% of the alien technology to the co-governance government for public relations fees, and move the rest away. Let Stark and Bruce prepare. They will be busy next. Hawkeye heard this and slapped himself on the forehead on the spot, wanting to cry but not tears. "Honestly, I find that you have learned bad things from Elle now." Natasha rolled her eyes at him unhappily and stretched comfortably. God knows how comfortable her life is now. "Sorry, I learned this from my current magic teacher. Carrot usually robs directly." Hawkeye stared with despair. "Is there any difference? Aren't they all robbing?" "Of course there is. Robbery is a barbaric act of primitive people, and negotiation is a bargaining chip for civilized people to gain more benefits." Hawkeye. At this moment, Batman's voice suddenly came from everyone's radio. "No, save people? Stark is not back." After the words fell, the originally relaxed crowd suddenly tensed up and looked at the entrance of the wormhole. Because they had mastered the controller, the switch of the cosmic cube was now completely controlled by them, but even if the reinforcements had stopped, Stark still had no sign of returning. At this moment, Stark's face was frighteningly ugly. Amid the explosion of the endless sea of fire, a huge silver axe chopped off his 6 wings at lightning speed. A guy wearing silver-white barbed mail stood on the remaining starship, looking down at him and asked, "Warrior, tell me your name." Stark sneered. Judging from his clothes and accompanying equipment, this guy was definitely not a Chidori. This invasion on Earth was sudden, and Tony naturally had the same view as Batman. This was definitely an organized and premeditated plan to tire out the soldiers. At this moment, facing the appearance of the mastermind behind the scenes, Stark did not flinch and faced him head-on. Although he could not see the expression on his face through the mask of the armor, Steppenwolf could still read a contemptuous attitude from his actions. "I am not a warrior, Minotaur." I saw Iron Man slowly raised his hand cannon, made a classic move of Iron Man, and said with a stern look, "I am Iron Man." Bang bang bang, bang. The speeding streamer exudes fission energy. Not even the divine sword can cut through the armor, and it is naturally not afraid of Stark's hand cannon. However, the devastating power of Red Lotus made Steppenwolf wary of him. He did not dare to be careless and raised his axe blade to block Iron Man's continuous artillery fire. Boom, boom. However, seeing that the force of the explosion was easily blocked by him, Steppenwolf had an idea and sarcastically said, "It seems that the moment just now has exhausted your energy, Iron Man." However, the next second, just when he relaxed his guard, a heavy cannon suddenly hit him in the face. Boom. This blow directly knocked him over. Damn, despicable humans. Steppenwolf's face was a little ugly, and he stared at Stark's mocking mouth with a fierce look. It was obvious that this guy just now deliberately made him relax his vigilance. People who invade other people's homes have no right to be despicable, Torin. Iron Man pointed at him indifferently and made a contemptuous gesture. The appearance of Steppenwolf is no accident. In addition to figuring out the original distribution of combat power on the Earth, this tentative attack is more important because Darkseid wants to figure out the real situation in the world. Ever since he was unexpectedly projected into the Anchor universe to complete the origin line, Darkseid soon discovered something unusual. One day, a god named Loki floated from Apocalypse. In the original work, Loki should have drifted into the darkest place in the universe in a wormhole after falling from the Rainbow Bridge. After experiencing life and death several times and encountering countless dangers, he was picked up by Thanos and became his pawn to seize the gems. But now Thanos is busy trying to capture the power of Frieza's army and is frantically expanding his army. He has no time to launch a plan against the Earth. At this time, Darkseid, who was unwilling to use his own power, happened to find someone who was familiar with the intelligence of the outside universe. Although this guy named Loki is full of rebellion, as the saying goes, if a person's rebellion is expected, then keeping him is more valuable than killing him. Loki also realized that this was an opportunity. Although it was not clear when this figure appeared in the universe, the entire Apocalypse's iron-blooded and murderous atmosphere could also tell that Darkseid was an absolute tyrant. So, he went to find the Chitauri who were involved in the chaos of the universe due to the collapse of Frieza's legion. After Darkseid's strength was recognized by them, Loki secretly made a deal with them. From the mouths of both parties, Darkseid also initially learned some information about this universe. Then Darkseid was confused. What a hodgepodge universe this is. He knew about Kryptonians, but what the hell were Saiyans? What are the Infinity Stones? The Galactic Patrol, the Lantern Corps, the Dark Quadrant, the Nine Realms, Thanos, the Three Empires, Frieza's army. In addition to those different dimensions that have never been heard of, there are actually countless cosmic races that can grow to giant sizes. What the hell is this? Darkseid was stunned. But while he was in a daze, Loki started to cheat again. The Earth is good, the Earth is wonderful, the four-piece set of Earth artifacts. Once the origin line is laid, Darkseid himself will be a native of this universe. What else could he do? Of course he will continue his dream of becoming the Overlord. Adhering to the principle of collecting good things first and poaching good people, Darkseid immediately asked his men to conduct some investigation. Since the death of the Universe Emperor half a month ago, the entire universe has completely entered a chaotic world where major forces are vying to rise. More than half of the planets in the galaxy were involved in the battlefield, and jointly launched an encirclement and suppression campaign against Frieza's army. The collapse of the #1 real estate company in the universe means that large-scale horoscopes are unfinished. Those who are in debt, those who are not in debt, those who just need it, and those who are engaged in business suddenly feel like the sky has fallen, and the entire universe has become a mess. If you buy a house but it's not finished, you'll end up on the rooftop, let alone if you buy a planet and it's not finished, you'll have to fight in the universe? Taking this into consideration, Darkseid, under Desaad's advice, decided to lay a solid foundation first, with the galaxy as the center, and slowly expand to the outer reaches of the universe. And among Loki's deceptions, the Earth is a good direction. It doesn't matter whether we can defeat him or not, the most important thing is to get a firm foothold and find out the situation first. As for the Chitauri, he didn't care if they all died. I'm sorry, Minotaur, don't think that just because your bones are coated with iron, you think you are more powerful. Look at you, you don't even have any meat on your body. You'd probably be disgusted by a dog even if you use it as a molar stick. At this moment, Stark's mouth came into play again. His whole body was made of iron, but that mouth was made of poison. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Steppenwolf's eyes turned red on the spot, and he rushed forward with an axe. Boom. The next second, the intersection of red and silver produced a huge explosion. The afterglow of the collision seemed to shine brighter than the stars. Stark, who had just received an axe, instantly realized that he was at a disadvantage in close combat. He chases, he escapes. He cursed and ran away. I'm going to take the liberty to ask, Torin, which planet are you from? Is it the Torin village planet? Are the people on your planet made from fossils pickled in toilets? Damn Earthlings! I'll kill you. Hearing this, Steppenwolf got anxious on the spot and rushed over with gnashing teeth. How could you, a stupid Earthling, slander me, the great Dark Lord? Steppenwolf, who was originally a little afraid of the Red Lotus energy just now, let go of his hands and feet, and this was exactly what Iron Man wanted. The two sides fought for each other, and opened an arc of pursuit in the universe. The terrifying axe blade can be compared with the sword of Vulcan that cuts everything at the atomic level, and naturally it is not something that Stark's steel armor can stop. Even if Steppenwolf is stronger in hard power, he can't stand Iron Man's many tricks. In addition, after practicing Chi, Stark has completed the basic knowledge of using Chi, including using the whole body to merge into eyes to see supersonic movements, using breath to perceive the opponent's attack, and after various big scenes, he has developed many new moves. If it weren't for the risk of running out of energy and being in the universe, Iron Man would definitely have the confidence to fight this bison. But at this moment, Stark knew that he was short of energy and retreated decisively. However, in addition to using long-range artillery to block, every move was to create a gap between him and Steppenwolf. And angering Steppenwolf was to consume his physical strength and prepare for the next support. Jarvis, analyze his attack data. Yes, sir. While collecting data, Iron Man consumed Steppenwolf's power and held him tightly. Calculating the time, it's time for the backup to appear. Bang. Sure enough, at the moment when the two fell on a huge meteorite, the group of demons that followed Steppenwolf were suddenly smashed into powder by a square hammer. This scene immediately attracted Steppenwolf's attention, but before he could react, a heavy kick suddenly hit his shoulder in the direction of the hammerhead, kicking him out. Bang. The next second, the flying hammer quickly returned to the hands of the person who came. The man standing in front of Stark was wearing a red cloak and had long hair. Steppenwolf became alert. He keenly noticed that the man's eyes were full of fighting spirit, as if he was born for war and was born to be on the battlefield. Thor also saw this temperament in Steppenwolf. Too messy, Stark. Thor turned his head and looked at him, curled his lips and said, "You actually attacked the other side alone. The most important thing is that you don't play with me." Under the steel mask, Stark showed a smile on his face. The three giants of the Avengers all have the same personality attributes. It is no coincidence that they can become friends with each other. Okay, now change the players. The most interesting part is up to you. While keeping a guarded gesture, Tony slowly retreated and gave the battlefield to Thor. Suddenly, the whole person jumped back. The next second, a golden light circle seemed to have stayed there for a long time, and sparks were cut behind him. Plop. Just when Stark found that the angle of view was wrong, he fell to the ground in public. Natasha covered her mouth with laughter and quickly took out her mobile phone to take pictures. Ha 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 ha, ha ha. Stark was so angry that his chest was stuffy, and he jumped up, and said angrily, "You did it on purpose. 5 million? Put it in my account immediately, otherwise sell it to the newspaper under the Universal Capsule Company." Natasha shook her mobile phone at Tony and went through the threat process seriously. In the Holy of Holies not far away, Ancient One fanned himself with a small fan, his eyes full of relief. This kid was born to do this job. Unexpectedly, Tony sneered with contempt, "Haha, Jarvis, hack into her system." "Okay sir, the photo has been deleted." Natasha was stunned in surprise. Did she lose the 5 million she had obtained? When Natasha thought about missing the opportunity to blackmail, she covered her chest with a broken heart, snapped her fingers, and unceremoniously took out a bottle of wine from Stark's collection of wine cabinets, and drank 2 mouthfuls. "I was careless, I will definitely use a camera next time." Iron Man took off his mask, showing a contemptuous expression, and waved his hand. "I don't care even if you use a satellite. That sadist took a lot of black history of mine. I have already calmed down. And that bottle of wine was conjured from my house, right? Give me a sip." Batman. At the Justice League headquarters, Batman fell into self-doubt as he watched this scene. Why are they so happy? The battle is not over yet, the crisis has not been resolved, how can they chat so easily? Batman deeply felt that he and this group of people seemed to be of different types. "Batman, the battlefield here is over, what should we do now? Batman? Batman." Batman on the other end of the radio didn't want to talk at all, and just pretended not to hear. Steve and Diana came up with Loki in custody. Loki looked at the wormhole in the sky with a complicated expression, muttering, "Good luck to you, brother." At the same time, on the other side, behind the gate of hell, Daegu was happy, Daegu was killing like crazy, and Tiga was still chasing me. After passing through layers of armies and heavy fogs, Tiga seemed to be a rabbit for the first time, and his main feature was that he was invincible. One flame warrior fell down, and the second one fell down too. 5 people fought, and 10 people also fought. He was not only a warrior, he was even a wizard. On the Earth today, except for the guys who studied magic in Kamartaj, no one could compare to Yuan Daegu in terms of the tricks of light skills. Walking alone all the way to the depths, Tiga finally stopped slowly, and a huge phantom condensed in the depths of the dark haze. The single eye that was erected upside down showed a contemptuous attitude, overlooking Tiga who had transformed into a composite form. According to the theory of Super One full power in Dragon Ball, if the increase in strength is achieved at the expense of speed, it is completely the wrong direction and will only waste physical strength. According to this theory, the aerial type Tiga blessed by Minja is better than the power type Tiga, and the normal compound type is exactly his best state. Are you there, God? Even facing this huge demon god with a height of 200 meters, Tiga looked straight at it without fear, and his upright spine never bent an inch. In the underground monster world, Daegu has faced the fear of giants too many times, not to mention that he has seen the terrifying figure of the celestial god group. In comparison, what is the god Kyrielid in front of him? This foggy world is not so beautiful. The entire dark dimension is like a temporary habitat where a group of refugees gather together. Daegu has noticed that the so-called world of Kyrielid is nothing more than a space where spiritual incarnations can exist, and the material state here is very thin. The legendary god Kyrielid, who looks huge, is not actually a physical entity. Perhaps when he condenses into a physical entity, he needs to abide by the rules of the material world, and the energy consumed is not something that their existing space can provide. Imagine if their materials are abundant enough, why would they want to persuade others to believe in religion? Ancient constellation relic, this is the dimension of Kyrielid. Why do you stand in front of me and oppose the will of all living beings? A deep voice sounded directly in Daegu's mind. God Kyrielid cannot descend to the real world, because under the banner of an angel, once he descends, he will be discovered by the archangel. At that time, what will greet him is the judgment from heaven. It's not that this Kyrieloid is a coward, it's just that the gods in the real space are too high in status, plus the magic defense network of Camartage, and the Thulhu pantheon that exists in both Gatenja and the Marvel world. He just can't beat them, and he pirates them. Classic us Kyrieloids have already given up on this planet? You shouldn't ask me this, you should ask Superman. Why didn't you jump out and say this when Carrot was here? Tiga started with a charged cultivation light beam. He was no longer the social animal who usually entered the victory team through the back door, but a real strong man who fought out of the chaos of beasts. What god? Bewitching the crowd. You are just like other demons, wanting to gain the power of faith. I'm too lazy to reason with you, you don't deserve to listen. Cha. As the voice fell, the pure white stream of light exuded a high temperature that tore everything apart. Just like the person who emitted this light, it was far from being as gentle as it looked. The light went straight towards the huge phantom. During the wilderness survival, Natasha, who was learning magic, also secretly cooked for Daegu several times. When sending him food, she also popularized the existence of dimensional demons and various legends of the gods. Daegu also knew that these guys had targeted humans more than once or twice. If Tiga had not appeared today, the one waiting for the Kyrieloid people would definitely be the demon plunderer, Ancient One. The light collided with the shadow, and the expansion caused destruction. When the light of Zapariao hit the body of God Kyrielid, it was like it had hit some kind of invisible wall, and instantly decomposed into countless light particles, like an earthworm shaking a tree, or a mantis using its arms as a chariot. The blow failed, and Daegu suddenly had a judgment of strength in his heart, but he did not flinch. Instead, he used it as a cover to turn himself into infinite light particles, hiding in the darkness where the light dispersed. In the jungle, the first lesson he learned was to hide. The second lesson is that the mantis can hunt the oriole, and if the opportunity comes, even the hunting dog can kill the lion. He has witnessed this miracle of life countless times in nature, so now Daegu will not back down no matter how powerful the enemy is. Although the ancient light has not yet reached the realm of gods, a mortal body can still rival gods. Stupid ancient orphan, you don't have the power to fight against God. Opposite, God Kyrielid seemed to be irritated by Tiga's provocative move. He suddenly opened his palms and burned the flames of hell, burning throughout the space. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the void light particles spread out and melted the incoming golden red flames. This was like a high-level energy devouring, directly turning the energy into ashes. And as the light particles gradually combined, a bright impact suddenly penetrated the huge shadow. Boom. Apparently, His Holiness has started to show off again. The next second, in the midst of rising red flames, the huge shadow finally began to condense into a physical form. In order to facilitate fighting, the originally gigantic god Kyrielid also evolved into a figure the same size as Tiga. Seeing this scene, Tiga's figure also appeared from countless light particles, and he showed his posture in a prepared manner. Just. Neither of them was willing to give in, neither of them liked each other. They were fighting together in midair, their intertwined figures looming, swooping in the mist, rising in the darkness, each colliding with each other, trying their best. For a moment, the collision in the giant door could be heard throughout Tokyo. Everyone watched with palpitations, not knowing who would win and who would lose. At the same time, luxury cruise ships float overseas, and stray beasts drink red wine brewed with blood and watch the development of the world from a distance. On the big screen, satellite surveillance cameras almost identical to those at the Justice League headquarters were projected, showing images of every battlefield. He didn't show up. It's like God won't come to Earth. Looking for Superman's figure with locked eyes, Lex Luthor pinched a red wine glass until his fingertips turned blue. With such a plan in hand, even a top genius like him can't help but feel a sense of nervousness and embarrassment. Until now, he has not revealed his true intention. It seems the rumors are true. He has left the Earth. People just gave into their fear of him. Look at the island countries. As long as they have other places of spiritual sustenance, they will switch to the next one without hesitation. Tiga has entered the gate of hell, the New York battlefield has trapped Thor, the Emperor's conspiracy has transferred Masaki Kigo, but it is a pity that the chaos in Gotham failed to contain Batman, but I still have to praise that god well done. They have no other trump card now. In Lex's bedroom, there is a huge oil painting, which is a portrait of Carrot L that he specially asked a world-class painter to make. And his eyes are fixed on the painting of Superman lording over mankind. In comparison, the grand scenes on the battlefield are more like the background music of the Luthor family. You, a little schemer who works behind the scenes, insist on spending a lot of time on these useless plans. As long as there is no such disgusting guy like Carrot L, the other idiots are no match for the androids I created. On the other end of the video connection, in the desolate desert underground, in a secret cave shrouded in darkness and moisture, an old man with protruding eyes, a lean body, and pale skin was greedily stroking the cultivation cabin behind him, muttering to his heart. In this way, I have collected all the combat cells, including Kryptonians, Saiyans, Namekians collected from Piccolo, Nordic gods, and Olympus gods. My ultimate weapon is it's about to be born. Of course, you are really a genius buried by the times, Dr. Gro. In this regard, Lexi complimented him with a smile. He was not a stupid villain who wanted to be popular for a while. Luther knew very well what everyone wanted and how to use these to guide their behavior. Well, I think it's time for the world to re-recognize the horror of the Red Ribbon Army. Everything I do is just to set up a stage for you to make a shining debut. You still need to come on stage for the final stage. Lex's words made Dr. Gro tremble with excitement. God knows how many years he has been living in the dark underground and among scientific research drawings. Of course, I have been waiting for a long time. This time I must show those idiots who believe in aliens that the power that belongs to the people on Earth, our Red Ribbon Army, is the strongest. I am the ruler of the era. Hearing this, Lex Luthor also silently put down his wine glass. This action meant that he had no intention of drinking Dr. Gero's celebration wine, and smiled without changing his expression. Kara L hasn't appeared yet. According to Batman's deployment, she should have gone to protect Carrot's family. There is only one female Kryptonian left. You should be able to deal with it, right? I've sent people to check the spots. They are not in the Universal Capsule Building or Kent Farm. Then there's only one place. On the screen, Dr. Gero had already guessed the answer and narrowed his eyes, Justice League headquarters. Behind Dr. Gero, two cultivation cabins carrying artificial humans slowly opened. The eyes of a man and a woman immediately stopped on the controller in Dr. Gero's hand, and then showed a respectful smile. Good evening, Doctor. The warm smile on number 18 raised the corners of his mouth like a spring breeze, and his empty eyes were slightly adoring. Dr. Gro opened his hands and asked, how is your health recently? If there is anything you need me to do for you, please just ask. Very good, it seems you have finally learned to obey my orders. On the 17th and 18th, I want the Earth to become a hell that Carrot L can never forget. Dr. Gero's cold voice echoed deep underground, let him pay for his arrogance. Hearing this, number 17 also bowed very gentlemanly and said with a smile, okay doctor, we obey your orders. After the video hung up, Lex Luthor quickly deleted all communication records and sneered. Oh, stupid guy, there are just too many brainless idiots in this world, so they will give up the rights belonging to mankind and let Superman create an era of heroes. What they say in a high-sounding way is nothing more than giving them more survival capital. What they are essentially squeezing is our living space, which is another form of rule in disguise. I'm different from this crazy old man like you. I simply can't stand a guy flying around above my head. The cloudless sky suddenly became gloomy and silent. As if affected by some kind of magnetic field, it gradually became overcast. Where the dark clouds covered the city, the flames burned up to the sky, and the terrifying sea of fire also drew Batman's sight back to the evening of Kent Farm. Here it comes. Batman sat motionless in the chair, his solemn expression like a mourner bowing at a funeral, expressionless. Boom. Numerous armed drones turned into ashes in the darkness outside the Justice League headquarters. The explosions one after another tore apart the tongues of fire gushing out of the muzzle. From Dr. Gero's hand, a golden beam of light just swept lightly, and burned everything in front of him into ruins. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets were ineffective, the shells were ineffective, the laser net could not cut, and the interference of magnetic force did not affect it at all. Bruce's eyes were fixed on the surveillance screen, led by two people who looked almost exactly the same. Except for gender and hair color, they were almost cut out of the same mold. Behind the two men followed an old man in strange clothes. The double R logo on the three people also meant that they belonged to the Red Ribbon Army? Is the Red Ribbon Army the mastermind behind this time? No, the Red Ribbon Army does not have enough chips and channels to connect such a huge network. Batman narrowed his eyes. He already had a guess in his mind about the biggest suspect in this case. But if it was really him, it would be a troublesome thing to deal with him, because Batman did not want to compromise on this issue. Alarm! Alarm! The headquarters of the Justice League was seriously attacked. Batman, do you want to activate Plan No. 1? Start. Failed. Launch Plan Number 2. Failed. The activation of Plan Number 3 has failed. Do you want to activate Plan No. 1215? No need. After some exploration, Batman felt for the first time that collecting data was such a costly thing. It seems that there are only 6 plans that can defeat these powerful enemies and can be implemented. Few, too few, without more than 1,000, I really feel uneasy. Batman sighed deeply in his heart. If he wanted to find more methods, he had to become so powerful so that he could deeply understand more information at this level. According to the time, Stark and the others should be back. Let them in. Batman knew that for his flesh and blood, even facing the fully armed thugs in Gotham would be a matter of seeking death, so he could only be an assassin in the dark. But now he had to do it. Wait. What is that? Batman frowned, and he suddenly noticed that Dr. Gero had been holding something like a remote control tightly in his hand. Zooming in on the surveillance, Bruce quickly noticed that the two people walking in front of him kept their eyes on the remote control from time to time. It seems that we have to separate them. Batman had more plans in his mind. Didn't find Carrot's family, Dr. Gero. After breaking through the defenses of the iron walls, 18 had a lot of fun with the little tricks Batman arranged for them. She enjoyed this feeling, which was one of the few emotions she could feel. However, since Dr. Gero was present, number 18 still made her tone as mechanical as possible to prevent him from finding any flaws. If you can't find the person, just catch someone alive and ask him. Dr. Gero laughed coldly. After transforming himself into a man-made man, he didn't have much emotion left as a human. This time, he personally came out to meet the little girl who had slaughtered the Red Ribbon Army with Carrot L. After many years, since the two children have grown up, they should take revenge together. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, the sound of bat darts breaking through the air came from the window in the distance, and 3 darts were easily caught in No 17's hands. Not to mention the flying bat darts, in No 17's eyes, even anti-tank missiles are no different from the foam toys thrown by kindergarten children. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, a small sound came from the dart, which seemed to be a countdown to some kind of explosion. Seeing this, number 17 did not intend to throw it out. Instead, he wanted to see what tricks it could do, like a cat playing with a mouse. After all, a mere explosion could not hurt him. Puff. However, the imagined explosion did not happen. Only a gray mist suddenly exploded. In terms of speed, I can never beat you. In your eyes, my movements should be as slow as a snail. Under the shadow of the corner, the bats whispered shrilly, and Batman's words were loudly read in his heart. So the only bargaining chip for my attack to work is your own arrogance, which makes you disdain to have the idea of evading. The 1,215 previous defense plans were destroyed by you, which is the poison that breeds your arrogance. Batman's voice lingered in his heart, and every detail was quickly deduced in his mind. They could not find the Kents and Bulma, no matter how many people came. They could not find them, even if the Earth was destroyed, they could not find them. This is because Bruce believes that as long as Bulma and others are still there, even if the Earth has been destroyed, Carrot L will bring them back from hell. This is the ultimate backup plan. As for this moment, this hunting game that belongs to him has just begun. Every time at this moment, a string would silently loosen in Batman's heart, that is, to kill. These people, if given a chance, could destroy the entire Earth in the next second. Not enough is far from enough. I also need to know as much as possible about you. At the same time, number 17 felt a bang in his head the moment the poison gas sprayed on his face. An indescribable feeling swept through his body, distorting the scene in front of him like falling into an ice cave. No, do not want. Damn it, bastard Gro, how dare you do this to my sister? No, no. When the fear gas took effect, the depths of No 17's pupils reflected Dr. Gero's ferocious appearance like a giant demon. In those lingering nightmare nights, Dr. Gro held various experimental equipment and coldly and ruthlessly abandoned him, and Lajli's chest and brain flashed before his eyes. How big the shadow in No 17's heart was, how big the Dr. Gero he saw in his eyes was. At this moment, in the eyes of number 17, Dr. Gero's facial features were burning with fire, his face was as white as death, and his hands were covered with dripping blood. He looked like a ghost who had taken off human skin. What's wrong with you? Number 17. Seeing number 17 suddenly turn pale and trembling, number 18 didn't hold back on the disguise he had maintained for a long time, and hurriedly ran over to support him in distress. From the perspective of number 17, number 18, who was holding him up, had all the skin cut off and blood dripping all over his body, revealing the gradually falling off nerve tissue in various parts of the body and the infinite energy furnace transplanted into the body. Ah, Lazuli, no, Gro, I must kill you. No 17's eyes turned red. Each version of Scarecrow's fear gas is different, from the earliest neurotoxin mixed into the blood to the improved special wavelength that can directly affect the brain waves and soul. As the tyrant of Gotham, Batman naturally has every version of the potion in his pocket. In fact, not just Scarecrow, but the entire Gotham villain's equipment will eventually fall into Wayne's hands and be improved and used. Number 17 stared at Dr. Gro with murderous intent. The fear in his heart gradually turned into anger. The deepest fear in a person's heart is often the opposite that he absolutely cannot tolerate. And with the blessing of fear gas, number 17 soon saw a scene far more cruel than this. Licking until the end, there was nothing left. It has been a year, and she said she has always regarded me as her younger brother, always, since the battle at Kent Farm. Batman, who was in the late stage of paranoia, has begun to study the characteristics of people with chi and preset their weaknesses. Coincidentally, the object he was going to study, Tony Stark, had the same idea as him. The two epoch-making sons of destiny collided with the power to analyze the origin of the universe, after removing the special existence of Carrot L, a hybrid. Not long after, they completely tore off the martial arts coat that this power from the Dragon Ball world had been wearing. First, chi shows a non-sealed dissipation in the human body. This state can react with the myostatin secreted by the human body. When the container weakens, the chi will also decrease accordingly. In other words, chi has the same metabolic characteristics as the human body. If you don't train persistently, no matter how high the realm you have reached before, once the body relaxes, the chi will also weaken. This situation is particularly obvious in a relaxed state, but according to the analysis report Batman by the way gave to L, this characteristic has a clear racial bias. Because L's Kryptonian blood makes up for this, Batman also deduced the second theorem of this characteristic. That is, the chi mastered by some excellent races in the universe can ignore this characteristic due to the special structure of their bodies or blood. Second, the structure of chi is stable and plastic. Third, the structural form of chi will be broken as the purity increases, and combined into a unique new energy. Fourth, in observation, the manifestation of chi is easily affected by emotional state and presents different wavelengths, namely the so-called evil chi and righteous chi. Fifth, and the most surprising point for Batman and Iron Man, that is, when chi is stored in the human body as energy, it does not have the ability to resist toxins, viruses, bacteria, and many other microscopic elements. This discovery originated from Iron Man was poisoned by palladium. According to the Dragon Ball universe's classification of the life levels of Earthlings and Saiyans, they are really not very difficult to deal with. Just like Gohan in Dragon Ball was smoked by poisonous smoke, and Sun Wukong in the Despair universe died of viral heart disease. The existence of chi is not immune to stark palladium poisoning. I have to admit that this discovery made the two silent for a while. Such a powerful energy is stored in every cell in the body, but it can still cause poisoning? After careful research on this condition, the two soon discovered that the chi in Tony's body and the constantly invading palladium element, no, to be precise, it should be said that there is no interaction between the chi in Tony's body and the operation of his body functions. It's like the two are not operating systems at all, they don't interfere with each other, and they don't contact each other. The existence of chi does not change lifespan, does not stimulate gene mutations, does not evolve the respiratory system and nervous tissue, does not interfere with cell division and aging, does not promote the evolution of the human body, has natural consumption, but can still allow humans to have power beyond mortals? What the hell is this? When the experiment progressed to this step, Batman had completely decided to use this thing as a tool. And Iron Man's genius brain had many new conjectures. What would happen if this band could really be broken and the chi and the human system could react completely? Both of them were keenly aware of the dangers of continuing the experiment, so no one did it rashly. In addition, because Tony found out about the palladium poisoning incident, they had to quickly complete the research and development of the new element, so their preliminary experiments were terminated. But these two geniuses did tear off the martial arts code of chi. Chi is by no means a product of kung fu practice, but a new type of energy that coexists with the human body and has another set of operating modes. And Batman also found many solutions for this kind of people. One of them is that they are not immune to nerve gas. Therefore, Bruce installed fear gas on the darts, because he expected that these self-righteous strongmen would never dodge because of a dart thrown by a mortal, just like an elephant would not care about the attack of an ant. The hue of dusk spread, pulling open the shadow of the bat wandering in the shadows, at least in the red eyes of number 17, the burning number 18, and the mercenaries covered with red ribbons all showed their bestial eyes. The most fearful and frightening thing in No 17's heart is not that her sister becomes Dr. Gro's experimental subject, but that she does not even have the qualifications to become Dr. Gro's experimental subject. And that means that she will be awarded to the mercenaries of the Red Ribbon Army until the moment of death. When the fear gas took effect on number 17, even if it was only for such a short moment, it was enough to deeply imprint this scene in his mind. What surprised Batman was that number 17 actually attacked Gro. Bang! Fear reached its extreme, which was desperate anger. There was only a moment of opportunity. As long as they killed Dr. Gro, they would be free. Pushing No 18's arm away, No 17's scarlet eyes were full of bloodshot, and he stabbed Dr. Gro with a backhand knife. Under the influence of the fear gas, number 17 was desperate. The huge impact force even directly penetrated the building of the Justice League headquarters. The huge gap in strength also made Dr. Gro unable to see No 17's movements. Are you crazy? No 17. Dr. Gro's face tightened, but as a scientist, he had already studied the two for quite a long time. When he saw No 17's face change drastically, he had already taken precautions in advance. Because the result of Gro's transformation of the two was only to completely strip away human emotions and become tools that only obeyed his orders, if the two experimental subjects showed other emotions, it would mean that the transformation was not thorough and would definitely be a threat to him. At the moment the attack was launched, Dr. Gro turned his hand behind his back and pressed the pause button in time. At the same time, the whole person stepped back and blocked in front of his chest. Bang! The next second, No 17's movements stopped abruptly, and the whole person fell to the ground with a plop, and all actions were stopped. At the same time, an arm covered with mechanical circuits flew into the air. Boom! Dr. Gro's right hand was cut off, revealing the sparking mechanical circuit. The life of the mechanical structure had long lost the sense of pain, but the fear of life disappearing still made Dr. Gro feel scared, and he cursed. Asshole! No 17. Facing number 17, who had stopped all actions, Dr. Gro stepped on his head one by one in anger. He really wanted to activate the bomb and completely destroy this guy who dared to attack him, but after years of hard work and research, he really couldn't bear to part with these two experimental materials, so he transformed the detonator into a controller. Number 18 looked at the scene infatuatedly, his eyes turned red. Even if he had a lot of anger, he could only suppress it in his heart. He didn't know why number 17 suddenly went crazy, but it was undoubtedly unwise to attack Gro now. At least wait for an opportunity to turn his back. However, at this moment, while Dr. Gro hadn't come back to his senses, a miniature headset was suddenly thrown into her white and smooth palm. Number 18 was stunned for a moment. She naturally recognized that it was a headset. She calmed down and put it on quickly without making a sound. She covered her earlobes with her golden hair. Go down the corridor. There are 2 rooms on the 3rd floor. Enter each one. Batman has a stroke of luck. That's why number 17 and number 18 stabbed Dr. Gro in the back. He had to admit that this really surprised him. Bruce had already planned to use one person as bait to attract the other party into the final trap. But no one expected that a total of 3 people coming from the opposite side could actually stage a Mission Impossible drama? Perhaps it's because the other party is gradually depleting the available people around them while consuming the Justice League's troops. This also shows that they are a last resort at the end of the road. This guess also made Batman feel a lot calmer. As the world's top detective, Bruce analyzed the general outline of the matter from their conversation in an instant. Dr. Gro calls the man who took action number 17, which is consistent with the coding of the Red Ribbon Legion's early android plans. Under the fear toxin, number 17 showed a strong hatred for Dr. Gro and a deep concern for number 18. Coupled with the fact that Dr. Gro always held the switch of the controller, Batman discovered that there was an aura of hatred permeating this combination, which was a good opportunity to instigate. So he decisively threw number 18 and handed over an earphone. When the words fell, Batman didn't hear no 18's response, but no response at this time was exactly the best response. As number 17 stopped moving, number 18 plopped down and knelt on one knee in front of Dr. Gro, with his head lowered and his face looking frighteningly pale. She knew that the emotional reaction she had just shown must have aroused Gro's vigilance. Be patient. You must be patient. Number 18. Hehehe, it seems that my transformation of you is not complete yet. Gro, who had lost one of his hands, looked at number 18 with dark eyes, becoming more and more wary. When number 18 heard this, his heart was even more horrifying, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It is not difficult to judge that once Bulma and others are successfully captured, Dr. Gro will immediately stop his life activities and take them back for transformation. I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life. Let the doctor do whatever you want. Number 18 did not dare to show any intention of disobedience. As he spoke, Dr. Gro's thumbs were always pressed on the buttons of the controller without any slack. Dr. Gro sneered. Once bitten by a snake, he was afraid of well ropes for 10 years, not to mention that he almost died in the hands of number 17. He would no longer trust these 2 artificial beings. He glanced at the ground from the corner of his eye. The Batarang immediately locked Batman's location through radar scanning. Gotham's madman. You can only do some conspiracies. I want to see what other methods you have. Bruce knew that it was impossible to hide from Dr. Gro's perception. At the same time, Joel's voice came from the earphones. Batman, I just scanned their whole bodies. The man and woman had bombs and neural control systems implanted in their bodies. The bombs were powerful enough to completely blow up half of the Earth. Batman frowned after hearing this. Mr. Al, proceed as planned immediately. Joel, Bruce, are you sure you want to do this? Isn't this considered breaking the oath? Batman shook his head. Although he didn't want to shake his bottom line from the bottom of his heart, he could be flexible and relaxed. I just threw them into the desert. It's their own business if they can't survive. As soon as he finished speaking, Batman looked up and saw number 18 standing in front of him. He grabbed his neck and picked him up. He clenched his white jade hands into a fist and hit him unceremoniously on his stomach and then threw him to the ground. Boom. Bruce was in so much pain that he could only feel that his internal organs were being squeezed together. As the originator of fake punches in the Dragon Ball universe, No 18's strength was controlled just right, allowing him to feel the bone-piercing pain while still keeping it at its most basic level. Ability to move. What did you just do to No 17? Number 18 asked Bruce with cold eyes. At least her anger at the moment was not fake, but Bruce's expressionless face made number 18 a little unpredictable. Not to mention this kind of pain, just like crushing him into powder, Batman could rely on his own willpower to remain silent and replied coldly. I showed him his fears. It turns out that you are also afraid. Dr. Gro asked coldly, stop talking nonsense, where are Carrot's family members? Batman's eyes stayed on Dr. Gro, and he responded with a Gotham-style taunt. Why didn't you come over and ask when Superman was here? Dr. Gro's eyelids twitched slightly. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't talk, I will crush all the bones in your body. Gro, who had lost one hand, was very wary of No 18's movements, and he did not dare to move the controller with his other hand even half an inch. Therefore, number 18 was naturally responsible for this torture and confession. After hearing what Dr. Gro said, number 18, who turned his back, frowned slightly. He winked at Bruce first, and then began to torture him. Bruce, after receiving a few punches, he also took the opportunity to faint. Asshole, why did you knock him out? Wake up this madman in Gotham quickly. We still need to ask him about the whereabouts of Carrot's family. Dr. Gro glared at number 18 angrily. Number 18 stood up respectfully and hurriedly explained to Dr. Gero. Please rest assured, Doctor. According to my radar, 2 people who meet the information just appeared in the basement of this building. Hearing this, Dr. Gero looked at her suspiciously. The radar in his brain scanned the entire building, but found nothing. Really? Then why didn't I scan it? It was a flash in the pan, and disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it was blocked by something. No 18's tone seemed very calm. Ironically, she was now betting her hopes on her enemies. She repeated the location given to her by Bruce. We have located the place where Bulma and others disappeared last. It is located in 2 rooms 20 meters below. Follow the corridor down to the 3rd floor and you will reach it. Seeing that number 18 spoke in a convincing manner, Gro the doctor nodded, dispelling a trace of doubt in his heart. Then let's go quickly, while the Justice League has not returned yet, catch Carrot's family and leave here as soon as possible. Yes, doctor. The 2 walked down 3 floors along the road, and only when they were close did number 18 silently slow down his pace, looking at the 2 small doors in front of him that looked very ordinary, and muttered. We are almost there, what should we do? Just after number 18 and Dr. Gero left, Batman immediately stood up, walked in front of number 17, looked at him motionless, carried him on his back and ran. You go into the blue room, let Gero go into the purple room. Mr. Al, set up the projection. The next moment, the Kryptonian's extremely realistic projection technology projection appeared in front of the 2 inconspicuous small doors. The images of Bulma and the Kent couple fleeing appeared next to the 2 doors, and immediately attracted Dr. Gero's attention. Homunculi have no way of sensing auras, and can only rely on their naked eyes and small detectors implanted in their bodies to judge. Dr. Gero, who was eager to return home, was overwhelmed by the joy of victory the moment he saw Bulma appear. Ha ha ha, great. Where can you hide this time? Dr. Gero, who finally found the target after breaking through hundreds of defense lines, could not hide his excitement and rushed into the door where Bulma appeared without hesitation. Judging from the historical legacy, Dr. Gero must pay more attention to Bulma than the Kents. Therefore, using Bulma's projection to seduce Gero alone is also a calculated move by Batman. In fact, if Batman hadn't discovered the difference between number 17 and number 18 at the last moment of the plan's implementation, he wouldn't have needed to take this step to divide them. It would be easiest to just throw them all into the same door. At this moment, looking at Dr. Gero's back, No 18's palms overflowed with nervous sweat. She was not the idiot that Dr. Gero was. She stood there neither following him nor entering the room that Batman had specially prepared for her. This is not only a distrust of Bruce, but also a sign of being ready to give Dr. Gero a stabbing blow at any time if Batman fails. If our own people cannot be trusted, how can our enemies be trusted? Boom. However, as soon as the door closed, number 18 heard no movement for a full 5 minutes. PhD. Dr. Gero. The nervous feeling echoed in No 18's heart. He kept trying to call but could never hear an answer. A trace of cold sweat gradually broke out on his forehead. What happened? Why is there no sound? What happened inside? The silence echoes with the wind, the war burns the ruins, and the uneasy atmosphere permeates the overwhelmed environment. Batman, who makes good use of environmental factors, has put number 18 in a dilemma. Her instinct told her that she must not enter that room. Squeak. The next second, the sound of the door opening broke the dead silence, startling number 18. No 18's eyes widened in surprise, because the small blue wooden door prepared for her actually opened from the inside. A cold gaze flashed across the crumbling building like lightning. Batman stood in the shadows and stared at her. Those eyes had stared at so many sins and filth in the dark night. Containing provocation, contempt, arrogance, indifference, anger, and hatred, the momentum exuded from the deepest part of the eyes is not mixed with any trace of mortal fear of gods. Because he has turned himself into a dark symbol, people will be afraid, but the symbol will not be there. People will have emotions, and the symbol will only be used as a direction. At least at this moment, number 18 herself had to admit that she even felt some inexplicable sense of oppression. When Batman no longer appears as an accurate person, but as a symbolic symbol, no one can be sure whether what is hidden under the mask is an ordinary person or a person who is afraid of hell. Ghost. Batman opened the door and grabbed number 17 by the neck. After giving number 18 a look, he slowly dragged him in the door. Number 17. Number 18 tensed up when she saw this. She could ignore Dr. Gro, but she could never abandon number 17. Even though she knew it was a trap, number 18 gritted her teeth and walked in anyway. Boom. Boom. The moment number 18 stepped into the house, the 2 entrances to the building were simultaneously blown up by a smart program controlled by Joel, completely blocking the exits and entrances. The huge Zhenglian headquarters fell into silence. The only thing left was the door of the room that Dr. Gero entered, which was still standing there steadily, never shaking. Surrounding the Boomerang Nebula, a gas cloud only 21,000 light-years away, is 5,000 light-years away from Earth. Suddenly there was a flash of blue light, and then a corpse with an exposed brain floated over, instantly turning into ice and shattering into pieces in the universe. The corpse was still holding a white controller tightly in its hand. With a bang, it turned into ashes. The Boomerang Nebula is an absolute restricted area for all light and heat in the universe, and it is also the coldest place in the entire universe. This gas cloud has an extremely low temperature of -272 degrees Celsius, which is infinitely close to absolute zero. At such temperatures, even the concepts of space and time become luxurious. This technology is recorded on the Kryptonian spacecraft, which can achieve short-term space transmission jumps. The information on this technology was originally used during the period when Krypton was exploring the universe 100,000 years ago, and was specifically designed for transportation technology under extreme conditions. It was later stored in the Kryptonian Council's program for exile from the Phantom Zone, and could only be used with the permission of the leader. And ever since the battle at Kent Farm, when L brought Saiyan Vegeta into space and suffocated him to death, this incident has been deeply remembered by Batman. In addition, the research project on Chi has fully proved that the Earth race does not have the ability to survive in space after obtaining Chi. Therefore, Batman specially designed a room specifically for teleportation. Even the teleportation location was the Boomerang Nebula that he specifically chose. A space close to absolute zero? This is why Jor-El asked Batman if he decided to do this, because it would be equivalent to directly killing Dr. Gero. But he didn't know that when Batman saw the wires exposed on his broken arm, Bruce no longer regarded Dr. Gero as a human being. You can fight with Batman, but you can never ask for a fight with him, because he will definitely study your characteristics and behavior habits to the letter, and even update and iterate hundreds of versions. At this moment, number 18 had a deep understanding of this sentence, because she and number 17 were in a strange space of pure white that could not be seen to the end. The place where the two of them were was like a huge maze, with layers upon layers, extremely complex. The Batman opposite stared at them with a serious face, and said in a threatening tone, "This is another dimension, a pure white space that is 3 times the size of the Earth, and all the entrances have been blown up. You are completely trapped here. The place where you are now is a maze designed by me. Only I know the location of food, supplies, exits, and water sources. You can choose to try to kill me, but then you will lose your only chance to get out. Or, you can try to blow this place up with your power, but I have calculated the specific data. To create distortion in this space, you need at least 400 times your current power. For the necessity of torture, I also made some other plans by the way. For example, when you have enough power to create a spacetime rift here, it will not connect to the real space, but the magic transmission array constructed by Natasha directly transferred to other dimensions in the universe. Darkness, Crimson, Hell, I don't know which one it is. Under the influence of the power of those dimensions, you may be swallowed by darkness in the next second, or you may grow 8 hands. Now, I ask, you answer, do you understand? What if we don't? Number 18 sneered when he heard it. We can also torture you and force you to take us out. Then I will commit suicide. Batman seemed to have expected number 18 to say this, and replied calmly, I have taken poison, and I will die if I don't take the antidote within a day. Listening to Bruce's words, number 17 woke up slowly, and after 2 seconds of being stunned, he and number 18 stared at each other in confusion. A voice came out of their hearts at the same time. Is this guy mentally ill? On the Celestial Temple, Bobo, who had just completed a huge project of the Spiritual Time House, was so tired that he collapsed on the ground. With a thing like Batman on his hands, he had been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. After being a servant of the gods for so many years, he originally thought that cooking for L was already a tiring job that was not worth his life, but only now did he realize that helping Batman build a house was this is especially true. Superman is so unkind, why did he lure the bat here? Piccolo sighed deeply, remembering that L once jokingly asked him a question, what would Batman do if he was locked in a spiritual time room? Now, he already knows the answer. Lord God, why do you think someone would want to build a city there? He also buried hundreds of traps there. You should be lucky that he's only built a giant maze and a few bat caves so far. After meeting Batman, Piccolo finally understood why Gotham is known as the darkest place in the universe. He only has one thought now, retire quickly. The further away from these people the better. So, you planned all this. Dr. Gero was also imprisoned in such a space. If the word shock could make a face when printed on the public screen, then this face must be that of shock on the 18th. The guy in front of me, who doesn't have much fighting power, is really worth over 100 million. The other room leads to the Sundar Nebula 5,000 light-years away. If he cannot adapt to the -272 degrees temperature environment, his vital signs should have stopped by now. Batman's extremely calm words made no 18's sweaty palms tremble uncontrollably, and his narrow pupils showed a shocked trance. What? You killed Dr. Gero. Upon hearing this, number 17, who had just passed the contraband of Gotham, instantly became excited when he heard this. Ha ha ha, this is really good news. That shameless and despicable old bastard is finally dead. Okay you two, there has been enough farce today. In the eyes of the two people who were full of reverie about mental illness, Batman narrowed his eyes in disapproval. The time flow rate here is 365 to 1 compared to the outside. We have a lot of time, so let's start with the location of your organization's base. Number 17 looked at Bruce with interest, curious and appreciative of his series of actions. Really? You mean, staying in this space for a year only consumes 1 day? It sounds like the plot of a science fiction novel, which is quite interesting. You, on the other hand, are obviously a normal human being, but why do you feel less human than us? For the sake of you killing Dr. Gero, I can answer your question. We have been stopped and are undergoing transformation in the dormant cabin, so we don't know much. Batman silently remembered every word 17 said. His expressionless face made it difficult to read his heart, and he coldly replied, "Tell me what you know." Well, number 17 and number 18 looked at each other, and both of them saw a hint of embarrassment in each other's eyes. They were obviously strong men, but now they were in front of a mortal, as if they were prisoners. No, it should be said that they are prisoners now. But what can be done now that things have come to this? The pure white world around us makes anyone feel depressed. When this is the only color left in the world and you are in it, no one will not feel upset. In order to get out earlier, number 17 and number 18 also briefly explained to Bruce their experiences of being transformed into artificial humans. In other words, do you have other artificial humans there? After listening to the general description, Batman also learned the specific location of the Red Ribbon Legion base from the two people, and felt a little headache. Why are there more and more weird things nowadays? Yeah, there's some more. Number 17 nodded and replied. Compared to number 18, who thought it was best to stay away from this crazy guy, number 17 seemed to have a good impression of Bruce as a friend. Maybe it was the fear poison from before that made him infected. Thinking of the atmosphere of Gotham people, I chatted with him casually. I have a question that I'm actually very curious about. Can I ask you, where on earth did you hide Kal-El's family? Why can't we find it? Number 17 could not hide his doubts. Logically speaking, they and Dr. Gero had turned this place upside down. The radar detection scan had scanned almost every place here, but Bulma and the others were still not found. Shadow. Could it be that Dr. Gero and his colleagues were wrong? Hearing this, number 18 also looked over. She was also very curious about this question. Seeing this, Batman paused for a moment with his gaze on the two of them, and murmured something meaningful. A place that you will never find, a place that is so close but beyond the control of the rules of the universe. What is that place? The quantum realm is a strange and bizarre world. Sometimes it's colorful, sometimes it's completely blank. It is so quiet here that it is not disturbed by the universe, and it is so quiet that it feels like it has been abandoned by time. This is an unworldly place of exile, or a place where fate can reverse everything. Damn, that stinky bat was negligent. At the same time, from a house that was too small to be noticed by the world, Bulma's voice was heard, making her veins bulge with anger. In the quantum realm, the Kents, Kal-El, Dr. Pym, Hope, the newly joined Ant-Man Scott, and Dr. Hank Pym's wife Janet Dane, the original Wasp, are all gathered here. Kal-El's words before leaving were indeed a reminder to Batman and Iron Man. Especially Batman, his countless experiences fighting crime in the dark made Bruce Wayne understand the truth at a very young age. It is much harder to protect a good person than to deal with a bad person. Bruce, who understands this truth, is indeed not 100% sure that he can protect Bulma and the others amidst the layers of murderous intent. But he can definitely hide them in a place where no one can find them. The unique laws of the quantum realm cannot affect Bulma and the others even if Thanos snaps his fingers. In addition, Hank Pym himself had plans to find his wife. After studying the confirmation of multiple experiments, he also confirmed that the original Wasp who had been trapped in the quantum realm was indeed still alive. In the end, according to the discussed plan, they had already hid in the quantum realm through Pym particles when the Battle of New York began to take shape. What's the meaning? Is there something wrong? Seeing that Bulma's expression was a bit ugly, Dr. Pym hurriedly stepped forward and asked. He, who was better off than a newlywed, had finally reached the climax of this dusk love, and was afraid that something would go wrong. Bulma sat in front of the console, her hands constantly combining some calculation data generated by three-dimensional projections. Her lower abdomen was now slightly bulging, and she sighed heavily. Time. Bruce ignored time in the quantum realm. The time here is not synchronized with the time outside. Even if we are here for a year, only 1 hour has passed outside. With the help of the original Wasp, Bulma quickly calculated the specific ratio of time flow rate, but it was this outrageous ratio that made her even more desperate and said to everyone, "We have to get out of here, otherwise the children in my belly will have grown up before they finish fighting outside." Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence. Somehow, a magical picture appeared in their minds at the same time. When Kal-El returned to Earth in triumph, he saw an old middle-aged aunt holding a child older than him, and her face was confused and messy in the wind. Ha 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 ha. When he thought of that scene, Scott laughed uncontrollably. Of course, this was also what everyone wanted, but in the next second, Bulma took out a pot from nowhere and swung it into a ball. On the face. Boom. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. After a loud noise, Bulma rolled her eyes at Scott and pouted angrily, "Even if you get old, I won't get old." After the beating, Bulma seemed to have exerted too much force and felt some pain in her stomach. Kal-El, who was standing aside, saw this and quickly stepped forward to support her. After getting along for a period of time, Carlo also figured out the temper of his sister-in-law. It can be said that when she should be gentle, Bulma is definitely a virtuous woman, but under normal circumstances, Bulma is the kind of tomboy with a bit of playfulness. "So are we leaving here now?" Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Bulma's face instantly showed the excitement of a scientific research madman, and she said something that shocked everyone. Hey, If my calculation just now is correct, the time in the quantum realm is different from the outside, and when quantum fluctuations break the Planck scale and cause the German effect, we can. Wait a moment. Before Bulma finished speaking, Hank Pym, who had reacted, had already shouted out in shock. What do you mean? You're going to build a time machine here? Bulma took a deep breath, and then nodded solemnly. Yes, although it is incredible, it is a huge temptation for scientists, and I want to give it a try. Dr. Pym, can we calculate a complete closed-loop route right here? Hank Pym was deeply shocked by Bulma's idea and swallowed excitedly. He had studied Pym particles all his life, but he had never thought about developing a time machine. This is really a genius idea. If the theory is correct, then it is indeed possible. Miss Bulma, I have to admit that your talent as a scientist has reached incredible levels. Hank Pym was as excited as Bulma, just like a little old man who had won the neighbor's chess game, with a smile on his face. Having lived for more than half his life, he has never been as happy as he is today. The research on Pym particles has made a progressive breakthrough among the younger generation. He is finally reunited with his wife, daughter, and family. It is the time to fall in love at dusk and be happy in spring. No, without further ado, we have to invent it quickly. If such a great invention is preempted by Tony Stark, I will definitely be mad. Hank Pym made up his mind at that moment. What he didn't know was that in the Arc of Fate, Bulma and Stark had both created a time machine, in order to reverse their desperate futures. Perhaps due to a coincidence of fate, this destined crisis of artificial humans also successfully allowed Bulma to open the forbidden door that belongs to her. On the other side, the departing spaceship finally cut through the arc of the sky. When it came to the peaceful planet again, it was greeted by the flames of war. When Piccolo and a group of Namekians arrived at the Justice League headquarters, they were surrounded by ruins. The scorched earth was littered with sparks from electronic instruments, and there was not even a single guard on duty. What's going on here? It's only been a few days, why has it become like this? Piccolo felt the surrounding atmosphere with a wary expression, but found no strong abnormality. But he could feel that this planet seemed to be wrapped in several evil forces, but those existences seemed to be isolated from the barrier and unable to enter here. Boom. The next second, as the spacecraft gradually docked on the ground, Nayla, Dandy, Elder Mew, and other Namekians finally completed this large-scale racial migration. Is this the Earth? Where will they survive? Dandy looked at everything around him curiously. It can be seen that this place has a prosperous civilization that does not belong to Namek. It is an era of technological explosion that has not experienced natural disasters. Boom. Suddenly, a red armor fell from the sky. When Stark saw the large and small Piccolos on the ground, he couldn't help but staggered when he hit the ground. Oh, God, what the hell is this? It's so scary. Why are there so many web hooks? Tony screamed in surprise, his eyes widening in disbelief. Bick, are you breeding? Are we going to turn this place into a bug training base? Help? Superman? We are going to be swallowed up by an army of bugs. Piccolo's face darkened instantly, and he struck Stark with a wave of friendly energy, shouting curses. Damn it, I saw you as an arrogant man first when I came back to Earth. Why are you everywhere? You really have ruined the mouths of the people on Earth all by yourself. Boom. Seeing this, the engine under the steel armor roared, and he easily avoided the blow by turning over. The mask slowly opened, revealing a smiling face with raised eyebrows inside. So what, at least the people on our planet don't go green. Dear Namekian friends, welcome, are you here to do the greening? Namekian, stop talking nonsense, what's going on here? Iron Man looked at the Justice League headquarters that had been destroyed into ruins, and felt a little annoyed. He had invested the most effort in the ground facilities. Although Stark was not short of money, he didn't spend it that easily. He complained in his heart. This damn Batman, he actually built his base at the bottom, how abominable. You came back at an unfortunate time, and now the whole Earth is in chaos. Where's Superman? Didn't he come back with you? Hurry up and release Superman, and put an end to it all. During the mission, Iron Man was still used to calling L Superman. As for Piccolo, his registered code name in the organization was Demon Second Generation, but everyone agreed that this title was particularly second year, so he should just call him by a nickname. Son, didn't come back with us. Iron Man's face froze when he heard this. Playing around or joking around, Tony Stark's mind was full of thoughts every second. Iron Man realized something was wrong the moment Piccolo appeared. What's going on? The eyes of the whole world are on Superman now. He founded the Alliance, but now he's not here because of something wrong. And to be honest, we're a little exhausted now. Stark didn't think anything could hurt L, a pervert whose strength seemed like a bottomless pit. Piccolo looked towards the direction of the Celestial Temple and murmured, "Unfortunately, I don't know when he will be back. The entire Namek galaxy was destroyed this time, and all the remaining Namekians are here. Son, that guy, blew up the entire family of the owner of the largest real estate company in the universe and the entire Namek galaxy into ashes. Don't say that you are in a mess here, the entire universe is in a mess." Hearing this, the storm of thoughts in Iron Man's mind paused. What? Iron Man wanted to say something else, but a unique telepathy suddenly surged into the two of them's heart, and not only that, it also occupied his communication channel in the form of light energy. "I am Daigo, I am over Tokyo, calling the Justice League headquarters. Iron Man was stunned for a while before he remembered that there was such a person, who seemed to be the first missing person to return in the history of the Justice League. I am Stark, classmate Daigo, please speak. Daigo's voice sounded like a young man who had just graduated from college, panting after a fierce battle, and was a little intermittent. Mr. Stark, can you ask the people present to raise their hands? Not too many, just those flat belts that just arrived on Earth. Namekians will do. Above Tokyo, the dimension gate that spans time and space is shrouded in a dark cloud, darkness, thunder, lightning, and blazing fire, turning the world into a sunset scene. Scorched earth, ruins, roaring, struggling, every thunder that falls from the sky brings the ancient unknown deep in the darkness. At that moment, people can't tell the distance between heaven and earth, the meaning of fire and ice, and the identity of gods and demons. Intertwined fate, mysterious power, idealistic and incomprehensible race against time, and the constant fight between you and me in front of them. Dragon and tiger fight, man and god, heaven and earth are battlefields, light and darkness are infinite. Bang! Instantly, a thunder crashed in the air, and Tiga's figure gradually solidified from countless streams of light. A golden glitter disappeared in a flash, turning into a composite posture and falling to the ground, standing in the air, with both hands open still in a fighting posture. Cha! After several rounds of fighting behind the door, Tiga decisively flashed out of the door. It was obviously a mistake to fight in the opponent's territory. But in the eyes of God Kyrielid, Daigu's behavior of fighting and running away is completely equivalent to the behavior of a human naughty child who takes advantage of the cage in the zoo to rub the tiger's butt, and then stands outside the cage to provoke the tiger when it gets angry. He was angry. The god of Kyrielid was really angry, so the two of them are now fighting across the Hell Gate. After returning to the real world, Daigu discovered a problem, that is, this so-called god Kyrielid, he actually didn't dare to come over. Come down. Seeing this scene, Tiga waved at the Hell Gate even more fiercely. The next second, the black fog of nothingness spread out a mirage-like projection, which stunned the entire victory team. God Kyrielid showed his only huge single eye, staring at the ancient relic who provoked him with a smile and tears, and shouted angrily with an angry curse that could be heard throughout Tokyo. Come up. Get down. Come up. The people trapped in the ruins waiting for rescue looked at the two huge figures one by one, and twitched their mouths. God, are these two guys who can't tell who is a god and who is a devil really adults? Having said that, the fleeing people also got some breathing time. After all, for this group of weak ants, the destructive power of these two masters quarreling is always less than fighting. After cursing for a while, God Kyrielid saw that Daigu did not move, so he decisively closed his mouth, but deep in his heart, he was getting more and more angry. The Tokyo religious war that took place at the same time as the New York War was originally an invasion war across dimensions. But Tiga and Iron Man, two unscrupulous people, actually followed the opponent's network cable and rushed directly into the opponent's base camp. One blew up the opponent's fleet, and the other killed all the opponent's people. Iron Man encountered Steppenwolf with Thor's support, but Tiga was unlucky and encountered the opponent's god. But he could still run away. Originally, after he came down, Daigu would have used a Zapparian ray to blow up the channel. But as the saying goes, the more you endure, the more angry you will be, and the more you take a step back, the more you will lose. Not only was this god Kyrielid angry, he was also holding back a fire in his stomach. The keyboard warriors like the opposite side who use religious beliefs to discredit others, turn black and white, and the marketing accounts that eat human blood buns at the cosmic level are not worthy of forgiveness at all. If it were Daigu in the past, maybe he would have just cursed a few words after defeating them, but now Tiga's mind is full of how to kill these guys. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Tiga slowly raised his hands, as if holding up the sun, holding up the sky and the earth. Since both sides have decided to fight to the death, let's get started. Suddenly, the powerful idealistic power turned into the light of faith, scattered on the vast land, and a pure telepathy slowly drifted to all directions. Earth, ocean, flowers, trees, and all the creatures that grew up on this planet. Please share your vitality with me. Please share your vitality with me. The white flame slowly ignited from everyone's body, like a resonance, echoing with those imperceptible energies. The strands of light points floated in the air, gathering from all over the world. So the vitality that echoed him was like the smallest particles in the universe, and it looked generally inconspicuous, but it was these dust-like energies that shone with the most brilliant blue. They emerged from every flower and grass, rose from every stream, gathered and condensed, from all over the world, from all directions. Finally, an extremely gentle little sun was lit in the cloudy sky. This energy, it seems far from being so majestic and terrifying, is extremely gentle, like a soft stream of light, peaceful and quiet. But at the moment when the stream of light was formed, the god Kyrielid in another dimension felt an unprecedented threat. It seems that the power can destroy not only the flesh of living beings, but also the evil spirit that has been permeating between heaven and earth for a long time. Not enough, far from enough. Feeling the breath of Kyrielid with the figure of Tiga, Daigu is also judging the damage that the spirit bomb can cause. It is meaningless to just defeat him and make him half dead. This grandson must be killed. So, after feeling the coming of the Namekians, Daigo sent a message to Iron Man. Walter. After listening to Daigo's words, Iron Man typed a question mark on Jarvis' public screen with a confused look on his face. Daigo, do you need medical parole? Did that perverted sadist torture you silly? Is the way to become a giant the shrinking of the brain? Iron Man's sharp tongue is his nature, and even Yuen Daigo, who was once a model student, shook his head when he heard it, but he obviously didn't have time to explain too much, and said concisely, "Don't talk nonsense, I need to extract some of their vitality remotely now, but this action requires them to raise their hands." Since Tiga used telepathy, Piccolo and a group of Namekians who had just arrived on Earth could also hear it. Piccolo looked at everyone and asked, "I see, Team Deco, right? I've heard Superman talk about you. Then everyone, can you please raise your hands?" Piccolo looked at everyone and asked solemnly, "No problem, we have no choice but to do it." Neela raised his hand without hesitation, followed by Mew, the new Great Elder, and a group of young children led by Dandy. "Earth is our Namekian's eternal friend. If you need our power, take it." All Namekians raised their hands. Compared with the sheltering of the dead star, contributing a little vitality is really insignificant. Moreover, Namek, which is known for its kindness, cannot sit idly by and watch a planet destroyed by disaster. A favor will be unforgettable for a lifetime. In the original work, the new Namekians, led by Mew, never lacked the heart to respond to Sun Wukong and others. No matter how long it has been, the main point is to give Dragon Balls to Dragon Balls, Dendi to Dendi, and vitality to vitality. Then Yuen Daigo was full. Tiga felt his hands sink slightly, and the next moment, the entire night of Tokyo was lit up by the huge vitality bomb. "Jarvis, call up the picture of the Tokyo battlefield for me." "Okay, sir." The picture was projected immediately, and the figure of the three colors gathered stood on the ground, facing the ancient mystery in the void alone, with his hands raised high. But everyone saw that the illusory figure, which was larger than the proportion of a giant, silently shrank when he saw the formation of the spirit bomb. What the hell is this? Tiga actually knows this trick. The originally angry god Kyrielid was suddenly startled and felt a little scared. No one can describe the power of the spirit bomb. It is more like a thing that is set to kill all evil in the world. No one knows why a mere North King can create such a trick to wipe out the evil in the world. In addition to Frieza's fate based on the 1,000-year legend, he must survive before Sun Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan, and only Vegeta's status as the second in command for thousands of years can barely hold on. In the Tiga universe, the trick that really erases the source of evil in the setting is Shining Tiga's Zaperiode Ray. In the official novel, Shining Tiga actually only released a ray of light, and that move directly eliminated Gatenja, thousands of Zoga, and even the more fundamental evil of the Thulhu pantheon behind them. At this moment, Shining Tiga had not yet been born, but Yuen Daigo had made a very similar move, which made the god Kyrielid suddenly fall into confusion. Because in their historical records, Tiga would never use such a move? Listen, God Kyrielid, I have never considered myself a god, the protector of this planet, nor someone who has gained special powers. All of us are just ordinary lives that evolved naturally from the planet, and we are not as ancient and majestic as you who were born from the starry sky. We are brothers and sisters of the Justice League, and we are mortal bodies guarding the world. We are not hope, but we carry hope. We are not gods, but we carry protection. If there are gods in our world, they are gods of the world. For this, I crawled out of hell. For this, I returned to the world from the wild beasts. For this, I declare war on you and will defeat you here. The resounding words and the groaning from the giant's mouth made everyone who was running and fleeing stop their dull steps. They recalled their actions of shouting that Ultraman Tiga was a devil, and remembered their stupidity when they opened the forbidden door to hide the fear in their hearts. Yuen Daigo's response was, "The world gives me pain, I repay the world with singing. If someone abandons me, I just don't believe it. If someone believes in me, I won't abandon it." When the words that resounded through the sky echoed in people's hearts, Tiga, holding the energy bomb high, immediately smashed it towards the biggest keyboard warrior in the universe. The huge energy bomb forced its way into the dark door standing in the air, but because the door was too small, it couldn't get in for a while. However, at this moment, a certain old man who specialized in fighting demons silently drew a circle of light, and forcibly jumped the energy bomb over the gate of hell and hit the head of God Kyrielid directly. Boom! God Kyrielid was stunned. Before he could react, the azure light emitted a white patch, almost completely burning the entire dimension. Who can tell it how the energy bomb came in? Why can it cross the distance of the dimension and hit him directly on the top of his head? No. Boom. The Ancient One, who was far away in the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, gently shook his fan, as if he had done something insignificant. A little demon like Kyrielid, who dared not invade rashly even when the dimensional gate was opened, was not worth her effort at all. The main point was that he was a guy who deserved a beating. He came to the Earth to challenge, but he didn't know to come to Camartage to pay his respects and give some gifts. Not only was he weak, but he also didn't know the rules. Boom. The door in the air disappeared, and was swallowed up from the inside out. The light released from the spirit bomb did not produce any terrible destructive power, but after a moment of expansion, it gradually swallowed up everything around it. Thank you very much. Seeing that everything was finally settled, Yuen Daigo silently closed his eyes and thanked him in his heart with his mind. Although he didn't know who did it, as long as he thanked him, it was over. At this moment, all the Kyrielloids were wiped out. Tiga turned his head silently and looked at the people on the ground. Finally, his eyes stopped at Iromahui and Lina, and nodded silently. That look seemed to be a farewell, and also like saying see you next time. Just. In the blink of an eye, Daegu turned into a ray of light and flew towards the distance of New York. Daegu. Team Daegu. Huijian and Lina looked up at this scene infatuatedly, with mixed feelings in their hearts. At this time, Yuan Daegu was no longer their Daegu team member, and the place he is going to is exactly where the heroes of this era gather. At the same time, Iron Man, who witnessed this scene, looked like he had discovered a new continent. His eyes lit up, and Jarvis recorded it. My judgment is correct, Chi is really a unique energy. Through Stark's projection, Big also saw what was happening on the other side, turned around and asked Tony, "Now can you tell me what happened to the Earth? The prelude to darkness will never disappear after winning a certain war. The gathering of justice is far from being a hero achieved through war, but rather something that has been done continuously." At the same time, the area where the canyon and the desert meet is also the last base of the Red Ribbon Legion, which once annihilated the Ten Commandments gang. Lex Luthor also led his mercenary group to Dr. Jarrow's research institute. Boss, news came from New York that Dr. Jarrow and his androids were trapped in the Justice League headquarters. The current Tokyo battlefield has also come to an end. As I thought, that bat is not that easy to deal with. But I bet, this is far from the old man's trump card. No longer needing to pretend to be a gentleman to flatter Jarrow, Lex Luthor also revealed his true character. The whole person looked and behaved like an extremely contradictory individual, a soul distorted by domestic violence from his father. In this operation, what Lex wanted to kill was never the Justice League, but to use the power of the Justice League to kill the Red Ribbon Legion and Dr. Jarrow. Villains all over the world understand the truth that death will come much faster if the black eats the black than if the black fights the white. This is also the fundamental reason why most villains do not unite together like the protagonist group. When he opened Dr. Jarrow's door, Lex saw an automatically running computer that was implanting various combat data and genes into General Zed's body, gradually giving birth to a huge embryo in the culture chamber. Disgusting, tasteless entomology. Lex Luthor stepped forward and looked at General Zed, who was undergoing mutations due to the fusion of multiple genes. Some silkworm-like features had begun to appear everywhere on his body. Guys, please take everything here, all the equipment and information, as well as the artificial man on the ground coded No 16. Lex's actions were not known to everyone. Only Batman, who had extracted the location of the base from the mouths of number 17, habitually suspected that all this was far from over. The curtain came to an end on both battlefields, and Natasha also started her own actions. First, she used the portal to rescue Thor on the alien battlefield, and then teleported Batman from the spiritual time room at the agreed time, leaving the confused number 17 and number 18 inside desperately shouting at this shameless human being. Tiga landed in New York, and almost everyone gathered together except those who were not involved in the battle due to other operations. Banner, Diana, Iron Man, Batman, Thor, Hawkeye, Daegu, Natasha. The war is almost coming to an end, but everyone has an inexplicable feeling that there is still more to come. It was as if they had a premonition that something ominous was about to happen. You really should have teleported later, Natasha. I've already defeated that guy with explosive hair. His axe can't stop my hammer at all. Thor raised the hammer and swung it twice. Diga's figure fell from the air and transformed into the petite figure of Yuan Daegu himself. This was also the first time he saw anyone except Natasha. Of course, everyone stayed away from him, because Daegu had not taken a shower for months, and he was unkempt, looking like the roadside beggar who had returned from an escape. Regarding everyone's actions, Yuan Daegu also expressed his helplessness. Anyone who has lived in such an environment for several months will look like this, which is why he did not use his own body to say goodbye to Lina and the others. Okay, I think Daegu needs to take a shower first and welcome you back. Congratulations on your finally returning to human society from that pervert's adventure. Compared with his adventure, I guarantee that you will fall in love with this person again. International. Iron Man first gave a sympathetic encouragement to the young Yuan Daegu, and then looked at Bruce, who was still taciturn in a bat suit, and asked, "Bruce, did your plan work? Judging from the degree of damage to the base, it has definitely gone through a war that no manpower could have prevented, and Batman is still standing here intact, which means that he may have won the battle. The ones attacking the base were the androids of the Red Ribbon Legion and Dr. Jarrow. I asked them about the location of the base." Batman's eyes swept over everyone present one by one, as if he wanted to record everyone. After initially dealing with number 17 and number 18, Bruce obviously tasted the sweetness of having a plan when something goes wrong. "So, are we going to continue fighting?" Hawkeye rubbed his sore shoulders. God knows how many arrows he shot today, and his whole arm was sore from pulling the bow. Iron Man pondered for a moment and said solemnly, "Not necessarily, but I suggest you take a rest first. We are not in a good state now. I don't believe that a mere Dr. Gro can cause such a big crisis." After hearing this, Diana, who did not take off her tactical equipment, also agreed with Stark's analysis. "Yes, based on Tony's previous description of the outer space attackers, I always feel a little familiar, much like Darkseid's men. The Great Dark Lord, so he said." Thor, who beat up Steppenwolf, nodded. Although the battle reached the intermission stage and achieved a partial strategic victory, there was no smile on everyone's face. Although it was only the first time they faced a battle of this level, the few people who had been trained by L had become extremely experienced. The actual height they saw during this battle was unprecedented. Standing on the scorched earth of the ruins, several people gathered together to discuss the next action plan. Thor recalled it and shook his head. Darkseid, I have never heard this name from the Allfather. Do you have any records there? Thor turned his gaze to Diana. When Darkseid first attacked, the Earth's timeline was still in the period when the Olympus Pantheon appeared. At that time, Odin was still very young, and it was still Zeus and Ari. This is a time when the old gods dominate the war between gods. Until the end of the God War, the era of the old gods gradually receded, and the 9 realms fell into unprecedented chaos. A large number of races left over from the God War filled the entire world. The sporadic gods, with their respective races, were intertwined on the earth. It was not until Odin finally grew up and emerged from the sky that he secured his new position. Yes, it is recorded in the classics of Paradise Island. Diana nodded, her face a little solemn. If there is really Darkseid's method behind this incident, then the other party's purpose is most likely the mother box. Although our current combat power is astonishingly high, if these guys on the opposite side really join forces, it will be difficult for me and others to achieve superhuman actions that can defeat all methods with one force, and they will inevitably fall into a state of exhausting war. At this time, once the other party has enough time to launch some plans against Superman, the blow to them will be fatal. After hearing Diana's answer, Iron Man and Batman also fell into brainstorming. After emerging from the high-frequency battle, Tony also fell into thinking about analyzing the situation, and soon frowned. Aliens, humans, riots, artificial humans, and even giant beasts all suddenly attacked at the same time. We assume that there is indeed one or more black hands behind the scenes, so how did they get together? In other words, a single tree cannot make a forest. Regardless of who is behind the scenes, we must first understand what connects them. Maybe this person is the real person behind the scenes. Because only he can connect everything, and no matter how many ghosts appear in the end, they will not make us doubt him. Stark's analysis was the same as Bruce's. As soon as he finished speaking, Batman followed his words and said a name. Loki. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed, especially Saul, who felt a trace of anger for no reason, but soon he suppressed the anger and asked in a low voice. You mean Loki is behind this? I admit that my brother likes to play pranks, but he doesn't have the ability to plan such a big war and cause so much massacre. Batman narrowed his eyes when he heard this and stared at Thor with disapproval. In fact, he had already thought of Thor's attitude from the beginning when he doubted Loki. He responded bluntly in a cold voice. Do you not believe that he does not have this ability, or do you not believe that his heart is so cruel? Upon hearing this, Thor immediately took a step forward, his eyes silently containing a hint of warning. I have to remind you, Batboy, Loki is my brother, from Asgard. Seeing that something was wrong, Natasha immediately answered, interrupting the tense situation between the two of them. The person in charge of the SHIELD's Cosmic Cube project team was killed, and he did it himself. Saul was silent for a moment. He is adopted. Iron Man took in all this scene and sighed deeply in his heart. It seemed that Loki's matter must be considered in the long term. Stark realized that with Thor here now, it would be better not to mention the suspicions he and others had against Loki if there was no conclusive evidence. Otherwise, it will only cause a split between the Justice League and Asgard. Although Thor only came here for the first time, it was only this time that he fought side by side with them, and they were not very familiar with each other. But behind it, after all, it represents Asgard, Odin, and the Nordic pantheon, so we still have to take these influences into consideration. At least if L doesn't come back, Thor can definitely be said to be the most capable player in the team right now. I hope that bastard Carrot can beat him up in the future. Okay, that's it. Everyone is very tired today. Iron Man clapped his hands, breaking the somewhat stiff atmosphere. The post-war rescue work in New York has been taken over by the old popsicle dispatched by Genshu. Guys, you know what we have to do now. Bath, eat, have dinner together. My treat. Stark waved his hand. I heard that there is a barbecue restaurant that is particularly delicious. Although the ground facilities outside the headquarters have been destroyed, the underground buildings are intact. Let's take a shower first and then have a dinner together. Get some rest, let's talk about other things. I need to prepare new armor and energy sources, and finish the post-war work. Natasha will be responsible for handing over to S.H.I.E.L.D. so that the Cosmic Cube cannot be taken away again, and Thor also needs to deal with Loki's affairs. Banner, I heard that you have a sister who is a lawyer. Please contact her and see if you can recruit her. We now need a lawyer to draft documents to control public opinion. In addition to these things to deal with, we also have to accommodate the large number of Namekians who came to Earth. Vic has taken them to the dormitory to stay. Stark is very skilled in commanding everyone. He and Bruce are both the brains of Jinglian, but they are good at different aspects. At this time, Batman will naturally not compete with him for command. And anyone with a discerning eye in the team could see that the atmosphere between Batman and Thor was not right. Regarding the ownership of Loki, Bruce may not give up so easily. Let's get together, there are still many things going on in Gotham. I'm going back. I've sent the location of the opponent's base to the email. As for the two people trapped in this attack, it is best to wait until L comes back to deal with them. The action record of the entire process has been recorded by the computer, and you can check it at any time. Batman didn't like such gatherings, even though he had some changes after meeting so many people. But for now, the most heartwarming meal was eating waffles in Wayne Manor with Alfred. Moreover, there was information in the previous communication channel that Gotham was in danger. Now that the Earth's crisis was half solved, he had to go back and clear the copy of Gotham. Once he is gone, if those monsters in Gotham escape, it will cause chaos in the world. Okay, Bruce, please feel free to contact me if you need help. Are Bulma and the others okay now? As a patient with anxiety, Tony Stark can understand Batman's constant mood. You must know that Batman is much sicker than him. In the world of the Dark Knight, there is almost no rest, no victory, only rolls, crazy rolls, non-stop rolls, rolls on any occasion, so that you can have a little bit of it. Sense of security. Therefore, Tony did not stop Bruce from leaving. Although it seemed quite impersonal and a bit like killing the donkey, for people like them, maybe asking them to stop is a kind of torture, unless one day I will be able to feel truly safe. No news has come, everything is normal. Bruce looked back at Stark. Batman, who had been paying attention to this matter, was afraid that he would make some mistake. Even if he fought 100 such battles, Batman did not want to face a darkened Superman. Therefore, the whereabouts of Al's family are top secret within the Justice League. After Iron Man and Batman discussed it, they decided to place them in the Celestial Temple first, because it could ensure sufficient safety first. After that, they entered the quantum realm through PIM particles. It can be said that they were fully prepared. Be careful, Bruce, we're all here. Natasha walked over and put her hand on Batman's shoulder, and gave him a serious instruction. Then she used the hanging ring to open the portal for him, and everyone else said goodbye to him. Looking at the eyes that were sincerely caring about him, Bruce nodded and left, although he felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing Batman leave, everyone quickly got busy step by step. Those who needed to take a shower took a shower, and those who needed to changed clothes. They must be in their best condition to face the next battle in the capital. In fact, just as they expected, everything that seemed to be over was moving quietly. After successfully receiving everything from Dr. Jarrow and the Red Ribbon Legion, Luthor quickly returned to the laboratory of his residence. He carefully stroked the glass of Zed's culture cabin and whispered, "You fly too high. You want to be human, so you need human blood to nourish you. This is true for both Krypton and Earth. Are you unwilling to do so, General? Come back soon, L, the god of the new era, I'm waiting for you." Just behind him, a whole box of green kryptonite was emitting its own light. The calm after the dinner opened the night of peaceful sleep. After the dinner, when everyone was resting, Thor came to the place where Loki was imprisoned alone. Looking at Loki's face through the glass window, it seemed that this was the first time he saw a melancholy look on Loki's face. He took a glass of wine alone, stood in front of him and asked, "What's wrong? Your plan failed, you're unhappy. Now there are only two of us, can you tell me why? Loki, we have been together for thousands of years, I don't believe you are that kind of person." Hearing this, Loki slowly looked at the new king of Asgard, with sarcasm and self-mockery in his eyes, both distressed and comforting, lowered his head and smiled. "You have been here for a long time, have you heard about Superman?" Thor had never seen Loki like this, without the sinister smile of a successful trick, without the mischief after a prank, there was only worry and sorrow. "Yes, what's wrong? His power will become a threat to the father of the gods." Loki's words made Thor's heart tighten, and his pupils shrank in shock. This was an answer he had never thought of, and it was also the most real answer given by Loki after removing all the disguises wrapped up in his heart, such as ambition, status, honor, and respect. That is, he still wanted to do something for Odin, for Asgard, and for the illusory glorious mission. "You should understand that no one can defeat the father of the gods." Thor puffed up his chest and said proudly that Odin was the belief of the entire Asgard and the most invincible god in his heart. Heh. But this sentence was exchanged for Loki's undisguised sneer. He walked step by step to the glass window and looked at Thor. Until each other's sight could see into the deepest part of each other's pupils, he heard him mutter in a low voice, "No need, as long as I can defeat you." Thor was stunned. For a moment, the hand holding Thor's hammer tightly and waving the silver thunder python couldn't help but tremble. Loki. Looking at Loki, who was now locked in the glass cage, Thor felt an unimaginable pain in his heart. Touched? Yes, he was very touched. It turned out that Loki did all this for his brother, and he still had the father of the gods and Asgard in his heart. Loki saw this and took a deep breath. Now that the matter was over, he had nothing to say. From the moment he left Asgard, he had nothing to say to the people there. His loneliness, his anger, and his mental torture had no one to talk to. He even reflected on it again and found that he couldn't even find a friend in Asgard except Thor. Loki felt that the family he had longed for had betrayed him. Jealousy stemmed from pride, and revenge stemmed from desire. But all those complaints were so vulnerable in the face of love? Even in the extreme suffering caused by lies about his life experience, the most unforgettable things are still the bits and pieces of the past 1,000 years. He once fell into the abyss of hell in the wormhole of time and space, which was a despair he had never experienced as a prince. He had several brushes with death in the darkest corners of the universe, and he wandered alone in those chaotic jurisdictions. In the world, he associates with conspirators and drinks poison with vicious demons. But so what? He is Loki, from Asgard, and he will never be the lackey of any overlord, not even Thanos, nor Darkseid. If you can, plot it all out. If you can, lie to the world. Everything he does has only one motivation, and that is Asgard. If he has any regrets and what he really wants to do, it is to have true independence, truly stepping out of Asgard, stepping out of the blessing and shadow of the father of the gods. As a child, maybe only when you really leave home can you be considered independent. Since he has no way to become the head of the family in this family, he should move near his home and be his neighbor. He had no intention of laying out this plan at all, but until Loki met Lex Luthor while planning to escape from Darkseid. That was a guy who even he thought was terrifyingly smart. What he had to admit was that he convinced Loki with his own ideas. If God has a stance, then he is not omnipotent. If God is omnipotent, then he has absolutely no stance, let alone one side. And having a stance means that God will also take sides and make choices, whether it is Odin or Carrot. God is not fair, God is never on the side of fairness. This also means that they may be enemies. Sol opened his mouth, and felt like he was choking in his throat for a long time. In the end, he was speechless. We are not enemies. Loki stared at him word by word, grinning, and there was a flash of memory in his eyes. My brother, we have been fighting for 1,000 years. We have faced many enemies. You have killed more than twice that number. Similarly, we have also seen many good people turn bad. Kryptonians are also immortals. As long as he is alive for a day, he may still be the father of the gods, but you will never be the true king of the 9 realms. If you don't talk about it from afar, let's just talk about those superheroes. What awe have they ever had of you? Is this reason because of the weird abilities they acquired? Is it because they regard you as a friend or comrade in arms? No. Loki's eyes suddenly changed, and a frost-like coldness came out of his mouth. It's because of Superman. It's because of the existence of Superman that they are not afraid of you. They are not afraid of Asgard. After hearing this, Thor rarely refuted Loki. Instead, he solemnly said to him with a clear and sincere look, even if it's like what you said, I don't care. But I promise you that when he comes back, I will challenge him to a fight between men. Loki's eyes were full of disappointment. He didn't know whether to be happy for his sincerity or to mourn for his stupidity. Even the weakest human knows how to allow others to sleep soundly beside the bed. Even human history books record that generals with great achievements will be killed, and generals with military power will be removed. Thor, you are never a king, and you don't look at things like a king. Upon hearing this, Thor drank all the wine in the cup, but this time he did not throw it away, but put it aside silently with the etiquette of the earth. You know what, Loki? I don't care about the throne anymore. I don't care if that person named Carrot threatens my status. Kingdom means responsibility. You are right. I don't think about things like a king at all, and of course I can't bear such responsibility. Thor listened to Loki's words in his heart. If it were the glory of the god who opened his mouth and the noble Asgard who shut his mouth, he would definitely go to Carrot for a fight without hesitation. Even if he is in the depths of the universe, he will use the Rainbow Bridge to travel there. But at this time, he has experienced wandering in the Earth period and understands what responsibility and responsibility are. If what Loki is worried about really happens, Carrot L has really gone dark and massacred Asgard. Really against them? Thor will definitely fight with him until the last moment. Fight to the death with Superman? But as long as this moment has not come, he will hold on tightly and cherish this friendship from the Earth forever. I believe Odin would also want him to do this. The words echoed in the night wind, and the scene fell into a stalemate with these words. Loki's panting could be heard in the silent air, and the sincerity in Thor's eyes could be seen in the brightly lit night. After a long time, Loki suddenly raised his head, looked at him and said, I have a request. What? I won't go back to Asgard. Thor immediately looked unhappy. He thought Loki was still angry with them, but he didn't know that he was already a war criminal on Earth. No one except Asgard would provide him with protection. He didn't know what he would encounter if he stayed on Earth. This is impossible. No matter what happens, you will always be the Prince of Asgard. Even if it is a trial, you have to go back to Asgard. After hearing this, Loki couldn't help laughing. It seemed that Thor still couldn't understand. If he was detained in this capacity, it would be humiliating for him. If you don't return home when you are rich and noble, it's like walking in brocade clothes at night. Returning home in shackles is like being tortured to death. Then follow me to Arkham. A deep voice behind him startled Thor. As soon as he turned around, he saw the haunted Batman standing there and eavesdropping for a long time. What the hell? Bruce, why are you here? Thor turned around in surprise, his eyes widened in shock, and he looked Bruce up and down in disbelief to make sure he was a real person. Wait, why is Batman here? Hasn't he returned to Gotham before? Why is he here in the middle of the night? Seeing Thor's expression, Loki immediately guessed what happened and laughed heartily on the spot. Ha 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 ha, it's really funny. What did I say just now, dear brother? Did you see that I have been on guard against you? Thor reacted, his face sank, and he called Thor's hammer with a backhand move, pointed at Bruce and asked, Batman, what do you mean? Batman glanced at Loki. Since he chose to stand up now, there was no need to hide it. In fact, it was because of hearing the conversation between the two that Batman had a better impression of Thor and Loki, and at the same time he had the confidence to take Loki away. I told him to go to Arkham with me. He doesn't want to go back, and you're worried that he'll be controlled by Zhang Shu outside, so it's best for him to go to Gotham with me. That's a place that Zhangshu can't control, and it's also a paradise for criminals and lunatics like him. Thor's chest rose and fell, and veins popped on his forehead. You've planned it a long time ago, right? You knew I wouldn't agree, so you came secretly to create the illusion that Loki was missing. Stark said we'd have a dinner party during the day, so you pretended to leave first, so that everyone would relax their vigilance, and then sneak in when the defense was the most lax. Looking at the sneaky Batman, Thor could guess roughly even if he didn't have a brain. Besides, as the successor of Asgard, how could Thor really not have a brain? It's just that he doesn't use it most of the time. After all, he also has an external brain, but it often pokes him rebelliously. Yes. Batman looked at him expressionlessly and admitted it. Bang. The next second, a flash of lightning came down with the roar of a hammer. 10,000, 5 more, it's a success boom. In an instant, the thunder python, born of blood, fell with the fury of thunder. But even Thor didn't know what kind of crisis Batman had, and he managed to dodge it by accident. According to a certain chapter of DC's story, Batman himself even feels that his innate sense of crisis is far better than having superpowers. But this is an instinct that only belongs to him, and only he can use it to the extreme. Boom. In an instant, a deafening wave of air overturned everything around him, and Batman jumped off the tall building a second before the lightning struck. When dealing with these powerful people, he never relaxed his vigilance. Just like human keepers when dealing with elephants, lions, tigers, and other creatures, they must be careful every second. He can make 10,000 mistakes, but you only need to make one mistake to die. Batman knows very well that these people have the power to destroy everything in a single thought, so every step must be carried out with the premise that the other party can kill him in an instant. Boom. This time, the entire Justice League was completely alarmed, and everyone who was sleeping or not sleeping rushed towards here. I go. What happened? Is there another enemy attack? Assemble? Assemble? Stark goes to put on the armor, and Clinton goes to get the bow and arrows. Diana picked up the shield and rushed out, hitting Piccolo who was standing on the wall and flying away. Not far away, where Loki was imprisoned, dazzling thunder and lightning lit up the night for a moment. Thor turned back to look at Loki and saw the playful look on Loki's face, but said nothing. But after the thunder fell, it still failed to calm the anger of the god of thunder. He made up his mind to teach this bat who did not know how to respect the gods. Thor walked to the window step by step, trying to find Batman. However, at this moment, the roar of an airplane engine suddenly rose from the ground, as if it had been expected and waiting there. The automatically programmed bat fighter spewed out 3,600 revolutions of flames and ultrasonic waves in an instant. Crack, crack, pop, 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 pop. Buzz buzz. The firelight rose, the sound waves trembled, and even Superman could suppress the high-frequency ultrasonic waves, let alone Thor. Ugh, Batman. Thor covered his ears and endured it for a while. His whole body was surrounded by dense bullets. Missiles, artillery shells, and a gleaming golden light hit him one after another. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and threw Thor's hammer over. Boom. The next second, the god's hammer penetrated the entire bat fighter and smashed it down. The moment the firelight rose, the bat fighter also fell to the ground. But Batman, who has experienced hundreds of battles, was not on the plane at all. He was able to stop Thor for a moment, which has achieved the effect that this arrangement should achieve. Sure enough, he hates encounters. Thor felt uncomfortable and rubbed his ears. It was the first time he faced something like ultrasound. He was so dizzy that it was really uncomfortable. He jumped off the building after Bruce. Although Batman is very capable of hiding in the dark, he raises his hand and illuminates his surroundings with thunder and lightning. Boom. Thunder and lightning flashed, illuminating Batman's location. Thor raised his lips when he saw this, withdrew his power and shook his wrist, intending to teach Batman how to behave. You think you're good, Batman. You just know how to do some little tricks. If you have the ability, we will do 2 tricks. The moment he was discovered, Batman silently noted this. It seemed that in the future, he would have to guard against searchlights coming from the opposite side when sneaking, and it would be best to prepare a suit with Vantabiac light-absorbing paint. Happy to accompany you. Hearing this, Thor threw Mjolnir directly, trying to use the characteristics of Mjolnir to knock Batman to the ground so that he could not move. However, because he had withdrawn his divine power, this blow did not have much power, and Batman easily dodged it. Calculating the force with which the hammer fell, Bruce immediately discovered that Thor did not actually use divine power. However, the next second, when he rolled to take out the batarang, he suddenly felt something was wrong. No, even if no divine power was used, the blow was very light, and it only splashed some rocks when it landed on the ground. Sure enough, his judgment was correct, and the next second there was a ringing sound behind his ears. Batman, who has experienced many battles, immediately realized that the hammer was only used to attract his attention, and the real attack was yet to come. But no matter how quick his reaction was, it couldn't be faster than Thor. In a blink of an eye, Thor hugged Batman from behind, strangled his neck with his thick arms, and said through gritted teeth, "How are you, little bat? Are you still proud of your 3-digit fighting skills that you are proud of? Actually, you have never been on a real battlefield. It's not enough to understand what a true warrior is. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. If you have any tricks you want to use, just try them. But I agreed in advance that if I beat you, Loki must come with me." Batman glanced at him coldly. Just as Loki said, Thor didn't see fear in his eyes, but with or without Superman, he wouldn't. I am darkness. I am revenge. I am Batman. Boom. The next second, a strange explosion exploded directly from Thor's body, and it was installed on the explosion point on his back without knowing when, which caught him off guard and made him stagger. Ugh. Bang. Batman punched Thor in the face. Regardless of whether there was any damage or not, the main point was an extremely insulting one. Fists and feet close to the face, fighting against each other, followed by a set of bat capes covering Thor's head. Bruce hit Thor's head with a set of combos. It didn't matter whether it scratched or not, the main point was to make him feel uncomfortable. Bang. Thor was stunned for a moment, but he was just stunned for a moment, and he slapped him backhand and flew him out. Under the premise that Thor deliberately paid attention to his strength, Batman was only hit into the wall, that's all. However, when Thor rushed up, there was no Batman in the place where the dust was originally all over the sky. What? Thor was stunned for a moment. Why did this guy disappear again? Buzz? Buzz. The gas bomb twisted the current, and the darkness expanded the energy. When Thor turned around again, he saw Batman appeared behind him, holding 2 huge energy bombs in his hands, looking at him expressionlessly. Seeing this scene, Thor's pupils gradually dilated. Odin's beard? How much did this old Batman hide? You're so angry that you didn't use it earlier? What are you doing hiding it from everyone? Wait, if he can get angry, then all his previous embarrassment was just pretending? What the hell? Are all of you humans so insidious? When did you learn this? Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. Today, he had learned what a Gotham-style mind is. However, Batman did not answer him, but directly slammed the energy bomb in his hand into Thor's face. Boom. Instantly, the explosion submerged Thor's figure. Having witnessed Vegeta's negative example, Batman would never use the prince-raising tactics when using chi now. It would be better to just pile them together and slam them. As for why he could use chi, he was about to turn the spirit time room into a bat cave, and he had done so many architectural designs in it. If he didn't have chi, he would have died in it long ago. The gravity there is 10 times that of the Earth, the temperature difference is between 40 degrees and minus 40 degrees, and the air is 1/3 of that of the Earth. If Batman goes in without training, he will be crushed to death by gravity the first time he enters. In addition, Bruce and Tony Stark have conducted many research projects on chi, and the smart people in the Justice League actually thought that he had already mastered this skill. As for why he usually pretends to be immortal, don't ask. If you ask, it's persecution delusion. If you ask, the more cards the better. If you ask, our master never relies on superpowers. But if it is a contingency plan, it is definitely worth considering. Bang. The next second, Thor in the Sea of Fire came back to his senses and finally took real action, knocking Batman down, and the two of them wrestled together. Batman knew that Thor's strength and speed were far above his own, so he used anti-joint skills to restrain his opponent and specifically looked for dead corners that he couldn't attack to hide. If there were detectors here, it would definitely detect that Batman's combat power was fluctuating, but overall it maintained a continuous upward trend. And this style of play also made Thor angry. First, he didn't dare to use too much force for fear of killing him. Second, under the same level of power, the prepared Batman had begun to gradually figure out his offensive routine. Seeing that the situation was not right, Thor turned around and kicked Bruce away with one foot, and quickly pulled away. Thor's hammer also returned to Thor's hand. Boom. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. A beam of lightning rushed from the sky to the ground, the terrifying voltage soared sharply, and the lights of the entire Justice League building flickered. Thor slashed towards Bruce. Now let's see what tricks you have. Batman frowned, and his perception ability from the breath told him that he could never take this blow. While condensing the gas bomb in his hand, the other hand also silently placed on a button on his waist, where a tube of PIM particles was placed. He had no choice but to shrink into the quantum field to avoid this move. However, just as the earth-shaking thunder fell, Diana's shield also arrived. Boom. Buzz. Buzz. Lightning overflowed, fierce fire burned, the wind moved, thunder roared, and lightning flashed, and the place where the shield stood was like a barrier separating the sky and the earth, blocking the attack of Thor. The whole world was illuminated. However, at the moment when Thor's hammer emitted a dazzling light, Thor's eyes suddenly shook, and the whole person seemed to be out of touch with the real space. White screen, light, illusion, space displacement, everything seemed to be still. Green grass, Asgard's sky, and finally what came into his eyes was Odin's kind and majestic face on the throne. Is this the call of the father of the gods? Thor was in a trance for a moment. The only one who could summon him through Thor's hammer and pull his consciousness back to Asgard was the god King Odin. Father, are you watching here? The god King Odin nodded, his comforting eyes stayed on Thor, and extended a bit of kindness. It's me, Thor. What do you want? Let Loki go to Gotham. What? Why, father, do you really want to expel Loki? Hearing this, Odin swallowed a heavy heart, and sighed unconsciously. Well, do it, you will understand later. But, Odin raised his hand and waved. Thor only felt a buzz, the things in front of him gradually dissipated, and the stripped consciousness returned to the body. Resisting the thunderous attack, he never stopped the attack until Thor regained consciousness. After a while, just when Wonder Woman felt a little tired, Piccolo's magic light cannon was ready. Magic light cannon. Bang. A tangled and intertwined energy ray penetrated the arc of the thunder falling to the ground, and the moment it rushed into the sky, it also tore open the intertwined electric net, completely isolating the attack. What are you doing? With a bang, Iron Man also fell to the ground and shouted, "Stop fighting! Stop it! What the hell is going on in the middle of the night? Are you crazy? Thor, you actually killed me. And Bruce, why are you here?" The members of the Justice League who were woken up soon rushed to the scene, each pulling the people on both sides apart, and stopped fighting each other. Iron Man raised his hand cannon and stood in the middle to stop the two people, fearing that they would fight again. Good guy, Stark didn't need to think about what happened between the two of them even if he didn't sleep in the middle of the night. His head hurt a little. This day is really worrying. Thor came back to his senses from Odin's instructions, looked at the heroes of the Earth present, his eyes revealed a trace of loneliness, broke away from Piccolo's hand holding his shoulder, and glanced at Bruce. "You, take him away." After Thor said this, he seemed to have lost all his strength. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that his slender back was very decadent. "I only have this one brother, take good care of him." Even if he was an enemy of everyone, Thor would not give up Loki, but only Odin, the monarch in the name of his father. If he was determined to exile Loki, then even he would be powerless. Batman nodded silently, and Odin, who had been watching this scene, sat alone in the hall for a long time without saying a word. "Are you sending him out like this so that he can avoid Ragnarok? If he stayed in Gotham, he might be able to escape this disaster." A voice sounded silently in the magnificent hall, and the black cloak fell in the wind, and the S pattern formed by the silver dragon marked the unique identity of the visitor. A pair of slender fingers were put together in front of the forehead, lifting a corner of the hair. The sudden appearance of the figure also made the temple throne, which should have been filled with loneliness and solitude, become a double shadow. Odin seemed to have finally found someone to talk to, and he slowly sighed. Maybe I have been too selfish all along. I always wanted Loki to bear and support Thor, but I never gave him real independence. Since he wants such independence now, why not keep him away from the danger of Ragnarok? Maybe he can plant new seeds for Asgard by staying on Earth. You do this better than me, Mr. El. You know, they regard you as an imaginary enemy. In the magnificent hall, El silently put down his arm that was teleporting, and smiled calmly. Isn't that just right? Let them come. El is back. To be precise, he had actually come back before Piccolo. He is not Sun Wukong. For a son of Krypton with a super brain, it is a very simple thing to learn teleportation from the Adretites. The day after receiving the reception on Ego Star, Carrot left there. Broly followed him to supplement some meditation and induction training on the planet Adret, and Mantis was directly abducted by Carrot willingly under the eyes of Egg, who dared not speak with anger. For this little girl with forced control and hypnosis, not only does Ego need to sleep, he is actually also obsessed with the feeling of deep sleep. As for Captain Marvel, if she was a person who could live idle, she wouldn't be running around all over the universe. But in order to repay Ego for guiding him to obtain the planet energy crystal, L really left this big treasure for the god? He asked Danvers to hide in the dark and not go too far. Once Ego attacks Star-Lord and others, he can help the Guardians of the Galaxy. After all, Ego's goal is to annex all the planets. If he were to transform into a single universe like Zamesa, it would be quite troublesome. With the current combat power of the Guardians of the Galaxy, there is absolutely no chance of survival under Ego. In fact, it was the same in the movie. L still couldn't figure out how they survived. After leaving, Carrot didn't have time to take care of the situation there, but with Captain Marvel around, it didn't hurt. After learning how to teleport, L felt that he had undergone a qualitative change. He finally realized what it meant to have the vast universe at his disposal and the starry sky world to walk at will. No matter where he wants to go, it won't take more than 1 second. Adret is far away from the Earth. At least in this distant universe, the biggest breath that L can feel near the Earth is the god King Odin. So L teleported directly here? Not a single move on the Earth escaped his eyes, and he was very pleased that all the arrangements he had made finally bore fruit. Iron Man has grown to the point where he can destroy starships on his own, and he already has a considerable degree of command ability. Uendegu can even single-handedly challenge the god Kyrielode. Under normal circumstances, he has made up for all his shortcomings. At least in the Behemoth universe, even planet Godzilla and Star Eater Ghidorah can survive with the blessing of vitality bullets. With his idealistic power, he may not be unable to fight. Natasha learned various magics and opened the door to Karmatage. Although the appointed supreme mage there was strange, she was able to successfully enter the circle of demons. Don't forget, her essence is a spy, running an intelligence network in the magic circle, is definitely at the top of the list. Batman dug through the spiritual time room and the Boomerang Nebula, and not only learned chi, but also tried to linger before the oath and move the boundary of the oath not to kill. After several gatherings, Zhenglian has already gained a certain degree of cohesion, and there is no longer any interference from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Koji Masato. As they become more powerful, even if the superheroes bill is finally proposed by the Genshu agency, it will probably only have self-protection clauses, but no power to dominate. Coupled with Wanda's gradually growing chaos magic, Thor's increasingly powerful Thor power, Broly who returned with him, and some heroes who have not yet appeared or been added. With infinite gems, mother boxes, dragon balls, and a series of magic equipment, At least in this universe, unless a world-destroying danger breaks out during the anchoring process of the universe, no one can shake them. As for myself, he originally planned to become such a benchmark of deterrence in Loki's mouth, so he didn't care whether he was targeted, or in other words, his world became wonderful because of it. Loki has caused a lot of carnage on the Earth. If he can truly have a career of his own in Gotham, I can lend him the Dragon Balls. But it depends on his next choice, and it also depends on whether the charm of this city will make him fall into a deeper place of darkness, or whether he will emerge from the darkness. Odin's plan made Karad-El speak up to remind him that Gotham is no ordinary city. It is a cursed place that even Batman cannot solve, and Arkham Asylum is full of talented people. If anyone is released, it is enough to bring disaster to the world. In terms of education, throwing your own children into it is definitely not something a parent can do. Odin helplessly held his forehead, his head hurting. If he had known this would happen, he should have pulled Loki up from the Rainbow Bridge. That's the place Loki chose. It has nothing to do with me. Remember that riddle he told during the Battle of New York? He fell into the darkest place in the universe in a spacetime wormhole, but few people know that his first stop was Gotham. Otherwise, how could Gotham City become chaotic by such a coincidence? Even though that city is in chaos every day. At Odin's words, Karad-El raised his eyebrows in surprise. How can a Loki with no reputation still command the people of Gotham? Because those crazy people want to prove that in Batman's heart, whether the outside world is better or they are more important here. Even Bane, who colluded with the human military to blow up the Gotham Bridge, was just a pawn of those madmen. Karad-El. Well, it turns out that mental patients are more happy there. Regarding the bad situation in Gotham, Karad-El said that he could not predict the outcome of Loki going there, because that is a ridiculously evil place. Sometimes even he would think about what it would be like if he fell to Gotham like the speedy bullet Superman when he came to Earth. For that city, the best idea for normal people is to stay away from it, because no one is not attracted by the charm there, and no one can successfully climb up to the sunshine after falling into the Gotham vortex. In that case, I'm going back first. If you need anything, come to me anytime. Putting his fingers together between his foreheads, Carrot said hello to Odin and disappeared with a whoosh. Odin looked at Karad-El, who suddenly disappeared. He felt that this teleportation behavior was actually very impolite. He turned his head and hummed. The same convenient ability as the Ancient One. On the Earth, Thor left a figure behind and left silently. Immediately afterwards, everyone started to denounce Batman. Compared with the affectionate farewell he gave to Batman under the portal before, this time Bruce completely rolled his eyes and cursed at everyone and took the car home. But to everyone's surprise, Loki, who was taken away by him, seemed to have no resistance at all and let him do whatever he wanted. He is now waiting to get his diploma from Arkham one day and have a place in Gotham. Hey, there's a party. After first going to Planet Adrit to pick up Broly and Mantis, Karad-El appeared silently behind everyone in a teleportation motion and silently raised his hand. Everyone was stunned for 2 seconds, and then the flower bed of the building rang out with shouts of seeing a ghost. The surprise of the night unfolds in the alternation of white and black. The dark night leaves and welcomes the arrival of the sun of day. One of the magics of the Super Batman lies in the silent tacit understanding during the alternation. In the luxury Lamborghini that is going away, Bruce is watching over Loki, who looks relaxed and comfortable. He glances at the figure that appears in the camera of the Justice League, and a stone in his heart is put down. He mutters to himself, "Welcome back, the world needs Superman, and the team needs Carrot." Hearing this, Loki instigated, "Does he need you too?" Batman looked at Loki silently. He never minded speculating the heart of the prince with the greatest malice, but he would also examine his childlike character with the greatest childishness, and said, "Tell me, when you are electrocuted, will you think of your brother? What do you want to do?" After saying that, Batman decisively pressed a button, and then Loki, whose divine power was sealed by the detention props provided by Asgard, was immediately electrocuted with a strong force, and his whole body twitched. Damn Batman, how could you do this to me? I am a god. At this moment, the Justice League headquarters has the black technology of universal capsules that can build a building in seconds. For the repair of the entire base, it is not a difficult task. After getting up in the middle of the night, no one plans to go back to sleep, so let's get up and work. Originally, after sending Batman away, Stark was also directing various machines to prevent firefighting and demolition work. As a scientist, he had been staying up late for a long time. However, the scene of Karad-El being haunted really caught everyone off guard. Piccolo's face turned green, his feet softened, and he almost fell to the ground. "Son, is it you? How come you are here?" Piccolo looked at Karad-El with a shocked face. According to the distance of Namek, Karad-El should be hundreds of thousands of light years away now, right? Natasha clapped her hands, summoned the sword of Vishanti and opened the posture, smiled and tilted her head and said, "Why don't we fight first? Maybe it's a Skrull pretending to be him." Clinton, look, it's Superman." Hawkeye, who occupied the commanding heights, silently put down the bow and arrow in his hand when he saw the person coming. His trembling hands really didn't have the courage to pull the arrow out of the quiver. Obviously, Superman had left him with a psychological shadow last time. Seeing Karad-El following Natasha's gaze, he muttered with empty eyes, "No, I have to leave here." Iron Man looked at him with contempt. He was abused by Carrot for so long, but he was not like Hawkeye. Instead, he became more and more energetic. He raised the corner of his mouth and walked over to hit him with the S-hammer on his chest. Sorry, E.T., the Earth is closed today. With Jarvis' professional analysis and reminder, Tony can certainly be sure that this is the real Carrot L. Don't worry, it's me, Piccolo. Carrot L nodded to Piccolo first, then stretched out his hand to signal Natasha to put down the sword. Magic energy is expensive, and you have to borrow money from the demon god. Don't use it for no reason. Pico's surprised eyes stayed on L, with a bit of throbbing of looking up, and for a moment, he was a little speechless. He almost recalled what happened on Namek all the time, like a nightmare that is hard to forget. But now, Piccolo saw that Carrot was in high spirits, without any so-called post-war psychological trauma, and he knew that Carrot L had won, and won cleanly and even crushed. Before departure, L had some worries about the Emperor of the Universe between his brows, but now there was nothing else on his face except confidence. Son, you have become stronger again. Now even a strong enemy like Frieza is no longer in your mind. Piccolo sighed silently in his heart, feeling fortunate in his heart, feeling that he seemed to have finally seen a goal that could determine his life. Regardless of whether he could catch up or not, at least with this goal, the road of life would no longer be erratic. Oh, God, you finally came back, Cosmic Hybrid. When you were away, we were so busy that the Earth was about to explode, did you know that? Wait, when did you come back? You weren't watching us all the time, were you? Shit, you are still that perverted. As they talked, Natasha and Tony thought of this guess instantly, and their eyes gradually widened. They knew Carrot too well? Watching them put out the fire while sitting on the shore to watch the show, this guy would definitely do it? The more they thought about it, the more certain they were of this guess. Instantly, they felt their blood pressure rise by several liters, and at the same time, they looked at each other with the same view of heroes. If they couldn't beat him, they really wanted to beat him 8 times a day? Hearing this, Carrot L smiled slightly, waved his hand and said, "What are you saying? I'm doing this to train you." Tony Stark couldn't stand it anymore and rolled his eyes at him, and sarcastically complained, Obadiah used to say this to his subordinates in the company. "I'm doing this for your own good," and then he died. Ha ha ha. Carrot L kicked him in the ass. Anyway, it wasn't him who felt the pain when he kicked on steel. You've been lawless for 3 days without a beating. Oh, God, you actually kicked me in the ass with your size 42 foot. Help, Superman is going to start bullying again. Ha 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 ha. The people gathered together happily, and the returning partners welcomed the new day together. Natasha also raised the corner of her mouth, and drew a circle, causing Hawkeye to fall from the sky, and fell into Carrot's arms. Clinton was so frightened that Clinton jumped up and chased Natasha. Shackhurst and shot an arrow. Natasha. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. This playful fight came so naturally, as if the depression and tension sunk in the war seemed to have disappeared the moment Carrot appeared. Everyone must admit that the sense of security brought by Superman's weight is complete, as if no matter how great the danger is, no matter how bad the current situation is, as long as Carrot L is on his side, he will definitely win. First time meeting you, Mr. Carrot. Looking at the scene where everyone is living in harmony, it is obvious that they are a group of people from all over the world, with different abilities, different personalities, different identities, and even different class status, but they can get along with each other in such harmony. Daegu, who has not been in contact with humans for a long time, there was also a hint of touch. He walked up to Carrot L step by step and looked into his eyes, as if he wanted to see clearly what kind of man this was. In fact, from the moment Carrot appeared, Daegu's eyes never left him. He wanted to know what kind of person had built all this, what kind of person had played a mischievous growing-up joke on him when he fell into the darkest side of the world. Although Carrot L said that Odin throwing Loki into Arkham Asylum was not something a parent could do, but L throwing Daegu into the underground world where Titans were infested, it was even more unreasonable for humans to do it. Hello, I finally meet you, team member Daegu. Feeling Daegu's gaze resting on him, Carrot did not hide his admiration when looking at him. Very good, he has transformed perfectly. Carrot L really admires Daegu, just like Iron Man admires Little Spider. But he doesn't appreciate Tiga, but Daegu. Apart from Stark, he is the only one who can really guide him. In Carrot Air's view, Daegu has never been the honest person without talent in Ochuang's novels. On the contrary, all his confusion can be reflected in his slight inferiority complex due to his background. He thinks he is unqualified and clumsy than others. But how many Ultramans are there who can possess supersensory abilities in their human form? His strength is truly written in his genes? What's more, the purity of his conduct and actions is his greatest talent. If a human being can truly have no distracting thoughts, put aside confusion, and do things with a pure heart, then he will definitely achieve rich results. Strength, courage, forbearance, and patience are all things that have never been lacking in ancient times. What is lacking is determination and confidence. And now, after experiencing a hellish journey of survival, Daegu himself has made up for the incompleteness of this part. The edge of a sword comes from sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. If God is going to entrust a person with a major responsibility, he will be tempered beyond ordinary people. Carrot L patted him on the shoulder in the morning and said Sun Wukong's classic words of encouragement. You are really strong now, it makes me excited. Hearing this, Daegu laughed dumbly, then pondered slightly, took 2 steps back, and bowed deeply to Carrot, with an extremely solemn expression on his face. Thank you for your help, Mr. Al. After saying this, Daegu finally let out a long sigh of depression in his heart. At first, he was thrown into the inhospitable forest in the center of the earth. He endured no less than hundreds of fatal murder attempts every day and slept in the open air. He ate bugs and drank animal blood. At that time, he really resented this person. But when you really go through this suffering and gain unparalleled strength, what is there to complain about? It can be said unceremoniously that Gulzin and Melba, who used to have a hard time even if they were beaten by giant consciousness, can now knock out 3 of them with 1 kick. What's more, Carrot L's affinity like a son of the sun also makes him feel like a spring breeze as a giant of light. Carrot L stretched out his hand and shook it, then, welcome to join the Justice League, Member Daegu. My pleasure, Mr. L. Thank you also for asking someone to teach me the Vitality Bomb. The 2 of them held hands tightly, and Daegu was even more excited. After half a lifetime, he was still a young man when he came back. He finally has a place to belong to again. Listen to this, that guy Taima has already told you the situation. Dago, you should have a full understanding of monsters now, right? Seeing Tiga using the Vitality Bomb while Asgard was watching, Carrot L knew that he had passed the test of the god group Taiamu. Hearing this, Daegu nodded. Well, every planet actually has its own monsters. And the Titan beasts on our planet were born from nature, and their attributes also adhere to the principle that when a whale falls, all things will come to life. Carrot L, yes, this has been confirmed in the research report of Masaka Kigo who stole the Emperor's organization. Every time the giant beasts fight for the place where they fall, it will turn into a new natural ecology. This is also one of the reasons why the environmental ecology of the inner Earth world is so magnificent. I believe you have seen it. Yes, the environment there is indeed magnificent. Regarding the natural environment, Daegu expressed considerable agreement. He believed that if the environment in the inner Earth world was transformed into a tourist attraction, it would definitely be able to sell as much as Stark Industries, ranking second. I have personally felt that these giant beasts are also part of this planet. They are just the survival of the fittest in nature, so they will always fight like animals. The reason why most monsters start destroying as soon as they appear is just to transform their territory into a relatively suitable living environment for them. After all, the high-rise buildings where humans live are like walking through dense thorn bushes for them. Hearing this, Stark on the side also understood what Carrot L meant. After confirming his thoughts from his eyes, he also teased Daegu in front of everyone. Well said, boy, this is the professionalism an investigator should have. It seems that you are not only trying to survive in the wilderness, but you have also used other things Natasha taught you. You are right. These Titan beasts were formerly under the supervision of the Imperial Organization, but the Imperial Organization itself did not have the power to compete with them. The report uploaded by Kigo Masaki on Skull Island also proves this. Those careerists have been trying to intensify the contradiction between the two and profit from it. Therefore, as the Justice League gradually takes over supernatural events around the world, we have unanimously decided to hand over this section to your management. Congratulations, you will be the person in charge of the global monster section of the Justice League from now on. Daegu pointed at himself in disbelief. Ah, me. Carrot L listened and looked at Stark with surprise. He didn't expect that Tony Stark's personality had become a little smooth in addition to his strength. Not only was he thinking about the specific plan of defense, but after he had a plan, he also knew how to slowly start to lay out the plan. It seems that Batman has worked with him a lot. The actual purpose of cultivating Daegu is to completely kick the Monarch Organization and TPC out of the international structure of the Earth, realize the unification of the Justice League's authority on supernatural phenomena, and include the monster sector in the scope of authority. As long as Daegu's basic plate can operate, they can eliminate all other organizations, people, and things entangled in these things with thunder. This is Carrot L's idea, but now it seems that Iron Man has the same idea as him. No matter how many worldviews the Anchor universe integrates, the Earth will always be the center of the universe, so they must hold everything on the Earth in their hands as much as possible. Carrot L followed his words and said to Daegu, yes, the future Justice League will be more and more on the right track, so Daegu, you must set up a new Justice League branch specifically responsible for the monster sector. As for what specific people to recruit, what projects to be responsible for, and how to coordinate, Iron Man will discuss and implement with you throughout the process. But, I suggest that ordinary people like the Victory Team should not be recruited. It's too dangerous. And with the supernatural power and Tiga of the Justice League, the distinction between us and other organizations in the public's mind will become greater and greater. Because they can only supervise, and we can perfectly use the power of these giant beasts to benefit mankind and the world. In this way, our support rate will become more and more in the future, and even if we kick them out in the future, we will not face too much resistance. This is a good thing for both humans and monsters. Even some docile ones can be taken to the zoo to sell tickets. This is the purpose of your coming here. After hearing what Elle and Tony said, everyone present also understood it one after another, and they were all shocked in their hearts. Damn, it seems that these two guys want to dominate the market and monopolize. Everyone's eyes widened silently. What the hell did Superman, the ET, learn on Earth? I understand, Mr. Al, I will do my best. After listening, Daegu nodded heavily, and it seemed that the magic stick in his arms began to unconsciously become heavier. Daegu also thought about Carrot L and Stark's plan. Compared with the 9-to-5 life in TPC, he actually had a lot of time in the wilderness to think about what to do with this power after going out. With Tiga's identity, I'm afraid that no matter which organization he served in, he would be doing the work of fighting monsters on the front line. This is why he came to the Justice League. I believe that this power can be properly used here. Looking at the eyes and trust of the heavy burden, Yuan Daegu felt that he was highly valued and moved. I'm afraid that Carrot L had chosen him before the adventure began, and he had a hunch that the Justice League would become the largest organization covering the world. He took over a branch at the beginning. Although he is still a commander without troops, his future is definitely bright. The salary of these rich people present must be indispensable to me, and I am doing better than this TPC. Hey, wait, is this considered another backdoor? Thinking of this, Daegu's face slightly blushed, but he did not notice the deep meaning of Carrot's arrangement. With the current capabilities of the Justice League, it is fully capable of supplementing Daegu's team members. As for letting him delegate power to recruit people, Carrot L wanted to use this to gather the extraordinary power of Tiga's worldview. Blindly destroying is definitely not the result he wants. Under the premise of supervision by the Justice League, if the extraordinary power of Tiga's worldview can be integrated and a separate branch can be established, it may be the best way to deal with it. The mortals of the Victory team themselves are not very effective, and they are even worse in dealing with monsters. If Tiga can be used as the main force, plus the artificial intelligence computer Colin, the giant demon Abike, Jingtian Jinglong, Kairi no Makufu, the dinosaur Naga, the vampire Swina, and other extraordinary people to form an Avengers alliance of the Ultra Universe, the effect must be far better than TPC. There are no fewer extraordinary people in the Ultraman world than in the American comics. There are miracles like the strange bird Shira, where a parrot turns into a phoenix, and cute pets with symbolic meaning like Yujiro. It can be said that no one has done it in terms of configuration, otherwise it would definitely work. So Carrot wants to try it, especially Saki, Lucia, and Maya. Going to the universe to fight against evil is a legitimate reason. Carrot L's eyes stayed on Natasha. With the previous experience of S.H.I.E.L.D., Black Widow could also remind Daegu. Natasha will assist you in specific matters. We will give you the greatest power. Just go ahead, Captain Daegu. Oh no, I should call you Minister Daegu now. When you really win over the basic base, we will immediately kick the Monarch organization out of the circle. Daegu clenched his fists confidently. Don't worry, I can do it. I say, Kakarot, how long are we going to stand here? While everyone was reminiscing about the past, Broly also spent some time with Gamera, who followed Piccolo and others to Earth, and Nebula wanted to hit them. The two sides held hands and held each other tightly, looking sweet. Carrot L covered his eyes in disbelief. Broly and Gamera's love affair was really not in line with the style of Saiyans, not to mention that he was a Super Saiyan. How could he become a love-brained person after just a few days of not seeing him? Everyone, let me introduce you to the two people next to me. This is Broly, my fellow Saiyan, who was stranded on other planets like me. Of course, he and Vegeta are enemies. Carrot L did not introduce any Super Saiyans, because from now on, their Saiyan clan will only have Super Saiyans. Hey, hello, buddy. Tony felt a little embarrassed when he saw his terrifyingly strong muscles and body. This is definitely another difficult guy. Everyone's eyes had long noticed Broly's tail wrapped around his waist, but what made people more curious than this tail was Broly's clear eyes. The eyes of Vegeta and the other two were completely different from those full of ambition, violence, and murderous intent. It was a clear and clean look, as if the child had grown up in the mountains since childhood. Hello, big guy, I think you and Hulk will definitely get along well. Banner greeted him first. Unlike other people's judgment, he, who had fought with Hulk for many years, saw some of the same qualities in Broly as Hulk. This is a Saiyan version of Hulk. Banner is sure that no one can stop him when he goes crazy. Broly had learned some etiquette courses in Thanos' army, so he was not afraid to talk to Carrot's friends. Hello, I'm glad to be here on Earth. I'm Broly, and this is my girlfriend Gamera and her sister Nebula. They came here with the Namekians on Piccolo's spaceship. I believe you have seen them. Natasha twisted her slender waist and hips, smiling happily. Great, now there are two more little beauties with different skin colors on Earth. I think you are a big eater like Al, right? Broly acquiesced. Well, the food on Earth will be reduced again. Stark added. Carrot L, this is Mantis. You can think of her as the nanny I hired to coax children to sleep. After a quick glance at the woman's figure, Iron Man immediately gave Carrot L a look of similarity. Oh, so you like this. Very pretty, but a little more stable. But I'm curious, is your nanny a professional bug hunter? Bang bang. Two dull knocks made smoke come out of Stark's armor. Hearing this, Piccolo and Carrot knocked on his head at the same time and rolled their eyes at him. But then Piccolo realized something was wrong. Hey, why am I so self-conscious? By the way, shouldn't you tell us about outer space? We've been waiting for a long time with our ears perked up. Iron Man rubbed his dizzy head and simply took off his entire armor. You can't hit me now, right? Carrot L glanced at Broly and Mantis, pointed at the scorched earth around him, and said helplessly, can we change places? At least we can eat and talk at the same time. There are two big eaters here. You came at an unfortunate time. We had dinner together this morning. Stark spread his hands, with a look on his face that didn't care about the meal at all, but he changed the subject. But there will be a post-war party later. Celebration, hot dance, passion, champagne, a large gathering of high-ranking guests, swinging freely in the Temple of Heaven. Civilization on Earth has never lacked parties and dances. Not to mention the ruins and scorched earth after the war, even the most barren soil in the world is burning with stories of dancing around the bonfire. In the Temple of Heaven, the little black fat boy Bobo played like a big kid weighing more than 200 pounds. He didn't know how many generations of gods he had served in his life, but he had never seen so many people in the Temple of Heaven. Old Bick covered his chest with a look of pain, as if he had a heart attack. Facing the bright lights and wine in front of him, his blood pressure rose in waves. It's ruined, it's all ruined. This generation of the Temple of Heaven is ruined in my hands. Old Bick never expected that after Batman transformed the Spirit Time Room into the Batcave, Iron Man actually turned the Temple of Heaven into a party venue. This is the temple. The temple? Do you know how to respect? At this moment, the lights are bright and the music is prosperous. Under the swaying lights, graceful dancing figures are surging. Carrot is sitting at the bar telling the story of his battle with Frieza. Broly is eating at the table with his eyes shining and his mouth full of oil. Mantis jumps the happiest, and Natasha dances the sexiest. Diana is enjoying the breeze with her arms open. The ancient team is getting drunk. Gamera and Nebula are listening to music, and the rest of the people feel like they are watching an unreal movie. Is this the world outside? Galaxies are destroyed at any time? Are you kidding? In comparison, what is their hard fight on Earth? Mr. Popo, help me back to the room. After watching for a while, the more he watched, the more uncomfortable he felt. Old Piccolo's trembling hands couldn't even hold the cane steadily. No, my blood pressure is high. The children in the global village are bullying me because I am old and weak, and they are dancing in my house. However, before the god took 2 steps, just when he was about to go back to the room to rest, Piccolo suddenly appeared in front of him and stopped him solemnly. Pico, it's you. What are you going to do? The god had just heard about Piccolo and the things on Namek. To be honest, I was very moved. I didn't expect that the actions of a clone back then could make his descendants give back to his distant hometown today. Although he didn't go, since Piccolo is him, who is he with? The good things you do, aren't they the good things I do? Since Namek has moved to the Earth, after retirement, the god plans to drink tea with those Namekians, watch TV for a while, and then enjoy a good life. However, the next second, Piccolo's words scared him so much that his hair stood on end. Can I kill you once? The cane in the god's hand fell to the ground, and he pointed at him hesitantly. You, are you drunk? I said that Carrot shouldn't have cultivated this hobby for you? It's just a bad lesson for a kid. Bick's face twitched. Age is his permanent flaw. His cold expression still exudes indifference, but his murderous eyes are even more cruel. Anyway, according to the method taught by the elder, the god will not really die. Kill him, he must be killed. According to the retirement tradition of big men mentioned by Carrot L, dying once is a basic rule. I drink if I want to, it's none of your business. Pico's hand condensed a rotating line of the magic light cannon, and the whole person looked at the god with a look of asking him to die for justice, staring at the god and said, what the earth needs now is not a god, but a group of me with superpowers. I don't want to be left behind by anyone. We Namekians should also have a share in this prosperous era. What does that have to do with you killing me? If you don't agree, go practice. The god looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. He was so old that he suffered such a living torture, made friends with a group of naughty kids, and even rebelled against Tiangang. Why didn't you let me kill you? Hearing this, Piccolo approached him step by step. Seeing that he seemed to really mean this, the god was so scared that he waved his hands repeatedly. What are you doing? Calm down. Piccolo, stop it. You still have a bright future. And we are one. If I die, you have to die too. So you have to spit out an egg before you die? Hurry up. Hearing this, the god was stunned for 2 seconds, and his originally brown and dry face instantly turned yellower and yellower with anger. The insult of this sentence is equivalent to a human child saying to an 80-year-old old lady in a relative's family, can you give birth to a child and let me stab you to death? This is too much. Bobo, go get me a set of Batman's plans. The god shouted loudly, and the whole person turned around and ran away, while the loyal Bobo directly blocked in front of Piccolo, and then said awkwardly in a low voice, Lord God, Batman has set a password. The god was confused. So I'm dead today? Damn Batman, you actually set a password? Gotham rumors, doesn't it say that anyone can steal your plan? Pico's 2 fingers held the magic light killing cannon move, pointing at the god. Don't talk nonsense. If you see how strong Frieza's guys are, you will make the same decision. I don't want to run away again. This time of running away is the biggest shame in my life. And you won't really die. There are so many Namekians. It's just a matter of finding someone who can make Dragon Balls to resurrect you afterwards. Hurry up and spit out the eggs, and you can retire smoothly and honorably. Seeing this scene, God didn't understand why Piccolo was determined to kill himself. If time could go back hundreds of years, he would never agree to be the god of destruction. What unlucky thing is it to get mixed up with the brats like this on Earth, and you will not be able to save your life, and you will have to pay for people, food, money, practice, house, and finally your life. Are you sick? How old am I? You asked me to give birth to a child, how could I possibly give birth to it? The god couldn't help but his eyes darkened, and he shouted loudly where Bobo was. Unexpectedly, just when Piccolo was about to take action, the figure of L suddenly appeared and grabbed his wrist. Wait, Piccolo. With his super hearing, L had already heard everything that happened here. Seeing the situation, he couldn't hold back his anger, so he came to stop it with a teleportation. Why, son? Piccolo looked at him with confusion. Under normal circumstances, his killing of the gods was a Namek family matter, and L had no reason to interfere. And he also knew the cause and effect. Even if he had a relationship with the god, Piccolo still wanted to resurrect him in the end. It was not a real killing, so it was quite interesting. Fortunately, Carrot, you are finally here. Piccolo is going to kill me. Seeing this, L sighed deeply, silently pressed Piccolo's wrist, and at the same time crushed his demonic light killing cannon to pieces. Don't be so reckless, Piccolo. There are many things here that you don't understand well. Let me tell you, mortals die when they die, but people like gods may not come back after they die. The weight of personal destiny is different, and the destination after death is also different. Hell, the underworld, the abyss, the pure land, the kingdom of death, no one knows where they will go, and those places are several times more chaotic than the earth. If there is one of the most chaotic places in the world, it is where people belong after they die. This time when he came back, Carrot always felt a bad premonition. Like the other people in the Justice League, he always felt a little anxious in his heart, which made him feel uncomfortable. From the perspective of a time traveler, he has undoubtedly lost the knowledge of the plot. No one knows what the future plot will be like. He can only judge by his understanding of each character. The DC and Marvel universes have been restarted more than once when the plot collapsed. Even in the Dragon Ball worldview, the protagonists have relied on the power of Dragon Ball to repair the universe and resurrect others more than once, which can be regarded as a restart. But the anchor universe he is in now is a place where multiple timelines are intertwined. Who knows what impact the fluctuation of one of the lines will have on the entire tangled ball of yarn. After all, this universe has already moved towards an unknown timeline since its birth, and no one knows what methods can be used to turn the tide once it faces destruction. Therefore, Carrot now takes the death of everyone very seriously, because no one may really come back. If they don't break the origin wall, no matter how powerful they become, they are just food on the plate, which can be picked up by those bigwigs at will. With no one around, L also told Piccolo what he had been thinking all along. Pico, you still have to think about this matter carefully. The Kingdom of Death has been divided into several dimensional plates for a long time, and it has not yet formed a real unity. Because of the very chaotic distribution mechanism of the dead in the underworld, I have never dared to kill easily. Because I don't know where the people I killed will go, and these people can return to the world of the living as long as they sign a contract with a god casually. At that time, the enemy is in the dark and I am in the light, like a thorn in my back. L's words reminded Piccolo, and also reminded himself that he must not be complacent because of defeating Frieza. The situation in the future will definitely get worse, and there will definitely be situations that no one can predict. Regarding the matter of death, L once asked Ancient One that the authority of the world of death is currently very complicated and chaotic. Marvel's death is one of the 5 gods, and behind him there is also the support of Eternity and OAAA, who are also gods. However, due to the particularity of the anchor universe, Eternity, a truly multi-level, cannot come along the origin line. Even the goddess of death herself is only on a business trip to expand a new universe project. But it is not only the Marvel universe that bids on the death project. Since the anchor universe is not recorded in the DC Book of Destiny, it has also attracted the attention of the goddess of death from the endless family of the DC universe. Compared with Marvel's death, which will actively intervene in the death of all living beings, the death from the endless family of DC is more like a viewer, silently watching everything coming and giving all things an equal destination. This goddess is still a Buddhist, but behind the Buddhist, she also has her own plans. On the surface, although she and the death of Marvel Universe have disputes over authority, she never actively interferes. But secretly, she is determined to kill the death on the other side. What does it matter if a few universes die? It is the foundation of the truth to consume a goddess of death with the same position and position to death. The death that dominates death is the real death. Even if it can't die, it must be kicked out of the anchor universe. At the beginning, the two sides had several fights on the card table, until an unknown era a long time ago, a dragon carrying 7 wishing beads and a child, plus a blue-faced butler, tied another line to this anchor universe outside the origin wall. Then, the two deaths were stunned at the same time. There was an inexplicable change in the rules of death that the two of them could not understand until now. God can still keep his body after death? It still exists for billions of years? You still have the face to call it death with an additional halo, you can call it eternal life? So, they turned off the fire. They felt that the word death was a great humiliation. In order to completely remove this rule, it is unknown what the two of them did in countless epochs. But they did give up power for a while, otherwise there would not be so many new dimensions rising. The consensus reached by the two goddesses was to disrupt the chess game by not fighting. As an outsider, Guyi could also see the resentment of the Dragon Ball universe, which was unforgettable. Hypocrites, deceiving the world and stealing the name, swindling under the banner of death, this is their view on the death rule of the Dragon Ball universe. Now the passage of time has obviously reached a new node, and it is estimated that these gods will also tear their faces apart. For this reason, Gu Yi also specially reminded Carrot L. People in the world must learn the ways of the world. Although the situation in our universe is special, we must stand on the side. Carrot L said he would seriously consider it. When I can blow up the multidimensional world and the origin wall with one punch, when everything in the universe is born and destroyed in a thought, let's see who is right among us. When talking about this, Carrot L's eyes were very serious. Don't think that those demon gods have high morals and rules and regulations. As long as they can create more deaths and pay the price, the dividing line between life and death can be easily broken. The only ones being played under this unfair contract will always be us, except for a man named Constantine. So Piccolo, even if you want to kill someone in the future, you can't do it so easily. It's best to save the other person's body first, or destroy it to ashes just in case. Even the soul must be completely destroyed. You can tell everyone this for me later. We must be fully prepared for the world of the undead. It's really not easy for a god to spit out an egg at such an old age, so we have to take a long-term approach. I suggest clearing out the spiritual time room first. It's isolated from the rest of the world and it's easier for you to complete these tasks there. After thinking of what Ancient One once said, Carrot had a hunch, which was of course his speculation. Under the extremely complete system of the Kingdom of Death in the American comic world, the Dragon Ball world's childish advantage of preserving the body's death may not be long before it is completely banned. Neither DC nor Marvel, nor characters such as Death, Eternity, God, Destiny, or Satan Lucifer, will allow this kind of gameplay that repeatedly jumps around within the rules. Carrot L doesn't know what the deal behind these gods was at the card table, but according to his speculation, it is only a matter of time before the death dimension of the Dragon Ball world is kicked out. And if they want to be completely eliminated, the scale will definitely not be small, and I am afraid it will set off a Ragnarok from the Hell world. His intuition told him that this group of people would soon get involved in the game of these real gods, and even every step would have their secret manipulation track. Piccolo and the god didn't know what Carrot was thinking, but looking at the faint trace of worry between his eyebrows, Piccolo quietly calmed down his arrogance. The seriousness of Carrot's words made Piccolo's "my heart is hanging." "Okay, son, I listen to you." The eyes of the god gradually became empty and tears were shed. "Are you clearly arranging me now?" Carrot L looked at him solemnly and said deeply, "God, I'm not kidding you. You'd better retire as soon as possible, otherwise you won't know how you died in the future. Once some rules change qualitatively, you are likely to disappear completely." The god was so frightened that he swallowed his saliva, and his yellow face showed a hint of bitterness. "Forget it, I think it would be better to die as soon as possible. Hurry up, I'll go to the spiritual time room to meet number 17 and number 18 first." As Carrot L said, he walked towards the direction of the spiritual time room. The pure white and light, the spiritual time house without night, flows with the temperature difference as Carrot L walks in, but the small area that comes into view scares Superman. "Oh my god, what the hell is this place?" Carrot L was stunned for a long time. What's the matter with the dark Gotham style in front of him? Is this still the spiritual time house? Isn't this the Batcave? Carrot L looked up in surprise, and then he found that he was actually in the underground of the spiritual time house. No way, Batman, the infrastructure maniac, actually hollowed out another layer? This guy turned all the space needed for daily life into a basement? Yes, in order to achieve the purpose of imprisonment, Bruce deliberately changed the entrance of the room on the Temple of Heaven to a semi-automatic underground mode. In other words, if you don't know the location and where the opening mechanism is, the people inside will never find a way to escape even if they search for a lifetime. But perhaps in order to take into account the existence of other people in the Justice League, Batman still restrained himself during the transformation. The overall Bat style is not very heavy, and it is more like the original lifestyle. Carrot L thinks that Batman should go see a doctor. He now seriously suspects that this set of space confinement plan is designed for him. However, he has updated the version now, learned to teleport, and it is not difficult to break the dimension of the spirit time house. Even so, Carrot L still opened the X-ray perspective and scanned everything around him, fearing that he would take a wrong step and be teleported to other dimensions or space. This dead bat is very gloomy, and the devil knows what he has arranged to lock himself here. The android can't feel the breath, but fortunately Superman has supervision. He didn't want to use it when looking for the Kryptonian spaceship at the beginning, because he hated the exhaustive method, but now in this situation, he had to use it. While searching with his eyes, Carrot fired eye-catching energy bombs in all directions. In the nearly plain terrain of the Spirit Time House, creating eye-catching sunlight is the most efficient way to find people. White, still white, nothing, only white. I've been looking at white for months. Number 17 and number 18 walked aimlessly, their eyes were empty, their eyes were dull, and their bodies exuded the stench of not having taken a bath for months. They wandered here for a long time, and Batman left them a map of the area. But in this map, there are only signs for food and water, and nothing else. There is no exit, no sign, and no way to point the way. I can't stand it anymore. No 18's hair was a mess, and she smelled the smell on her body and shouted angrily. As a beautiful woman who loves shopping and buying clothes, she absolutely cannot accept her current sloppy beggar appearance, especially, her underwear is almost patented. Number 17 is even worse, her socks can stand up. Damn Batman, he circled a portal and left, leaving them sentenced to life imprisonment. More than a month had passed, and the two had apparently thought that they had been sentenced to life imprisonment by the Justice League and were exiled here forever. Boom. Just as No 18's scream of collapse echoed, a brilliant golden light, as if to echo their helplessness, rose slowly in the sky and lit up the explosion. What is that? The strong wind blew across the corner of their hair, and the two of them looked at the direction where the golden light rose. Whatever it is, why are you standing there? Fly over. Number 17 showed an excited expression on his face, and rushed out with a bang. Number 18 reacted and followed closely. It was too late, and the two flew forward in a hurry, fearing that the light would disappear. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion rose up, as if the golden sky had changed the world. L's ears moved slightly, and the end of his sight quickly locked onto number 17 and number 18 who came here, and stopped what he was doing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next second, the raging wind and waves almost uprooted the floor. Number 17 and number 18 stopped in front of him. L. It's you? Seeing the two of them were shocked at the same time. The most eye-catching column in GRO's brain records was undoubtedly the person in front of them. The three stood facing each other, and took in the embarrassed appearance of the two. It seemed that they had suffered a lot here. After all, this was not a good place to stay. Without inhuman willpower, they would never have survived. Not to mention the kind-hearted Sun Wukong in his childhood, even Trunks, who had experienced a desperate time and space, almost had a mental breakdown during the first training and was awakened by a punch from Vegeta. Since you know me, I won't introduce myself. Lazuli, Lapis, let's talk. Number 17 and number 18 looked at each other, and the thousands of words that were originally in their throats finally turned into silence. They hadn't heard their own names for a long time, and even they themselves no longer called them that. In the long process of experiments, their selves have long been reduced to just 2 numerical codes. How do you know our names? It's not hard to check. L's eyes stayed on number 18 from beginning to end, carefully looking at the stunning beauty in front of him. This face from a Japanese comic goddess doesn't feel out of place in the world of American comics. This kid Clin is really lucky, although in this universe, L found no trace of Clin. But after thinking about it, it seems reasonable. After all, in terms of setting, Clin is a monk from Shaolin Temple. If there was Clin, he should join the Spear Bureau instead of SHIELD. What are you doing here with nothing to do? He is short, bald, and has an oriental face. He is not popular with people in the American comic world. Maybe it is because he has been rubbed out in the setting line. But if it weren't for Colin, who would a beauty like number 18 end up with? L thought for a while and said in a deep voice, Jero is dead. Come with me. I will remove the bombs from both of you. You can choose to live a good life in the future, or you can choose to join the Justice League. The first time he saw the two of them, L thought of brother and sister Wanda. If he and Bulma had not met him when he was a child, I am afraid that these two brothers and sisters would also have encountered number 17 and number 18. Same fate. If possible, put them together with Wanda. Just in the early years when he was starting out in real estate, he had some good land on hand. It would be good to build a town for the big guys as employee benefits. Why do you want to help us? Feeling L's gaze on him, No 18's face felt a little unnatural. It was not that he was shy, but a little embarrassed. After all, the messy and smelly look now was really a bit embarrassing. Hearing this, L smiled lightly and said something that the two of them could not understand. Because I am a Superman, not a native of my country. He is a Superman, not a native of the motherland. L answered this sentence calmly. This sentence is also the reason why he does everything. Whether it is to stop Frieza, to be the mastermind behind the scenes, to save Stark, to train Daegu, to become stronger, to be ruthless, to intimidate everyone, it is all because of this sentence. Superman, as the first superhero in American comics, was born and created in 1938. So far 80 years have passed. And how long did it take for the people of the motherland to replace him? The answer is one show's time. From the moment the people of the motherland appeared, everyone no longer thought about becoming Superman. Children who once fantasized about possessing superhuman strength to save the world only dreamed of the crescent moon rising in the sky. I don't eat beef. The symbol of Superman, which took more than 80 years to create faith, has gradually been regarded as a Madonna idiot and a reviled symbol. Everyone becomes Lex Luthor, questioning that the shadow on the altar is not real and is in fact just a lie. Is it a lie? Maybe, but sometimes, we need lies to quench our thirst in order to get out of the desert of despair before us. The famous hope experiment proves that a mouse will drown in 16 minutes if there is no hope. A mouse that has hope and believes that it will be saved can survive 60 hours under the water in a desperate situation. Rats are like this, not to mention humans. Carrot's hand slowly rested on the S on his chest. This is hope, the symbol of the Al family, and the meaning of the Superman symbol. For this reason, no matter what is waiting for him ahead, he will never give up. After finishing speaking, Carrot fell into a brief silence. Number 17 opened his mouth. Just as he was about to say that he agreed to join, number 18 was so frightened that he quickly covered his mouth and said first. Then let's talk about treatment first. Carrot raised his eyebrows. In his mind, this seemed to be the first time someone had discussed treatment with him. I remembered that number 18 blackmailed Satan several times. It was very good. As a righteous superior, he was not afraid that the other party would love money, but that he would not have any weaknesses. If Nick Fury was still in power, he would definitely like these two men. Okay, how much do you want? Carrot L nodded and asked. At least $500,000 a month. Number 18 gave a number seriously. Good. Seeing that he agreed so happily, number 18 began to feel a little unsure whether he was going to be missing out, so he said tentatively. 1 million. Good. 200. No, $3 million. Good. Carrot L's face was expressionless, and he didn't even blink his eyelids. He thought how much this girl would ask for, but actually it wasn't even enough for a quarters project report. Number 18 opened his mouth wide, subconsciously let go, grabbed No 17's collar and shook it vigorously. Quickly tell me, how much should I want? Hurry up and think about what else we can bring. There won't be this store after passing this village. Hearing this, number 17 looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect that his sister would have such a hobby. Still a money addict? Thinking of this, number 17 looked at Carrot L with another look. The next second, he put his hand on No 18's shoulder and pushed forward suddenly, and said with an evil smile. Mr. L, I heard that your wife is pregnant now. Do you need any special services now? Just add money. No 18's face turned red with anger, and he slapped him in anger. Asshole? Are you selling your sister? Faced with No 18's slap, number 17 was prepared to dodge, and then patted number 18 on the back comfortingly. Calm down, sister, you are actually not at a loss. Look, this is an alien, and a rich alien. How rare. His wife is a rich woman, he himself is rich, and he has a lot of rich friends. If you fall in love with him, you will definitely be happy. The point is that you have unlimited physical strength and his steel body is a perfect match. Carrot L. When number 18 saw number 17, the more he talked, the less he could hold his tongue, and the look on his face became more and more excited. The look in his eyes that was full of male hormones made her kick number 17 in the stomach, which made him feel pain. Grinning. Get out of here. You've been suffocated by not talking for months, haven't you? You also have unlimited physical strength. Why don't you find someone named Al? No 18's chest heaved up and down, and his eyes looked at Carrot intentionally or unintentionally, and then looked at number 17 provocatively. The meaning was obvious. Isn't there a superwoman? If you have the ability, go and be her brother-in-law? Carrot couldn't help but look at the conversation between the two, and looked at them in shock, especially number 17. What, do you still want to be brother-in-law with me? Carrot L clenched his fists silently. Why don't you give this guy a good beating? Could it be that he has a hobby like that? Well, it's not impossible. After all, how can ordinary people allow their sister to marry a noseless bald man and give him a baby? Thinking of this, Carrot's eyes revealed a hint of weirdness, especially after hearing No 18's words. He narrowed his eyes sharply, revealing Superman's disapproving look. Can I ask Batman for any special services? I heard that he likes to keep little boys in shorts at home. I think you can do it. When number 17 heard this, he was so scared that he waved his hands repeatedly. That's not necessary. I'd better stay away from that lunatic. Carrot L rolled his eyes at him. To be honest, from the perspective of the Goo family, number 17 is indeed a good candidate for brother-in-law. After all, not everyone can think of using the Super Dragon Balls exchanged for the destruction of 7 universes to buy a yacht and take his wife and children to travel. Even Jiren was confused. But no matter what, Kara is his little cabbage. No matter who wants to steal the vegetables, let Xiao Krypton bite to death first. Even if that 5-dimensional troublemaker comes, he will be beaten. At worst, send a message to all the Supermen in the DC universe through the network cable, saying that a little kid is eyeing your sister. I want to see how many DC fathers he can stop. Okay, let's talk about the future in the future. Let's go out first. Carrot scratched his hand subconsciously, suppressing the urge to hit him. It's not enough to talk to them about money, they even dared to covet the beauty of my L family. At the same time, Bulma, who was in the quantum field, actually completed the time loop. Doctor, give me the parameter value of that spectrum, and we will resimulate it according to the Mobius strip. Ding. Simulation successful. In the quantum field, an epoch-making moment began here, when the voice of the artificial intelligence came out. The door to the new world rose quietly, which was a coincidence and an inevitable arrangement, a pusher, and the trajectory of time, a fact that had been expected in the history of the universe, and a Pandora's box opened by the manipulator of time through Bulma's hand. Carrot didn't know what happened in the quantum field. If he knew, he would definitely find a way to stop this incident. In front of the experimental table, seeing that the return route was completely simulated successfully, Bulma's heartbeat accelerated and her eyes widened. The whole person seemed to be a little bit unbelievable. Not to mention her, Dr. Pym jumped up excitedly. The little old man picked up his wife and turned her around 3 times. Great, we succeeded. Dear, did you see it? We actually succeeded. I saw it. So many people are here, put me down quickly. The wasp slapped him coquettishly, but Hank Pym didn't mean to let go at all, but hugged him tighter. God, we really did it. Bulma, you are a genius among geniuses. This is incredible. Time machine, this is really amazing. Ant-Man Scott was extremely excited. He never thought that he would witness an epoch-making step in human history with his own eyes. This can indeed be said to be a great invention, and it can even be said to be an invention that exists entirely in the world of science fiction movies. But now, they have turned this invention into reality. Kara L looked at Bulma with a lingering fear, and her eyes were a little complicated. Krypton had also broken the forbidden door, but its final end was not very good. In a sense, your technology has surpassed Krypton. But even if you invent this machine, you must use it with caution, and it is even better to seal it up first. As Kara looked at her, Bulma's face was always tightly frowned. After the initial joy and excitement, it was replaced by deep worry. Perhaps because she had stayed with Carrot for a long time, Bulma instinctively felt a little abnormal. Compared with the joy of Dr. Pym and others, a trace of solemn chill inexplicably surged into her heart at this moment. Something is wrong, it's too smooth. A thought flashed through her mind, and Bulma's eyes changed. Yes, the development of this machine was too smooth. A scientific research, from theory to actual development, and then to the final application, is definitely a groundbreaking and huge project. In the original book, Bulma spent 20 years to completely develop the time machine. At this point, perhaps her talent is really slightly inferior to Stark. After all, Tony is a person cursed by knowledge, and in some universes he is even the host of the Wisdom Stone. Wait a minute, Xiao AI, you jump according to the spatial route, divide the plate in the form of a four-dimensional cube, and then reorganize it with prime numbers, and continue to push forward along this route. Expand while retaining this line, and use multiple lines to reversely simulate and open the closed loop. Give me the resistance parameter. After having doubts, Bulma's brain quickly started to work. At this time, she was not complacent, but tried her best to verify something. Carefully calculate the time loop of different paths and try to apply it to the same space. Looking at Bulma's solemn expression, several people also cooperated and operated on the platform. Sure enough, after the last successful experience, it didn't take long for a strange mess to appear in everyone's eyes. What's going on here? A new closed line. No, there is another one. Look, this one is also successful. This is incredible. These lines are actually entangled together. When the three-dimensional projection showed the simulation results, everyone was stunned with shock. They knew that the timeline was a single flow, but they never knew that multiple timelines were running at the same time. This discovery made everyone unable to recover for a long time, because it was enough to subvert all existing time concepts and theories of the world. This world has more than one past and future, and more than one timeline is running. In other words, if they really use the last closed line to shuttle into the sea of time, they may not travel through the world, but go to another world, another timeline. They opened the door to the multiverse. Warning, root warning is subject to unknown resistance, simulation failed. Warning, warning, there is a large resistance and energy interference in the closed-loop operation simulation. Stop immediately. Bulma hurriedly stopped the remaining simulation routes. Her intuition told her that if she didn't stop, something big would definitely happen next. Sit size zzz. The next second, with Bulma's command, the multiple timelines displayed on the machine began to disappear one by one, leaving only the closed line successfully simulated by the Mobius ring in the projection, which was still stable. Zoom in the last second. The sudden change made everyone break out in a cold sweat. After a long time, when everything gradually calmed down, Bulma looked at the experimental platform with lingering fear and called up the last second of the picture. Every time they looked at this scene, everyone's face was stunned. Because in the picture, countless dance lines were entangled and intertwined, like a mess of hemp stewed in a big potpourri, and one hair moved the whole body. If the universe is compared to a bottle, then the world where they live is one of the tens of millions of hemp lines. Seeing this scene, everyone's face gradually turned pale. It's incredible, more than one line has been closed, there are at least tens of millions of them here. Hank Pym swallowed nervously, and his face no longer had the previous excitement and joy, but fear and fear. This shows that our world is not a single dimension, and each closed-loop line represents an independent time and space. When Hank Pym thought of this guess, his heart stopped for a while. If they really used this time machine, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. People who use the machine will never come back. They will be lost in the ocean of time and exiled outside the endless world. At this moment, even they themselves could not judge which of these densely packed thin lines belonged to their world. However, compared to Dr. Pym, Bulma thought more deeply. If she and others could go to other people's worlds through the lines, then does it mean that other people could also come? Although most of the lines were blocked by some inexplicable resistance, there were always some passages. Even if it was only a 1 in 10 million coincidence, it might bring about a more terrible time disaster. Go find L? We have to go out and find L quickly. However, at this moment, Bulma turned around suddenly and found that a blue man stood behind everyone at some point. His calm eyes emitted empty white light, looking down at them. Supergirl stepped forward to protect Bulma, but she just glanced at her lightly, and she couldn't move. From Kara L's perspective, she was moving, but this short distance seemed to be pulled away by hundreds of billions of light years, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get close. I can't move. I can't get close to him at all. No, this guy and I are not on the same level at all. The clear blue standing in front of him was like the only light in the world, which stopped everything, moved everything, saw through the past, and saw the future. Time, space, distance, matter, all have no meaning in front of this blue figure. Dr. Pym's face was even more horrified and cold sweat fell. Quantum body. There is such a thing. In a moment of 10,000 years, Dr. Manhattan's eyes glanced through the fate lines of several people one by one. Extremely complex thin lines outline a winding fate, which may lead to death, happiness, or dullness, or destruction, or make the world shine brightly. It seems that every choice will produce billions of endings. Following the fate of several people, Dr. Manhattan peeked into the depths of the universe again. He saw the choice of what kind of cosmic war the behavior of both sides in this second would trigger in the future. Is this the reason why God entrusted him to this universe? All the subtle wars that occur on this planet in the future will become the game of higher-level operators. Seeing this scene, Dr. Manhattan's eyes, which have always been calm, faintly regained a trace of sad humanity. Not for humans, but for countless universes. Today, the anchor universe seems to have lost the meaning set at the beginning of creation. Here, it is no longer a fixed nut that anchors the positions of all parties in the sea of the universe so that they will not be exiled, but a chessboard. Perhaps life has its own way out, but no one is willing to let it develop. I was asked to bring this person here. As soon as the words fell, Manhattan raised his finger, and the white light intertwined into a bright shadow in an instant, and floated in front of Bulma as the words fell. Plop. An unconscious man fell to the ground with wounds all over his body. His blue hair and denim jacket were torn to shreds, as if he was caught in a terrifying tornado. The man had a long sword on his back and an egg-like machine on his body. The dial of the instrument showed the coordinate time starting with H. Who are you? Who is he? Bulma took a breath and forced herself to stabilize her emotions. L had told her a lot about God. Although she didn't know which one was in front of her, the one who could show his power in the quantum field so easily was definitely not an ordinary person. Names mean nothing to me. As for him, you can think of him as your son in another universe. After explaining what God asked him to do, Manhattan thought about what he could do in this situation, and his deep eyes slowly stayed on Bulma's bulging belly. In an instant, azure light poured into Bulma's abdomen from all directions. It was his unique power. At the same time, the blue light wrapped around Bulma's body, turning into an imperceptible ball of light, and stayed between her hands. What is this? What did you do to my child? Bulma's face changed drastically, and she tried desperately to dodge, but she failed to escape. The quantum field that daunted humans was like a puppet that could be manipulated at will in front of this man, and he easily controlled everyone around him. Dr. Manhattan said calmly, "Don't be nervous, ma'am, I just gave my power to your child. Just think of it as a gift to Superman, because he was once called Clark Kent. During the gestation period, the child's body will gradually adapt to my power and eventually inherit it perfectly. Let go. My son doesn't need your unknown power." Bulma subconsciously wanted to lose her temper, but when she thought of the incomprehensible power of this person, she swallowed back the curse that was originally on her lips. If he doesn't need it, I won't give it to him. Every word of Dr. Manhattan seemed to be very patient. One day in the future, he will need it. Tell your husband about this, he will understand why I did it. Bulma held the power that was destined to be unanalyzed in both hands. For smart people, the more critical the moment, the faster the brain turns. What is your purpose? Or, in this case, why don't you give the power to another one? Didn't you say that this person is also my son? Dr. Manhattan had already knowing that she would say this. Yes, he is your son, but not Superman's son. Bulma. Hearing this, Bulma had a bad feeling in her heart, and her cheeks twitched as she said, "Then who did I have him with?" The current Dr. Manhattan never knew what euphemism was, and said bluntly, "In another world, each of you married Vegeta, and even paid for it. If he died, you would be a widow, and if he lived, you would be a living widow." Bulma's eyes went dark when she heard this, and she fainted, leaving everyone with a look of surprise and confusion. "Child, you are really hungry." In the boundless sea of stars, outside the origin wall, in the dragon realm of the Dragon Ball universe, a dazzling golden dragon curled up in a corner at this time, and its body, which was larger than the Milky Way, seemed to be trembling slightly. The dragon god Salama rubbed his swollen cheeks. The tentacle that was just slapped off by God seemed to be still aching. "I was discovered, and God detained me." The dragon god Salama didn't know how to tell the high priest about this. He realized that he seemed to have made a wrong decision. The people on the other side had been watching his little movements. Things are getting worse now. For the situation of the Cat Point universe, whichever world has the most factors injected, the tighter it is tied to that world, the stronger its dominant position in that world. And the Dragon Ball universe, which can be said to be in a mess over there, has no relatives or friends. The Tiga worldview can at least make a relative with the monster universe. When it comes to their side, although it has taken the lead in the main line, it allows Kakarot and Superman to merge the origin. But for DC, it was tantamount to blackening the Superman logo, a great shame. The editorial department did not come to ask for the copyright, which was considered a leniency for the sake of the fan zone. But in terms of the plot, they would not let him go. Especially after L killed Frieza's family, God took advantage of the situation to close the villain origin line and put Darkseid into the Anchor universe, which made the already unfavorable situation of the Dragon Ball universe even worse. They did not account for much in the Anchor world. If it were not for Superman, he would not even be in charge of this game. Batman killed Dr. Gero and took over number 17 and number 18, and Lex Luthor took over the plot of Cell to himself and General Zod. It can be said that their proportion is getting smaller and smaller now, and the Android chapter can even be said to have ended before it even began. Although OAA planned to watch the show, the two goddesses of death in the Marvel and DC worlds had already agreed to completely eliminate the rules of the Dragon Ball universe in the dimension of death. Therefore, Salama is now extremely troubled. Now it can be said that many companies are jointly dealing with him. If he had not constantly used the Dragon Ball to generate willpower, and Frieza had spread his power in the universe before his death, the Dragon Ball world would probably have cut off its connection with the Anchor universe long ago. It is precisely because the situation is becoming more and more unfavorable for them. In order to deepen the influence of the Dragon Ball world in the Anchor universe, Salama simply threw Trunks over. Otherwise, there are two origin barriers between them, and the vast sea of the universe in the middle. To what extent would Trunks' time machine float there? But Salama never expected that God would directly detain people and let Manhattan send them to Carrot L. You are not adding fuel to the fire? Which man can stand seeing his wife have a child with someone else? If you let Carrot L dye this thing on his head green, he will definitely drop a cannon to beat me. Salama was so angry that he went to God to ask for the return of Trunks. After all, without Trunks, the plot could not progress. As a result, he was slapped back by God. What should we do now? In the quantum realm, the sudden situation made everyone fall into a state of bewilderment. Dr. Manhattan disappeared. Kara L supported Bulma and held her body tightly against her arms. While listening to Bulma's heartbeat, she scanned her body with X-rays. As expected, the blue energy really attached to the gradually formed embryo and gradually merged together. She is fine, she just fainted. Kara's heart was full of self-blame. She hesitated for a moment, but still did not tell what she saw. In the current situation, telling it out would not solve the problem, and it would only shake people's hearts. Leave here quickly. Dr. Pym took a deep breath and walked forward to check the time machine with the Universal Capsule logo. The surface of the machine was full of traces of vicissitudes. What the hell is this? What year is the Aki? Is there such a calendar on Earth? Entering the operation page, Dr. Pym saw a line of Japanese on the operation panel. Although he was surprised, according to his familiarity with the Universal Capsule machine, he still figured out the running route in a few seconds and reduced it to a capsule state. Let's go out and talk about it. Scott, go and take the cans. We have to leave here immediately. Hank Pym wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This experience made him fully realize that the crisis in the quantum field is not only the change in space, but also the existence of some terrible people. He must not enter here easily in the future. Ant-Man heard the words without hesitation. He immediately went to the place where the Kents were placed and brought them over. Then a group of people returned to the real world. When Bulma appeared in the vast white square of the Temple of Heaven, everyone at the party was swinging wantonly and drunk. Carrot L led number 17 and number 18 to walk slowly. When he saw Bulma and her parents finally came back, he finally showed a long-lost smile on his face. Bulma, father, mother. I'm back? You. Carrot L stepped forward quickly. Before he could care about who the extra person was, Bulma's coma and the terrifying energy in her body made his face pale. What's going on? Carrot L's fist suddenly tightened. His worried mood failed to suppress the surging airwaves in my body, which made everyone stagger. He looked at Kara and Dr. Pym and asked in a deep voice, why did Bulma become like this? Kara opened her mouth and didn't know where to start explaining. Her eyes were a little apologetic. After all, it was she who failed to protect Bulma's safety. In front of the blue-bodied man, she was like a baby, unable to fight back. Let me speak. When Pym was about to take over the right to speak, Trunks beside him finally woke up slowly. The moment he came into view, he saw number 17 and number 18 following Carrot L, talking and laughing. The next second, a burst of hysterical anger made him furious. Assholes? Damn androids. Clang. A roar tore through the shouts of blood and fire. Trunks' eyes widened, holding the sword with both hands and drawing out the cold light, slashing forward. The golden light spread and swept across the earth. Before everyone could react, the golden airwaves overflowing from the Super Saiyan had already overturned the drinks in the party. The stools fell over, the tables turned over, the lights went out, and the escaping arrogance burned with surging energy, which also awakened the cheers of the Justice League. Oh my god, what's going on again? I told you that the earth is closed today. If there's any trouble, can we do it tomorrow? Fuck you, can't you even have a quiet party? Jarvis, arm yourself. La Fight from 1982. I just woke up from the alcohol? Finally someone is treating me. In an instant, the armor was put on, the blades were unsheathed, the bows were fully drawn, and the magic shields were out. Some people gathered their energy, some drew their daggers, some silently protected the people around them, and some even locked the satellites with precise laser strikes. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The sword blade that was close at hand was reflected in No 18's shocked pupils. It stopped above her forehead, blowing up a corner of her blonde hair, making it difficult for her to recover for a long time. The sword that was chopped down from top to bottom was tightly held by a slightly white hand. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move forward even a little bit. Tick, tick. The cold sweat on No 17's forehead dripped down his cheeks to the ground. Martha and Jonathan, two mortals, were almost blown off. If Carrot L hadn't quickly used the bioforce field to offset this force, this wave of air would have been enough to blow them off the Temple of Heaven. The sudden attack caught everyone off guard, except for a pair of slightly angry eyes, staring coldly at Trunks' every move. Although it's not nice to hear, you do have a father who gave birth to you, but not a father who taught you. Let your father teach you a truth. You must see the situation clearly when doing things. Holding the sword that Trunks chopped down with one hand, L's eyes were hot, and the devastating ray knocked Trunks away. Bang! The familiar attire, the deep hatred for the androids, and the sharp and decisive sword strikes made recognize the identity of the person. Trunks, and Trunks from the Dragon Ball universe? Although he didn't know where he came from, L almost concluded at a glance that this person could never be his son, because his son would definitely not be so useless. At the same time as launched his attack, Trunks, who was sent flying, instantly became the target of public criticism, and everyone's attacks came at him. The bombardment of artillery, the shooting of arrows, the glowing line of glowing lines, the throwing of magic, the throwing of darts, suddenly a firecracker was set off on the celestial temple, and Trunks was also blinded. What's going on? Why are so many people beating me? Trunks, who was submerged in the dust, was beaten into a daze for a long time. He couldn't remember why there were so many people suddenly. Broly stared at this scene with some doubts in his heart. He naturally recognized the state of Trunks, Super Saiyan. Why so weak? After seeing this, number 17 and number 18 reacted, and they were immediately angry from the bottom of their hearts, especially number 18. It was a sword blow to the face. Who can bear it? Why are people all over the world targeting them? How come any little piece of trash dares to step on them? Just because they are androids? What happened to the androids? Do artificial humans deserve to die? As a result, the two people, who were already very angry after being imprisoned in the spiritual time room, gave Trunks a familiar yet unfamiliar mixed doubles fight on the spot. Plop. After a short while, number 17 and number 18 each grabbed one of his arms and brought the bruised and swollen Trunks in front of Celestial Temple. Justice League office. The considerate Mr. Bobo invited the Kents and pregnant Bulma back to the room to rest. But instead of continuing to play music and dance, everyone who was interrupted at the party gathered together with Trunks in the office for a meeting. There are not many people on this planet who dare to use force against L, and there are even fewer people who dare to use force in front of him, especially if it will affect the Kents. Therefore, this person is definitely not from the Earth. This is the common view of everyone. That's just the way it is. In the conference room, Dr. Pym described everything they had experienced in as brief and precise words as possible, while Karel added his feelings about strength. After everyone listened to the whole story, most of the people had sobered up from the wine, and the expressions on everyone's faces became solemn. So, you invented a time machine in the quantum realm. Bruce Banner felt a little incredible. This is crazy, isn't it? We can go to the past or the future. No, that's not the case. Tony Stark quickly gave his own analysis and inference. According to Irma's final analysis, if the timeline of the universe is not unified, it means that it is fusion in nature. In layman's terms, it is similar to the different environmental landforms caused by the movement of the Earth's plates. It's like we all live on the same Earth, but there are deserts, forests, grasslands, cities, and glaciers on the ground. These topography and landforms that are completely out of reach are gradually coming together to form a sphere that operates according to laws. Every landform seems to be single, but in fact it is integrated, affecting the overall situation. Just like when the Antarctic melts, other areas will be flooded. For us, the disappearance of either side is a fatal blow. Tony Stark gestured for a long time, snapped his fingers, and tried his best to speak in a language that everyone could understand. We have the same relationship with those timelines. These timelines are equivalent to different continental plates, and the time machine is like a car. You can take a car to the desert or the beach, but you can't escape from the planet itself. Tony Stark's brain was running rapidly, and at the end of his speech, he pointed to Trunks, who was bound by his hands and feet. This child's situation is similar to being swept to another place by a storm while riding in a car. Glancing at Dr. Pym provocatively, Tony Stark still felt a little uncomfortable. If he hadn't been dragged by Batman to make various plans, he would have started studying Pym particles long ago, and he would definitely have invented this machine before them. Even Dr. Pym was very surprised by Stark's accurate judgment. If nothing happened later, even he would have thought that Bulma had invented the time machine, and he couldn't help but nodded in agreement. Tony's right, I thought so too at first. But to be precise now, we should have invented a space teleportation machine that can travel to other universe timelines. Everyone was silent for a moment, seeming to digest this information. Seeing this, Natasha turned a pen in her hand and scratched her chin with the pen cap. Okay, let's not talk about the time and space machine for now. Next thing, let's talk about this guy. According to what you guys said about the blue body man, he is Bulma's son. The conversation between the people also made Trunks, who was tied up, a little confused, which also made him look at them very warily. Who are you? What time is it now? How come you are hanging around with androids? Except for Piccolo, number 17 and number 18, this group of people are all unfamiliar faces. He has never remembered such a group of people on Earth. But after all, Trunks grew up next to Bulma, and he has been exposed to scientific theories since he was a child. Looking at the current situation, he felt as if he had traveled to the wrong place, and seemed to have traveled to an unusually remote place. Children, don't interrupt when adults are talking. Tony scolded him unceremoniously. He was not Carrot's biological son anyway, so he could scold him as he should. Diana snapped the whip and decisively tied the mantra lasso around Trunks' neck. Tell me your identity, origin, purpose, and name. The moment the lasso was attached to his body, Trunks answered Wonder Woman's question uncontrollably. Trunks, the last Saiyan on Earth, came from 784 AD, the son of Saiyans Vegeta and Bulma. In order to solve the world destruction caused by androids 17 and 18 who wantonly massacred life on Earth, he came to the past to find Mr. Goku and brought him medicine to treat viral heart disease. Everyone first looked at Carrot L with different expressions. Seeing his expressionless face, they looked at number 17 and number 18 silently. Tony Stark was happy when he heard this, and clapped his hands in agreement. Bah, bang, bang, bang. Wow, congratulations on adding 2 more world-destroying people to our team. Welcome, Lizzie, Lapis to join the team. I don't think we should call it the Justice League. It would be better to call it the Destroyer League. By the way, how can this kid speak Japanese? Number 17 and number 18 looked at each other and twitched their lips. They both saw a sense of nonsense. Being a villain, killing humans, and exterminating planets, what kind of invincible villain can accomplish these in this world? It seems that in that world, Dr. Gero has completely taken away our emotional modules. Number 18 walked forward, pulled out Trunks' sword, and raised his chin with the sword as if he was playing with a toy. Looking at the undisguised hatred in Trunks' eyes, he smiled self-deprecatingly. Different worlds, different lives, different us. I really don't know which one is luckier. Diana's eyes were fixed on Trunks' eyes, and she couldn't see any abnormality. My lasso won't lie, and he didn't lie. Natasha spread her hands and put her arms on the table. So, the characters are different, the worlds are different, and your theory is correct. This machine does not travel through time, but through space. It seems so. In the realm of God, traveling through time has always been regarded as a taboo. Diana glanced at the sword in No 18's hand. It was quite sharp. Tony Stark asked curiously, am I in that world? Trunks shook his head, never heard of it. No wonder it was destroyed. Everyone touched their foreheads speechlessly at Stark's arrogant tone. Perhaps the biggest difference between him and Bruce Wayne is that one has a mouth and the other doesn't. I don't think that's the point. Natasha thought about it. Ancient One had popularized the gap between the other worlds to her, so she was not very interested. However, her rich experience as an agent made her carefully savor what the blue-bodied man said. The point is, that guy said he was entrusted to send him here. Who entrusted him? Why did he send this child here? Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to Carrot L, who had remained silent all the time. Since they started discussing, Carrot L seemed to be out of touch with the world, fell into a daze, and sat quietly at his desk, as silent as Cambridge tonight. What's wrong with him? Maybe he was stimulated. Stark and Beak looked at each other. It was the first time Diana saw Carrot in such a state, and her eyes extended a trace of worry. She loosened the lasso on Trunks, walked forward and put her hand on L's shoulder, which was the action she often made to Carrot. What are you thinking about? Feeling Diana's touch, Carrot L came back to his senses from his thoughts. After looking at the people present, he walked in front of Trunks and said to everyone word by word, I'm thinking, people are not the point. What Dr. Manhattan really wants to send is the coordinates. The coordinates on the time machine. Everyone's eyes were stunned for a long time, and Carrot L's words instantly woke them up. You mean, we can go to their world through that coordinate? Iron Man's eyes condensed, and he quickly calculated the feasibility of this matter. Even Piccolo's face became more and more solemn. Traveling through time is not a trivial matter, and none of the people present are fools. When Carrot pointed out the most critical point, everyone reacted at the same time. This is definitely a huge temptation that they can't resist. But Carrot L obviously didn't think this was a good thing, which was why he had been thinking about it just now. A person of Manhattan's level personally sent Trunks here. It was definitely impossible for him to want to create a family ethics drama. What in that universe you and he had a son, and in this universe I killed your husband and then had a son with you. For people at that level, these plots have no meaning. Abandoning human factors, what they really want to send must be the coordinates on the time machine. As a link in the epic-making dividing line in the Dragon Ball universe, Trunks traveled through time and space, returned to the past, restarted the official history universe of Dragon Ball, and put the originally destroyed universe on the right track. The importance of this move is almost no less than the DC Flashpoint incident. Now that he has disappeared, it is not ruled out that it will cause the global contraction of the Dragon Ball universe. The most critical issue is that Manhattan is a DC person. Why would he send someone from the Dragon Ball universe? Even if he wants to catch him, he can't catch him? Unless the dragon god Salama crossed the line first and sent Trunks in, trying to restart the android chapter in the Anchor universe, but was intercepted by the people behind Dr. Manhattan and finally thrown to himself. But Dr. Manhattan's actions also surprised Carrot. He gave his power to his unborn child. It's like the end of the doomsday clock. In Carrot L's view, this is a gesture of goodwill, and it is also laying a line of defense for the future of this universe. Once Superman is gone, there will be new, even more powerful quantum Superman, born as his bloodline descendants. In a broad sense, as long as Superman, the symbol of the center of the DC universe, does not fall, no matter what choice he makes, even if he rebels and votes for Salama, DC can still guarantee the right to enter the Anchor universe. But from a personal point of view, Dr. Manhattan also left his own power for the anchor universe. This is his personal choice for the creatures in the universe, leaving the weight of fate to us, to the future, and to hope. According to Doomsday Clock's monologue, Dr. Manhattan himself hated being treated as a puppet, especially when he could see the strings. Fortunately, Superman's appearance gave him hope and enabled him to restart the universe. Wait, you just said Dr. Manhattan, do you know that blue man? Natasha noticed Carrot L's address to that man and looked at him in confusion. Carrot L nodded. Since Dr. Manhattan had made his choice, he might be the one he could fight for. With his ability, he could travel between the Anchor universe and the DC universe at will, becoming another fixed bridge. I've heard that he comes from another different universe. Dr. Manhattan is the official name given to him when he was still in human society. He is a very scary guy. If you have a chance to meet him, remember to be polite to him. Carrot L snapped his fingers and removed the energy chain on Trunks. He looked at everyone and said, "Let's get back to the point of the matter, time travel. I think this is not a good thing for us. At least for now, we are still in a passive stage. The other party's behavior may make us act as a pathfinder. If they die, it will be ours, and if they win, it will be his. Or maybe they want to divert the tiger away from the mountain. When the rest of us are gone or the troops are divided, we can take the opportunity to do something to this universe. The connection between these time and spaces is very unstable. Once something happens, we can never come back. So, there is another possibility that the other party wants to banish us to another universe." Carrot L tapped his hands on the table and said to everyone seriously, "In short, this will be a time travel that is targeted. My suggestion is to seal it temporarily." The corners of Tony Stark's mouth rose silently. Apparently he had already thought of this answer. "Just like I thought, if we play with time, time will also play with us. What about this Saiyan child? Will he stay here forever?" Broly patted Trunks' shoulder with his generous hand, as if to comfort him not to be afraid. He still has a good impression of Trunks, who is of the same race, and also wants to know something about the Saiyans from another universe. Carrot L shook his head. "Unfortunately, I'm afraid Trunks won't be able to go back in a short time. Think about it, since the other party asked him to come here, will he let him go back easily? This involves more than one universe. No one will easily hand over the hostages without paying some price. This is a conspiracy. We have to take people now, whether we want them or not." After hearing this, Piccolo felt quite depressed and aggrieved. Since Frieza's death, it seems that no matter what they do, they have been put under an invisible shackles. Are we just waiting here and letting the other party have a conspiracy and do nothing? Carrot L walked over and slapped Piccolo on the shoulder. "Don't worry yet. Do you still remember the martial arts of the gods? When attacking, be as fast as lightning, and when defending, be as quiet as the sky. Stabilizing the situation does not mean being timid, but laying a solid foundation for yourself. If you want to truly get out of here, you must first lay a solid foundation. You know that the other party has a conspiracy, but you still sneak into it. That's stupid. You have to remember, this is our world. The future here does not depend on any party, it only depends on us. If we don't catch him ourselves, we will hand over the world to others." Carrot L's words were not only spoken by Bic, but also for the first time to everyone present to preach his own philosophy, to step out of the universe and make his own way in the Anchor world. "Don't worry, we are holding back for the time being in order to turn passivity into initiative. I have already thought of how to solve the hidden dangers of time and space travel." Carrot L's confident words undoubtedly gave everyone reassurance. Although he doesn't know exactly how he wants to crack it, as long as there is a direction, everyone will no longer be a leaderless fly. As for whether Trunks should be released or supervised, everyone unanimously decided to find a guardian to watch over him. Piccolo and Broly, who had just arrived on Earth, originally planned to take over this mission. They were quite curious about the situation in another universe, but number 17 and number 18 suddenly volunteered to take over. After Carrot L considered it for a moment, he unexpectedly agreed. It is said that enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. You think if you put these three people together, what's the point? Stark, Natasha, and you and Da, three people with previous criminal records, were so frightened that they made excuses to escape that night for fear of being affected. It's time to die. The Dem Sadist has a new way of playing this time. For Trunks, since that day, a one-sided cosmic bullying from the Anchor universe made him understand what it means to be beaten by society. Yes, the supervision method adopted by number 17 and number 18 is to give Trunks a familiar yet unfamiliar corporal punishment every day. Since the two of them have unlimited physical strength, the amount of time Trunks gets beaten every day depends entirely on their mood. In the words of Captain America, "I can fight you all day long." Then early the next morning, "I can fight you all day." Day 3, "I can fight you all day long." Bang bang bang. The fist is like the wind, the light is like the blazing sun, and the overwhelming energy light is intertwined with two figures that are constantly colliding. Number 17 changed into a clean and tidy sportswear, and still had a calm look on his face, and he was fighting back and forth with the panting Trunks on the other side. Since the formation of the Justice League, the materials of the suits worn by the members have also been included in the headquarters research and development projects, not just the suits, but also the regular uniforms. Who knows that basically everyone in this department is a tight-fitting clothing lover, and there are also role-playing enthusiasts? For this reason, L also specifically asked Dr. Banner to be responsible for this matter, and also gave him the materials for Frieza's military uniforms to make linings and uniforms, which not only ensured a certain degree of combat capability, and various styles are novel and fashionable. Dr. Banner's new mission is to use these cutting-edge materials to develop the manufacturing and clothing industries. It was precisely because of this benefit that number 17, who was too lazy to buy clothes, went straight to get a wardrobe of regular clothes, which could also be used as combat clothes. He didn't want to wear any battle clothes. Not far away, Lashley was leaning on a leisure chair, drinking juice, basking in the sun, and checking her bank card balance and various shopping orders on her phone from time to time. She was in a happy mood all day long. She was really disgusted by the two people who were fighting inseparably in the sky. Little girls hate fighting and killing the most. Although her younger brother seemed to be having a lot of fun, Lashley always felt that shopping and spending money was the right way for girls. You can't even defeat us in these 2 moments. How can you save the world? Crack crack. Too slow, too slow, too slow, slower and slower. Bang bang bang. Throw your broken sword to me. Although the sword is sharp, it will occupy the offense of your hands. Turn offense and defense into a front line. Why are you so weak? 17 blocked Trunks' blow, grabbed Trunks' sword with one hand, smiled contemptuously, and hit him in the face with an uppercut. Number 17 easily saw Trunks' weakness. The island nation's kendo habit of using a sword with both hands made it impossible for him to maintain both offensive and defensive gestures when drawing the sword. In addition, without the guidance of a famous teacher, Trunks' swordsmanship level is not very good. He relies purely on speed and strength, and can easily capture the attack paths. Damn it! Number 17. Trunks was really frustrated, and the psychological shadow that the artificial duo had brought to him was getting bigger and bigger, especially now that the mixed doubles played from morning to night every day had successfully stimulated Trunks. I want to go back. I must go back. I must find a way to defeat you. As he said this, Trunks did not rush forward to fight for his life this time. He just stood there and talked, looking for an opportunity to take action. After being abused for 3 days, he had learned to be calm in the face of hatred, and at the same time he also understood that the two people in this universe were not actually bad people. But he will definitely kill the artificial man in their universe? In fact, the reason why L handed over Trunks to number 17 and number 18 was to find something for the kid to do. He would have to go back sooner or later. When others ask, it is convenient for me to have a reason. If others were to take Trunks, they would just eat and drink, visit the Jinglian base, the general appearance of the world and various heroes, and then go see giant beasts and the like. But it's different if number 17 and number 18 are brought along. How can the 3 of them have a moment of free time together? If Salama asks at that time, L will be able to answer righteously, we are patiently helping you cultivate talents and training talents for you. If not, there are also Batman and Robin packages, Stark Industries Scientific Research Project Internship, Guardians of the Galaxy Adventure, Cosmic Engineering Development, and Karmatage Dimension Roller Coaster. In short, I will never let you stop for a moment. The main theme is that no matter who is behind this matter, he can't be blamed. Things were just as he thought. Ever since these 3 people got together, they had hardly had a moment to relax. The mountains and rivers on Earth have suffered a lot. Sometimes a monster popped out of the mountain while fighting, and it had to be dealt with on the way. Fortunately, number 17 and number 18 still had some sense of public morality. While fighting, they also explained the general situation of this universe to him. Then, after understanding the situation, Trunks was stunned on the spot. There is no Mr. Goku in this universe? The Saiyan who came to Earth is a mixed blood named L, and he married his mother? There is also a superhero organization here, called the Justice League, with countless gods, monsters, cosmic people, even giants, and magicians and a bunch of miscellaneous extraordinary people. The countries in the world are no longer just a dog kingdom, but a colorful, diversified world with one superpower and many strong ones. Trunks was enlightened this time. Various strong people emerged one after another, and various means and methods, ingenious strategies, bloomed on the earth like a rain of flowers. But for him, the most terrible thing now is that he can't go back. After being studied by most of the Justice League, Trunks was not only informed of this fact, but also had his time machine confiscated. This is what Trunks is most anxious about now. Now in his world, he is the only hope. If he can't go back, let alone anything else, Bulma in that world is probably dead. Bang. The next second, Trunks, who had finally increased his strength due to anger, was punched by number 17 again. After 3 days of training-style fighting, Trunks discovered a very scary fact, that is, number 17 showed a completely different growth from number 18, and has been rapidly getting stronger? Vegeta's son, nothing more than that. Lapis shook his wrist and touched his smooth hair. Apart from anything else, in terms of hair, they have been envied since childhood. It is said that Carrot has decided that in order to distinguish himself from you and the Son Gohan you mentioned, his son will not be called Trunks or Son Gohan. My heart has been a little painful these 2 days. The protagonist's son is looking for a name. What should I call him? When Trunks heard this, his face twitched. Anyway, he no longer had to hide his identity and name. Whether the child in this universe was born or not had nothing to do with him. It's none of my business. This child is not me in the first place. Seeing that the two men finally stopped, Lazuli raised her white jade hands and put them in front of her eyes, looked at the dazzling sunlight in the sky, and shouted to them. I'm telling you too, the wonderful world is right in front of you, wouldn't you like to enjoy life? You too, Lapis, you finally have a relaxing job as an expat. Shouldn't we fish for it? Look at how busy everyone else is right now. They wish that one person could bear the workload of 10 people. We should cherish the time we are fishing. I just made an appointment with Wanda and Carla to go shopping and then have a big meal. Why don't you come down soon? After hearing this, the two of them calmed down and fell to the ground. Lapis glanced at his sister helplessly. Since ancient times, beauties love money, and what they say is true. Compared to Lazuli, who likes fishing, Lapis is a quiet workaholic in character. The guardian of the island in Dragon Ball Super is so conscientious that he can't even leave for more than a few dozen minutes during working hours. In response, Carrot shook his hand cordially and said that there is no shortage of radicals in the Justice League, but there is a shortage of city defenders like you? Okay, that's it for today's training. Lapis patted Trunks on the shoulder and showed an encouraging smile. After 3 consecutive days of fighting, the pent-up anger in your heart should be over. Go relax and see the customs of this world. Based on his general understanding of Trunks in the past 3 days on the 17th, he has determined that this kid will not make a breakthrough in a short period of time. Only by practicing behind closed doors for a year can one surpass the current Super Saiyan state. But he really didn't want to go into that spiritual time room anymore, it gave him a psychological shadow. It's okay to be a sparring partner, but it's definitely not okay to be a sparring partner there? According to the current situation, it is not realistic for him to practice for a while and give Carrot the results, so he should just have fun. What's more, Broly also told him that Trunks' Super Saiyan transformation is just like the shit on the street. He must constantly develop his own potential to become stronger and stronger. Just in time, you can take this kid shopping. There's still someone to carry things. Iron Man sent me an email last night and made an appointment to go to Dr. Jero's research institute to investigate. Lapis replied to Lizzie, and immediately received a look of extreme disgust from her sister. Number 18 held her forehead. How come she didn't know that her bratty brother had the potential to be a scab before? He actually took on another project behind her back? Boring, old bastard Grana didn't transform you into a perpetual motion machine to make you a scab. Yes, I will let you go shopping for as long as you want without getting tired. If I don't earn more, no amount of money will be enough for you to spend. Trunks is still a little unaccustomed to the daily bickering between the two, not to mention that he is now full of hatred, has no way to go to heaven, and has no way to go to earth. He is really not in the mood. I'm not interested in going shopping. Upon hearing this, Lazuli looked at him with great disgust and couldn't help but complain. I said, you haven't changed your clothes in a long time. I think there shouldn't be a clothing store in your world, right? Hearing these words, Trunks couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. He lowered his head. A feeling of sadness and anger instantly poured into his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, then who should be blamed? If it wasn't you in that world. Lajri's energy-infused palm pressed onto Trunks' chest, and the expression on her face became solemn. Boy, don't act like you're the only one suffering in the whole world. We have never experienced the despair you have experienced, but you have not experienced the despair we have experienced either. Have you ever experienced the feeling of being put on an experimental table and cut open? Have you ever tried the feeling of someone pressing a bomb inside your body? Have you ever experienced the feeling of being deprived of all emotions and kneeling in front of others like a robot? I don't want to talk to you about fate. As long as there are people alive in this world, who is not fighting against fate, who has not been tortured by fate, everyone in the Alliance is fighting for this planet. It is true that your appearance has made us aware of the possibility of endless time and space, but so what? What do you think everyone wants to do when they say they want to go to your world? Everyone here is not excited by curiosity. Batman, Iron Man, Carrot, and even the entire League only think about one thing. Razali stared into Trunks' already cloudy eyes, lifted up the scarred body with her white fingertips, and said word by word. That's how many times we have failed in the endless timeline, which ultimately led to the destruction of the world. For Lapis and I, what is more terrifying than death is forgetting the feeling of living. This is also the human touch that Lapis has always been thinking about, and it is also the reason why he tries to believe in the Justice League. Even though we are like this, we are still living in our own way. I've heard you talk a lot about your time and space in the past few days. Isn't it enough to pay the price for being impulsive and willful? How many soldiers have died in the 20 years since we appeared in that world to when you traveled through time and space for 20 years? Upon hearing this, Trunks almost couldn't hold back, and closed his eyes tightly, fearing that he would cry in front of these two people. However, what was waiting for him was not the expected attack, but a necklace worn around his neck. Lazuli's gentle movements exuded a kind of stepmother-like comfort. She put a metal necklace with an S logo on Trunks and rubbed his hair. Live well, play well, enjoy your life well, and there will be a solution to everything. Trunks slowly held up the engraved pattern of the necklace, with tears in his eyes, and murmured, what is this? Carrot asked me to give it to you. This is the family emblem of the L family, which means hope. As Lazuli said, Lapis also patted Trunks on the shoulder and said, according to the records, Carrot L used to have the surname Sun. From a certain identity, he maybe it is Mr. Gaku you are looking for in this universe. Holding the necklace tightly in his hand, Trunks felt mixed emotions. Mr. Goku. No, Mr. L, no matter which time and space, I thank you for your trust. Lapis advised, although you came here by accident, Stark and Dr. Banner both agreed that your original plan would fail, and you can't change the future by changing the past. So, why not try to grasp your own future in this time and space? Trunks would never have thought that one day he would hear words of encouragement from number 17 and number 18, and these words sounded so pleasant and so tearful. Thinking of this, he bowed to the two of them solemnly, and it was also the first time that he formally called them by their names. The two digital code-named androids have become a thing of the past in this universe. Thank you, Lapis, Lazuli. You're welcome. Help me carry more things when I go shopping later. During the 3 days after returning to Earth, Carrot L, who should have been extremely busy, stayed at home with Bulma and her parents. This period of time has been really hard for them, especially the Kents. The two elders, who were originally just ordinary farmers, were once again forced to be involved in a bizarre fantasy world. This made Carrot L feel a little guilty, and at the same time he expressed his apology and companionship to them as a child. But the answer given by Jonathan and Martha is that from the day we picked you up, we have been mentally prepared for this day to come. Martha caressed Carrot's cheek, looking at her son with eyes that always exuded the love from her mother. She knew that her son could have lived a more carefree life than anyone else, but he was willing to spend a lot of time and energy to create a win-win future for everyone. Go ahead, son, you've already decided, haven't you? To do what they hope or to do nothing. If there is any difference between Carrot L's world and other time travelers, it is probably that he has parents. Because there is no such orphan education, the sense of separation from the world is not that serious. We will take good care of Bulma and ensure that she will not be allowed to do dangerous experiments like before. I know that the last time it was an unexpected situation, no one could predict it. Carlotta nodded. He was not very worried about Bulma's safety right now. Not to mention that the Justice League will not let anything happen to her now, even Dr. Manhattan will not stand idly by. After all, this is the key target of his bet to protect. Facing his mother who had been treating him like a day for decades, Carrot L hugged Martha very gently, leaning on her mother's shoulder quietly as she did when she was a child, whispering, "Thanks, Mom, it's great to have you." Jonathan patted Carrot's shoulder, his eyes full of relief. "Fly, son, I will always be proud of you." Carrot L also embraced Jonathan. For any Superman, the greatest luck is to have such a pair of adoptive parents. Of course, this is also the luck of the Earth. Me too, Father, like every child in this world, I am also proud of my parents. Your names have been recorded in the history books of mankind. One day, it will become a myth. After saying goodbye, Carrot L opened his arms, embraced the sun, put on the Superman suit skillfully, and soared into the sky, announcing to the world the return of Superman. Boom. The familiar sonic boom soared into the sky again, walking across mountains and rivers, crossing rivers and seas, and a dancing silver-gray cloak outlined a figure traveling through the world. Everyone in the Justice League started a busy day, and the Namek clan was organized into a medical team, a security team, and a nature protection team. The remaining children and elderly people were placed in a small town in the Zhenglian area. After being supplemented by a large number of Namekians, the newly established Justice League also got some buffering opportunities. When Gamera and Nebula first arrived on Earth, they originally planned to join the Alien Legacy Project team, responsible for sorting out alien data on each spacecraft and processing the debris from the Battle of New York. But before going to work, Natasha directly approached Carrot L and reported that she had transferred the two sisters. She meant to create a separate women's federation in the organization. So Carrot L gave the two sisters a long vacation, letting them enjoy the peaceful time on Earth first. Mantis Girl is now a treasure, because many people in the organization cannot sleep well for a long time, and the lovely Mantis Girl only needs to touch them, and they can get the highest quality sleep for a night. Of course, this does not include Batman's extreme skeptic, who will never let someone who can read minds touch his brain. Mantis even tried to control his mind once without giving up. As a result, she finally knew what it meant to have willpower that was more terrifying than the planet. Broly was invited to take the time to go to Asgard and fight with Thor on Carrot's behalf. The final result was that Odin's wine cellar was empty of more than a dozen barrels of wine. Piccolo took the god to spiritual time and pestered him to vomit eggs every day. After the Daegu team members went through a series of procedures, they began their own journey of recruiting troops. It is worth mentioning that a military advisor named Kairino Makoto found him on his own. Come to the door. With his help, Daegu seemed to have acquired the ability to predict, and his work went very smoothly. Especially under the strong rebuke from his immediate superiors, Consultant Natasha and Tony Stark, Daegu even directly contacted TPC in the name of the Justice League, and the computer Colin snatched it away. A decent-looking base was just set up. Batman, who had practiced martial arts, did not try to break his back, and even defeated the rebellious Bane without removing the pipe. However, the various demons that followed in Gotham made him fall into the endless career of nights as always. All the disasters that happened on the Earth seemed to have calmed down with Carrot's return. Carrot L also started busy dealing with his own affairs. All the way to the sky above Kurashima, following the cave dug by the Gakuma brothers, Superman entered the underground world. Stretching for thousands of miles, passing through time and space, where the mountains and rivers meet Sishin, 5 vast fingers stand there as if they separate the distance between heaven and earth. When Carrot L came to the original location, 2 rows of eyes of a huge head could be vaguely seen in the thick soil buried deep in the ground. Although it's just the tip of the iceberg, the last time I came here, there was only one eye serving as a light source in the underground world. It seems that Diama's birth date is getting closer, which also shows that the current development of human society has become more and more prosperous without the internal friction of superheroes. Time is running out, Superman. You once said that my matter can only be solved by going to the universe. Now that you are back, have you figured out what to do? In the deep underground where the daylight lasts, Diama's telepathy comes, with a little doubt and a numbness that is half dreaming and half awake. Arriving in front of Diamo, Carrot L pondered for a long time. One of the main purposes of his last trip to the universe was to solve the problem of the monster universe formed by the gods. After thinking about it, although this is a bit unethical, since there are people with more positive energy than me who can do it, I decided to follow suit. I have a question before I leave. I heard that after each group of gods completes their divine manifestation, a new universe will be born. Is this the same for you? After hearing this, Diama's vast eyes gradually converged on Carrot from the vast world, and replied, "No, this situation only exists in our own big world. In fact, in the anchor world, there is no situation of splitting the universe. The celestial god group born here will have a new anchor point after the god appears, an anchor point contracted by the members of the celestial god group before the god appears. In other words, it will usher in the complete intervention of another world view, and we will also exist in the new universe in another form." Hearing this, Carrot L looked at the Titan world full of giant beasts around him, and quickly deduced a conclusion in his mind. "I see, it seems like you have made plans a long time ago. When the consciousness of the Earth created endless Titan beasts, it chose Godzilla, who was headed by nature, to establish an era of non-intelligent life. For your own birth, and also for the purpose of leading the anchored new world to the universe in a logical manner, you chose to contract with the giant universe dominated by the Ultra family, or in other words, the world of light. And due to the unique attributes of the Ultra universe itself, the conflict between you and the will of the Earth has been transferred. You don't have to play the drama of the Eternals and the mutants, and there is also the possibility of reaching a reconciliation." Diama's response resounded throughout the vast jungle, as if he had noticed the awakening of the macro giants. Countless giant beasts lay on the ground, trembling. "Yes, at the beginning of the origin, we were given the ability to sign contracts with other universes by the big world. I signed a timeline contract with the light named Noah. In human terms, I got good luck, because that world is very suitable for our group of gods. Especially for me, as long as I can successfully solve the problem of God's appearance in the next growth process, not only will it not be harmful to this Earth, but it will also be beneficial. This is also the reason why the worldview of the Titans, bred by the will of the Earth, still exists, because the world of light is very compatible with both of us." Carrot finally solved his doubts about this. At present, it seems that the success of Diama's divine manifestation means that the Ultra Universe timeline is completely opened. This is indeed good luck. The way you, the celestial god group, was born started by destroying the universe. No world will like you, but the world of light is exactly the best place to accommodate you. After birth, you will go to that world, and on the contrary, new light will come here. Carrot L sighed deeply in his heart. As expected, people from Marvel are still very popular in the industry. They even went to other theaters to make guest appearances. On DC's side, they would not hesitate to fuse even Superman. It has to be circled and sneaky. Once Diamo is born from the divine appearance, the barriers between the two worlds will be completely connected, and there will no longer be only one Tiga timeline. On the contrary, if he dies, this timeline will be cut off. The Kingdom of Light will never appear in the Anchor universe, and it is impossible for them to go to that world. Carrot L carefully thought about the pros and cons, and felt more and more that taking Diamo away was the right decision. Well, if that's the case, there are a lot of things to consider right now. Our universe is full of dangers and murderous intentions. If we rashly pull people from other worlds into our timeline, we may get them killed. Carrot L's words made Diamo fall into consideration. He couldn't make a decision on this point. It was the natural law of survival of the fittest in the universe, and it was also a horrific fight after the collision of timelines. It was difficult to interfere. This is the cruelty of the universe. If you are separated from the timeline of the original world, you may be eaten by another timeline. Carrot L knew very well what a cruel war this was, and the failure of this timeline would do him no good. He said to Diamo in a solemn tone, "If you can contact Noah through the Anchor contract, it's best to think about which timeline to separate here after God appears. At least make sure you don't get eaten." "Diamo, I will." Carrot L's figure landed on top of Diamo's head, standing next to one of the eyes and asked, "Well, now that I have determined what will happen next, I have no doubts. Are you leaving now? There should be some Eternals left on Earth. Do you have any parting words?" Now, Diamo was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't quite understand the meaning of the current word, because Carrot L looked very ordinary at this time, not like he had been prepared. He didn't know where his confidence came from. "Where? Can you take yourself away like this? The Eternals have completely integrated into this planet just like me. It's time to end their mission. My existence will no longer be a burden to them. Let them live here well." It's just that Elitham may come after I leave. Carrot L raised his head fearlessly and said nonchalantly, "It's okay as long as I'm here. It will be solved sooner or later. It all needs to be solved. It's not like I'm going to kill you anyway, I'm just choosing a way to get the best of both worlds. I can divert trouble to others, or compete with others. I can do it. However, there will be no intelligent life in the place we are going to. Will it affect your god? Don't worry about that. I'm basically grown up and no longer need the existence of intelligent life forms as my nourishment. But it's difficult for you to negotiate with Alisum and other Celestials." Although he heard what Carrot said, Taima was still very afraid of Alisum. The leader of the Celestials team uses the World Crucible as his anchor point, which is why he can appear in this universe. In other words, the anchor point of Alisum's contract is their origin world, and he is here on a business trip as an outsourced person. Alisum dare not take action against the Earth. Carrot L knew very well that the higher the status of Marvel or DC, the more they knew the importance of the Earth. Alisum's Celestials team can clear countless planets, and can create galaxies at will, but they dare not take action against the Earth. Unless Marvel wants to tear its face with all the universes? Carrot L dialed the video transmission function on the battlesuit. With the supply of countless alien technologies, the Justice League can now achieve cross-universe communication. "Danvers, how are you doing?" The old man who was taken away by the dragon hoped that he could meet Wukong and the others on the dragon's warm back. Boom, boom, boom. The cascading mountains stirred up blue boiling eruptions, and energy like a blue ocean spewed out from the ground into the starry sky like a volcano. In the core of Ego, the deformed god revealed its man-eating fangs under its sinister face. After the truth about their mother's murder was exposed, for the Guardians of the Galaxy, a fight to the death came that was impossible to win. "What to do, Quill? We are going to be completely tricked to death by you this time. Your dad is really ruthless." Rocket and Drax kept fighting back on the spaceship. They had never seen such a battle in their lives. If it weren't for the fateful luck of the Guardians of the Galaxy, Jinyu came to find his apprentice and resisted the first wave of attacks. In addition, Yondu arrived in time with the pirates and withstood the second wave of attacks. In the end, Captain Marvel suddenly rushed out from nowhere to protect them and withstood the third wave of attacks. The few pieces of materials they had long ago been reduced to ashes and turned into nutrients for the planet. At this moment, under the attack of Captain Marvel, the golden light spread out like a supernova, and the meteor in the name of light fell to the ground, forcefully breaking open the hard crust of Ego. Captain Marvel vs Ego. The collision of gold and blue interweaves the collision of divine power and super light speed. One side is like a meteor falling to the ground, destroying everything, and the other side is like a roaring ocean, killing endlessly. Continuous attacks and defenses, and scenes of fighting taking place underground in the star core. "I treat guests with courtesy, Danforth, why do you still want to be my enemy?" The omnipresent voice echoed in every corner of the planet, and Egg's voice was very angry. As the saying goes, you can't hit someone with a smile. He thought he had done his utmost to show his kindness to Carrot and Danforth. Why did these two guys keep staring at him? The moment the golden light appeared, Captain Marvel's figure was frozen in front of the Guardians of the Galaxy, like an immovable barrier, protecting Star-Lord and others behind him, and said without hesitation, "I'm sorry, but I won't give up on justice just because a villain treats me to a meal. At most, I'll give you 3 moves, or give you a breath." After hearing this, Egg was so angry that the whole planet was shaking. "Dem woman, then I have nothing to be polite about. Just give it a try? You really thought I was afraid of you?" For Egg, this was definitely the most nauseating war he had ever fought since its birth. First, an ugly purple-skinned monster popped out of nowhere and sang and danced ARP. His strength can easily reach the stars, but he can barely stand it, but he has to act like a boss in every move. He really deserves a beating? And I don't know where this guy got the courage to try to seize his body. Good guy, who are you with? Playing with him in front of the gods, I really thought that if you just say transform, the whole universe will change your body. You two are so powerful. Do you know how to write the word? So, Egg killed Jinyu on the spot, and just when he thought he could enjoy a feast, a group of pirate fleets suddenly appeared and covered him with firepower. They fought for a long time, and Yondu, the rip-off guy, came to save his son. Unexpectedly, can he still have so many die-hard fans? But this group of miscellaneous space pirates is simply not enough in front of Ego. Although they regard the ancient frozen demon child as their faith, that does not mean that they can also fight. After 3 times, 5 and 2 divided them, another Captain Marvel came. I don't know which string was wrong, but he was squatting in a place not far away from the universe. He had been squatting for several days to eat children, and he came up with a set of supernova. Crash. After this set of combos, if he were just a simple planet, he would have died 800 times. Unfortunately, the planet is just a body, and the essence of Ego is still a god. Every plant and tree that builds the planet is also composed of huge divine power. Even as a god, he has a vague connection with the celestial god group. There are actually different opinions on the setting line of planet Ego, and in the end there is no final conclusion. But there is a theory widely circulated in the setting, that is, when Elitham, a group of gods, was seeding race people at the beginning of the universe, he accidentally dropped a seed on a planet without intelligent life. In the end, the planet was destroyed for some reasons, but the seeds inside it were preserved, and a conscious brain had initially been bred before the destruction. According to Egg's own statement, he did not know how he was conceived. He only remembered that after forming consciousness, he continued to use divine power to construct matter. It took an unknown number of years to wrap itself up layer by layer, and finally grew bigger and bigger, forming the current planet Ego. This is a very interesting statement. When a brain wants to build a body, why should it choose the shape of a planet instead of the shape of a humanoid or other creature? Unless in his subconscious mind, the peripheral tissue that once enveloped this brain was itself a planet. Perhaps because of this, the power used by Ego can be called mysterious, and he himself can also be called a god. Although it is completely different from the normal growing group of gods, it can even be said to be a deformed fetus, a god who was stunted on the set line and suffered an abortion attempt. But after all, he has this important identity, so for a while, Captain Marvel did not capture Egg. But this is the case. After several battles, Danvers has also found Egg's weakness, which is the brain located at the center of the star core. But Captain Marvel glanced at Star-Lord and the others behind him, but still didn't dare to act rashly. Once she destroys Egg's brain, the energy of the entire planet will completely fall out of control in an instant. The huge explosion will be enough to suck everything in, forming a black hole that engulfs the galaxy, and will definitely draw them into the explosion range. Diddy. At this moment, the device on Captain Jenkins' arm transmitted a video communication invitation from L. This is the Justice League of Earth. Superman is calling Captain Marvel. How is the situation over there? Captain Marvel looked happy when he heard this and hurriedly connected the signal. We need support. Understood, stay away. After hearing L's words, Captain Marvel ran away without saying a word, carrying the Guardians of the Galaxy's spaceship. What's wrong, Danvers? Are we going to retreat? Star-Lord held the seriously injured Yondo in his arms and stared into Egg's huge eyes with a face full of reluctance. Facing his mother's murderer, he was really unwilling to run away, but in this situation, he really couldn't hurt his friends and adoptive father. He had to admit that Jinyu's death just now really made him sober up. For this cheap master who had a particularly compatible personality, he now felt very guilty for letting him die. It was precisely because of this guilt that he rarely made a bold move even though he knew that he would be held back.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.